Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have made it to a Friday. Feels like a pretty quick week here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire morning squad with you. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch, Odyssey app, and the YouTube as we get set to fly out on Sunday for Oxnard, California, and Cowboys training camp.
I do feel it has been. I think the last couple of weeks have been speedy.
Agreed.
I don't know. Well, for you, of course.
Yes.
But yes, it has felt quite quick.
We fly out Sunday, and I found out we're flying out on the same flight as G-Bag Nation.
Oh,
and
man.
so it's going to be great that they're going to walk right by us in first class. It's like, to the back with you, plebes.
Might be some seats left if they can, I don't know, it is payday. They want to pay the whole paycheck.
Payday, bonus day.
Bonus day.
Boom.
They don't know anything about that. They barely know anything about payday.
Got
Half of them, anyway.
Got a stacked show for you today. We have Cowboys practice to the offense go off. Contract leaves falling for George Pickens and Quinnen Williams. We have apparently a big fight that happened last night on Fan After Dark that Bobby and Aiden were getting text messages about. Lucius apparently had to intervene. The boss is working out downstairs and had to interrupt and those shoulder presses in order to carry those Whole Foods salmon bags.
Which machine do you think he was on when he got the news?
Stair stepper.
It's a good machine. It's a solid one.
It's a tough machine.
That thing, I have maybe 90 seconds on that thing before I'm like, okay, I'm done here.
You got to walk the mall like you did last night.
Man, I'll tell you, Julian had a basketball game.
Haven't you gotten in trouble for walking the mall before?
I have, but he had a game.
Got pardoned.
He had a game.
No trouble for anyone.
No trouble for anybody. He had a game at Fieldhouse, and he's like, we want to get there early. We want to go to Auntie Anne's, and we want to go.
Nice little hot pretzel before a 105-degree baseball game.
And basketball.
Oh, basketball.
And he goes, we want to raise hell in the mall. I was like, okay. So we pull in, and it's like, you know what? I'm going to walk this mall because I worked at Grapevine Mills, and I know it's like a mile around.
Did you work it?
Did I work at Grapevine Mills?
Yeah, I had no idea you worked at Grapevine Mills.
Sports Authority for like 5 years.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
I knew it was a sports authority. I didn't know it was in the mall.
Yeah, and it was in the mall, so I knew that if you walk around the mall, it's a 1 mile loop.
It's like exactly 1 mile, I think.
And I did 2 laps, and I was like, hell yeah! And I've never felt older.
Yeah, man. Imagine your 20s, the day when you're like, I'm gonna walk the mall.
I'm gonna walk the mall
for the exercise
and not go into any stores.
And not going to any
except
stores.
for. What is the oldest store you could go into? I went into the Samsonite store to ask about my zipper that broke on my luggage and how do I get my refund.
Bobby, you missed the post-show meeting on Monday after best and worst of the weekend. Spittle kind of sat us down with a look of disappointment. Like, you guys need some more zest in your life. That was a sad best and worst.
Y'all aren't zesty enough.
We're not zesty enough. Well, yeah, Fan After Dark text messages.
Yeah, that was shout out to...
Did you interrupt dinner for this?
I will... No. So I had actually left. They were going to stay out longer, so I had driven home. They were going to get dropped off, and it's like, as I pulled up to the house, I thought, okay, the apartment. As I pulled up, I thought to myself, all right, I'm going to have just some peace and quiet for the next 30 minutes until they get back. And then as I walked in the door, I got a notification. Shout out to Jacob Ray, who is very good about letting me know the second he hears T on the airwaves. And he was the first one. Then I got another one it was, hey, it was something to the effect of, Fred and Blake just got into an awful fight. Fred just walked off. Blake's having to host this thing solo. And then the follow-up text was, they were fighting about if Phil Maffa is the third running back or if it's too early.
Now, look,
I was like, you're lying to me.
If you want any more proof that we are the home of the Dallas Cowboys with the most intense coverage around, Blake getting left to host solo over Phil Maffa on the depth chart. There's your proof.
Yeah, he was, because that's the whole thing is Fred's guys this offseason have been Phil Maffa and Savone Revel. Like, those are the guys
Phil Maffa has been Fred's guy?
He thinks, he's taken the position that he thinks Phil Maffa is going to pass Jaden Blue, and he's going to be the new, alternate for Javonte Williams.
Tie? Did they go to college? The same school?
No, honestly, I think he liked Maffa last year, and it was more just, I think he even said it last night. It's like, everybody's on the blue train. I'm gonna hop on this one. Like it was just sort of that.
Okay.
And then Revel, he just really likes. He thinks Revel's gonna be good. I think he liked last year that when he called him Revel, which he still calls him Revel. When he called him Revel in the locker room last year, he told him like, that's not my name. It's Revel. And so I think that's why he likes him now. He's like, I like the confidence to just say that. But Blake was just telling him like, hey, first 2 days, Revel's not starting. Maffa fumbled. Blue had to come in. Not looking good for your guys. And that sent Fred into a spiral.
Oh my God. How long was he gone?
25 minutes.
Dang!
Wow. I mean, the 8 o'clock segment was Blake playing every audio clip he had. He was unloading the clips. That's what he was doing.
Peyton at 5 a.m.
Yeah.
So we will replay that audio at 7:40 in the junk drawer.
214, because Blake is an idiot and gaslights Fred purposely. There's going to be differences, I think, on who is responsible.
I respect a good gaslighter.
Is Blake a professional, like a top-tier gaslighter in the building? Do you think if I was hosting with Blake, he would draw me off, or I would realize no?
Yeah, he'd draw you off sides.
Nah.
Oh, no. I think he would, because it's hard.
I troll him back.
Yeah. It's hard to tell sometimes if it's a troll or if he's just, like...
Dumb?
No, like if he's like trying to...
Aiden's saying yeah.
If he's trying to win debate club.
Okay.
Like where it's one of those things where you're like, I can't tell if you're trolling or like you recognize this is a debate and you've got to use tactics, and then it can get you. I think last night that was just... That was the perfect storm, and there were physiological reasons why Fred was probably mad related to 12 days without tobacco or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Roy would try that with something else on and off.
Yes, he would. That's
and I'd
right.
Be like, I think you can now.
Irritable.
Get addicted to that.
Yeah, didn't Josh Hamilton quit in the middle of that year? And he was like,
well, I mean, his eyes were blue.
And
that made it tough to hit during the day, I remember.
That's right. It was the energy drinks.
We got Diamond Calves as well. We have the junk drawer and worst of the week, along with the birthday boy, Tommy Yarsh. How hungover will he be? I'm with you, Bobby. Professional Tommy Yarsh, not going to be hurting too much, despite what Nick Eatman said with them going out last night in California.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to show you my phone. This is a text I got late last night from Nick Harris. And you can read that.
Nick Harris?
Don't read it on the air, but just like that'll give you an idea if I think he is going to be hurting.
Okay.
So it did sound like he was quite lit up yesterday.
Oh my.
Yeah. So
a Cowboy hooking up the table with a round.
Oh.
Very, very impressive. Let's see if Tommy spills the beans. The Texas Rangers finishing up in Tampa. It was a tight battle, back and forth, good game. Did not end up correctly.
First pitch to Mullins. He shoots one down the left field line. This one headed toward the wall, and it is just over the wall in the corner. Are you kidding me? An opposite field home run for Mullins, and the Rays lead it 3-2.
I'm going to be a hater here. A lucky BS gimmick win for the Rays to finish up this series. How many other parks does that ball go out? Even in that park, it looks like a Lego that wasn't completed with the piece of the wall halfway down. Mullins slices it out off of Peoples for the 3-2 lead. You had the gimmick home run. You had the Mesa catch. Holy crap. There were two phenomenal plays at the beginning and the end of that game in right field. I'm like, how did he come up with that? I think that was against Evan Carter. He also robbed Nimmo earlier in the game, and then sketchy umpiring where the Rangers dugout had to say, yo, get it together, man. Stop trying to screw us after multiple challenges had to be made.
I will say this. I really...
Oh, yeah, the Rangers offense had 2 hits through 8 innings. There's that.
And 1 extra base hit.
Yes, but they had some aggressive base running, those limited chances that they got.
Oh, good.
Right? That's true. They got a little aggressive on the base paths. I like that. That park sucks. First of all, get rid of that roof. Why is that roof?
God tried to.
He tried to. I don't know how anybody tracks the ball in that. You know, they even highlighted that in the broadcast, like how
right fielder did.
Yes, right fielder did. But you cannot see the baseball. Like they were trying to show a fly ball. Did it hit the beam? You know, at one point in the series, it was like, I don't know where the baseball is. I can't see this thing at all.
Well, and that's if it just doesn't hit one of the catwalks, either one of the rings. You remember that was always always been a thing. No, that fence. I do love the quirky fence aspect.
They also have the bullpen still out on the field. Old school, baby.
It's very old school.
So that one has always been cool because what was it? It was 2010 when Longoria hit that final game of the season home run. Like, he hit a walk-off for the Rays. It put the Rays in the postseason. It was like I think that was what got them into the postseason to play Texas. But he hit a ball that just went over that fence. And I think it was Buster Olney at the time who had told the story that the original owner of the Rays, some Italian guy chap named Vince Namoli, had grown up a Dodgers fan. And he remembered watching Dodgers outfielders jump and rob home runs and fall over the fence, and he was like, I want to have a spot where that can happen. And so they cut that wall short just because he was like being nostalgic about a kid watching the Dodgers.
Yeah, I have no issue with quirky dimensions. I think it's kind of like, it's kind of the romantic side of baseball.
It'd be nice if the Globe had one.
Yeah, where not everything is
something quirky, something with character.
They did MLB shows the Create a Stadium. They're just like, just use the default.
Just use the default.
Put that out there.
Hey, they've got the all-time numbers, right? That's what it is. Like everybody's famous number on the outfield wall in terms of the distances. But
I thought that, there were breaks. I'm just being a bitter Ranger fan, but there were breaks that went their way. I thought that it was going to be their day when Marco Gonzalez got out of back-to-back bases-loaded jams in this game. Tampa Bay, who doesn't strike out, and they usually don't commit errors, very fundamental. They had a big error early in this game at second base. They miss a cutoff man after Wyatt doubled to score Osuna in the fifth inning to give them the 2-1 lead, and then they end up losing it to DeLuca and Mullins. So you lose the final game of the series as Junis goes on the IL with Corey Seager supposedly back today for a monster matchup against the Armpit. And as things stand in the American League West, the Astros have won 3 in a row. The Mariners are now 2.5 games back. They're 3-7 in their last 10. Did they end up losing? Yep, they ended up losing to the Dodgers 6-2. So now it is Silver Boot.
Did you happen to see the number coming out of this weekend of what the Rangers were with runners in scoring position?
No.
For the series? Mm-hmm. No.
Throw out a guess. How good do you think they were?
Awful.
2 for 19.
Worse. 1 for 22. It was the Carter single in the 8th in the first game that scored Duran. That's the only one. But 1 for 22, and I think they're now on a streak of close to like 3 for their last 40 or something.
Oh, yeah, and I forgot McClanahan left. I thought he was off early in the first inning. He ends up leaving the game injured, so there's a break for you there after the they had to go back to their starter the day before with Cole Winn as the opener for the Rangers. So that's where things stand right now. The skip was on the KNC Masterpiece the other day, and he gave the latest on Seager. Listen to this closely.
Yeah, so he's playing tonight. He's playing shortstop tonight, and then we'll evaluate to see where he's at. Most likely a day off on Thursday, and then kind of where he's at, if he needs another day, if he's ready to go. So that's kind of where our mind is at with our medical team and with Corey, and trying to figure out what the next step is. But I don't think we're in position to just go 1 game on, 3 games off, 1 game on. Like it's go time, right? I mean, this is where we're at. We're at the point of the season where we got to go, and I think he's obviously part of that solution. We know who Corey Seager is, and trying to get him into the later months when you can kind of sniff what's going on around here and trying to get into the dance, and that's just kind of the goal.
So he didn't really call him out as some people tried to spin it, but he said we can't be doing any more of this 1 day on, 3 days off stuff.
No, it's time to go, man. It is the stretch drive of the season. We're looking at 50 games left. Ish. You can't be sitting here taking if he takes more than 10 games off the rest of the year, like winning this division becomes a chore.
Dak explains the Super Bowl shirt and why were the Cowboys huddled up talking to the Max Crosby doctor inside the Star on the home of America's team next.
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Who will win the Golden Boot?
This is Inside the Star, in your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. We head on out to training camp, Oxnard, California on Sunday. KNC holding it down for now, and we go out with the G-Bag Nation. Yesterday, practice number 2, it sounded like Dak, Lamb, and Pickens had themselves a day.
Yeah, they were clicking is what everything. Now, we're not out there yet, so it could be media propaganda. They could only be showing us the nice plays. But I know that from the charting, you've always got a couple guys out there charting. Dak went 14 of 17 during team period, and he and CD were apparently cooking all day. He found Jonathan Mingo for a couple plays, and that's after the day that Jonathan Mingo had with Joe Milton, so maybe Mingo's trying to secure that 5th receiver spot. But, yeah, this was apparently a big Pickens and Lamb domination day.
Dak, after practice, on his 2 stud wideouts.
It's exciting. They help me be comfortable. Those guys are ridiculous in their ability to get open, their ability to win in one-on-one. Right now it's just about continuing to communicate about the zones and where they need to be in certain timings, when it's not man-to-man. But, it's not only those 2 guys, understanding that teams can double them and they can push coverage and not take them away, but make it really hard to get the ball to them. And then you've got guys like Jake Ferguson, Ryan Flournoy, Kavontae Turpin, obviously a run game that's only blossoming with the guys that we got up front blocking for him. It's exciting. And, yeah, I know you asked about George in year 2 and CD, but they're just a compliment to this whole offense. And, going into year 2, we know that last year's success doesn't just carry over to this year's success. We know it's not going to carry over, and so it's awesome to see these guys, in meetings and just walkthroughs, taking every moment, every rep serious because we've got to be better than we were last year in our mind, and that's our standard, and we're going to push each other and hold each other accountable to do that.
Nick Eatman with an awesome tweet yesterday, kind of right after our show, as he's doing his usual RJ Choppy mall laps around the field, and he said, someone's firing up the jugs machine over there at 7:30 in the morning, and it was 88. Working on the hand. So CeeDee Lamb getting in that morning work before the big afternoon practice.
Prepping for Philly. That's what he's doing right there, making sure that everything's all right on that front. Apparently Marquez Valdes-Scantling needs to be on that jugs machine at 7:30 this morning, maybe a little earlier, as he has been the consistent drops guy through 2 practices.
Oh, no.
Really?
Yeah. Now, apparently he had a highlight reel catch yesterday.
Yeah.
Nick Eatman had written a blurb about it in DallasCowboys.com's breakdown, but he said there were a couple drops Wednesday, and then there was another one Thursday.
My favorite quote yesterday was Brian Schottenheimer talking about George Pickens being as locked into meetings as he has seen in the short time together. And he said, that's great news for us, bad news for the rest of the league. Here's Dak on that same topic.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've watched it. I'm watching him over there take notes and talk to young guys and, be as locked in as I've ever seen it. And it's already showing out there on the field. It's impressive. He knows what this year is for him individually. He knows what this year means for the team. He wants to contribute. He's one of the best teammates I've been around, and just his energy, how he shows up for the team, and what he does. And so, yeah, he's just taking another level, and that's what you expect with a guy who loves the game like he does.
GP right now is beaming. Like yesterday, I'm just looking at his smile when he's even being asked about the contract drama and showing up. And he's like, I just want to focus on football. I'm like, man, this guy a light switch, or is Pittsburgh miserable?
I think Pittsburgh's miserable.
Yeah, you saw how McCarthy was for 5 years here. It's miserable. But
man, he's just so happy.
See, this is why I don't think it's the concern to pay Pickens that people think about in terms of the reason why, like the concerns that they have. Like, I don't think he's going to be Ayuk, because one of the things that you'll hear is, man, if we have these problems now, what happens when you give him millions of dollars and there's not the carrot in front of him to like, how much more, like, is he going to be like that? And my whole thing with him the whole time has been like, I think George Pickens is just George Pickens. and you paying him, he's going to be the same dude than when he wasn't getting paid. Like, he had a contract year last year and still was just kind of like, yeah, I don't think I'll be at that meeting. I think I'm going to show up about 20 minutes late. Like, that's just him. And I think you are either okay with that and you're cool with working around it like you were with Des Bryant for years and like other players have been for years, or you're not. And to me, the whole, let's give one more year to see if he completely changes who he is fundamentally. It's like, probably not, but like, is it also that big of a deal? That's what you got to decide.
There's also, I mean, look, receivers are always a little bit, diva-ish. Mercurial, sure. That you have, if you want to dip in the receiver water, you got to deal with that too. George has been, and also there's a maturity and a growth that comes with just being in the league after X amount of years. That some guys eventually do mature or mature, as some people would say, and then some guys just don't. They never grow up.
No cleats for P.J. Locke with the hyperextended knee.
Oh, he's the Patriots guy.
Brian Schottenheimer said that he is, I think that Mac Hollins?
Yes.
I think Mac Hollins said his biggest difference for the offseason, restaurants now started letting him in barefoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, breaking the
that's gross.
The dress code. That's pretty gross.
I worked with a guy once who would peel his heel skin.
Stop.
And
I don't even want to hear the end
like
of it.
A piece of gum.
Sounds like the same guy you were describing with the glass.
Absolutely the same guy.
The ear juice.
Yeah, absolutely the same guy. Yeah.
Yep. There's Bobby with the... Oh, my. Aiden, you may have to bring the trash can in here.
Oh, my gosh. I have stars in the eyes now, too. Holy
You've
cow.
never heard that?
No, that's disgusting.
Oh, do you know who it is?
No, I have no idea who that is.
Oh, my God. We're going to blow your mind in the commercial break. You'll never think of this person.
I really do. It looks like I have fireflies in my eyes. I coughed way too hard there.
Brian Schottenheimer said that PJ is going to take it easy for a few days. Some of the Cowboys that stood out. We're throwing out this question already. Who stood out in the first practice?
Come on, Blake.
I was going to say, you are gonna side with Fred in about an hour.
First practice, who stood out? For the sake of you knowing, on the home of the Cowboys, Shoddy said Joe Milton, Jaden Blue, Ezraku, and Jalen Thompson. He did throw a little curveball at...
That's not good from a quarterback.
What's that?
Throwing a curveball. You want just generally fast
Schottenheimer threw the curveball. During practice, him and Christian Parker scripted out a moment where they pretended the defensive headset went out. That was broken. That Belichick was sitting there and messing with things behind the scenes. And it was DeMarvion Overshone who got to the exact call that he was supposed to. Demo was outstanding in getting us to it and what we needed to be in. Here's Schottenheimer on training guys with the dot.
Yeah, it's going to be busy, which is good. We'll take turns. We rotate guys. Like I said, Mike and Dime, they move around at different spots, so they're interchangeable now, which, again, I think we learned last year we did not do a very good job of, myself included, of training different guys to do it. And, again, it doesn't have to be a certain player. It doesn't have to be the Mike linebacker. It could be a safety. It could be different people. It's going to be someone that's on the field all the time. But I would say we've got 3 or 4 candidates that we're really excited about. And but before I say their names, I want to get a couple days into practice.
So a little early test for DeMarvion Overshone that he passed. Pop quiz.
They don't all train with the helmet goes out, these scenarios every year? I assume they would, right?
Yeah, I think specifically right now, teams will practice all sorts of things. I think doing it when they did and why they're doing it while they don't really have a green dot picked out right now is why they were interested in seeing it. And it doesn't surprise me that Overshone's Mr. If there's any Cowboys player you want for we're in the middle of nowhere and we're going on a camping trip or something and a bus breaks down in the middle of nowhere. Who's going to keep everybody level-headed and, come up with a plan for it? That's Overshone, which is why a lot of people think naturally he'd be the green dot because he is Mr. Take Charge. Hey, come on, we need clear vision. Let's go forward.
My favorite moment of practice, though, came from Nick Harris and this tweet. Something worth noting from after practice, Jerry and Steven flagged down Dr. Dan Cooper for a 5 to 10 minute conversation. Looked way more in depth than just talking about PJ Locke's hyperextended knee, but no way to know. 5 to 10 minutes with Dr. Cooper in the tent on the field. And of course, that has me going in my mind, yes, What do you think about Crosby again? What do you think about the long-term prognosis?
I wish the back would get better.
Yes, I wish the back would get better. So that's where my fun imagination took me to.
Nobody got hurt at practice yesterday that we know of.
I know, but you know what I honestly, seriously always think about these things? I'm like, Jerry's office is right down the corner, right around the corner. Why these meetings? Remember in San Antonio?
Yeah, the phone call with Nnamdi Asomugha's agent.
Nnamdi Asomugha, like, why would you ever do this stuff
in public?
Out in front of people? Yeah. Right before practice or right after practice, you can go, hey, Coop, hey, Doc, meet me in the office in 10.
Right.
Why would you do it right there in front of everyone? Unless you wanted people to talk about it, but that would really be going next level. Not conspiracy, but hey, let's create another story.
True. I think this.
Like, there are meeting rooms.
I don't think
everywhere.
I don't think it's like, hey, let's call over Dr. Cooper in front of everyone. So I just think it's more. I think it probably was they were evaluating somebody. It probably wasn't. It could have been a free agent that they were going to work out. Like, it could have been nobody. But I think for Jerry, he absolutely does go, no reason to hide it. Let's have them talk about it. Let's have them fill in their own gaps. I don't think he would like, hey, Dr. Cooper, come over. Tell us about PJ Locke in front of everybody. But I do think if he was going to have a personnel call, he's like, well, there's no reason to hide it. Let's kind of give him a show a little bit.
Also, do we think they haven't talked about it with him at some point already?
Yeah.
They needed another one. They needed another conversation. No, Jerry's probably lightheaded. It was 77 degrees outside.
Oh, you think it was for Jerry?
It was for Jerry with the heat. Okay.
He appears to be gesturing, though. And he appears to be like,
yeah, like, see, I can't raise my arm above this because it's so hot. I got a cramp here. Sunburn on my shoulder.
Is it Gotti? Is it Goaty? Dak Prescott explaining his acronym for the offense, greatest offense there is.
As I just said, right, in year one in Shotty and just the guys last year, a lot of times you have a lot of turnover, and we didn't have a lot of much turnover at all on our offensive side, right? We added some guys, and some younger guys are going to have to step up. So, maybe we seasoned the group a little bit, and guys are getting older, but we're close to some historic things last year. And when you have the guys that y'all have all just mentioned, whether it be the Tylers up front or it be George and CD outside, or like I said, Ferg and Flo, and you almost call them the alternate guys because the other guys' names are so big, right? Why can't we be, and just, let's be the greatest offense there is. You've heard the greatest show on turf and all the other different nicknames. And so just in our trip in Utah, something I guess I thought about in the time leading up to that and just kind of presented it to the guys in our trip. And each and every one of them, loved it or taking pride in it. And that's as cool as anything, is to watch them take pride in it and watch them talk about it and say it to each other. And it's the way that we've been practicing. We're just going to keep pushing each other.
So is it Gotti or Goaty?
It is Gotti. I was just pulling up the clip of Tyler Guyton saying it. So it is Gotti. It's not Goaty. Goaty would have immediately, when we were voting on it yesterday, that would have immediately taken it to Courtney. At least Gotti, you've got guys running around yelling, Gotti, that's fine.
Fantex, you almost unanimously said it was corny. It was had Russell Wilson vibes.
It shows a lot of objectivity.
Yeah.
Lack of bias from the Tolos. That's
Lack
good.
of bias. I still like a good acronym, or whatever Bobby called it.
All right,
it's an acronym.
The junk drawer and the fan after dark fight coming up in the commercial-free expressway. Is Paige Beckers getting suspended, and are you ready to watch another Last Dance? Next on 105.3 The Fan with a 6 a.m. club. possible with a jam-packed Friday edition of Sean and RJ. Along with Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, we got Peyton and Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch, YouTube, and the Odyssey app. No suspensions, as we said would happen yesterday, at least I said would happen yesterday, for Paige Beckers and Angel Reese wagering $400 on their Dreams Wings matchup. And the WNBA had this to explain why their dumb social media team decided to put out the gambling video before taking it down about 10 minutes later. While the social media post was intended to be lighthearted, WNBA players are well aware of the league's policies prohibiting betting on games and receive training every year reinforcing those policies. We recognize that the post missed the mark, removed it shortly after it was published, and addressed the matter internally. We will also use this as an opportunity to reemphasize with the players involved about conversations and wagering. Even when intended as a joke, it can have negative consequences. So there you go. You had a co-owner suspended for Sophie Cunningham and the transgender topic. You've had Caitlin Clark, and now you have the WNBA not suspending these two while explaining how much worse is this than the Miami Heat mistake with LeBron. Way, way worse.
Oh,
way worse, right?
Yeah, this is admitting to essentially a crime.
A crime.
Yeah, I don't know. They're both bad in different ways to me. Like
this person has to be fired, right? The Heat one was not.
I don't think so.
No?
No. Like, I mean,
if you don't have, go ahead, explain why not.
Because, like, I think that I don't know that most people, if they were to hear like a clip like that, like, I don't know that most people naturally go like, oh my gosh, they're betting on a game, like this violates the CBA or whatever. And so I think most people would look at it as like, oh, that's a fun, like, quirky, like, we might be able to get some traction off that. That's like humanizing and like, you know, oh, that's good for our social side. I don't think that, not knowing your like awful CBA is enough of a reason to be able to say you should be fired for that, especially when you're trying like hell to get people to like check in on the games.
Okay.
Is that a
fair point?
Is that a bad CBA to not allow them to bet?
Well, I just assume the WNBA doesn't allow them to bet because they don't want them making any more money, not because it's an integrity of the game thing.
Bad? No, of course they shouldn't be allowed.
Well, because you called it an awful CBA.
Not because of that.
Okay,
I'm saying
right.
their CBA in general is always destroyed as being anti-player and too heavily favored to the league.
Look, here's my thing. I really don't care about the $400. I think, like I said yesterday, we're foolish to think that some athletes don't have side bets on certain parts of the game. Which one of us is going to score more points tonight? I think we're foolish to think that that's never happened. But those don't get publicized. If Phil Mickelson's on a golf, well, bad example. If Scotty Scheffler is teeing off with Jordan Spieth, all right, in the next turn at the BMW or wherever they are next, and they make a side wager and that gets picked up by cameras, that's going to be a problem for them. Now, it's not a problem if it's not picked up by cameras, but if it's picked up by cameras, it's a problem for them. Even though, secret's out, that happens a lot of golf tournaments.
Did the WNBA even investigate? Did they even pick up the phone to see if Angel and Paige executed this bet? Or they're like, we definitely can't lose these two for any period of time. We're just going to say they were joking. They never exchanged monies. They don't have each other's Venmos, and let's move forward.
Yeah, they're just going to make Angel Reese play minor league baseball for a year, and then she'll be back. That's what they're going to do.
If I'm really mad if I'm like a player in another sport who's been banned for this.
Well, you have to also you do need proof that they did it. We don't have proof.
I don't think anybody's been banned
with these two.
With these two, we need proof that they exchange money. You can make a verbal bet and not get punished. The proof has to be like the.
Would that not pass in court? You don't think?
No, you have to have proof. Did you pay? Did you pay off a bet? Like, who was the quarterback? Was it Mateer? Whose Venmo were we trying to go inside? It was Mateer.
Yeah.
And we were like, okay, he's making bets, like he's betting on games, or it was something that obviously blew over because none of us can really remember. You have to show me, Pete Rose. You got to show me the documents that he made the actual bets.
I would say like
P. Rose at the bar going, I'm betting 1,000 tomorrow on the Reds. That doesn't get you suspended.
Or if I say, I bet you $1 million Tyler Guyton wins the left tackle job. Like, that's one of the things. Now, obviously, 400 is not $1 million, so there was no hyperbole with it. But again, it's a similar thing, just like, you could be using that as just like a figure of speech. If there's no paper trail,
like when
I don't
these
think
players get busted, it's always off a paper trail. A casino or a book has the alarms go off. They send it to whoever, and they have documentation.
I just see it like, they said the bet, they showed the cash. Well, if I tell you this, if I say
proof, you have to have proof.
If we're in court, and you said I'm going to kill this person, and then you show a gun, and then that person dies the next day, you're going to jail. You're getting convicted. You're getting, you know what I mean? You're getting convicted, and that's just, it's, you know what I mean? Like,
I don't think those are comparable at all in terms of like a smoking gun, though. Of just like they said, let's make a bet, which was clearly not an exaggerated one.
The showing the money is showing the weapon, and then I guess
their bet was for a game. Like, this was already put out there before the game occurred that this bet was on, so they clearly never actually did the bet. Like, it was never exchanged because the WNBA had already found out about it and was freaking out.
Yeah, the bet was made at All-Star Weekend.
It was made at the All-Star game because their game was coming up. And they said, hey, our game coming up. I'll bet you $400.
And then Angel, the post-game presser after the game, said, I'll be requesting her Apple Pay.
Yeah, that is a bigger problem, I would think, for the league than somebody not knowing the CBA. It was like the player then going like, yeah, send me the Apple Pay after they were already scrambling for like, let's get rid of this.
Yeah, I would have to see the documentation. I have to be like, let's see the transactions and look for a 4-0-0. Are we supposed to be looking for another Last Dance? As The Athletic apparently got this wrong, saying LeBron and ESPN are nearing a deal on a behind-the-scenes documentary similar to Michael Jordan's The Last Dance. Maverick Carter, one of the, does Charles call them the Stepford Wives? He called them some type of group. They gets all worked up if you don't say LeBron is the number one best. You can't say he's number 2 or number 3. Maverick Carter came out and said, there's no truth to this. We don't even know if it's LeBron's last year.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to have that Last Dancey type video, and it's just not a movie or documentary, and it's going to have 0% of the appeal as the original one. Because
what if they actually do it? Maverick Carter's saying it's not true.
It's like,
it doesn't make sense. He signed a 2-year deal,
right?
Unless they know that this is the last year, which I don't know that.
Unless they're doing the 2-year deal for salary cap purposes, but
I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, this is clearly his last stop, though. So, like, are they just talking about the development of a reflective career piece the way The Last Dance was, rather than just like, let's follow your final year?
You know, with The Last Dance, we had equity in the Chicago Bulls. We had like we were watching them and following them for 15 years. We have no connection to the Philadelphia 70s. If LeBron stayed in Cleveland the whole time, this thing plays really well.
I don't think it does, because like here's the thing I was looking at yesterday. We don't hear from Jordan a ton. Like the way we hear from him is very canned.
There's
and like,
mystery. There's intrigue.
There's no like unfiltered. This was the first unfiltered Jordan, and everybody was always so fascinated by his killer instinct and stuff. They wanted to hear him unfiltered, like really just put all that out there. LeBron, there's nothing I don't know about, like what LeBron... He
has a broadcast network.
What LeBron thinks about something, what LeBron, like how this situation played out in his career. It was 2 weeks after the season ended. We had the Last Dance rundown of how he left the locker room because he was mad at Rob Pelinka, and he went for a walk that night. And, you know, there's every bit of his career in this social media age or whatever has been covered to a Last Dance degree that you don't need one in reflection. And, like, I mean, there's no way you could ever capture those two. That's not even a who's more interesting thing. It's just there was never that kind of coverage on Jordan that you do have on LeBron in terms of all the details surrounding what he did.
All right. If you've been sneaking around, being shady, be careful of the car wash this weekend.
That's a Florida private investigator said there is one thing that men do right before they cheat as a red flag that you would never suspect, and that's they get their car washed. When he is following husbands around that have been paid for by the wife.
Not a barber.
Not the barber. Not your guys aren't getting the manicure.
Petty.
They go to the car wash. And especially if they don't normally get their vehicle washed. So, like, if you got a guy who doesn't always get his car washed, and then all of a sudden he's getting his car washed like every 3 days, something's going on.
Pretty dramatic there, Nick.
Yeah, that's according to this guy at least. He's like, that's what it is. He goes, pay attention to the changes. So again, he's got 5 years of never getting this vehicle washed, and all of a sudden he's religiously going to get his car washed all the time. Keep an eye on him.
That makes sense. It's like those indicators we've talked about before of like, you know, the stripper index, that they knew the housing collapse was coming because strippers were reporting like, there's not a lot of these bigwigs coming in here. And that was like in advance of the housing collapse because they were like, stripper spending is usually based on confidence more than what's actually in your bank account.
And this must be an affair that's been going on because I would never pick anyone up for the first date. One time I've done it, but the person worked here for a while. I knew her before. But not for the first date. Probably not for the second date. I'm not picking them up.
No.
Or meeting.
Okay.
Remember that some girl said, you better pay for my Uber ride?
That's right. She said, or pick me up or pay for a car.
Yeah.
You got to pay for a car to get me there.
Because, like, then you know where they, I'm not going to be like, I'll pick you up because they're like, I don't want you to know where I live off the jump, right from the very beginning, stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I
don't want to get my own DUI. I'm going to go there and have a lot of drinks anyway. I'm not going to drive you home after that.
I picked up one.
I mean, unless you invite me in.
Say that one time, like, on a first date, did I like pick somebody, and I already knew them when we were going out, and so to me it was like, I know you're there, so we're already familiar now.
So let that car be dirty if you're going to be running around this weekend.
From the 8 said, what the hell are y'all doing? I can't wash my truck for 6 months now.
Oh yeah,
man. Kristen went and got the car washed.
That was a bad snitch.
Kristen went and got the car washed. I hadn't washed it in like 2 years, and I was like, I forgot it was this color. I thought it was
2 years.
Because I got hit in that trunk area, and I've been worried about the water getting in the trunk and then making it all mildewy.
What this kid did a few months ago. I'm walking out in the garage. You know,
I was thinking about this yesterday.
I'm walking in the garage, and he's pulling out and he goes, "Hey, come here." And I go over to his car, and he goes, "Look at this in the middle here, with the cup holders." And I was like, "Why is there liquid in there?" He goes, "I had like a paper cup, and the liquid went through it, and it's just been sitting in there." And
for how long?
About 3 days.
You messed
It was about 8 ounces of Diet Coke.
I said, "Why don't you just get a big roll of paper towels and stick it in there?
Because I just forget.
Dry it up." And he's like going up and back in the car to make the liquid shake a little bit. Let's go around the rest of the National Football League. We have a ton of things to get into. Is this the end of Baker Mayfield in Tampa? Is San Fran in trouble at receiver? And why are they pleading the fifth in Philly? Around the NFL, next on The Fan.
After we get you.
Fan. Tolo, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Around the NFL, back inside the Star at 720 with the Fan After Dark blow-up that had one of them hosting solo for a good 30 minutes. That's coming up in the junk drawer in the commercial-free expressway. No reason to go anywhere else than Sean and RJ on this Friday morning as we get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. We will have training camp show prop bets, station over and unders at 8:20, and worst of the week at 9, along with the birthday boy Tommy Yarsh at 9:20 from Oxnard, and KNC at 9:40. We are loaded up. Vic Fangio going viral, the mentor to Christian Parker, answering personnel questions yesterday in Philadelphia.
Vic, what's the plan at safety? Is that Marcus's job to lose?
I'm going to be like Fauci and just take the Fifth Amendment on questions. Did you guys see that? Yeah. Oh, my God. What was the question?
You had that lined up.
My most interesting takeaway is being able to tell which way the group of reporters voted. Play it again, please.
Vic, what's the plan at safety? Is that Marcus's job to lose?
I'm going to be like Fauci and just take the Fifth Amendment on questions. Did you guys see that?
No laughter. What state?
Yeah.
What state is Vic Fangio coaching in?
Well, it's a good state, okay? They were with me this time. You know?
Oh, did they go red?
Oh, yeah, they did.
What's Philadelphia's county, though?
Oh, yeah.
Are they Delaware County?
Philadelphia's like...
Isn't that
Philly was 81%.
80% blue.
So that sounded like maybe 2 out of every 10 was laughing.
Yeah, that was not the explosion of laughter. It's like I've kind of felt bad for the Cowboy reporters when Clinton walked into the presser, and I'm like, how do you react to that? Because if you're all giddy and you're posting about it, then you're going to catch heat from one side, you know? You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
Suckers and losers.
It's unfortunate we've gotten there. Because the president walks in.
Like if Trump lands the plane, the helicopter in Oxnard, and we all run up for the interview like we do Denzel, or we're posting pictures of the president of the United States, they're gonna be backlash.
Yeah, no, man, that's an interesting thought.
If you look like you want to say something smart or funny,
I'll run
to him.
So what I liked about that clip, you had which reporters were laughing. To me, it was. He definitely
commenting.
He definitely was so ready with that line that he didn't bother to listen what the question was. Mm-hmm. That he goes, "I'll be like Fauci."
Yeah.
Not even answer, guys.
He was going to do that regardless.
And he didn't just leave it there. He then paused and went, "Y'all see that? Did y'all see it? Wasn't that nut?" And it's like, okay, you're like surprised they're not going with you. And then for him to just go, what was your question? I I was not planning on listening to the first question because I had this joke ready.
Why are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers being so cheap? Go look at the market value compared to what Vita Vea is making. He is asked for a trade. They're not paying Baker Mayfield. Baker said, look, I'm not playing with you. When training camp starts, there's no more negotiating. Now, Baker may be unrealistic in what he's asking for, but we know he's underpaid right now. Here he is yesterday voicing it.
Disappointing in that regard to not have, to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after thinking you've earned it. This is not a poor me thing. There's a lot of other people that have it way worse off, but I can sit here and look at other quarterbacks and peers and evaluate myself based on that and put myself in certain categories that I deserve to be compensated for that. And I think I'm a franchise quarterback. I've been told I'm a franchise quarterback. It's been said publicly from ownership down here. And so to not have a deal done is very disappointing. But I said the deadline was a deadline, and I addressed the team to let them know I meant that. It's all ball. I'm with these guys. I think all the guys that have been here know exactly who I am.
Man, I hate that I really like this guy now.
Yeah, I do too.
Me too. And
what a turnaround. But he would actually be like, Manziel would admit, yeah, I was a douchebag before. But I don't think Baker would. He'd be like,
OU fans won't. OU fans will tell you, he's always been this guy. No, he hasn't.
It's all ball.
He did plant the flag, right?
Yeah, he did the whole plant the flag thing. He also did the...
Well, his wife was on a podcast, and people are like, you should go out with Baker. And she goes and Googles him, and it's like, crotch grab, flag plant, running into the concrete when the police were chasing him. She's like, "Oh, you got that? Thanks for suggesting this."
Yeah. And he had the whole little I need to remind you who. When he said, "Oh yeah, I need to remind you who Daddy is. You need to spank you." And it's like, what the hell are you even? I don't think he'd say he's that different. I think he'd be like, "I've always had the edge. You were wrong with the way you evaluated me." Right. I think he would say that. He'd be wrong. Like if you look there, it's just this subtle change from being guy with a chip on his shoulder is what he is now. He used to be just kind of defiant and douchey. And yeah, if he was on your team, you loved him. So OU fans loved him and Cleveland fans loved him initially. But that's like, he's definitely morphed and like aged. He's right. He does deserve a better contract. He's wrong about what he told Jeremy Fowler yesterday, which is he needs to be in the $50 million club. He does not need to be there with those quarterbacks.
Well, I don't know. Trevor Lawrence is 55. I would say, yeah, I'm better than him. Brock Purdy's 53. Jordan Love is 55. Jordan Love definitely better, that much better than Baker Mayfield?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Like
Trevor's not.
The only one who I think he's definitely better than, well, Trevor like had that strong close to the season, and when Trevor got the deal, it's a different context. Trevor's getting paid as it's a projection out for your after the third year, and you're like,
yeah, but that's not the way that the agents look at it.
But initial contracts, they will. And like, so Baker's at a different stage of his career. Baker deserves his money. Baker deserves to get up to probably close to 50. The guy he's definitely better than in the $50 million club is Hurts. But Hurts has won a Super Bowl. Hurts has been to another. You can't justify paying him more than Hurts. So to me, he's probably closer to like a 45 to 48. Like he should come in between Hurts and Deshaun Watson.
And he's making what now?
33.
It was 3 for 100.
All right. Are we getting, did Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs work out a little pact to hold in?
Yeah, because that's exactly basically what they're doing. And, you know, CBS, and you turned me onto this article.
I always turn you on.
You did? About, you know, are we changing what we're willing to pay running backs? Or are these two guys just so unicorny that you pay them? So they went and looked, CBS went and looked at every running back drafted from 2016 to 2023. 2023 is important because those guys are coming up for their first free agent contract. And what they did over their first 3 NFL seasons. So there's over 500 individual running back seasons thrown in there. And the old adage is you can just draft another one. If you've got a running back, you can just draft another one. And everybody used to look at the 85%. It was like, we're looking for 85% of the production at what, like half the cost or less?
Yeah.
Right? You know, 85% of the production. So if you have Zeke Elliott and he rushes for 1,000 yards and he's getting paid $10 million, you're looking to replace him with a guy you pay $5 million to who rushes for 850 yards. Right? And that 150 yards is 10 yards a game over the course of a season, and you're going to save $5 million. Right? That's pretty good. That's pretty good value. Well, what they found is if you just took a randomly selected day 2 running back, that player only had a 42.5% chance of reaching half of Bijan's production over the same 3-year window, and a 45% chance of reaching half of Gibbs's. And in order to get to 70% of their production, which is what you at least want, I mean, your probability falls to within almost the single-digit percents. So the idea that you could just draft a day 2 or day 3 guy to replace them, they found in this study is faulty. But there is a caveat here, and that is when you have an elite of the elite.
Yeah.
All right. Saquon, Gibbs. When you have an extraordinary
outliers.
Yeah. So ordinary production can be replaced cheaply. Extraordinary production cannot. And that's where if you have an extraordinary guy like Bijan or Jahmyr Gibbs, or even to his credit, even Zeke at the time.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult to replace extraordinary production with just any random guy.
I mean, I'm paying Jahmyr and Bijan big time.
Yeah. And relative to what now, if they're asking for 30 when the top of the market's 20, I'm not doing that. You're just not going to do that. when you say like our attitudes changing towards paying running backs, like I was looking this up. I was curious. When Zeke got his deal in September of 2019, he was $15 million annually. So in 2019, top of the market was $15 million annually. That would be the fourth highest paid running back in the NFL today in 2026.
Wow.
The highest paid quarterback at that time when Zeke signed his deal was Russell Wilson at $35 million. Russell Wilson would be the 15th highest paid quarterback today. $2 million ahead of Baker Mayfield. But 35 was the top there. The top now is 64. Like, it's almost doubled. Meanwhile, at the running back position, they've gone up $5 million, and that just happened in the last year or two that they finally surpassed Zeke's number again. Dallas has gotten this real bad habit. We've said it before.
Yes,
you're gonna sign the market setting deal. You don't want to be the one that signs the market correction deal, and they sign market correction. They did that with Zeke, and the running back market corrected aggressively for like 5 years.
And I don't think they saw the wide receiver market coming either. Dak 60. That was out there for way too long. So, little in cahoots for Bijan and Jahmyr Gibbs. We have chaos at receiver in San Francisco already.
Dude, I don't know that there's a team that's better at evaluating a position and worse about evaluating like the long-term prospects of them. Because the 49ers, man, they'll go out there, they'll get Deebo Samuel, again, by the way, who they just signed overnight, 1 year, $7 million. They'll get Deebo Samuel. And then it's, man, fall off a cliff, get out of there, bad break. Brandon Ayuk, you sign him, bad break. Ricky Pearsall, the receiver out of Florida who they signed, who has looked really good when he's been out there playing. The problem, obviously, has been he's dealt with some off-the-field tragedy when he was shot as a rookie in a robbery attempt, missed time. He had a knee injury last year where he tore his PCL. And the report came out this week from Adam Schefter that, there's swelling with that knee now, and the 49ers are genuinely concerned. And then Matt Mayoko, who's been on with us before from NBC Sports Bay Area, the 49ers insider, Matt Mayoko said, yeah, it's looking like Ricky Pearsall doesn't play in 2026.
Dang!
They have gotten some awful breaks, and that's Ayuk and Pearsall, boom, boom. Now that's why Deebo Samuel's back.
And with the Ayuk thing, Commander reporters had to get creative while talking to Dan Quinn and their general manager, Adam Peters, trying not to tamper, very un-Jane Slater-esque here, and trying to ask the Commanders about Ayuk.
Adam, one for you, just in a general sense, as you're always looking to improve the team.
Is that JP?
JP.
It's our boy JP Finley, who comes on from The Fan.
Adam, one for you, just in a general sense, as you're always looking to improve the team, when you're evaluating guys to maybe bring in for workouts, whatever, what role, if any, does kind of a player's social media have in that evaluation process?
That's a good roundabout question.
What a badass you are. Straight badass right there.
But no, we look at everything, JP. I mean, it's a great question, but we do look at everything, and we want to make sure it's the right player to be in our locker room, in our bloodstream, and in our culture, and we often we look at that stuff. I mean, it's not always the first thing we look at. Obviously, you're looking at the tape and you talk to the teams that the players have been on, and how they were in the locker room, the players that have played with them, and so on and so forth to make those decisions. But that's not usually a huge part of it. Usually,
well played, both of you.
I used to think the tampering thing was stupid. To me, there's very little difference between directly or indirectly talking about somebody. The intent is the same, but we really get to find out who's creative and who isn't, and I like that.
That right there is an interesting thought to me, though. Like, is there any player in the NFL that I'd be like, yeah, I don't care, sign him, if you told me they're going to have Brandon Ayuk's social media presence for the entire time they're here? And I don't know that there's a player that I'd be like, yeah, they can handle that, him tweeting like that every day. I think that really does factor into if you can sign anybody, not just Ayuk, anybody of any caliber.
Sign Josh Allen, but he's got Brandon Ayuk's Twitter. Myles Garrett.
It's tough. It's tough.
I mean, look at what the Rams are putting up with Puka.
Yeah.
Well, he's had his mea culpa now. He told The Athletic yesterday, like, I've just isolated. It's basically me and my therapist, nobody else.
We take you back out to Oxnard, inside the Star for Cowboys practice number 2, and Dak explains the Super Bowl shirt. Commercial-free in the Expressway with the Fan After Dark fight after this.
Right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
9:20 this morning, we will ask the birthday boy Tommy Yarsh if Dak Prescott really did light up that Cowboys defense along with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens at practice yesterday. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ, commercial free in the Expressway with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Dak speaking with the media, and of course they had to ask him about the vintage Super Bowl 30 shirt. You trying to send a little message to everyone wearing the Super Bowl walking into camp?
Set the tone. I think the tone's been set. To say a T-shirt was going to do it would be soft. Is that what somebody said? To think that a T-shirt was going, I knew you guys would like it. Didn't know how many of the teammates would see it. It's just got done talking about it. Really, it's just the manifesting thing, right? Like, me and Tad are just talking about it on the way up here. When we want stuff in life a lot of times, but then, when people start talking about it, you kind of hesitate. Like, should I say that, if they're going to hold me to it? Well, absolutely. Playing in this organization, being in it 10 years, right, going into year 11, I'm not going to shy away from it. Like, when you don't have it, it sucks. When you don't get to play for it, when you're watching other teams play in the playoff, like, there's nothing worse than that. And so, I said I'd be the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys when I was 6 years old, and said I'd be in the NFL, and I got here. A lot of things in my life, I said I'd do, and I did it. And so, like, why shy away from that now? Why shy away from asking people to hold me to the same standard that I believe that I can accomplish and this team can accomplish? And so, I don't know if the T-shirt was, this is it, as much as, hell, I've said it in the offseason. I've said it before. I know Shotty's spoken about it. We've got certain teammates and leaders that'll do the same. So, it was an energy thing.
I like it. It's the temperature of the porridge, I think, is just right. And I take it to Brian Schottenheimer first. I don't think he's been cocky. I don't think he sounded silly or foolish. He's just like, we expect to be there. No bravado, no Rex Ryan to it, I like the way he's been delivering the message. Dak Prescott doing the same thing. Now, Dak says this every single year, but I really highlight Shotty and the way he's doing it because I just like the delivery and the tone of it.
Yeah, and I think because it's not even the name it and claim it thing like Dak's kind of talking about there in terms, at least from Shotty's perspective. For Shotty, I think it's literally just, this is my job. Like, my job is to go win that. So I have to, if I just tell you guys, like, I need to tell you, this is the expectation because it's like my job description that we have to go do this. I need to out loud, not in a cocky way, but out loud establish the standard of this is what we have to do. And do it in a very almost casual way, not in a big bravado way. Do it in a way that it is, so the expectations become a little more ingrained and even. But Dak, I think it is funny there too. Don't ever buy into, does Zach even look at social media? Does he does he even hear the chatter out there? Like when he goes,
well, he hears Kansas.
When he goes, when he goes, I knew you guys would love it. I knew you guys would love the shirt. He legitimately knows, like, there's a message that gets sent with that.
Yeah.
For them more than for the team a lot of times.
Is Dak a little worried that you put an increased target on your back, talking and wearing stuff like that?
No, not at all. I mean, I think that's as much as kind of the point I was making, if anything, is I don't care, and nobody should care within this organization or this team, because at the end of the day, we do control it. We control our chances. We control our opportunities with a little bit of luck of staying healthy. And that's kind of my point of, right, you guys are going to talk about it. Last year we were minus 500 and we went 3 games straight. And if you looked at any outlet, right, guys, you said we're going to win the Super Bowl because, right, we had made a trade. We were winning 3 games straight and we were the same team. You know what I mean? Like we just unfortunately weren't that good. We were competing, but we weren't that good to go make a run. But hell, every one of you guys were writing about it and talking about it. And so if people are going to talk about it, why can't we talk about it? It's not something that we talk about often. It's not something that it's brought up daily, I guess you can say, because we know that it's 1% better each and every day. You've got to handle your business, and if you're not competing today and iron sharpens iron, you're not going to have that opportunity or even chance. So, but yeah, to go into training camp and to go into season and say that those are our goals, I mean, it'd be stupid or we'd be remiss not to own that and take accountability in that and take pride in saying this is what we want to be and who we want to, what we want to do.
And look, they're always a target anyway, so whoop-de-doo.
And I like him saying, though, because I thought the first place he was going with that when he goes, like, and you guys said that we were the same team. I thought he was saying, like, we just started showing what we could be. And so he goes, we're the same team. We're bad. We're a bad football team. And that sort of sobriety or sober approach to it or whatever is good, I think.
It's also like, and going back to the shirt, it
very bland Super Bowl shirt, by the way.
Well, it's a bland Super Bowl.
That's true.
Yeah, they make all the shirts based on the game.
Right, I know, right. But, at the end of the day, it's like, if you're upset about what do you want them to say? Like, we're not trying to win? Like, I expect every team to have some kind of a this is the goal.
You know who had the best answer? Don't burn the coffee on your skin here by dropping it. The best answer to all this came from Jerry Jones when he was asked what a successful season would be.
Oh, I think to contend for a Super Bowl, which would, if you contend, you got a real chance of being in it and being in the game. I think those are the kinds of things that I don't believe are an outlandish or a reach to expect. And so that's a successful season. I expect us to be significantly improved defensively. Significantly improved. And I actually expect us to improve over on the offense. And I expect the enthusiasm that Coach has talked about here to be contagious on the field. And if something like that happened, you can have somebody get in the big hunt and get in the deal that maybe a lot of people didn't think were ready for it. Let me just say this. There's no way that I would do anything that would delay until next year or the next year to try to get to a Super Bowl this year. I feel that good about what we're starting with that and it kind of alludes over to what we were talking about if a trade or something like that came along. But we certainly can think about as far as my focus, my individual focus is concerned, I'm interested in being as good as we can opening day.
He's right. That is the most that you can expect is to contend. You can't expect to win the Super Bowl. It's a one-off game. It is a game of slim margins. A tipped ball changes the like it's just.
I think
the expectation,
some teams can. Like, MJ went into the year, I think, expecting to win the title.
I think basketball's different.
Tom, maybe Pat.
I think even then, like you can. I know
it can happen, but I
think you can have a successful season. Like that's the baseline.
The Rams can't have a successful season this year if they don't win the championship. Flat out, point blank, period. End of discussion. End of statement. You can discuss.
What chance do you think they have of winning the Super Bowl?
Whatever the highest odds are for any individual team.
Yeah, 15%
right.
Probably.
I would say 10 to 15%. That's like,
which 15% is a ton at the start of a season.
It is a ton at the start of the season. It's also very, very low. It means you have 8 out of 10 seasons that you run, you're going to lose. You're not going to win, which makes what Brady did even that much more impressive. First and foremost, but yeah, it's like in a 7-game series in hockey or baseball or basketball, I think you can have that. In football, like one fumble, one missed assignment, like these games, the march just so small to have. The only way we can have a successful season is if we hoist the trophy.
It's Matthew Berry has stolen this line for years from, I think it was initially from Football Outsiders. Which he said, we can do all of our predicting, whatever. He said, the thing you have to remember, he said, the ball's a funny shape. He's like, it's an oblong ball. It takes weird bounces. There are things you cannot project on a calculator with a football and what happens in those games. that you can in other sports. And it just comes down to that basic principle of like the ball can bounce a weird way and completely screw up all your plans.
Right. And yeah, I think you're right. Like in general, like the Rams would be the team that, would be really, really difficult to have a successful, because also the urgency to win before everybody decides they're going to retire.
Are the leaves falling affecting the Cowboys? We talked about Jalen Carter the other day, 38 per. What's that effect on Quinnen Williams? Yesterday, Chris Olave in New Orleans got 4 for 132. That is 33 a year. Let's start off with Quinnen, as he was asked if this is where he wants to be long term.
Oh, for sure, man. Especially being here with these guys, man. You got a phenomenal group, man, phenomenal staff, man, organization-wise, man. It's unbelievable, man. And then having guys that you can call and lean on, like DeMarcus Ware is one of my guys, it's unbelievable, man. So, like I said, man, I'm not really focused on no contract. Like, I definitely want to be here for the long haul. I definitely will enjoy and love being here for the long haul, but I want to win. And that's kind of the only thing I'm really focused on is winning and kind of getting this defense into the groove where we can win football games for this team. So
I need a Quinnen Williams reminder early on in this season. I feel like he's kind of gotten lost a little bit in the shuffle with some of the hype of Caleb Downs and Christian Parker. I need a little reminder weeks 1, 2, 3 that Quinnen Williams is that dude. I'm not questioning that he is. I just want a little reminder of it.
And you'll get it, because it's one of those things where when they traded for him last year, there weren't a whole lot of people that I remember being against the trade when they did it. Right. They're like, oh, he's an awesome player and he's great. And then still he went out there in that first game against the Raiders. They still were like, oh, he's better than I remembered. Like I think because you look up his numbers sometimes and you don't see that the sack numbers there, you forget just how disruptive he is. Like almost every single snap he's out there.
Quinnen on how different it is, right? He's showing up to Oxnard for the first time. He's practicing here, 75-degree weather with the scene that is America's team in another state. Quinnen on difference of year 1 to year 2.
Just competing every day. Like I said, man, we got a great interior. Offensive line and offensive line in the whole, man. You got one of the best interior offensive guard over there. So I feel like I'm one of the best D tackles in the league, and just getting a chance to go against him every single day is going to make me better. Getting a chance to talk to those guys every single day. Getting a chance to just build camaraderie amongst the defensive line, amongst the defense. Getting a chance to just lead and push each other to the right direction, because we have the guys who know how it's supposed to look to win championships on a college level, or win playoff games or NFC championships from Green Bay, those guys. So just getting a chance to really gel our mindset as a defense, and then getting a chance to just compete against one of the best offenses in the league, and just really iron sharpens iron is going to make us even better, and I hope it make them even better.
A lot of Tolos were trying to say iron sharpens iron after Caleb Downs had to meet CeeDee Lamb yesterday. Saw some people saying, "Okay, Rook, this ain't the Big Ten anymore." If CD had a day,
the CD
not all on Downs, but
it's on the defense. In fact, when we were first talking about how the offense had a day, the fan text immediately lit up with against our defense. It's our defense. What do you expect there?
By the way, let me say something real sick and sinister. I thought it, and I don't know whether this is real messed up. And it got me thinking when Dr. Cooper got called into the tent for the 5 to 10 minute Jerry Stephen discussion. Max Crosby, doctor consultant, Nick Harris tweeted that. When the offense was rolling yesterday, I was like, I kind of hope that Jerry and Stephen are up in that tower and they're not seeing one person get close to Dak. Is that sick? Or you understand?
No, I get it.
I'm hoping that they're saying they're saying, man, we got no pass rush.
Which, no, you didn't get that.
Dak is back there, and he is making drinks, and he is picking us apart, because early on in camp, who's supposed to be winning?
Defense
is supposed to be winning. Now, some people will say once the pad's on, that will kick in, but it seems like the offense is rolling right out the gate, days 1 and 2, and I'm like, all right, maybe I think I'll take that for Jerry and Steven to go, hey, let's head on over to Mark Davis.
I would expect it, honestly, that the offense is going to be better. They're the ones on the defensive side of the ball who it's like, this is all new. Like, you've got to start figuring things out. And
I wonder how many offenses in the past 10 years have had as little turnover in today's NFL than this Cowboys unit. We don't need to go down that rabbit hole, but my point is, I don't mind hearing that someone. It's nice to hear. I won't hate it, but I'm hoping that they're trying to make a week 1 evaluation.
That's what you're thinking. That's not what I thought when I was just listening to that clip from Quinnen Williams. What I was thinking is what you were. I think you were thinking the same thing I was.
That is Charles Barkley.
Nick Harris really did nail it when he said he sounds like Charles Barkley.
What?
They're from the same place in Alabama. Apparently.
Hang on, Pepe. Let's play another one.
See if he talks about Kenny Clark.
Yeah, if he has Kenny Clark, he goes Kenny.
Where's the other one I wanted to play?
Is there an Ernie?
Play cut
Ernie on this. Is there an Ernie on this team?
Play cut 11. Let me see if I hear Barkley.
I think when I got traded here, I think when you get traded and somebody put that belief in you, when you get drafted and traded, it's kind of the same I guess feeling.
It's not the tone. It is 100% the accent, like the cadence and the diet, like the whole little like it's 100% the same accent.
All right, let's get to the main event. It's not the Cowboys on your home of America's team in the commercial-free expressway. This will be first in the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Let's go ahead and clean things up. Well, actually, we have to just hit erase on everything we had planned because of text messages and communication from coworkers and Tolos last night.
Yeah, I'm. I've been collecting the best fights of the year here at the station. When Sandler and Dawson went at it, you have to name it like a boxing event. So that was the Strife at Globe Life.
Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
So I haven't figured out what this one is yet. But
we're not up there, are we yet?
We had one.
Zach and Broadus?
You and I had a really bad one that I forgot about that Aiden and Peyton sent me. It was us fighting about Justin Herbert in January. That one got really bad.
Okay.
But no, this one I'm going to be calling.
What did Justin Herbert do in January?
Nothing.
Exactly.
That's what started the fight.
Dunk.
Don't be talking about my Mafa is the temporary name for this one here. As background, Fred Davis has been really big on Savone Revel and Phil Maffa as like, hey, those are my guys that I think are gonna. Those are the guys that I think are gonna make an impact for this team in a way that maybe some people aren't expecting. Like, I think Revel's gonna step up. He's gonna be the guy. Maffa, I think, is gonna seize the job from Blue as like the primary next one up behind Javonte Williams. So that started last night. They were having a good time, and this was a fight they had, Blake and Fred, for 9 minutes. Oh, I had to cut it into 2 pieces and cut out like the middle 4 minutes because it just went in circles. But they were having a nice show, and it quickly turned when they went to the fan text and somebody had just talked about how much they like Jaden Blue.
For 469, Jaden Blue going to break out this year. He's an amazing outside runner and great receiving back. I'm a Blue fan, if you can't tell. You know what? I appreciate letting us know that. I really do.
Mania.
I really do that.
Biggest play of camp so far, that 45-yard run. So how do you feel, Fred? Both your guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know we crowned champions after day 2 of training. I mean, have you ever?
So we can't have a take.
We can't
have a take.
We can't say anything until there's 3 weeks in. We can absolutely have a take.
So 2 days in, both your guys are struggling. Fumble, didn't start. Getting cooked.
Not starting is not an issue for day 1.
Savone Rebels should have been starting over a guy who wasn't even on the team last year.
Who? Jacoby Durant?
Yes.
No. Early on, Fred's taking the bait.
Oh, yeah.
Like
right
going
off the jump.
Right off the jump. This is sometimes Bobby. I can always measure Bobby's mood by how he reacts to RJ's bait. Like, Choppy's been trying to throw out a little bit of chum this week. Do you know what the subject has been? We haven't really done it because I didn't want to fight when we've all been in a good mood. Do you even know what it's been?
I'm not even sure. I think I've noticed it.
Do you know what it's been? A cowboy bait. Cowboy chum. What topic?
Oh, I put it in here. Yes. It was.
What do you have to look it up for? You didn't have it under chum in your email.
No, but I had Bobby in here, and I think I took it out.
It's Tyler Guyton. So,
I did notice him doing that the other day. I didn't take it.
If Bobby's in a bad mood, Choppy will throw out, you lost Tyler Guyton, you're losing Tyler Guyton. It's the exact parallel this early in camp. And sometimes Bobby will let it go, and sometimes Bobby will get really worked up. And Fred is getting really worked up off the jump. And now that is it sounds like that's Blake's green light to go.
Yeah, so this is...
I got him hooked.
Because,
he bit.
Choppy's a good baiter. Blake's a master of it, okay? And so, like, he's doing some ribbing at first, and then I think he saw the Fred snap reaction. He's like, oh, here's a man who hasn't had nicotine in 12 days.
Yeah.
This will be good. Let's push it.
People say Fred's been on a roll since he quit nicotine.
Oh, really?
It's been tough for him.
All right, let's go.
Who? Jacoby Durant?
Yes.
No, he shouldn't belong.
So you think he's the third best corner? I agree. You think he's the third best corner? You said he should start. He's going to start week
I'm
one.
Sorry. We're so a guy that's been in the league for 5 years that you went out and signed.
So then why do you think he's going to start week one then if Durant's so great?
I guess we're just starting everybody after day 2 of training camp.
No. You're saying that this guy should be starting because he's theoretically been in the league better and better, but then you're saying that the other guy's going to start week one.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. So you think?
I don't understand. What's the problem here?
Do you think Revel's the best corner on the team?
No, I never said he was the best corner. I think he's the second best.
I disagree, and I think how training camp has started would align with that thinking. You are thinking that something's going to happen from now until week one, where he is going to usurp Kobe Durant and be the starting corner.
Jump over him,
Yes, okay, fair. And then the same I'm saying for Phil Maffa, who you said was RB2, was usurped.
I guess I didn't realize that we're naming week 1 starters and day 2 of training camp.
Okay, Fred, I know.
Well, I mean, you're over here taking a victory lap on day 2.
I said where we're going. I said where it's trending. That's all I said.
You're taking a victory. You're clowning me and taking a victory lap on day 2. Oh, do you see who's starting at outside corner? Yeah, and?
Okay, well then why did they even release it? Why did they even tweet it about it if it doesn't matter? Nothing matters.
It's training camp, Blake. What else are we talking?
Man, Blake is going back and forth. He's dodging and weaving.
When he threw in usurp,
he's punching, he's jabbing Fred in the face and going, look at the depth chart today. And then when Fred punches back, Blake's going, I'm not saying it's locked in. I'm just saying, look what they put out. That has meaning, doesn't it?
This is sitting in the diner, and Blake is Jules right now, enlightened, and Fred is Vincent, getting worked up, and Jules going, if my answer's frightening you, should stop asking frightening questions. I'm just calm over here. That's what you're getting right now from Blake.
Calmer than you are.
Let's go.
So I'm talking about it, and you're like, don't look into that too far. It's only 2 days in.
Okay, and I mean, what are we doing? So, and if you're right, you're right.
Okay, you're kind of you're muting. Saying none of training camp matters. That's pretty much the take you're saying. None of this matters.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying we're 2 days in, and we're apparently, so Ravel is just chopped liver after 2 days.
I didn't say chopped liver. I said not trending well. That's all I said. I didn't say off the team.
Not
I didn't
trending well after. Okay, so that's where you and I fundamentally disagree. Because we're 2 days in, and you're saying he's not trending well.
If Jaden Blue had fumbled the first 2 days and Phil Maffa was dominating, you would be saying Phil Maffa is winning that battle as of today.
No, I wouldn't. I'd say we're 2 days in.
Okay, then we won't talk football.
Of course we'll talk football, but you're acting like it's a done deal.
When did I say it was a done deal? I said trending towards. That's all I said.
Okay, great. It's trending after 2 days. We're trending after two guys. Everybody's in shorts and T-shirts, but it's trending towards this is what it's going to look like.
So that becomes the crux of the argument.
And Blake is good.
They do that for the next 4 minutes. That exact argument they're having in the last 30 seconds, they keep repeating to each other for 4 straight minutes.
There is nothing more infuriating than when you're
calm,
being an animated person and the other person is completely calm, or like they're not calm, they're just able to control their emotions a little bit better. Like when Sarah and I will get into an argument, like I talk at my normal voice,
it's the way to win,
and then she'll just say, stop yelling. And I'm like, I'm not yelling. This isn't yelling. And she goes, no, you're yelling. And I'm like, that will, enrage. Enrage. I mean,
let me show you the difference.
Oh, yeah. You want me to yell? Oh, I'll yell, baby. Okay, I'll yell.
We won't talk football.
So this is where they go on with that for the next 4 minutes. It starts circling a little bit, and Fred's getting irritated. And here's the thing. Fred jumped
Does
too
Blake
fast.
always kind of troll like this?
Yeah, Fred likes it. He likes to
Blake.
Blake likes to jab Fred a little bit, and he likes to draw him offsides. But this one, I don't think he was. I think initially he was just ribbing him. Then he was trying. But the next 5 minutes or so, I think Blake's just genuinely like, dude, why are we talking about Cowboys at all then? I guess we shouldn't. I think Blake was genuinely like, if we can't have any reaction to any of this because it's 2 days, why are we talking on the air? And that's what this last 2 minutes becomes.
I like Simone Ravel. I took the Maffa route because everybody else is taking the Jaden Blue route.
Agreed.
So
I appreciate you for that. No one's disagreeing. I brought it up and said, your guys are not playing well. And I assumed you would be like,
what do you want me to say, Blake?
I think you would defend the guys. Hey, I think he's
And
gonna...
I did. I said it's day 2.
Okay, what a defense. It's day 2. We'll just throw our hands up.
What do you want me to say? I wasn't at camp, Blake.
Yeah, but we're seeing the same videos. It's not like I was at camp either.
Pause.
Okay.
Is any of this aggression? Did Fred let out there? Is any of it that he's just got FOMO? I wasn't at camp. I can't go. I can't see it. Is there FOMO at all there?
I don't think so. I think it's straight Blake frustration.
I would say it's
Because Blake is just he's moving the goalposts.
It's Blake frustration and nicotine.
This is
combined.
Yeah.
This is an argument we've had on the show before, like where sometimes Choppy will say something like, this is it doesn't matter ultimately what we're talking about here, and then Sean, you've said before, you're like, then why do we even have the segment to talk about it if there's no takeaways?
Right.
So that's where they get here. Blake realizes in this last minute he's actually made Fred real mad, and then you see him go, oh, okay, let's go to break.
Yeah, but we're seeing the same videos. It's not like I was at camp either.
Okay, and what are you saying? What's your point? What are you saying about Ravel and Maffa? Maffa fumbled. Okay, great. What's bad about Ravel?
We'll just do that then.
No, tell me. Help me understand. Help me, because you clearly had a point when you said it.
I was saying it, hoping you defend your guys. All you said was it's day 2. That's a blanketed statement you can make about anybody.
So what do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? Get in the weeds? You want me to get into some technical breakdown of them, Blake? Is that what you want?
I thought you defend your guys. I thought wrong.
And I did defend them. It's day 2. There's a lot of football left.
Okay.
We're 2 days into training camp, Blake. That's my defense.
Let's give no football takes in. We'll do no football. We'll go back.
Right. Fine.
We'll do no football. If that's going to be your take all day, it's day 2. Could that not work for Dak Prescott? Could that not work for Shoddy?
No, it wouldn't
Could that not work for Ferguson? Could that not work for Caleb Downs? We could all just say, who cares? It's day 2. Good or bad. Don't listen to anything we have to say today on The Fan, guys, because it's day 2. It's day 2. Who cares? Don't listen to G-Bag. Don't listen to Sean and RJ. Don't listen to KNC because it's day 2. There's no takeaways. There's no takeaways.
It is day 2. So guys aren't allowed to have bad days?
They are, Fred. I didn't say the guy should be cut. When did I say that?
So what are you asking then?
Oh, he's getting mad. Let's go to break.
Because you keep talking in circles, man.
Stop.
That's it.
That right there is when I would have thrown something.
That's the one.
He's getting. Oh, that was professionally delivered.
Oh, yeah.
I think that was genuine fear for a second, though, because when he goes, what are you asking? And he gets
what are you asking then?
That that loose screw is on display.
But play it with Blake's response in there, Pepe.
They are, Fred. I didn't say the guy should be cut. When did I say that?
So what are you asking then?
Oh, he's getting mad.
Right there.
That's awesome.
Oh, man, that makes my blood boil.
I think he almost had one extra W.
Oh, little baby.
Yeah, he had almost
you need your bottle.
Almost put too many W's in the He went
So what are you asking then?
He's getting mad.
It's tone. I'll show you the video when we get to the break. I think it's
how would Fred not want to right now? I'm just envisioning
grabbing your seat. We're close enough.
Grabbing Blake's throat and putting him up against that wall.
Put him in the
right
Ranger
there.
chokehold or something.
That's the thing. I think it sounds sarcastic. I think when you see Blake on the fan cam, it's him going, "Uh-oh." Like we're at a different level here. That's what goes, "Oh, he's actually mad. Let's go to break."
So what are you asking then?
Oh, he's getting mad. Let's go to break.
Because you keep talking in circles, man. Take us to break. Take us to break.
Well, when we come back, we will continue talking about the Dallas Cowboys.
I should have told Jacob Ray. Jacob Ray immediately, as soon as the segment ends, takes them off the fan cam. I was like, hell no, you should have left that feed up.
Good job, Jake. Way to protect Jake.
Apparently there was nothing to see because Fred walks out, and the next segment at 8 o'clock, Blake is by himself playing audio, every clip he had on the cut sheet.
Fred went got a pack of smokes.
He did.
He's like, screw this nicotine stuff. I'm huffing these Marlboro Reds downstairs.
They knew he was still here because Jacob was like, his bag's still here. He left his bag in here. But he had gone out. I guess Lucius was out there, both Navy guys. He went, talked to him a little bit. Before the 8:20 segment, I texted Jacob, I was like, any update? And he said, they're in the kitchen talking right now.
Oh.
And I guess
the knives.
Spittle was downstairs and had heard about it and like came back upstairs because he had been in the gym downstairs. He came upstairs and was like chatting with them. Was like, guys, come on, let's chill out a little bit. Fred came back in here. Total reset button. Must have found a Nicorette or something, and he was laughing about it an hour later. Okay. He's like, it happens. He's like, Blake hasn't drawn me offsides like that in a while.
You know those content like Survivor House? I think we need a Blake Elliott contest where he alternates on the different shows between the three of us, and we see how long it takes for him to get one of us a snap.
Yeah, the snap like that.
Like,
though.
that's a contest. Like, keep your hand on the car, and the last one to have their hand on it wins the car. How long can you last with Blake?
Yeah, I think I'd be fine.
Oh no, Choppy would be fine.
You'd be the first one out.
No, if he could
Choppy would be fine.
If he could find something that I thought was legitimate, I would not be able to get out of my head. You're in bit mode, or you're trying. Like, I couldn't work past that. But like, I do that to you all the time. And so, like, the Blake energy, I'm familiar with. I'm familiar with the tactics.
You think you're not a more of a master of psychological warfare than I am.
I'm already drawing him off sides.
No, because your arrogance is not. You try to play off your arrogance as I'm just trying to.
That's not psychological warfare. That's just trolling.
Yeah.
I know trolling tactics. So ultimately, how are you splitting up the blame pie for that fight? And would you, like Fred, have just gone, I need to go take a walk?
Well, I mean, Blake, he's kerosene.
Instigation.
Yeah, he's kerosene.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. I think Fred lit the fire, and then I think Blake went, psh, it was like just spraying lighter fluid.
Blake is like, let's do sports talk radio, and let's give some hardcore opinions. And Fred's trying to have proper perspective, and say, it's day 2 of camp. And then Blake's like, all right, so then we should just not even recap practice. It's just day 2. It doesn't mean anything.
Which I completely understand that sentiment.
Right? How much would the players be reacting to day 2 of practice? Like, they're obviously their individual performance, but like on the whole.
My number one takeaway: I'm not blaming Fred at all. I'm walking away with more respect for Blake's troll game.
Big time.
That's my number one takeaway. All I'm thinking about right now is his girlfriend. Are they engaged?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, his fiance. I just want to talk to her about getting in an argument with him. That's it. It's like the way I think about an attorney's wife, and I'm like, how do you guys sort things out with him being an attorney? I want to know how Blake's girl deals with this.
He got Chris Arnold to jump off sides.
I said, ask your brother.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Chris Arnold. We should put something on the wall.
Yeah.
We should put the wall of Blake for his victims.
Yeah.
Chris Arnold.
He's mowing them down.
Just Chris Arnold, like the outline of his body, like Chris Arnold was here.
Chris Arnold is the Zach Martin of radio. Like, he's never drawn a penalty flag in his career. And then it's like he jumped off sides with one hard count from Blake.
Well, speaking of getting a little crazy, nice job, Pepe and Bobby and Jacob Ray and everyone letting us know, Aiden as well as the Tolos for the Fan After Dark fight. Name your victor and your loser on the fan text. RJ's getting so Ranger crazy. He's getting a little Sebastian silly. We explain it next in Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers next. But
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2-0. DeLuca swings and it's a high drive to left. This game is tied. Langford to the wall. He turns and watches Johnny DeLuca. Gives one a ride for his 7th home run of the season. And there's 2-2.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about having a positive losing series?
It's 8.
Ooh. 8.
I like it.
Yeah. I left this series thinking, I'm all right.
It felt like a more even matchup than Fred and Blake.
Yeah. I felt all right. I felt okay.
Yeah.
I feel all right about this team.
Not necessarily a heavyweight fight, but a good middleweight fight back and forth.
Yeah. Listen, you never want to lose a series. But I did not come away with this thinking, all right, in a 7-game series, they're overmatched by this team.
We had gotten, I was trying to remember if it was on Twitter or if it was on the fan text. It was on the fan text. 214 earlier said, this is the best I felt about a series loss in 3 years.
Wow. Okay.
And that was the fan text?
Yeah, and they said, I'm very confident in this Rangers team right now for some reason.
I did not leave this series, again, like I said, thinking that they're overmatched, thinking that this is a problem. This was fine.
Are we forgetting the offensive woes?
We are.
Over the course of the past month, Bobby's like, oh, offense looking good, looking better. You had 2 hits through 8 innings.
No singles the day before?
No singles the day before. And over your last 2 games. Now, again, it's just 2 games, but we're talking, playoff level baseball. You scored 2 runs and 6 hits in 2 games.
Yeah, you only scored 6 runs in the entire series.
And they had an opener. They didn't throw 2 aces at you. Right. They had their opener in the game before yesterday. And then McClanahan went out, and you still didn't do any damage. 2 runs, 6 hits over your last 2 games, and I think we've just moved all our focus and concentration to the bullpen.
1 for 22 with runners in scoring position in this series, and 3 for their last 32 with runners in scoring position.
Say it out loud.
3 for their last 32 with runners in scoring position.
I'm actually glad that that's happening this week.
What?
Because that they are not hitting with runners in scoring position, that they scored 6 runs in this series.
Oh, maybe it's like me wanting to see the Cowboys' offensive tackles get beat.
Maybe this will entice them to make a move for a bat. I don't think that you could just settle on relief pitching and Corey Seager returning from the injured list.
Where do the Rangers rank in batting average in the American League for the season?
Mid 15?
Yeah, I would say AL. I would say 8th,
3rd. They're the 3rd best team in the American League in batting average.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. 15. I thought you were talking about all of Major League Baseball.
Well, all of Major League Baseball, they're like 11.
All I know is this. I feel the best right now today when Jock Peterson and Jake Berger come up. Now, apply that to a playoff matchup. I feel the best today when Berger and Jock are up. That's not dangerous enough. That's not scary enough to have you advance, I don't believe.
More than Wyatt, or you just don't feel like you can trust Wyatt to be out there?
Wyatt, too. Wyatt, Jock, Berger. That's my big 3.
Yeah.
I like Zika.
Duran, I'm okay with.
But that's my 3.
Mm-hmm.
Now, line that up against everyone else. I mean, Bobby's telling us average-wise it's up there, but that's just not what I'm used to thinking for a dangerous postseason team.
Hey, real quick,
if Young's healthy, he's up there. Like with how he's played this year, he's just. That's the problem. Is nobody's staying healthy. Somebody like all these guys that you start to feel good about. It's like, well, one of them's hurt right now.
Well, the other thing with Young is that he for this year.
And that's why I don't want to hear any more. Sorry, Choppy. If we can say that's why I'm glad Brett Boone stopped it. If you can get healthy, no. When you're at some point, you are an injury-riddled team. Mm-hmm. And with Wyatt Langford and Josh Young and Corey Seager, you're an injury-riddled team. It's not bad luck. It's not, when we do. We're just going through a stretch. No, the Texas Rangers, that core that I just talked about, they're injured. Period. That's it flat out. That's what they are.
Yeah.
Yes, that does come to a point. And that's why I think that, and the thing with Young, I feel confident he's up there. He does not have a ton of power this year.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised how low the home run total is.
That's got to be something like whatever corrections he made to try and get better about not just hacking and lumberjacking. That's got to be tied to him just not putting the ball in the air as much.
Yeah.
Maybe. I love that he's making contact. I love that he's getting hits, and he's got a good batting average, again, when healthy. But, the power you would like to see more of. Real quick,
it's crazy because he hits the most surprising home runs on the team to me.
They're the ones that don't look like they're going out when he hits them.
Opposite field, oh my God, it's carrying.
Fly balls to right,
and you're saying, oh, that's just pure country boy power right there. That's what that feels like and looks like. And how many did you say he had? 3? How many
homers?
Yeah, how many?
No, he's got I think he's 9, doesn't he?
He is up to 9 home runs now.
9, sorry.
Yes, real quick, one scoring note of this game. Peyton Gray got a blown save in the 6th inning. I don't know the last time I've seen that. A blown save in the 6th.
The Luka home run.
Yeah, it's early.
Just strange scoring.
The save is one of those things that if it's outside the 9th inning, however they scored as a blown or a registered save, I never understand how they do.
So the blown save happened before the loss.
Yes. Yeah, the blown save happened. Peoples got the loss.
Because Mullins with that BS slice home run.
Yeah. Very strange. It is the Astros on the road down at, what do they call it, Daikin Park now. Evaldi and Brown. It's a good pitching matchup.
Seager's supposed to be back. One more thing. We haven't talked about buzzer in a little bit. Our boy 407, Brian 407, big supporter of the station, said, so the Rangers decided to switch broadcasters midseason. I send in all the data showing my Victory Sports subscription, and 2 weeks later, it's still asking me to sign up and buy a membership. Unreal. And he was texting me more frustration yesterday. So give us a little buzzer update on whether it's been fixed for you, you're just watching on your computer, or you said, screw it, I'm out.
And tonight looks like it's Apple TV, so I don't know how that works, if it's on the Buzzer app at all, or for us, 677 or whatever.
670.
But it's supposed to be on Apple TV. So, but the Rangers have got their 3. If you're looking for the 3 guys you most want on the mound for any series, it's Evaldi, DeGrom, and Rocker right now, and that's who they have going against Houston before they have San Fran and Baltimore come to town, then the Angels, then the A's, then the Nats, then the Angels. This is the time. Like, after this Houston series, we had said, if you can go 4-2 in this series, and that means they would have to sweep the Astros to go 4-2 in the two series against the Rays and Houston, you're in really, really good shape. Trade deadline is a couple days away.
Real quick, just on the Josh Young note, I went and looked at his Savant page, and they have his swing path data. This is the lowest tilt degree angle that he's had in his career. So his swing is flatter. He's not like lumberjacking as much.
Huh.
What a stat. What a page.
But
it's a flatter. Yeah,
it's staying in the zone. He's getting hits.
Yeah, he's not trying to launch the ball as much. It doesn't look like.
All right, Diamond Cavs here, Sean and RJ on 105.
It was always so loopy.
Yeah, it's just like it looks like him swinging an axe.
It was that classic launch angle swing they all want you to have now, and you take the bat out of the zone. All right, so you mentioned, am I going a little crazy?
Yeah, he's getting a little restless here.
So Jim Bowden, I never know, is it Bowden or Bowden? I never
Bowden.
Puts the Rangers in the definite buyers category at the deadline, which that makes sense because they just bought. And in doing so, that tells me the move they made on Wednesday to get Silseth and Logan O'Hoppe is just the appetizer. And I do believe that's
another appetizer.
For another appetizer.
It's like my wife. She's like, I don't want an entree. I just want 2 apps. That's the Rangers deadline. It's going to be 2 apps.
They're pre-gaming for the pregame.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. This is the final weekend. You will be what if the only move they made is that trade on Wednesday?
Disappointed. Not going to be angry because I kind of expected a little bit, but I'll be disappointed.
Unsurprised.
Okay, so my next part, my follow-up was, would you be surprised?
I would be a little surprised. They're going to do something else.
Yeah, and that's something else I would assume is to be helping the big league club and not like selling off something.
Yeah, they may add another, we're going to go get another person for the bullpen. They will not add anybody who's considered bigger than what they've already added.
So Silseth is the biggest guy they're going to add?
Yeah, that's my thought.
That would be, I think, disappointing to me. Not that he's not any good. He's had a great year.
They got budgetary and asset issues that basically say you can shop in the reliever market. That's what you have that's what you have the capital to be able to do.
All right, so like I'm fine dealing from the big league club. I'm fine with that. If they wanted to deal one of their major league pieces to get another major league piece in return, I'm okay with that. I'm also okay with if you wanted to. I know he's tearing it up in double. I'm okay.
Here we go. Fantex.
I am okay with trading Walcott if it's going to give you a great piece. It has to be a great piece, but
put a name on it that it has to be.
Well, okay, I just threw this name out here.
I like that one.
And I haven't really done a whole lot of digging on him. But let's just say one of the better hitters on the market, and he plays the same position. The problem is he plays the same position as Corey does. But Otto Lopez from Miami.
Is that a problem?
There's nobody who's been talked about on the trade block that I would trade Walcott for.
Okay, well, let me just tell you this.
Durant?
No, not Jacoby Durant, Fred.
Jacoby.
The chance. What are the chances? Let's just use, and I'll just use Otto Lopez for a second. He's 3 days ago he led the league in hit. Now he's second, 325 average. He's got 27 doubles. His OPS is 17th in the league. He leads the league in hits. He's second in triples. His on base is 360. I'm telling you, there is virtually zero chance that anybody in the minor leagues becomes what this guy is right now.
How old is he, and what does his team control?
His team control is until he's through 2029.
Oh, okay.
So he's going to he'll be a free agent in the spring of 2030 or whatever it is.
So when it comes to trading prospects, you can never, I don't think it's ever really fair to do hindsight.
Right.
As like, what did they, but I'm just saying, like, I don't think the Rangers made a mistake given what they knew at the time in holding on to Jurickson Profar, for instance. Clearly, you could have gotten something for the number one prospect in baseball, but what you knew at the time and what was projected.
I agree.
And so similarly, like Walcott, to me, the projection right now says you can't. Like unless you're telling me there's somebody on the market that we're not talking about right now. Like if you tell me Ohtani could get dealt if you throw Sebastian Walcott in there or something like that. Okay, like I can get down with that. I could maybe get down with the idea of trying to think of somebody else. Like, Ben Rice will get traded. Like, I don't know, maybe we would throw in for that. Or, I mean, last year there was talk about could O'Neal Cruz get moved, and maybe those are the kind of names, but nobody that's out there right now.
And to be fair, I don't think I would do that deal because Otto's like 27. So by the time he hits free agency, he'll be close to 30. And I don't think that's smart business. But if you are going to go all in, and that after this current DeGrom Eovaldi era is over, then you're going to have a rebuild anyway. And by the way, people say Walcott's on more prospect base. Well, no, he's not. He's like 10th.
No, yeah, he's
top 10.
And some services are different. Like I think there's Kylie McDaniel. I think has been low on him at times and had him as it was Baseball America had him as like 25th in one of their. But I think it was Kylie McDaniel who had him up closer to like number 5.
Well, all right. So another one, like C.J. Abrams with Washington. He's the number 2 guy on this. The trade depth chart or the trade big board. He also middle infielder. He's really coming into his own. He's having a really good season. He's got he
was a hyped up prospect.
Very hyped up. He was in the Soto trade. They basically, the Nationals sent Soto to San Diego. I think he got him. He's got a higher weighted runs created plus than Bobby Jr. does this year. And he's 25, right? So that's not 20. Sebastian's 20, but it's also better than 27. Like when CJ becomes a free agent, and he becomes a free agent 1 year earlier than Otto Lopez, he'll be 28. So you're still going to be able to get prime years out of him. Is that a guy, considering the positions are the same, that you'd be open to moving him for?
Probably not.
What's your answer to
especially with how thin their minor leagues are?
The minor leagues are thin. Look, man, I mean, we're talking about a guy who's a shortstop who's going to wind up hitting 40 home runs this year. I feel pretty damn confident in saying that there's nobody in this minor league system that will come close to being as good as C.J. Abrams is. The guy's a 290 hitter. He's got 27 home runs. They got 50 games to go. He's going to get to 35, 40. He leads Major League Baseball in RBIs. He's got a 920 OPS. Like, I'm sorry. I love prospects. You guys know I love the draft. This is C.J. Abrams is exactly the guy that you trade your top prospect for.
There it is, Diamond Cavs on your home for Rangers baseball and the Dallas Cowboys. And because we are heading out on Sunday to Oxnard, Bobby Belt has put together radio station over and under what prop bets will take place amongst the entire crew with G-Bag. Bobby has all the training camp bets next.
$100. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out for turning it on, leaving it on. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, along with Peyton and Aiden. Hopefully we get to the weekend as quickly as possible. Below the belt, coming up at 8:40, and worst of the week at 9. But loaded. We are, what?
It's loaded. Loaded this week.
Loaded. And then we'll have Tommy Yarsh, the birthday boy from Oxnard, at 9:20. Final Cali crosstalk with KNC at 9:40. It's the final one with KNC because us and G-Bag are taking over on Sunday, and I'm already... I'm not regretting getting the first-class upgrade with you guys, but I don't like the fact that that G-Bag will be walking past us because they are going to make us sound so bad on the radio talking about it.
Oh, yeah. No, so... Eric, he was like, yeah, we're on the same flight. I was like, oh, you'll see us as you walk by first class. He's like, oh, yeah. He's like, I'm going to have my phone out.
I might board last.
Yeah. So
I might intentionally board last.
Yeah, they can take a photo all they want. I'll have a bevy in my hand already.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm already Googling, like, I don't know how fast they can ship a monocle, but I want to have, like, a monocle. I want to have,
Peanut?
Yeah, I want to have, like, a tea. And I want to have my pinky out as they walk by and, like, tell Eric not to look at me and things like that people in first class do,
Yeah, I mean, look, it's, we got, we were in a different situation because, and it was really my fault in a way when we booked the flights that.
I let my wife walk by me in first class. I can let G-Bag do it.
Oh. Yeah, I haven't heard how it was actually your fault. You didn't mention that part.
Okay, so, I mean, do you want to get in the weeds here on this?
Not too weedy. Well, we got a lot of stuff to do.
I've got this credit card, Sean.
Oh, hell.
So, in the past...
Because you blame the airline policy.
Yeah, it's the policy, right. So, in the past, if you book in a basic economy fare, which is a cheaper fare, because you have this credit card which give you status, you could get any seat for free. Right? Normally with basic economy, you have to buy your seats. Well, they changed the policy 2 days before we booked the flight.
Okay.
So I told them, I was like, no, just go ahead, book the basic economy. We'll be fine. Yeah, I can just upgrade for free, which we've always done. But then I went and I wouldn't let me. I was like, what's going on here? So I Googled it. Literally 2 days prior, they changed the policy.
Okay.
So, that's why. And we were getting stuck in the middle. I'm sorry. Because then we would have filmed them. Well, look at these bougie guys getting a window seat.
I love RJ said, well, Sarah might be mad at me for spending this money on the upgrade. And I said, how are you going to spin it to her? And he's like, I got to tell her, like, in order to do my work prep, like, I can't be in the middle.
That's right. I
can't be in the middle with my elbows and my arms. And I'm like, oh, how would you have ever completed your email on the flight sitting in the middle? But apparently it worked. Good for you.
I wouldn't have been able to. Especially if you're not even a main cabin extra, you're the regular, you're the real peasant seats. Okay, somebody's sitting in front. My arms need to be extended. I can't be typing like this, like T-Rex. Doesn't work.
Affects my work. So
there you go.
That's story number one, which will happen on Sunday. Are you gonna let G-Bag in the VIP club that you let me, Bobby, and Peyton into? How many guest passes do you get? 2?
I get 2.
Oh, should we?
I know you don't want me in there because you said I ruined it.
No, you're a waste of it. You're a total waste of it. I think Eric and Zach. Eric definitely would appreciate it.
Yeah,
I think Zach would as well. I don't know. It might be me and Eric. Unless you had other plans, I guess I should ask you first. Your passes.
I was planning on getting there early.
Yeah,
and enjoying the.
Yeah, Chiafalo, he needs to be in there.
Yeah,
he needs to enjoy it. Zach, I don't know. I'm on the fence. Normally I would say yeah, but he's really that Super Bowl dinner has.
You have not let that go.
We're really going to join the one in L.A. The L.A. one we're going to enjoy.
You owe me an apology.
Why?
For that dinner. Or not for the dinner. You had said the next day that I represented and blew out of proportion how tense the exchange was in telling Kristen, and that Kristen misrepresented it.
No, what you misrepresented is that you and Kevin started it, and 3/4 of it was you all, and then it got turned into me versus Zach, when it was you and Kevin through at least 50% of the dinner. That's how you misrepresented it with your ass-eating grin.
I don't even think I represented it related to Chris. I think I just broadly said something, and she filled in details.
Yeah.
Is what I think happened. But
all right, what else we got going on?
Well, Sunday. So here's the thing. I always try whenever we're out in Oxnard. There's a day where I'd like to figure out, as best the schedule works out, to get out to L.A., to do stuff around L.A.
This is already Bobby's first misstep.
This is a misstep. It's very early to do this.
I'm always looking at all right, how do we do that? So as a time efficiency thing, we're an hour and a half. I don't know if people realize that all the time. It's an hour and a half from Oxnard to L.A. Like, it's not close.
Yeah, for years we were just dying to fly into that other airport, which we never
Santa Barbara
can.
It's a 3-hour round trip that you have to calculate into whatever your day is. So that's tough when you got practice and other things. So since we land so early in LAX, we're going to get there pretty early. It'll be before 1 when we get to LAX. Then I just thought, okay, well then that's when I'll cut off one of the trips and I'll do LA stuff on Sunday, and then I'll head back and I'll just have the one-way trip. And so since we're in LA, I've always wanted to go to the Comedy Store, and I was looking around, I was like, what's out there? And they have a 7 o'clock showing for Bobby Lee and friends.
Oh, baby.
And I got Eric Chiafalo.
Is that Mitzi Shores?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like that's where comedians go to work out everything. Yeah. So we're going to see Bobby Lee and friends, me, Chiafalo, Wolchuk, and Nick Harris.
Could not offer me a more miserable, terrible experience.
It's past your 7 o'clock bedtime.
Yeah, well, you'll be the one bitching. It's days 2 and 3 of I have to stay. Oh, my stomach. Oh, my back. Oh, my this. Oh, my that. The usual Bobby hyping.
My neck. My
You're
back.
the Jerry Jones of station trips with all your hyping.
Because this is a 7:30 show.
This is what I don't understand. This is what I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
We land at what time?
12:50.
Yeah.
Okay, so me and Choppy are then going to Oxnard by ourselves. You, Zach, and Eric are going to. They have their own car, obviously.
They do,
but they have.
We're Ubering probably.
So are we? That's what I'm saying. How's this working? We have to get our credentials when we land before the show, because at 3 a.m. on Monday morning they're not giving the credentials. So are we taking Dawson?
We'll probably have to take Dawson.
No.
Just for that, I should punch you in the face.
No, you shouldn't, because I had already. First off, you wouldn't even know he's there. Okay.
Exactly. I can't stand the awkward, quiet car ride.
He wouldn't know you guys are there. He doesn't even know people are in California.
I'm already putting. He'll be riding shotgun with you. But Dawson's
I'll
gonna
see
have to
you
be,
in Oxnard,
So
sir.
you guys are gonna have to keep a car, and you're gonna kill what?
No, I don't have to keep a car.
You're gonna Uber?
Mm-hmm.
That's a 90-mile Uber.
Eric was worried about it. He was like, but what about the car? That I was like, don't worry, I'll do the Uber.
So you're going to pay for the Uber. So you're going to kill the time in L.A., go to a 7 p.m. show, then you're going to Uber to Oxnard, and then you're going to, I guess, get your prep done in first class on the plane, because the prep has to be done.
No, I'm going to do the prep when we get to L.A. Like, I'm going to go to a coffee shop and do something like
and
that.
Then you're going to wake up for the first show at 3:15 after a 7 p.m. comedy show in L.A.
Yes.
The average price for an Uber X.
What are you giving him a price for? He doesn't care.
I honestly was thinking
he doesn't care.
Whizzes away money. Although you should try. Although Bob McKay just walked by and he has been listening today, the big dog. You should. He won't do it, but you should try to see if you can expense it.
Yeah, you should.
I wouldn't. No, this is what I was thinking. It might be cheaper, depending on how far it is. It might be cheaper to do a one-day car rental and then just drop it off Monday afternoon.
It absolutely would be.
I think it would be.
I'll get you the rental.
Well, you already hooked me up, so I've got that on my account.
Oh,
but,
good, okay.
Yeah, no, I would like.
Right.
I've been thinking I just pulled up Avis. I was gonna look.
So 7 p.m. comedy show.
There's a 9 p.m. second show, so I know it's done probably by 8:30. I know I'm also not going to be there till 10.
Right,
I want no parts of Los Angeles.
But you have to account for
some parts of it.
Are they going to want to stay, or are you just going to drive by yourself regardless as soon as the show's over?
Because they're going to want to. I know, they're going to want to go back. Probably, even if they're not, I'm going to be fine.
They're not going to want to stay in L.A.
Here in Dallas, I'll go to sleep at 1 a.m. sometimes. You get on me when I send a 12:20 text. It's not going to be that different.
All right, so that's the first excursion. We haven't even gotten to the prop bets yet.
Yeah, I've got several prop bets. We always do over-unders for training camp, so we've got several of them here. Number one. Number of times we see Gavin Dawson outside of tennis courts / the hotel.
We're going to see him in the car, apparently, on the way here.
No, you're not, because, like I said, they're going to be two separate cars, because I'm taking on that burden.
Don't offer that. Let Dawson have his car.
One time.
That we see him outside of practice?
Tennis courts or the hotel.
What's the over-under?
1.
Over.
I think it's got to be 1.5.
Yeah.
No, because I think if he gets to 1, a push is a win.
I'll take the under at 1. One time I'll see him in the lobby, maybe for a food delivery or for a 30-pack of Diet Coke that he's walking on.
So it's semantical then.
That's the only other that's the only other time I see him is in the hotel lobby or he's walking in some
It'll be once in
random
the lobby,
podcaster.
and I bet you he does come to a dinner.
So that's the thing. At the hotel, this would not count at the hotel if you ran into him in the lobby because it's on the hotel property.
Then once. See one dinner.
Number of dinner checks combined between both. So like G-Bag maybe goes to their own separate dinner. We have our own number of dinner checks that leads to an in-station dispute about how money was dispersed. 1.5.
Under, because I think what I've done, I don't do this radio show for sports enjoyment or interviews or fame or money. I do this radio show to send my life messages through the speakers. And I think what I did with talking about Walchuk and the rest of the people who don't pay up on time, I think that has set the tone for the trip to where now I can see Corey being. Well, Corey won't be there.
Y'all had I did not stick around for it, but there was the big confusion of the bill with Red at the seafood place last year.
Yeah. That's why I don't go to dinner with Red anymore.
And then I think that there's usually something about how are we splitting this out? So there's a decent chance it gets to 2.
I would say the number is 1. Because
I think we definitely get 1.
When the three of us go out to eat, we never have any problems with it.
No.
There's never problems. None of us mind.
Other than deciding if we're going to get pizza. That causes a problem.
We're relatively quick with the pay. Nobody cares about,
Well, Bubba doesn't even eat dinner, so it's me and you splitting it.
He doesn't even eat
Place eats seafood, he doesn't order, so me and you are splitting a check. It's easy, simple.
Here's one that directly affects us. Number of times anyone on the show has to be texted that they need to get downstairs because we're about to leave. 2.5. Now this would not count if Sean, for instance, if you and Sean both send me a text for one instance, that would still just be 1.
2.5. If it was 1.5, I'd take the over.
I'll take the under. We're only there for 5 days.
Yeah, but
only 5 shows.
There's usually a couple times where we're like, "Are you coming? We're leaving."
Yes, and it's usually for you. Although at practice, you'll usually you sometimes will take an earlier car and be there an hour before us. But sometimes maybe I don't think I ever get that message. Rarely.
Once last year, we thought you may have overslept because it was getting late and we hadn't seen you.
Rarely for Choppy, but normally it's for Bobby. I'll take the under because you set the number kind of high.
I'll take the under.
Number of show dump buttons, 2.
For the whole station or just the show?
For the show.
Under.
Because it's the athletes more than us. It's the athletes who come on and don't know during an interview.
Over.
We typically, I think, have averaged about 2 or 3.
We'll finish up the prop bets in crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece on your home. For Cowboys football, thanks to all the sponsors and you for making this trip what it is every single year. What are some of the uncomfortable questions that we may need to ask Brian Schottenheimer in Oxnard? Next in Below,
the Belt
on the Fan.
vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Will Sean like any of these questions? Let's find out here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing.
Not looking good.
Not looking good. Now, I should say before I start reading these off, these were just meant to be generalized setups. And there's more detail. So they may be bad even after the explanation, but I'm saying they may seem different than how they are
A great one from the 302. Mm-hmm. Ask if he knows what the numbers 48 and 42 mean.
48 and 42?
DeGrom and Jackie Robinson?
No, close. 48 PATs to 42 field goal attempts.
Oh, 302. That's Delaware, by the way. Shout out. You're being a little presumptuous,
Thank
too.
you, Riley.
You may be jinxing us getting Brian Schottenheimer. KNC got him last time.
They already had him by this point last time.
Yes.
So I think if that was going to be the setup, was I'd rather do media week 1, it would have already been done.
Okay, but what if he goes on G-Bag? Have you talked to Tad about Jerry?
Would you go on G-Bag?
Huh?
Would you go on G-Bag?
All right.
Yeah, no, I think I feel rather confident we're getting Shoddy just from conversations that I've had. So
I feel good about these leftover guests. I mean, it depends what KNC gets today, but yeah. I feel like it's not slim pickings based upon week 1 of these Ranger games during the day.
So when we have Shoddy on, we like to have fun with him. We like to kick around. So I want to do next week, if we have time for it, depending on how long he's there, I do want to do the coach or killer game with him where we read quotes to him and he's got to tell us if it's a coach or it's a murderer.
Okay.
And just the lots of fun talking ball with him. That's always good. And he likes to have good-natured ribbing, but it's also an opportunity to get into some, all right, before the season starts, tell us about these handful of subjects. So I got a few questions that I was trying to think about, like, would this be weird to press him on this? Like, is it just a little unfair at this point? Or is it something we've already got a handle on and so it doesn't need to be asked? Or is it something where, yeah, you know what, we probably should ask that? So I've got a few questions and we'll kick them around here and Sean will shoot down all of them. The very first one, and the one I think you were most ready to shoot down, was the Matt Eberflus hire your mistake? That's the way I encapsulate it. Basically, what I want to know is, he went through such a thorough process that we've talked about where Clayton Adams was like, I got to be in on the defensive coordinator interviews and different things like that.
Yeah.
I know Shoddy was hired in late January, and so it kind of changed the timeline. But why wasn't that process applied the first time? Was that you learning from it? And that's fine.
Yeah.
But why was that same process not applied the first year when you were hiring your defensive coordinator?
And I'm going to give you my raw, usual, behind-the-scenes reactions when we kind of go through this stuff. So,
baby, I like
you can see how the sausage is made. Number one, question's way too old. It's not relevant. So if you want to say, why didn't you apply the Christian Parker hiring to Eberflus when you were looking, maybe that ties it in. But why are we going back to Matt Eberflus? Right. He's dead and gone. The follow-up is, Matt Eberflus was established. We're talking. I know,
and he'd been a head coach, and I think you need that with Shoddy.
I know he's hated here. I'm just saying. I think there's less work to be done when it's going to come to Eberflus versus Christian Parker or even Clayton Adams. He may have even known Eberflus before, didn't know Clayton Adams at all. So a lot more work and process with a first-time coordinator. Matt Eberflus had a lot of skins on the wall.
Okay, then
I know he's a joke, and we all hate him. And get out of here. I mean, the man has an NFL resume.
Maybe they made such a quick decision to move on from him, then maybe it's just something to the effect of, what didn't Matt Eberflus, what did you find out about Matt Eberflus during those 4 months during the season that you were like, this isn't the guy I hired?
Why are we talking about him so much?
Because
who cares?
Because they wasted at they were at a historically bad level defensively last year, and wasted potentially the last fully healthy year of your quarterback.
Okay,
if you've talked about Super Bowl expectations, you can't write off any year.
I would say old and not relevant, so that would be my vote on it. That's just the way I would talk about it behind the scenes. Alec Medford says Stephen Jones at 1 p.m. today.
Ooh.
Boom.
He was not going to go back on G-Bag.
He was not going to go back on. He's not going to get Dawson again.
That was not going to happen. Chop, you're same as Sean here?
Well, it is old. It is move forward. And I do think that, like, hiring him, considering you have a first-year head coach, and was Clayton a first-year, like, I guess was he the running game coordinator in Arizona or the OC?
He was offensive line coach, and he contributed to the run game.
So you're going to have you would have a first-year head coach, a first-year OC, and a first-year DC? You're setting up for chaos.
All right, next one here. Essentially, why were you so bad in the red zone? Which is just an encapsulation of the bigger question is, what have you done about this? Like, what magic application you have that where you're one of the best offenses in the NFL for 80 yards of the field in the last 20 or not?
I think that's fair.
It's very fair. There's nothing that he could say. Like,
we should
can't
talk
be
about
offended by that.
What are the areas, right? 3 areas. Kevin Hagelin talked about it. Jerry said, I expect the offense to be better too. And Hagelin yesterday was like, we act like this offense is already goaty or gaudy. He would say turnover differential. He always says that. Red zone.
Just hilarious. It's not like they turned the ball over a ton. They didn't get any turnovers on defense. That's why their differential sucked.
Okay.
Yeah, but he keeps putting it on the offense for some reason.
Red zone more than fair.
And with that, why the hell does this offense struggle with good teams?
Why can't you beat elite defenses?
Or on the road. You know, like, if you go back, they scored some good points. They had games with some good points in here. I mean, but they also had some games with some stinkers. On the road, Chicago scored 14 points.
And he'll be like,
and CD got hurt in like the first drive on that one.
That's true.
And he'll be like, they're good for a reason, guys. They get paid.
They pay their players too.
Texans, you're talking about maybe an historic defense. Brian Flores, one of the great DC minds in the league. Denver, amazing. You know, it's not easy. You know, I know you guys think it's easy to go out there and drop 30. It's not easy.
I know. Some teams do it, though.
Potential questions.
On Denver and Houston? And whoever else last year.
What was the Houston?
Yeah, the bigger issue was Denver put 42 on you, and Bo Nix should never do that.
Yeah.
Potential questions for Brian Schottenheimer. Next one here. When does motivating George Pickens become unnecessarily uncomfortable for others? Essentially, when does law of diminishing returns happen? You're leaning on him and you're talking about him as, hey, he's got to do this, he's got to do that, we're going to make him prove it, different things like that. When does that become you're not getting the return on that matters enough to affect the fact that the locker room doesn't know if he's going to be here?
See, in my opinion, professional opinion, Pat Doney asked me to do an interview. He does ask me to do interview coaching with the young students, with the kids. All three of these are coming at it from a negative. They all sound very negative. What I want to know from Shotty when it comes to Pickens is Jerry singled him out for the guidance counselor credit. I want to know what Shotty did that made this work. He was the consigliere. Is that how you say it, Choppy?
That's right.
He was the middleman. He made it work, I think. He bridged the gap between maybe the Mulligetta stuff and the player. Brian Schottenheimer was the secret sauce. I want to know how he did it with his personality. And you know, we're off to a good start with George. We're off to a good start with him. I would like to keep it positive. That's just me, though.
Yeah, no, and positives. This is again. These are the ones that are these are the uncomfortable.
It's like
things
Lucius yesterday. Mm-hmm. Lucius was shoddy.
Yeah,
when it came to Fred and Blake.
Yeah.
So you got Mulligetta, you got Pickens, shoddy in the middle, Lucius helping soothe things for Fan After Dark.
Next one here, another Pickens-related question. He has said repeatedly he wants to have the greatest culture in the history of sports. He said that's his goal. That's how he wants to be remembered, that he established the greatest culture in the history of sports. Where are you at on that timeline, or where are you at on that progress when you guys can't even lock in George Pickens for a long-term deal because you feel like he's not falling in line?
Another negative tone.
Again, yeah, these are supposed to be the uncomfortable ones.
Yeah, well, okay. I would like to know, how do they weigh whether this is really George or best behavior George?
Right.
Like, oh, yeah.
How do I know you're not Albert Hainsworth?
This is the most locked in he's been in the meetings. Okay, well, he's been here a year and change.
Right.
And he's playing for everything. So, and Shotty will probably be like, look, I'm just happy to get it. They can worry about giving him the $35 million moving forward, but how do you weigh that? But then again, I think it's, kind of calling George possibly fake, which, depends what type of mood I'm in that morning, how combative.
Not fake, but like, yeah. when you take the carrot away, do they keep going?
Yeah, how does your kid act before they ask you if they can stay out till 1 a.m.?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if the
Chinese kid acts the same and then just does it.
They don't ask.
He doesn't ask. He just stays. He does ask. 10 minutes before curfew.
Has he broken curfew lately?
No. He broke it. He did the next night.
But not since then.
No, not since then.
Okay.
But he's been busy.
Next uncomfortable question, negative question, Sean. Did Shoddy?
You're just my new Bassick. You're the Bassick of. You're the new Mike Bassick in here.
Did Shoddy protect? That's why I'm filtering them now to know if we can. Did Shoddy protect a buddy by keeping Nick Sorensen?
Damn!
Wow.
Too harsh.
That is combative, man.
I mean, I think that there's that to me is there's a strong argument to be made that the accountability that was applied to Matt
Nick
Eberflus.
Sorensen, by the way, is a special teams coach.
Yes, the accountability that was applied to Matt Eberflus probably should have been equally applied to your special teams coordinator.
Do you believe that?
Yes.
Well, you think special teams?
If you're going based off results, now if he's going to say, "Hey, I know the process that he had was better than the defensive coordinator," that's fine.
Yeah.
But then it's how do you check that it's not your relationship where you've been friends with him for several years?
I think there's a way to ask it, but soften it.
Okay, Chop.
I would not ask it that way. I would say,
Donnie, you don't even have to have me come to Fort Worth anymore. Just play this segment.
Yeah.
And boom, save me a trip to Fort Worth.
Where could the special teams have done better?
If Matt Eber, what do you say to those, who think that Nick Sorensen was as bad as Eberflus?
Oh, what if I just say, hey, we're going to take some questions from the listeners right now, and then I just assign an area code to all these questions?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Delaware.
Yeah.
Throw Delaware under the bus.
302 said this. And then last one here, and this is the
Shawnee
least...
definitely won't like it if it's coming from Delaware.
That's right. This is
the least... Folks. This is the least aggressively... This is the least aggressively phrased one. Sean
You
Payton,
want to get uncomfortable? Let's get uncomfortable.
Sean Payton gave up play calling this offseason to keep Davis Webb in-house as his offensive coordinator. Would you be willing to do the same for Clayton Adams at the end of this?
Guys, we're getting really ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, Bob. I love talking ball with you, but we're in week 2 of training camp, and now you're asking. I think that's a little bit too far down the road.
I know how you can ask that one. Would you step aside to be the offensive coordinator, let Bill Belichick come in here and take the reins so he can get the record, like Sean Payton did?
Yeah. I could throw that one out.
So I basically I don't like any of them.
No, you gave one.
Yeah, one. Yeah,
the red zone.
One. I mean, coming at it real harsh, but that's sometimes the tism is just boom.
Oh yeah, it hit you in the face.
Blood. We need to put some sprinkles on.
1 for 6 that sounds like Chris Young would trade for me at the deadline.
877-881-1053. Little Oxnard preview in Below the Bell right here on DFW Sports Station. Will Tommy Yarsh be hung over at 9:20 and an absolutely loaded list of losers. Who wins? Worst take, the nominees and the loser after this.
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week. You are made of stupid.
It is time for Worst Take here on 105.3 The Fan. It's fist pump hour as well here on Sean and RJ.
Can't fist pump to this.
Why not? Is this more just kind of like a... So
Alec did, so thanks to him, but it's not fist pumping.
Yeah, the music is meant to be sort of like like kind of like not so bright. And we got a lot of nominees this week that are going to be strong contenders, I think. The first one we're going to lead off with is none other than one Gavin Dawson, who on Tuesday after the Cowboys State of the Union decided to start his show and had no idea who was actually supposed to be with him.
We'll get this party started properly here before too long. Brian Broaddus is on his way in. If I imagine he's in the parking garage just mainlining this Cowboys press conference.
Oh, he's here.
Oh, that's right. He is
here.
He is in
Gavin
Oxnard,
Dawson,
California.
In Oxnard. He is sitting here at the table. I'm still here at the table. So we're here for whatever you want.
There we go. Okay. Brian, how we doing, buddy?
Doing excellent, sir. Good to be with you. Thank you. Interesting press conference, I would say. Wrote down 20 different points.
So, Gavin Dawson had no idea that Brian Broaddus, and he had done the show the day before. That's what makes it really bad. Done the show the day before with Brian in California.
Also, you don't think you would have seen him before the show at any point?
Right. No. So here's where he gets a slight pass for that. Show started early because the press conference ended early, and Brian will sometimes just like blow in here close to crosstalk.
But there was no G-bag music.
Yeah, there was none. That's right, Alec. No, there's none there.
He gave the middle finger, but he does it a very interesting way. Do that again.
What does he do?
He does the thumb out, and his fingers are kind of.
Never see that.
Look, when somebody does that, it's beautiful. I think. Like I just can't. I've got two chubby, disfigured hands that won't allow me.
Also thumb out, which thumb out is that's a tell.
For what? Properness, like with the T.
Yeah, he knows.
What a teammate Kevin Hagelin is. What a teammate, because he's just like, no, he's here.
Oh, he's here.
He's here. Like, he should have destroyed Dawson right there.
That's why Kevin Hagelin won Employee of the Month on the Odyssey meeting yesterday.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
He's like the
no, you're gonna lose your mind.
What a joke. That's why I don't vote in these things.
You're gonna lose your mind about who he tied with. It was a tie. Who do you think he tied with?
For Employee of the Month?
Yeah, at Odyssey. It's not at the Fan.
Well, is this someone I don't like?
It's somebody who I just you give a hard time for how little they do.
Chica Lane?
Chica Lane.
You know what? F this. F this.
And the better part is, the better thing is Kevin complained on air about a month and a half ago.
And Bob mentioned
that he never won anything.
Bob mentioned that. He goes, so hopefully he'll mention this on the air tomorrow. Kevin won because I know he's made references on the air to not winning this.
Bob, take me off the email. Bob, do not include me anymore on this email of highlighter or whatever they call it, the champion of the month or whatever. All those meetings we have to go sit in and the slideshow over MVP. We never been on that.
Never been on
15
it. 15
years.
Been on it.
And dominating. Nothing.
Never.
Zip zero.
I would find...
There were 24 other nominees, and none of us were on there.
Find 10 employees that have been here longer than we have.
I nominated you once. You're the only nominee I've ever written up because I was feeling pressure. Take me off the email, Bob.
Because you're feeling pressure.
I was feeling the pressure. Nominate. Chica Lena's on vacation. What is it? Like the
Even when he's here, he's on vacation.
The best use of vacation? These music guys don't talk.
Yep.
They're in the hallway all the time. They're wearing headphones in the hallway.
Springer is out there. I mean, Springer has
less
7
is
meals.
more.
Hagelin doesn't even do 5 shows a week.
So they gave Hagee a lot of credit within there. I guess some of the nominations mentioned the volunteering to go on for an extra hour on shows and cross promoting and doing things like that.
Why does he volunteer to go on the other shows? Because their show's an hour. And now I know what's going to happen. Spittle is going to rig it. Yeah. So now one of us is going to get a sympathy.
Sympathy vote.
Sympathy vote.
Hey, answer yourself this.
Well, if it's a Big Specs gift card, I'll take it.
That's true. Answer yourself this. What adds up to more? Minutes that Springer talks on the radio or minutes that he microwaves?
Right.
Minutes of microwaving or minutes of talking?
I know his meal plan by now. I know all of it.
What, eggs?
Sweet potato, kale.
We're either synced up and he goes out at the same time, or I literally think I see him every time I go out to the kitchen with those
These guys
headphones
want to
on.
talk, and I'm like, I have a live show to do. I'm like, it's nice to record my segments.
All right, so Gavin Dawson gets nominated, and I guess our fellow coworkers for voting for Chica Lane is also on the worst take docket. Yes. Next up, we're nominating somebody for just getting lost on the way to Grandma's house.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course. And I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
Okay. All right. I'll take a driver's license from you.
You got it. What's your name?
Deputy Core.
Okay. What's your badge number?
I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa, and I passed the Gore, which is the place you're talking about that you dropped over. I got it. You're saying I went over the white line.
All right. How many drinks have you had?
Zero?
I have not laughed out loud longer over an internet GIF. More so.
Oh, the Dak.
Aiden, get that on if you can.
Come on, it's so good.
The bet online, their video of him doing the hip swivel.
Like, nice short shorts, very tight.
I lost it.
Didn't know Tony had those glutes.
I lost it. That blew up from Bet Online.
So
and then, man, someone put a jersey out that said .09.
I know. Come
they
on,
changed
man.
his jersey. He is getting it. Getting it.
Did you see the picture that noted troll Blake Elliott, which we are going to have to decide if anybody from that has to be nominated here in Worst Take. But Blake Elliott had put this on his Instagram yesterday.
Yeah.
This like posing with the police officer. I love part of what makes it great is that little Wisconsin accent from Roma, though, going grandma and grandpa. Like, it's just that Midwestern accent. It sounds so wholesome. Chop, you got a nominee here?
I do. Johnny and FIFA. They are.
You found a way to. I should not have thrown it over. You found a way to do nutmeg right here.
Yeah, that's right, baby.
Play the open, Peyton.
They are. They are trying to sell shares of the World Cup to private equity.
They're packering it.
And this is like all these European countries and Asian countries are saying, we are going to boycott. Which at first I was like, give me a break. You guys could say this all you want. And then all these European soccer fans are like, guys, dude, do you have any idea the sensibilities that we have over in Europe? Like, we will not stand for this. They literally got the Super League canceled. In America, we would just sit here and take it. Be like, oh, fine, whatever. We don't care where the money goes. Apparently, they care where the money goes. And all these countries have said, we are out. We are boycotting the World Cup. UEFA, Asia, South America. You can't have a World Cup without them. They've said, we are boycotting the World Cup if you sell it to private equity.
Yeah, it's real tough to say it 1 month after the World Cup ended. That's real tough. Say it 1 month before it starts again in 4 years. Real tough, though.
Yeah, you won't even say Heinz ketchup when the World Cup's going on.
No.
I think it's 100% chance. There's 0% chance this goes through now.
What goes through?
FIFA will not sell to private equity.
Because you think the countries with their insane rabid soccer fan bases won't go along with it?
Right. Okay. They would just create their own World Cup.
So there's another nominee for Worst Take. Choppy trying to shoehorn soccer after the World Cup was over.
Forget all this. All these are amateurs.
Oh, people say the U.S. is also boycotting.
Once again, we do that when we play.
Yeah.
Once again, I think it's time for a back-to-back because of the WNBA. And Bobby, you did not put it in the list of nominees. I could not believe you did not. I don't know whether to throw this all together. I think it would be unfair to couple them all, or I could break them down. The winner to me is the tweet. Whoever's in charge of the social media account and putting out Paige Becker's Angel Reese betting, you're an idiot, you're a worst take, you're a loser.
More than Angel Reese post-game. When it had already clearly been broken out of this isn't good.
Angel, maybe we can include Angel, Paige, and YouTuber or the social media team. WNBA, by the way, saying no one's getting punished, and we shouldn't joke about those things. So you got that. Then you have the co-owner of the team,
Seattle Storm,
who decided to go off on fans due to the Sophie Cunningham transgender comments. She got suspended for like the next 5 home games. Then you got Elle Duncan, who is sitting here blaming Caitlin Clark again. You need to address your fans. You need to talk to them. You need to let them know that this is not okay. So I don't know whether to include all the WNBA, but I think I would isolate it down to Paige, which it pains me to do. We love Paige. Paige, Angel, but I really think it's the WNBA social media team.
I'm just writing down the W. That's what I'm writing down as that nominee right there.
Yep.
All right, a couple more really quickly here. We talked about it very quickly during Crosstalk yesterday. I think that there's a good shot you guys are going to vote for this one. NFL players, worst take, as they voted Joe Burrow below, and I love the guy, but they voted him below Dak Prescott, seemingly below Jared Goff, or Jared Goff's just not in the NFL top 100, which would be even worse.
They missed the playoffs. That's enough for the players.
Burrow's essentially going to end up being like the 9th ranked quarterback in the NFL based on this list.
Goff, Dak, Trevor's already there. May. Obviously, you're going to have Allen,
Mahomes, Allen, May, Herbert, Stafford, Goff, Dak. He's probably 8th.
That's a bad take.
Yeah, it's bad.
That's a bad take on the players.
NFL players.
I don't think you can truthfully leave any of those 8 out of the top 100.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to say that they're not ahead of Joe Burrow, fine, but I don't think you can say any of them are outside. None of them are below Bryce Young, and he's in the top 100.
And, he's 98 or whatever.
Yeah.
So either way, that's not a good one. And then finally...
Spittle said the awards at the station are voted by peers, not us. Okay, fine. Our peers are idiots. You nominate them.
Yeah, that's why I said we nominate our coworkers.
I think the X Award, that might come from management. Those X Awards, I'm talking about those two, Gavin. Hey. Y'all need to stop handing out awards and just put up ratings books.
Hey, be fair. Us 3 don't have any peers here.
Well done. Finger thing.
There we go.
Whoa.
All right, Alex, thumb to the side.
And our last nominee here, somebody who finds himself in here, I feel like, every other week. One Drake Toll, who had...
Hey, this show's gotten better with a co-host.
Yeah.
Who had this wild take about Michael Penix and Tua Tagovailoa.
This isn't a Kevin Stefanski problem. This honestly is not a Tua Tagovailoa or Michael Penix Jr. problem. This is a Tua's concussion-prone NFL career problem, a Michael Penix bad ligaments problem. Like, these two guys could have probably been generational somewhere else in a different timeline where they weren't banged up all the time.
Generational?
Literally no one said that about Penix ever. And Tua was the 3rd quarterback taken in his draft? No, 2nd. But he went 5th. So that means that they thought there were 4 generational players, because nobody knew about the concussions then, that apparently we all thought Tua was generational and not a guy who had a noodle arm who could throw it about 15 yards before it starts straining.
I'm waiting for their first real fight because I think who's the co-host again, Chop?
Pete Souza.
Yeah, I think he's being nice because they're starting off this new co-hosting thing, which makes Drake like a little listenable. But I think he's going along with a lot of these takes. And how long is he going to last? When are we going to get a Blake and Fred? When are we get a Fatty?
Well, he would never be Fred. I know that, Pete Souza, because why would anybody ever copy Fred's segments?
Wait, is that the guy Fred called into?
Yeah.
Oh, full circle. Full circle. All right, so is it Gavin Dawson for not realizing that Brian Broaddus was in California, even though he was doing the show there the day before? Is it the WNBA?
The W.
For stop. Is it the WNBA for the gambling story? Is it Tony Romo for going to see Grandma Grandpa? Is it the top 100 for saying Joe Burrow's the 8th best quarterback in the league? Or is it Drake Toll for saying that those quarterbacks are generational? Vote RJ Choppy.
Man, it's tough.
FIFA.
It's the FIFA is that is the worst idea, but it's a bad idea. But I also don't think any idea when you're trying to make money is a bad idea.
Okay.
So I can't say that's the worst.
All right.
It's the WNBA. The missteps of this organization, just the sheer outright missteps that this league continues to take week after week, day after day, boggles the mind. Boggles the mind.
Pepe?
Well, first I'll get to the fan text. You're getting votes for Fred, some here, for Dawson as well. Looks like Dawson is the winner on the fan text, but my vote
by the way, people say he wasn't there on Monday, so he has a pass.
Oh, Dawson wasn't there Monday?
Yeah.
He should still know for that day that Broaddus is in another state.
He should know.
Yeah, you would think it would come up during their prep. Oh, I don't think they have prep meetings.
Oh, man. God. They don't have to do post-show or pre-show.
The W is what I vote for.
Okay, I'm going W.
Hell no. This is, I cannot believe you guys. This is the Burrow one. Putting Burrow in it, that
it's like Drake. I don't take it serious.
But the W, same thing. I get eventually I'm just gonna say you're dumb. I'm sorry God made you that way, but you're dumb, and we could nominate you every week if we want.
The Tolos are saying Dawson.
Yes. Yep.
Ooh, Gavin Dawson, worst take from
Shoot ya, boy.
The people here on DFW Sports Station. We'll crosstalk with KNC at 9:40. We'll know with the first 3 words out of Tommy Yarish's mouth whether he partied too hard for his birthday last night. Let's recap practice 2 from Oxnard with Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com after this. And you can party it up all you want at Hurtado and Hurtado.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
What a pro. What a pro. Nick Eatman already, well, I'll say Nick's 1 for 2 in Oxnard because he was walking and seeing CeeDee Lamb on the jugs machine yesterday morning at 7:30. Then he went out and killed practice. But he did doubt the sobriety and the professionalism of Tommy Yarsh, the birthday boy, who he said would be too banged up to deliver this morning, and Tommy was already sitting down before the fan cam opened up. This is the Red Zone, brought to you by Just Love Coffee on Sean and RJ.
There are tells, though. There's a little tell. He normally does not have that, and this wouldn't be normal for anybody else, but for Tommy it is a little bit of disheveled hair. Little bit that indicates maybe he just kind of got up and mussed it a little bit.
Good morning and happy birthday.
Good morning, thank you guys. And the hair, this little like side of my hair has been bugging me all camp. So I get the point, but yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get it, to go with the rest of the program here. But
just shave it. Like
I'm
the rest
good.
Of us.
Sorry that you can doubt me, but I honor my commitments there, Nick. So
yeah, baby. Yeah. Are you hurting?
Here we are. No, I'm not hurting at all.
What'd you do?
We got a group of people together and went to Yard House last night. It was wonderful. I appreciate everybody that came, and I wish you guys were here so you could have come too.
And how old did you turn?
23.
Oh, God. Double our age.
I think I'm still in college.
I mean, we're double.
Yeah, we're double.
20.
I'm literally double your age.
Oh!
Does it seem like it, Tommy? Does Choppy seems double your age, right?
No.
No. You guys all wear your ages very well.
Thank you.
What a polite young man.
You wear your age the worst.
I have the most physical ailments age.
Yeah.
When is the next time I'll be double your age again?
That would be
44 and 88.
Is that
33 and 66?
33 and 66. Is that right? What?
There you go.
That's not too bad.
No, that's not right.
No, you will only be double their age one time.
Yeah.
Because you're 23 years older than him. You're not going to get 33 years older than him as he ages.
It had to be.
Why'd you do that? Why'd you even bring that up to expose
All right,
it?
let's go back to Worst Take.
This is above my brain capacity. I can't do math.
Tommy, happy birthday. What jumped out from practice number 2?
Well, you kind of highlighted it already. I thought CD had a really good day, and especially working the middle of the field. I think that he and Dak were on the same page. Jonathan Mingo got involved a little bit in those kinds of routes. Defense was really struggling to cover in those crossing routes. But I will say these corners have been pretty aggressive to start in these team drills. Deron Bland had a pass breakup yesterday. There was a video of Savone Revel going down the sideline with George Pickens. He ended up getting flagged for pass interference, but he got his head turned around, and he's fighting with Pickens down the sideline, just being physical. And they're not shying away from the physicality at this camp. You can tell that. Sam Williams was in the backfield a couple of times yesterday, and Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark just keep on eating up blocks at the middle of the offensive line. And I know this is, there's no pads on, and you kind of want to see that when the pads do come on, when both sides are really getting more and more physical. But you can see that Brian Schottenheimer's push for physicality is being answered by his players.
Is the offense excelling earlier than normal in most camps? Because normally it's the defense, or does that have to wait for the pads?
I think I don't want to put too much stock really into anything until the pads come on. You put in some sort of things, but we'll really find out more when the pads come on. But yeah, the offense has started off really well. I think all three quarterbacks have started well. Joe Milton has had a couple of his best days that I've seen as far as he's as long as he's been here. And then Dak is Dak going into year 11. You almost come to expect that from him. And Sam Howell has made some plays too. So when you return all 11 starters on offense, it doesn't necessarily shock me that even early on here they're kind of in a rhythm.
Tommy Yarsh, brought to you by WinStar. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. You mentioned a couple of those guys in the secondary. How are Bland, Revel, and Fred's got me scared now.
Yeah,
Revel. Bland, Revel, and Overshown moving around. Do they look to be moving around okay? What you've noticed?
Yeah, as far as I know, it doesn't look like they're hampered by anything. We talked to Deron Bland the other day, and I asked him, is there anything physically that you can't do? And he said no, they're limiting his reps, but when he is there, he's full go. I thought he was good yesterday, one of those days where he had that pass breakup, but after that it was like you don't really notice him, and that's almost what you want from your corners. You don't want to be like, hey, there he is again, because unless they're picking off passes, then they're getting picked on. So as far as Revel goes, he's been full go too. He's working with the ones, working with the twos. And so I think that he's still kind of in that process, and this camp's going to be big for him to do this, of just continuing to put everything together, get reps on reps on reps on reps, now that he's fully healthy.
Tommy, real quick before I follow, just on Revel specifically, because I know you had talked about it in June during minicamps and stuff like that, about how Revel wasn't like he had ditched the brace. He's still out there at Oxnard brace free, right, when he's been practicing?
Yes, I think he has some sort of tape or something around the knee, but there's no brace.
Okay, so you mentioned to us the other day you were going to have eyes on Christian Parker. This is training camp number 3 for you, right?
2.
Okay, so last year when you watched Eberflus and you went through all the different practices and everything that he had.
Here we go.
And then you get to Christian Parker. Now I'm just going to ask, does it look like, you wouldn't know necessarily schematic differences yet, but has like practice looked different to you at all? Or is it just largely, it looks the same right now. There's not really anything different that Parker's doing right now, even as a just functional decision of getting them prepared?
I mean, there are some differences there. I don't know if there's anything that is so, at least right now, that is so major that you're like, wow, we haven't seen that before. I think that maybe the fact that they're not, throwing guys on tables during the little bag drill where everybody's running through the bags, they stopped doing that this year. But as far as individual drills, I don't see anything too different. I think that I'll say the interaction between guys that aren't in the special teams period and their position coaches, the biggest one that we've seen is DeMarvion Overshone and Scott Simons. I mean, they're really taking advantage of the individual time that they get during that period. So I'll say that. And then when they've played, in the team portions, like I said, I think they're more physical and they're trying to be more physical. So that's what's standing out to me early.
On that defensive side, that's going to be a big portion of what we're monitoring, just how things are changing, how things are evolving, whatever else. You mentioned DeMarvion Overshone there. What has stood out to you so far, in just before they get to pads and everything else, what has stood out to you so far in terms of the way that they're rotating players or the way that guys are performing and maybe taking advantage of some of these early practices?
It's really a lot of, I feel like sometimes with the previous regime and even in practice during the season too, it would be a lot of mass substitutions and plenty of different guys coming in for plenty of other guys. And sure, you do that when the ones go to the twos and things like that, but they're kind of mixing and matching the personnel pretty early. So, Savone Revel will come in for Kobe Durant or Deron Bland on one of those reps, or Caleb Downs will go from nickel and he'll play safety with the second team. So they're putting a lot of guys in a lot of different places and just trying to figure out the pieces of this puzzle. And so you have your, certain starting 11 that they have on their first play, which has been, Durant on one side at corner, Bland on the other side, and then they'll have Downs and nickel, since that's probably what they'll be playing 75% of the time. But they're not afraid to try different things and see what sticks.
Tommy Arsh from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Tommy, on Caleb Downs, we've talked before about his impact this season may not show up on a stat sheet the way that it actually has an impact on the football field. Does it feel like that at all at practice, or do you notice him in these practice sessions of like, okay, I see he's really active, or they're moving him around a lot, or is it more just kind of blending in and his impact is going to be more in the communication and things like that?
I've seen him impact more closer to the line of scrimmage early on than I have in coverage. And that's, I don't know if you're going to say what you expect, but it's not surprising considering how good he was at that in college. So a lot of the run game stuff, he's there, he's active in it, he's into the right place at the right time. And, this isn't live, and even when they go live, they probably won't tackle fully, but, I mean, he's where he's supposed to be in the run game, and that's what you can hope for coming from a nickel guy, because you want him to be able to step up in the run game and you want him to cover the middle of the field well. There was one route yesterday where CD, when we were talking about earlier, the middle of the field, CD got him pretty good over the middle of the field again, but Brian Schottenheimer complimented him yesterday too on just, hey, there was one play in minicamp that Caleb missed on CD, but they ran it again, and he was there the second time. So I think it's still continuing to grow and get accustomed to this level. But where he's kind of flashed the most, I would say, early on is at the line of scrimmage.
Tommy Yarch, DallasCowboys.com, here on Sean and RJ, the rest of the season. What happened in the tent?
What happened in the tent?
Yeah, the medical tent.
Oh, well, hopefully they were discussing a raise for me, but if it wasn't that, yeah, I don't know. There wasn't anybody that got banged up at practice yesterday. I think Zion Childress maybe was hobbled a little bit, but I think he came back.
Were you staring at the tent?
Yeah.
Were you noticing it as an unusually longer meeting between Jerry Stephen and Dr. Cooper?
I did not see it until I saw the tweet, so I can't speak too much on it. But yeah,
does Jerry have any tattoos that he needs to get touched up on?
What?
Oh,
not that I know of. No.
We should ask Jerry if it happens. Would you get it? If it meant you getting a tattoo?
Yeah. Oh, because he would give some sort of, like, he'd be like, oh yeah, put the ball on the tee for me.
If I told you it would happen if you got a tattoo, would you do it? And what do you think he would say?
I get you have no idea the size of the tattoo that I would get.
I get a big Lombardi trophy right here on my face. I'd do that just to get one more.
He'd use some colloquialism for skin.
Yeah,
you know, like some good old fashioned word.
What do you expect Bobby's first interaction with you to be when he runs up on you on Monday's sideline?
Good question. He's either going to give me the bird or hopefully a big hug. I hope it's a hug.
Yeah.
I miss Bobby. I miss you guys. I'm excited for y'all to get out here.
He's the sweetest, old Tommy.
What about showing some off his phone, a meme or a GIF?
Gosh.
Or look at this video I made.
Well, if he showed me something on his phone, then I hope we're the only two people looking at it.
Yes. Happy birthday. Great stuff again. We'll see you in a few days.
Thanks, guys. Safe travels.
Thank you, brother. Tommy Yarch, 23 years old. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Our final crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. And let's finish up the prop bets, the over-unders for the rest of the shows going out to Cali after this.
Coming up in the
3 years straight, they've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
May have found a new gem here at the radio station as new Gavin. Gavin 3.0 is now showing everyone his tattoos, but I came back to a hell of a story from the hallway.
I'm going to show this up on the fan cam for Kevin and Corey to see. Oh, crap. Okay, can you see that at all? It looks like
it's a little
it looks like
drawing.
it looks like a drawing, right?
Yeah.
Now, that is the tattoo on the quad of Gavin. He got it a week ago.
Oh.
Do you know how much he paid for it?
Y'all talking about Terrence?
$600.
No, not Terrence.
$0. What did he pay for it, Chop?
He paid for it with a pair of Honey Nut Cheerio Crocs
on Facebook Marketplace, and they said instead of money, would you take a free tattoo of a Mac Miller album?
Who said the bartering system is
He's wearing a
dead?
Tom Petty shirt. He's the only person wearing Tom Petty and a Mac Miller.
It's great content, and he said that's why I did it. He's like, is it just for this? It's already paying off.
So hang on a second.
I like this kid.
Hang on a second. So he wanted the Crocs.
He was selling the Crocs. He was getting rid of the Crocs.
Selling the Crocs. The person he was selling them to offered him a free tattoo.
Yeah.
Versus the money.
Yeah, barter.
Oh,
by the way, you good at selling stuff on Facebook? Because I got a garage full of clothes.
Yeah.
That you can sell for me on Facebook Marketplace.
All right. Now, Alec, thumbs up, thumbs down. Well, I guess he's not going to say in front of the kid, but
he might.
Is that a good tattoo? Is it an okay looking tattoo? Well, then this guy, he ripped. I mean, he got a hell of a deal.
Hell yeah. How much are those
several
Crocs
$100s
costing?
Yeah, how much are Crocs versus how much money, Alec, do you think that tattoo is worth? That tattoo right there.
No color, just an outline.
$250? So he got $250 in return for Crocs.
You said Honey Nut Cheerio Crocs?
Yeah.
Boy, these are...
That's some news, like
fugly with a capital fug. These are disgusting.
no.
They're worth $80 on Google, apparently. So he got a good return.
How old is new Gavin? How old are you? 25? Tom Petty shirt? Oh, no wonder Tim hired him.
Yeah. he came in here.
He supports obscure
He
singers.
came in here with a Peter Cetera tattoo.
He's like, man, I just really love Al Jarreau.
What's the tattoo? What's the tattoo?
It's the backside of a Mac Miller vinyl from 2014.
Mac Miller, Tom Petty. This guy might be able to take down some of you guys in music knowledge.
Perhaps.
All right. Stop rubbing your hands together like that. That part's creeping me out. All he does is this to the glass. He's going like this to
Damn, that got Puka in trouble.
To everything. Oh, is that the thing?
Oh, my goodness.
Wow, Bobby. Wow.
You know, let's toss it out to California for their final show. It says Corey's final day at camp. All right, I thought it just said Corey's final day. It's the KNC masterpiece. Good morning,
Corey's
fellas.
barely had
What are you even asking us?
Calm down, Fred.
Oh, you heard that?
Dude,
Oh my God, that part was amazing.
Kevin played it for me on the drive-in, and I was just like, can we just play that over and over and over? And now I'm requesting it from Alec as a drop forever in eternity. It's the most magnificent. It's got so much character
What
to
are you
it.
asking then?
I love it so much. And if you've ever if you ever co-hosted with Fred, like, you know what it takes to get him to that point.
Man,
so like
that's
that's a
amazing.
special drop.
He
right
is
there.
he
I
is
love
Bassick.
it.
He is Bassick. That's the Bassick. Shut up to Brian. It's the same thing.
What's your ruling, Kevin? What's your analysis of the fight?
I mean, look, what I told Bobby was it was an interesting low man on the roster to get that heated over, which I was a little surprised about by that. But I feel like Blake is automatically going to win when he's like, what are you saying? Don't listen to all of our shows. And so I thought that was a really good card. That
At least when you and I got into I watch more football than you fight, it was over quarterbacks who were like...
I think the new station promo has to be, does the other station care this much about Phil Maffa? you want to break down? Does the other station care this much about the Cowboys' third running back? And there's your promo right there. You're welcome. I'll get an X award for it.
And I'll just say, based on yesterday, Jaden Blue's got the number 2 spot right now in my mind. And that's, again, this is based on day 2. So, it's just day 2, guys. So settle down a little bit.
That's Fred's point.
But based on what I was seeing from him, the dude was running hard yesterday, very locked into what he was supposed to be doing. And he had that bump with Jalen Thompson, or Thompson, too, who we'll have on the show at noon today.
Yeah, the tackle.
Yeah, the tackle moment where everything went down on the sideline. So, yeah, that was a lot of fun.
What else is coming up?
We also have Javonte Williams joining us at 11 o'clock, and then Stephen Jones will join us at 1 o'clock today. So we lined it up pretty strong so that for the rest of the segments, we could take a load off, boys. So we're looking forward to taking the load off in Oxnard today.
No.
All right. Is this how we're doing the hands thing?
Oh, my God.
Gavin 3.0. Yeah, right here. And then the tattoo on the thigh.
Yeah, the thigh
What's
tattoo.
that say about you? Stereotype him, Chop.
Well, woman and man is different.
Okay.
Go on.
I think a thigh tattoo on a lady
is Friday. Don't get in trouble on a Friday.
Not for me.
No, all right.
Not for me. Not for me. It's
where are the no-go areas for tattoos on women for you?
A thigh.
Is that the one?
The thigh tattoo is the one.
What if it's lower back?
That's fantastic.
I think the lower back female is equal to the guy barbed wire. It was like it was done so long ago.
So long ago.
And then I think the female thigh is equal to the guy neck.
Yeah, the thigh, or the calf tattoo on a woman too. Any leg, like if you get an ankle tattoo, fine. Foot, fine. Right, whatever. Wrist, I don't even mind a girl with sleeves. Tattoo sleeves, that doesn't bother me.
So the anti-Tim Collins.
Right, the leg tattoo for some reason, not for me.
Okay,
not for me.
What if it said the thigh's the limit on the thigh tattoo?
What if it was your name?
Oh yeah.
Would you change it for the RJ Choppy ego ownership?
No, because if she put RJ on the inner thigh, I don't like a thigh gap. So sooner or later, that's going to rub raw, and it's going to be just say PJ.
What if it just literally said your name? And she was like, I have your name on my thigh. You're like, really? And then she goes, see, it just says your name.
That's clever. That's clever.
Let's finish up the prop bets.
Yeah, so we got prop bets for over-unders for ourselves and G-Bag as we head to training camp. And you guys can vote on these, but you will not be participating in these numbers. These are taken with you guys out of account for this. Next over-under here, we're going to go with number of combined times between the two shows, G-Bag and Sean and RJ, number of combined times hosts are in a long-distance fight with their significant other.
Oh.
3.5.
Well, Chio usually handles this category on his own.
Yeah, he usually does. Although
he's learned.
That's only at the
he
Super
has
Bowl.
learned.
Or me if Kristen leaves something in my car that she forgot she left it there.
God, that was amazing. Damn, that was epic.
Oh, was that the makeup?
When she found the makeup, she's like, sure hoping this isn't anybody's lie. I have no idea I got there.
Yeah, but was that before or after the Bluetooth?
That was a year after the Bluetooth.
Oh, God.
And it was the same person who did it.
God, you guys don't know this story?
Oh, I do.
I don't know if I do.
Recap it.
So the Bluetooth one was she got in the car. She was driving my car, and she's like, what's Rosie's iPhone? It's like, I don't know. And I was like, I genuinely have no idea how that guy connected, no idea what that is. And luckily, my daughter saved me. Was like, isn't that Rosemary, your niece? And she's like, oh, yeah, sorry, I let her connect it to your car. I was like, okay, so this is your fault. Then a year later, we're getting ready to come back. It's the last day of training camp.
And that's just quickly recapping it for radio's sake. Like, it went on.
Like the compact, right?
Yeah, the training camp, she found a translucent powder pack between the console and the chair, and she's like...
It used to be lucent.
She's like, hopefully we have another Rosie situation on our hands here. And I was like... I don't know what it is. I couldn't tell you. And we did have another Rosie's. It was the same person.
This was commercial breaks. Bobby was getting up and screaming, yelling on the phone during commercial breaks. And then after Kristen got proven wrong again, he banned her. Has the ban held true? She's not allowed to be in your car?
She can't bring anybody in my car. She can be in the car. She can't bring anybody in my car. And guess what? We've had 0 instances of this.
Yeah. Look, I won't act above this. My wife will get FOMO. And if we're on the beach, Wednesday, no practice?
Wednesday, no
Thursday,
practice.
I thought.
Wednesday, I think.
It's Wednesday.
Whatever day is it, no practice. Maybe we go out on the beach for a couple drinks at
golf, maybe.
I'm not playing golf. You can go play golf. 11 a.m. She may be like, it's not that she thinks I'm out like partying. It's that I just get a break from the kids.
Right. That's
for this
yes.
on. She's starting to get
jealous of it.
Yeah, she's jealous of it. So I'll throw my hat in the ring for one.
When I was with the boy's mom, that was what it was. It was she's with the kids.
The boy's mom?
My ex-wife.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
She was with the kids. I was out.
Yes.
I was out getting a break. Whether I'm waking up at 2 a.m. or not,
they don't care.
I was getting a break.
Now this would qualify by the way.
Even skipping the Jerry party.
Even skipping the doesn't care.
Doesn't matter. She came out here to experience it. Doesn't matter. You're getting
Sarah,
the break.
do they get their own, like, does Amanda get her own woman vacations?
What?
No.
Oh, she doesn't. Okay.
Like me being with the kids for multiple days by myself? No.
Life.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my God.
What? No, yeah. I'm always like, Adrian, I guess this is why we don't have these moments. Is
You know
because
why
I'm like,
you don't
yeah,
have the moments, Corey? Because your kids are grown.
Yeah,
If both my kids were Ollie's age,
but they weren't
you can
grown
go
back
to
then.
Antarctica and come back. That's fine. But
They
not
weren't
with a
grown
2-year-old.
back then, though. You know, they were like whenever I started here, they were all little.
You
know?
told me about y'all's problems back in the day.
Man, I'll tell you. When Ollie,
you told me.
When Ollie gets his driver's license, and he's the one that goes to NRH20 to pick up Abe. When he's the one. So
What's that?
It's a water park.
What? It's a water park.
So when Julian goes to the water
Look at the
park,
disgusting Kevin's face.
You don't know what NRH2O is? I'm sorry, that was probably an overreaction.
It's Terry flags over here.
What are you even asking then?
And
so what are you asking
when
me?
Julian's there, and I can send Luca and say, "Hey, go get your brother," and he drives to go pick him up. It's such, and I don't even have the kids every day.
Yeah,
she does. It's such a relief.
Oh, giving them like dishes, like you're done eating, like go put that in the sink. It's great. It's
I
wonderful.
can't wait to make him take
This
out
is
the trash.
over 3.5, by the way. We're gonna go over.
Over.
I'm counting
I feel
having
good
to
about
walk away
y'all.
from dinner and just I got to put out this fire real quick, and
Okay.
then even that counts. I think we're going over.
All right.
3.5.
Okay. And you guys were clean.
I'm taking the under.
You guys were clean for your week.
Yeah.
No issues, Corey.
Man, I don't know.
Corey wasn't clean necessarily. He had some issues early in the week.
That's my issue for sure. She was worried about me all week.
Hard to give someone a guilt trip on the toilet.
Yeah,
Ooh,
she was she was like concerned for my health. So
Did you have any Hemis?
That thing got a Hemi.
Next.
Number of non-sports celebrities we see out at practice, 1.5.
Number of non-sports celebrities.
Yeah, so you can't count. You can't count a
seen
football player who's retired. Who's
This number's gone
Okay, so you
down.
can't
Yeah,
count,
we're at
like,
0 right now, by the way.
If Mike Trout shows up, that doesn't count.
right. It can't be a sports person.
Oh.
Yeah.
So like this is like going to be
Under.
the movie
Under.
star or the music. So we'll probably get. I would imagine
We'll
we
get Rob
one.
Lowe.
We get like one. We'll see a.
We've
The
had
dude
Victor
from The
Newman,
Bachelor.
Jamie Foxx, Denzel.
Yeah, we've got Dennis Miller used to go out. Rob Lowe.
Yeah.
Tom
They're dropping off just like the other attendants. Has attendance been fine?
It's been better than it was last year.
Well, that's not saying much.
I mean, yeah, there were.
I mean, and that's the best I've got for you. But
Okay.
yeah, it's been better than it was last year.
Well, the restrictions are over in California now.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Number
You'd
of
be
times
surprised.
we make any
Check the diary.
number of times we make any on-air complaints about the weather, which is essentially paradise, but we make some complaint about it being too cold or like we got burned and
Yeah.
5.5.
Over.
5.5.
We have a
I'm
tendency
still
to talk
taking
about
the over.
we have a tendency
Yeah.
to talk about how chilly it is in the morning.
We will. It will be.
Yeah, taking the over.
We'll take the over by Tuesday.
Over. Okay.
Yeah. And then last one, number of times dinner plans or lunch turn into what could be described as a squabble. So this is different than the check. This is like choosing where to go, which Choppy and I
that
have
wool
3
truck
fights
there.
about that
How many?
pretty frequently.
How many did you have it at?
1.5.
Over.
Over.
Yeah, I think over.
I might just fix it. I might just take the over and just rig it to get a fight with
Well,
Bobby.
don't say that out loud.
Hey!
Yeah.
Put Tim on the mic real quick. Come here, Tim.
Tim, come here.
He don't want to come
Come on,
here on the
Tim.
microphone.
It's safe.
If you want to get hired at the Fan, come in here with what type of T-shirt? What do you think? And what tattoo?
REO Speedwagon.
REO Speedwagon, Corey
says
said.
Corey.
Is that
Not-
up or down,
Not
Tim?
Boston.
Choppy.
I'm going to say
No, it's Boston.
Boston.
Okay, there we go.
There it is. Boston, if you want to get hired.
Yeah, I was going to say
Tom
like
Petty.
Yeah, I was going to say something like Fleetwood Mac, but only like the original lineup or something.
All right, let's let the fellas take over. Great 2 shows this week, boys.
Thanks, man.
Safe travels.
One show, Corey.
Hey, what about the other show?
I did it, guys. I did it.
Safe travels back. It's the KNC Masterpiece. We'll talk to you all Monday from Cali. Next.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live from Dallas Cowboys training camp, courtesy of our presenting sponsor, the On Time Experts AC Heating and Plumbing. Thank you very much for making this trip possible. This is our last day in Oxnard. We're going to try to make it our best. We've got Javonte Williams coming up at 11 o'clock. Jalen Thompson coming up at noon o'clock, and Stephen Jones coming up at 1 o'clock. It is a packed show, but we've still got NFL Overreaction Reality Combo Platter Shout Out Friday, and it's an extravaganza. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, I feel better, Corey Majors.
I do actually a lot.
And of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Anybody else you want to thank there real quick?
DJ the DJ.
All right, nice work. I think Alec and I are doing great today because we realized something today, Kevin. We realized that our vote matters.
Oh,
voting
yeah.
is so important. We say that all the time.
Vote or die.
Yeah, well, I don't think you should die.
Do you remember that campaign, though?
Let's rock the vote instead.
Okay.
But at least whenever you vote, you've at least done the smallest possible thing you can do to say your piece, right? That's the easiest thing you can do to help out, make some decisions around here. And by God, we made one yesterday as Kevin Hagelin was voted Employee of the Month by Odyssey, Dallas, and 105.3 The Fan, and all the other stations. Now, I do believe you were sharing it with Chicoline, but even still,
I mean, he did get us Chicharito this week, so
that's pretty cool. So let's go ahead and let's give some love for the idea of submitting one vote. Because, Alec, you and I both submitted our 2 votes, and I think out of all that, it was enough to push Kevin over the top.
Oh, I have no doubt. I got many, many other votes.
He read our 2 votes, is what I'm going to say. But
That's right.
You know what? We also did ask.
You guys wrote nicer things.
We did also ask the Tolos to email our boss. So we asked for that. So I'm going to say that the power of the Tolo and the power of one vote. I got Kevin Employee of the Month, ladies and gentlemen. So now he gets a plaque on the placard down at the end of the hallway. I think he gets a T-shirt and a sticker, and you get lunch with the boss.
Hey, and I told our boss's boss that I would mention this on air, since I had previously mentioned on air that I'd never won Employee of the Month or anything like that. So, hell yeah! That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so good job, man. And also, good job on all the work.
Do you think it was mostly because of the dad jokes, though? I didn't even say a dad joke.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Do you get a parking spot for the month?
Oh, man.
They should give you a parking spot for the month, especially with all the tickets you're getting in our locker.
I haven't gotten a ticket yet. I've gotten 2 warnings because our parking lot absolutely sucks.
Do you think that whenever Bob McKay's our big boss,
yes.
Whenever he was like, hey, let's go ahead and give Kevin Employee of the Month. I was walking by and I heard him complaining about it, and his audience is going to be mad, and they're a very strong audience. You know, he understands the strength. And Kim Robinson, who basically runs our office. I
love Kim.
And she's
had to send me those emails twice.
She was looking at it and she was like, he's one of the reasons I have to keep sending these parking emails out. And he was like, oh, really? And she's like, yeah, he's one of the nuisances in the parking lot.
Okay, but we are still having
Does the parking lot matter when it comes to Employee of the Month?
That parking lot was put together by a psycho. And they apparently have a video surveillance team watching for the most minor infractions. But let's focus on the positives. We're in California. We went out to the marina or whatever yesterday. And, Alec, we saw a wedding out on the marina.
Did we really?
You didn't see that?
I remember that now.
Dude,
I wanted to be the singer. I wanted to be the wedding singer.
The wedding was so emotional. Even the cake was in tears.
Damn it. I can't believe I did that. I'm sorry, Alec.
Alec! That was a joke!
It's Tears is even spelled different, Alec.
We didn't see a wedding out there. We did go to the marina. Do you think they can rescind my employee of the month?
I hope so.
So here's the deal, though. Don't forget this part. After that terrible joke, I want to ask for it back. We did make a deal. We did make a deal that the next time that email is sent out to vote for Employee of the Month, each of us has to vote for one of us now.
Yeah.
So now, next up, Alec Medford for Employee of the Month is what we're shooting for. So everybody's going to have to email the boss again.
I would love for this to just turn into a KNC dynasty.
Every month, it's just one of the three of us.
And everyone's like, crap, man, we better pick up the pace
Yeah,
here.
so that's the plan, ladies and gentlemen, is we're so everybody out there, Wolchuk, Chiafalo, I know you guys are listening. Y'all are going to submit your votes for our guy, Alec Medford, whenever that comes up next.
Absolutely. Now, in the meantime, we've got Dallas Cowboys news and questions of the day, and I do have a bit of news. I'm not sure how long it will take if this is to happen, but we've talked about this for, I don't know, like 4 years. The Jerry Jones sexual assault lawsuit, the accuser is seeking the judge's removal in special courtroom access to a social media commentator.
Okay.
We've asked Jerry about it numerous times. It feels like the case that will never actually end because it just keeps getting pushed off year after year after year. And just keep an eye out on that is, I imagine, if you ask for a judge dismissal, that will just push the process back down the road a little bit more.
The question, we've asked him frequently on our interviews with him, and as expected, the same kind of generic answer, which honestly, every single lawyer out there will tell their client to do that.
Sure.
But it's our job to ask. He understands that too.
Yeah.
He's like, we're going to ask this and we'll see how things go.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll keep an eye out on that. A couple of different things from Shoddy. Now, this goes back to Wednesday, and I didn't get a chance to mention it yesterday because our show was, essentially an hour and 30 minutes long. Shoddy was talking about rotating turns for the green dot. And he said they did not do a great job with that last year in training camp. But then he added the thing that I think is probably more relevant to our audience. It does not have to be the Mike linebacker. I think we all understand the advantages that come along with that. But he was pretty firm on that stance that it does not have to be a Mike linebacker.
I think it's very fair, too, that if you – just talking to Jalen Thompson, you get this vibe from him that – like, he absolutely could do it.
Sure.
And he would want to do it. Like, he kind of has this sound, just hearing him talk. Hearing DeMarvion Overshown, you absolutely see that he can do it at this moment. What was the thing that Shoddy talked about yesterday, Kevin, where they were working the play, they were trying to figure it out, and all of a sudden Christian Parker went into mock mode.
Yeah.
And acted like he could not communicate. And DeMarvion Overshown got the team into the exact defensive play that they wanted, even though they were acting. And he said they scripted it that way on purpose.
It was a scripted fake out.
Yeah, so hey, what if this happens in a game? How are you going to react? How are you going to respond? These are the tests you got to run on these guys now to see if they can handle it. And DeMarvion Overshown handled it correctly. Caleb Downs is absolutely smart enough right now. Do I want to put that on the rookie right now?
Right.
No, but do I want to give him reps on it during practice? Absolutely. So he has the opportunity, and we can go, yeah, he can do it if we need to go to him at some point. I think anybody in the linebacking group they can turn to, anybody in the safety group they can turn to. I wouldn't put that on one of the defensive linemen or the guys on the outside in the corners.
Now, you mentioned it, and I'm glad that you did because he added that the defense was lined up, quote unquote, perfectly.
Yeah.
And I thought that was good. Now, day one, I thought you had really great screen work. Shoddy said that. I mean, you always do great work. Shoddy said both offensively, and then he added recognition-wise, defensively at spotting the screen. I thought yesterday during practice that was a little bit more hit and miss. They absolutely blew up one screenplay for the defense did, which was a huge positive. But then there I saw at least two others that you were like, holy moly, the only people, as you said, who knew it was coming were the secondary. And by that point, you're going to get gashed one way or another.
Yeah, and so here's what you work on there. That tells me, gives me the feeling, Kevin, history says the Dallas Cowboys have not been good offensively in their screen game.
Right.
We've always stunk at it for whatever reason.
It always feels like it's too telegraphed.
Yeah, and so that tells me that maybe the Cowboys right now are a little bit better at some of these screenplays offensively, and that defense needs to catch up. So how do you fix that? How do you work on that? You get those busted plays, get in that film room, and then go figure out what are these signs you need to be looking for. Why did you not see this? But as the players, they have to be honest with the coach of, I don't know what I was looking at this. They have to go through those things honestly so they can figure out what they didn't see so they can bust those up. I will say this, Kevin, you and I discussed this a little bit yesterday while we were watching practice. Javonte Williams, it seemed like they were getting him the ball in the passing game a lot. You were talking about the screenplays, and I said, does it feel like in the first 2 days of practice at least, because I've seen him working a few more receiving drills than I've seen him run. Right. And I said, does it feel like they're trying to get him the ball as a receiver a little more? And you were like, yeah, but he's a pretty good receiver. And yes, he has been a pretty good receiver in the past.
He did not have as many catches last year as I thought.
Last year was the lowest he's had since his injury season. So
I was surprised to learn that.
But to be able to add that to his game and him not to have to take the hits so early, like at the line of scrimmage, he can take the hits a little later, maybe near out of bounds. That could be another way to keep his legs a little fresher for the season. So him as a receiver, I would say watch out for that a little more this year, not just Jaden Blue.
Now, I guess my question for both of y'all here is, Deron Bland talked about how he wants to return to his, quote, real self in 2026. So my question for both of y'all is, who is that? Like, I understand he means the optimized version of himself, and I totally get what he's saying, and I appreciate everything he's saying. To y'all, who is the real Deron Bland at this moment going into the 2026 season?
Right now? Footwork, still questionable. Just because of the fact that his foot's work is still questionable to me.
Right.
But might need to change his game a little bit because of that. I still think he's capable in a lot of different areas, but he was opportunistic because he knew he could get a jump to go get that ball. He might be more of a knock the ball down guy than the go ahead and get the ball guy. And eventually he'll figure out what his body speed is and his catch-up speed is. But at this point, he needs to be more glove, less go after football guy. I need to stick to receivers. And so he might have to change his game up just a little bit. And that would be more beneficial to him.
All right. I said both. Alec, who is the real Deron Bland right now?
Ooh. I don't know. I think I'm on the side of he's going to be healthy. I think that he's going to be everything you expect him to be. I don't want it to turn into what happened on Fan After Dark last night about him, but I do think he is far and away your best corner. And it seems like I think I give these guys the benefit of the doubt too much when it comes to injuries and availability sometimes, and I think because of the new system and everything, I think this could be the best football we see him play if he's on the field. So I think you're going to see the cover corner that is making tons of plays on the football again this season.
Now, at least one more thing I wanted to mention. One of the pre-training camp predictions that Joseph Hoyt, who's already been on our show this week, made was that Trayshawn Holden was going to make the team. Now, we posted up the video. Trayshawn Holden was definitely jamming out a couple of different times to the music, but something to keep an eye out on. Man, at least 2 different times yesterday, it really did seem like his foot was bugging him.
You were locked in on this.
Yeah, one of the times he kind of popped up, going
speaking of pop,
going through after one of the drills, and then another time you could definitely see was bothering him. I really thought he was going to go to the tent. He did not. So it could have just been a thing. Is like sometimes you feel a little whatever, but that's just something to keep an eye out on, because Trayshawn Holden, there's a couple of different wide receivers, just like there's a couple of different cornerbacks, cannot afford really missing any time if they're going to break with the 53.
No, there's plenty of other dudes that want that spot. Valdez-Scantling put on a pretty good show yesterday, I'll say.
Yeah.
Made some good catches yesterday across the middle, set things up.
Out for Jonathan.
There was another moment, Kevin, yesterday where, was it Downs that he had absolutely beaten?
I think so.
And it was Durant. It was Kobe Durant. He had beaten him heading up the field. And if he didn't have to make a hitch on that, it would have been deep ball gone.
Yeah.
I think Kobe Durant ended up having the hold on that play.
And Kobe Durant got the first team start opposite Bland on the outside.
He's looked good at some points, but Valdez-Scantling is making his thing. Mingo had a good play, and then he had one that almost turned into an interception, and that was definitely his fault. So there's, again, it's this balance of you got to see the consistency over time, not just one play that stands out. And that's what a lot of the fans are going to see highlights from what we send back, right? They're going to see the one that stands out, the one that gets to their algorithm. But you watch these things over time, and you'll see the inconsistencies and the consistencies. One consistency I can say is Pickens, baby. That dude is it's a baller.
Okay, so
straight up baller.
A couple of things about that, and I'm going to try to be as specific as possible. Mingo continues these first couple of days to show more pep in his step, and and he's got good hands because he was making catch after catch after catch until that drop in the 7th period. So they're running team right there, and you're seeing all kinds of plays, especially where we were positioned right in front of us. And he had that key drop that unfortunately popped up, which is what you always hate to see. Now, it didn't get converted into an interception, but it damn sure could have. So I thought he's been doing a really good job. That one, not so much. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's check in with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, in the tent in Oxnard on 105.3 The Fan.
you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much to Mercedes-Benz, Plano, and Best Buy Windows and Siding for help facilitate this trip right now on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat. Wild Fork Foods, your number one go-to for meat and seafood from DallasCowboys.com. It is Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. I thought I was going to have to climb the fence to get in here.
Yes, because they locked the gate around the
everything.
way. Yeah. Because there's no practice today.
So they don't think anybody's working, right?
Now, and I know you're working, and I don't want to blow up your column, but I see the notes for mix shots. Anything in particular that you can...
Wait, there's too many.
Okay, well, then that means you have things to spare to tell us.
You could ask, and I bet one of the answers will be right here, as a matter of fact.
So I realize the rotating nature of the position at cornerback, but to see Kobe Durant kind of get the start on the outside, at least for a little bit of Bland, I appreciate the rotation patterns that they're working there to kind of see, how do you actually look against the first team? And I don't mean to shade Milton or Hal or Valdez-Scantling or anything like that, but I want to see how you're going to line up when Dak and CD or Pickens are going after.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty good. I think they've kind of set the tone with 4 cornerbacks.
Yeah.
Deron Bland, Kobe Durant, Savon Revel, and Caitlin Carson. And they've all had opportunities. Bland obviously most consistently on the first team, but the other 3 guys have rotated in and gotten first team snaps. And, from this point, I think it kind of looks pretty good.
Yeah.
And the key thing is everybody's healthy. We forget last year, right? Caitlin Carson got hurt right away. Bland was, kind of trying to play through that foot. Trayvon Diggs was a pain in the know-what.
Right.
And he wasn't practicing. But Eberflus got all the blame, right?
Yeah.
And when people ask me about Christian Parker, I tell them, I said, you know what? He needs personnel. He's not a magician.
Yeah.
Going to come in here and take, the little sisters of the poor and say, okay, here we go.
Right.
So, but they've upgraded the personnel at that position and some from inside. And, and I think it was yesterday, I think Reddy Stewart said, hey, got my hand in the air. Don't forget about me.
And I like Reddy Stewart.
Yeah.
By the way, I asked Corey about this yesterday. Is it okay that I'm at least just a little bit nervous about Revel's leg taped up the way it is?
No,
okay.
He's good.
Okay, it just makes me a little nervous to see that.
I did tell him, I was like, it looks like it's going to collapse at any moment.
I think it's a comfort thing.
Okay, great.
And, and think about it.
Sure.
He didn't get in played till last 7 games of the season, right?
Get that guy comfortable however he can.
Yeah,
right?
and speaking of when I brought up Reddy, he had a play where he had to cover Trigg down the field, the tight end.
A lot of people's darling of the training
Yes,
camp.
yeah, and he's probably he was the best paid non-drafted rookie, right? And Stewart got into his body, got underneath him, and it was about a 20-yard route, and he curled out, and he was so into him at the end that Trigg had no chance to catch the ball. Not that he deflected it, but the coverage was really impressive. So there's going to be some battles in there to make the team as a cornerback, and then. I'm going to forget the 4th round draft choice cornerback. Guess I have to look it up, right?
Yeah, God, that's going to bother me.
Devin Moore.
Devin Moore.
Thank you.
And we talked about him all day yesterday.
This guy's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
I think they've repaired that position from what we can see out here. Now, again, no pads. No real contact until Monday.
Right.
But it's encouraging.
There was a little bit of contact.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, here and there.
They better not send that film to the NFL.
Matter of fact, one of the guys I was going to bring up, and we kind of joked about this yesterday too. You brought up Diggs.
Right.
Every time you see Rashawn Gary, do you think some offensive lineman stole Diggs' uniform, some defensive lineman? It just looks. He's so big.
double take.
He's a monster, and we're number 7.
He has he's like. No one talks about him.
Yeah.
Everybody
Except for
talks about the newcomers,
All his
right?
teammates keep talking about
They
him.
forget that trade took place, and he was an addition way at the beginning, and he falls under the radar.
Yeah.
He is good.
Agreed.
And, boy, can he play the run.
Yes.
And he had a play yesterday or the day before where he was going to have a sack, and so it would have been that still was holding on for dear life, right? And the pass got off, and you could see Gary just threw his hands up in the air like, hey, what the deal, right?
Yeah.
We're going to play like that?
Shotty went and patted him on the butt.
Yes,
Like, hey, everything's okay.
Yeah,
I saw it. You
That's
had
good.
it.
You had it. But he is good. And then somewhere on my notes here, I don't know if you guys got a chance to either be there or listen to the podium interview with Quinnen Williams. Unbelievably impressive. Now, he's a really good player, right?
Yeah.
And he gets up there, and he's kind of soft-spoken, right? He's not loud or screaming or gets excited. But he answered all the questions so well. You know, they wanted to ask him about the contract negotiations, and he's like, you know what? That's all fine, but the bottom line is I want to be here.
Yeah.
Right? And he went out of his way to say it. And it was almost like my priority is not that. My priority is helping this team win. And it got publicized during the offseason of how he told Dak, everybody's talking Super Bowl and this and that. He goes, I just want to get to the playoffs. I've never been to the playoffs in my career, right? And he answered all of those questions so well. They asked him about leadership. He goes, well, when you look at this team and you see Tyler Smith, you see Booker, you see Dak, you see CD and Pickens, how they practice. He goes, it's pretty easy to lead this team because there's leaders leading.
Yeah.
And he's got such a great perspective. He's indispensable, right? Who's going to take his place?
Yeah.
I don't have anybody right now.
And then you'd look back at the Osa deal and be like, oh, I wish we would have kept it. But yeah.
But
let me ask
that third round pick, though,
absolutely.
may be your starting middle linebacker.
Can I ask you a question about that? Because we had this conversation the other day. Is there a player that jumps to mind, and for you it might be Quinnen Williams, of who will be or needs to be the Cowboys' non-Dak MVP? Because Quinnen Williams' name definitely came up in that conversation.
And a lot of times the defensive tackle position doesn't come up as a high priority. Oh, you got to have one of these. He answered that question, too, by the way, if you guys didn't see it, when they were talking about how it seems the defensive tackle position is getting more valued with the new contracts some of the guys have signed, right? Carter, Simmons.
Yeah.
And he said, well, it's about time people understand defensive tackles are important, right? And so, I think he's... he's awfully one of those guys that you can't do without.
You mentioned his goal is to get to the playoffs, and that's obviously one of the first goals, or else none of those other goals can be achieved. But what did you think about Dak up at the podium being asked about the Super Bowl 30 shirt? And he was like, look, I'm not going to shy away from that talk, and why not now? Do you appreciate that? Because we know they're all thinking that. Do you appreciate that part just being said out loud?
Yeah, don't shy away from it, right? As a matter of fact, after he said that, I go, I think upstairs I've got a hat, Super Bowl 30. I ought to bring it out.
Yes.
Right?
He would love that.
Just to remind him, right?
Yeah.
Here, you want to wear this? Look, I understand, everybody's got the goal, Super Bowl, right? How about a winning season?
Sure.
We can start there.
And then you can worry about winning the division or making the playoffs and advancing. Yeah,
and maybe winning two playoff games.
No, I hear you.
I think there's a stepstone there that everybody gets ahead of themselves. And those guys talked about it. You can talk about it, but so was it, I think it was Williams, maybe? He was talking about all the winning. He goes, well, we just got to win today.
Yeah.
And so don't get ahead of yourself here. And everybody gets all fired up about that. I think people forget this team hasn't had a winning season these last 2 years.
Yep. And you haven't been 3 straight in 24 years, something like that?
Whatever, 2000 and 2002, whatever that adds up
24 years.
24
That's
years.
too many.
That's true.
Let's go ahead and fix that this year.
You want to break that streak right now?
Okay. Yeah, you don't want to go 3 straight.
I am interested in. Have you kept an eye much on Winters and how he's been adapting to this?
Yeah, and I think awfully well. So it's been Winters and Overshone on the first team defense at middle linebacker. They did give, and I can't. It might have been nickel. But there was some first-team reps for Jayshon Barham.
Yeah.
And the key thing they were doing with them, and this is the other thing about Christian Parker, moving guys around to get them in places where they can excel. He started at middle linebacker, and I think they were in maybe a 2 tight end offense, and he moved outside to the left like a stand-up defensive end.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, now I got a 5-man front. Now, he's a linebacker, but he's on the line of scrimmage, right? And I thought that was interesting. So I just think they need that thumper. And nothing against Overshone, nothing against Winters. But, man, when teams want to go heavy like that, I want heavy in there. And I think he's going to make a name for himself. Because remember, he was a linebacker. They put him at defensive end. Now, can he do both? And, okay, offense, go ahead and identify 55. What is he?
Yeah, is he stopping the run? Is he pursuing
They've
the passer?
got so many guys like that. The way they're moving Caleb Downs around.
Yeah.
He's in the slot. Sometimes he's off like a linebacker.
He can be outside
in the
on
nickel.
CD.
Yeah. And he covers.
Yeah.
It was the first day, right? Gary punched out the ball on a running play.
And they punch way harder than
Pickens' arm off yesterday.
and who gets the ball? Caleb Downs, right? Some guys, I don't know how it happens, they're always around the football. It's not like he made some great play, but he was there.
Dan Campbell used to be one of those guys.
Yeah.
He'd just be around the football.
So
it's a skill.
So, I think that was encouraging. And the other...
Dak looks good, too. I just want to let everybody know Dak looks pretty good out here.
Unbelievable yesterday.
Serious. Yeah.
Some of those passes, I was sitting there going, oh, wow.
Especially hugging the sidelines a few different times. I was like, woo, baby.
Yeah, and he's right on, right? And then we got his, what do they call it, Gotti?
The greatest offense there is. And so I decided to look that up. And, I mean, not Gotti, but I wanted to look up something in particular. I know, big picture, we were all excited about what the offense did last year. That's not up for dispute at all. But it's the red zone. And don't you love it, Mickey, when the statistics back up what you feel like you have been seeing?
Like you saw?
Yeah. And so I went back and looked. They scored a touchdown 56.9% of the time, which is dead middle in the NFL. So for an offense that is so freaking good by pretty much every measurable besides that feels to me like the number one thing that if you're going to have the greatest offense there is, you damn sure better move that up.
Well, you got to start scoring touchdowns.
Exactly.
Right? And matter of fact, in the offseason, when it was May, June, I wrote a column about that this offense was so good, and then they get in the red zone, and they're not scoring enough touchdowns. They're kicking field goals, and the worst sin is kicking field goals when the ball's inside the 10-yard line.
Goal to go. go.
And I want to say they did it about 3 or 4 times. Can't do it.
Yeah.
They also had turned the ball over on downs a couple times, right? A couple turnovers. So, yeah, that's got to be sharper, and they got to figure out, and sometimes I always go, well, that's on the running game because you got to be able to run the ball inside the 10-yard line. Well, they ran the ball well, so what happened when you got inside the 10? And Schottenheimer took some of the blame for it.
As I kind of think he should.
I got to be better.
Yeah.
What kind of plays that we're calling. And if you noticed in these first 2 practices, how quick the ball is getting out. And I don't know if it's by design, but throwing the ball to Williams, getting the ball to Jaden Blue on the edge, right?
Yes.
The little and it wasn't like smoke screens, just the passes quick to the outside, and let those guys
you can
play,
absolutely
right?
Get yardage with for sure.
And I think that's going to really help. There was one play in particular. They threw one to Anthony Smith, the wide receiver, 7th round pick,
I like the kid.
and whoever was in the slot, he made him disappear, right? Made him disappear and went for a big gain.
Yeah.
And that guy can run, by the way.
Yeah, he can.
So when
And
we
he's got
talk
some power,
about,
too.
well, we got 4 wide receivers for sure. We'll see where the 5th one is. Well, I guarantee you if there's 5 and it's not him, he's 6, and he's going to force him to keep that guy with that kind of speed.
Kevin, not news that I'm rooting for, but Tony Romo is announced. CBS did announce that Tony Romo is on leave until further notice, and J.J. Watt will replace Romo alongside Nance and Tracy Wolfson for the time being.
Well, that's a long leave since preseason's like 3 weeks away, right?
Yeah.
We'll see how.
So hopefully that leave will resolve itself, and hopefully he'll make better decisions.
Well, I mean, so that's bad.
Yes.
Well, Shanahan's bad too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
So the lesson there is don't put your cell phone in your lap, okay?
Yes.
Goodness gracious.
Yes.
Don't we have Bluetooth on every new car that
look
is
at
out
this.
there?
You know what, dude? The car we're driving has a place for my phone to charge, so it'll always be there.
Yeah, that's where mine is. Mine goes right in there. There's no reason to pick it up.
Look at that. Mickey Spagnola, purveyor
I'm just trying to help people.
of columns, Cowboys information, and responsible driving tips. Man, thank you so much. I know we're going to keep talking to you, but
we'll figure out a time that kind of suits my schedule where I maybe don't have to scale the fence to get in.
But also look forward to his column coming up. I'll tell you this. He has lots of notes. That is a lot of notes on that sheet of paper right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's fire up a little bit of baseball nuggets. Rangers-Rays series finale, and when 50-50 isn't actually a split down the middle. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
First pitch to Mullins. He shoots one down the left field line. This one headed toward the wall, and it is just over the wall in the corner. Are you kidding me? An opposite field home run for Mullins, and the Rays lead it 3-2.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets. And it was another ho-hum, lackluster offensive output from the Texas Rangers yesterday. They lose 3-2. I believe it was Evan Grant who pointed out since Josh Young has been out, they have scored 4 runs and had 11 hits in the 3 games where lefties pitched the bulk of the innings. So just a big bag of nothing offensively. This is yet another starting pitching effort that has essentially gone to waste, and you go into that series against the Astros half a game up. They have won 8 of their last 10, and the Rangers continue to linger along, really incapable of breaking away from that kind of 500 vortex. Now, the good news is they don't usually go too far below 500, but they have not been able to break above that 3 games over 500, and I thought yesterday was a just crushingly sad offensive output from them. And you know, the hits just keep on coming because Schumacher said yesterday that Josh Young has, quote, not trended in the right direction from a left calf strain that sent him to the 10-day IL. He is eligible to return tomorrow in Houston. Guess what? It's not going to happen because I'll go to Skip specifically. We have to figure out what it looks like in the next couple of days. We were hoping that it was going to trend towards him sprinting and doing more things, but it's kind of standstill right now. So it's not that he can't come back tomorrow. It's that he can't sprint yet. And so that is obviously going to be key to get to the next part, so crap.
That dude's body is just...
It sucks.
He's my age at, 28 years old?
Especially the calves, man.
That's frustrating.
Yeah.
That his, and for him, that's a history right now of consistency. You feel like, and
I have no doubt he's uber frustrated.
For sure. And it's just, the season he was having, he was contributing to a good offense.
Absolutely.
And so that's where you're like, dadgummit, the most, because a day like yesterday, Kevin, you definitely could have used him in that bat.
Yep. No, you were right about that. So, Rangers half a game up on the Astros, going to Houston, and that series, which you can hear all of it right here on 105.3 The Fan. I got a few other baseball notes for you. Remember, we talked about the bounty put on the dual logo man autograph patch of Shohei. That bounty wasn't even enough, as a collector pulled it from a Florida hobby shop, which I kind of love that it didn't just go to a breaker, because that feels like what happens to so many of the big-time cards. It was pulled at Boca Sports Cards in Boca Raton, Florida, and $10 million was not enough. It sold for $11 million. I believe it sold to the group that includes that fella that nobody likes from Shark Tank. What's that?
Mark Cuban?
No.
He's not on Shark Tank anymore.
That's just people from the Mavs ownership that don't like him. Kevin O'Leary? I feel like they have a nickname for him.
He used to be a stand-up comedian, then he became an actor.
No, that is Dennis Leary,
No
maybe?
Cure for Cancer, I believe, was the first.
Kevin O. I think that's him.
All right.
But yeah, they've already gotten into sports cards, and I believe he was part of the group that has purchased this gold dual logo man autograph.
And that's a one of one, right?
Correct.
So there's no grading involved in that, or is there?
You'd think. One thing I think is stupid in the card community is when a one of one gets graded, and I was like, fine.
What do you compare?
It got a
it to?
9 instead of a 10. It's the only one. Like for something like like this. I realize there are other one of ones.
Yeah, why would you?
One of one red, one of one orange. This is a real one of one. And it's like, okay, you don't think it's in great shape? Fine, don't buy it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only one.
But I mean, like, do you trust the grading company though?
Oh man, not really. It sounds like PSA's got a world of hurt coming their way.
I was really trying to get to that point.
Yeah, we will see how that lawsuit goes, but it doesn't look. There are suits being filed against the primary grading company, PSA. And basically what you hear from people in the hobby is, what took so long? And, like, I'm not saying that means they're guilty, but this has been whispered about forever. And so I'm just saying something to keep an eye out on right there. All right, can I tell you about one more thing? Because this was really fascinating to me. You know how we've talked about the debate with the MLB and the MLBPA about, hey, let's have a 50-50 split. They don't even agree on that. Now I'm on the MLBPA side. So here's a list.
This is the first time you're on the PA side?
But, like, I'm not even like, oh, I see both sides.
Gotcha,
no,
okay.
Put me firmly in the PA
now.
camp.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Kevin's hulking up.
Yeah, Evan Drellich, or Drellich if you're not fancy, he has put together a great in-depth report about what that 50-50 split entails. Before you get to 50-50, there's 17% taken off for local revenues, also known as expenses. 22% of the national revenue is peeled off of the top, also for expenses. Construction and renovation costs for ballparks, including spring training facilities, that is peeled off of revenue before it gets to 50-50. So are the MLB network expenses. So are local broadcast expenses. So are, quote, new ventures, which has not been firmly defined. All of those things come out of revenue before you get to the 50-50 split. And pretty much any dollar that the teams spend on players count against the 50-50.
A lot of the things, though, and I understand it benefits the players too, but a lot of the things that you just named off seem to benefit the owner
for sure,
significantly more.
Yes.
And there are obviously less owners than there are players in this. Now, I know there are small ownership pieces and everything too, but it seems they get benefited a lot more from the ventures and all the other things that you listed than the players.
So look, we have a Snickers bar on the table.
Snickers is good.
You would think 50, it satisfies. You'd think 50-50. You'd look at it and you're like, we both have the same size of the pie. But the owners are like, well, I have to take this first bite and I have to give it to some people that I promised it to. I have to take this second bite and help for this other food project that I want to do. And then they bite, and then there's just this little, like, 1-inch chunk
and now
left.
We'll split 50 of that.
And then we'll split 50-50 with you.
And by the way, I'm getting a piece of all the bites that I just gave away.
Exactly.
That's a frustrating.
So I can see how if you're the Players Association, you're like, hey, I hear you on salary cap and all this, but you can't be peeling all those things off the top before
I hear you,
go 50-50.
and also don't care.
Yeah, absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know, we are live in Oxnard for Dallas Cowboys training camp. So what say we talk to Dallas Cowboys RB1 and really polite fella, Javonte Williams. We will do that next right here on The Fan.
If your boss says you're laughing too hard, what a weasel, these guys say.
Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're here with Javonte Williams on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How y'all doing?
We're doing good, but not as good as that one kid. What kind of guts did it take to ask for your headband there?
Yeah. Nah, that was crazy. I told him, I said it's sweaty. He said he still wanted it, so I gave it to him.
And did you hear somebody in there, because that's like a team.
Yeah, 8th graders.
Yeah, out there. Mm-hmm. One of the kids said something about washing it, and everybody yelled at him and said, no, you never wash that. Like, what does that mean to see like that level of passion and excitement when I'm guessing, no doubt, that was you years and years ago?
Yeah, no, for sure. I was the same person. I remember my cousin used to go on college visits, and I'd go in the locker room, and they'd throw their gloves on the ground. I'd just go grab the gloves or grab the headband, anything. So, I mean, I understand where he's coming from, but now that I got older, I'm like, that's kind of weird. But when I think about it, I'm like, I mean, that's the same person I used to be. So, I mean, I gave it to him.
They could not convince you all the way to give away the mouthpiece as well. That felt a little odd,
Yeah,
right?
that was a little too much.
That's a personal one right there.
I can't get it.
But you got to respect that kid for being like, no, I'm going to do it. I'm going to ask for it.
I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, go for it.
We talk about in baseball, we see guys, they catch a foul ball and they'll take it from a little kid. And you're like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Is there anything that you wouldn't give to a kid that you saw like in the stands, where you'd be like, you know what, here you go? Is there a certain number of football, like a touchdown or something? You're like, no, this one's mine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the only thing I wouldn't give away is my mouthpiece, like I just did. I mean, even my first touchdown ball, it means a lot to me, but I mean, it's just an item to me. So I mean, if it's gonna make somebody else's day, I mean, it's gonna do more for them than just sitting on the shelf for me collecting dust. So I mean, I'd rather give it to somebody that's gonna actually use it instead of me just looking at it every single day, thinking about what I used to do.
Now, Kevin, I just want to add one other thing. I got so much respect for him already. Just seeing what he's done in his career so far. But just a minute ago, when he came over here, he sat down, and then when you walked around,
he stood back up. That was
to
so
shake
nice.
your hand.
Yes.
Tell me, is that something that you were taught?
Yeah,
stand up to shake a hand.
Yeah, my granddad said you never shake a man's hand sitting down. So I mean, I had to at least get adjusted that I was standing up.
I appreciate that very much. Very polite. I know it's just day one, but this is a big day in the next part of the process. What does day one of practice mean to you and the rest of this team?
I mean, just from a year ago, I can already tell. I mean, just the way that we clicking on offense, the way we communicating. We doing stuff this year that we wasn't doing until probably week 2 last year. I mean, on day 1. I mean, today, even through the meetings, I mean, we breezed right through it because, I mean, we pretty much already know the playbook. We already know all the nuances. We was doing everything OTAs. So, I mean, it feel good to have most of the band back together, most of the same plays we had last year. And, I mean, I like how the defense looking, too. The defense looked real good, flying around, making plays. I mean, I think there was a little too physical on day 1.
I saw a couple bumps, and I was like,
a little too physical on day 1, but we'll see what they talking about when the pass come on.
How much easier does that make your life when you essentially, like you said, there's some nuances, but you essentially already know the playbook kind of coming in?
Yeah, it just calm you down, give you that confidence to just slow the game down a little bit. Everything is not moving too fast and things like that. And I mean, just seeing the other guys around you connecting, it gives you that confidence that, yeah, I feel like we're going to be pretty good.
A lot of this offseason, your coaches, Shoddy and Clayton Adams, talked about evolving. Mm-hmm. And I'm just kind of curious. One of the evolutions was trying to get Dak under center more. Can you kind of explain how that would help an offense with the play-action game and how that helps a little more with evolving as an offense?
Yeah, I mean, because most of the time when you see us in gun, it's a pass or something like that. So get him under center and actually booting out left, right, handing the ball off, doing this, doing that. I mean, it'll just keep the defense on their toes, open up a lot of things behind the linebackers and things like that for the receivers and tight ends and even us. Just any kind of confusion that we can give to the defense, it helps the run game. So, I mean, we just want to throw everything out there this year.
I'm not sure how much of the Sean Payton offense was different than what you did last year, and even from what you did earlier in your career before the injury. But it looked like you were very comfortable in what this offense was last year. Was there something similar that you kind of understood better, or did Clayton Adams just make it a lot easier, or was it that front that really made it easy for you?
I mean, a combination of all of that, and then just confidence. I mean, no knock on the team I played for before, but just being embraced and just being here and seeing the camaraderie and the locker room. I mean, the coaches can't even walk in the locker room. Shotty told them you can't walk in the locker room. Like, that's our space. So, I mean, just us being in there, doing whatever we want to do. I mean, it feel like a safe place. So once we go out to practice, it's still a brotherhood. I mean, we just out there having fun. I told Sam when he signed, Sam Howell, I was like, bro, it feel just like Chapel Hill. I said, it feel like college. And then he came up to me yesterday. He was like, bro, I like this. Like, this really do feel like college. So, I mean, it's just that brotherhood that we got. I feel like that makes things a whole lot easier, knowing that your brother got your back.
And with all of that in mind, how cool is it to be part of the Leadership Council and to be, like, essentially elected to the Leadership Council?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge honor with this just being my second year here. Right. I mean, Coach Shotty already embraced me, Dak. I mean, all the leaders on the team, they pretty much look up to me. Even though I don't say too much, I mean, I just try to lead by example because I can't go out there and tell them to do something if I'm not going to do it. So, yeah, just them believing in me, I mean, I don't got no other choice but to go my hardest every day.
From everything we've heard, if we do need somebody to maybe say too much, it might be Tyler Booker. Yeah. Is that fair? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, Tyler.
In a good way.
In a good way. Yeah, yeah. Book can talk to you. There's a couple players on the team that talk.
Who else is kind of in that category? And are you somebody who gets motivated by the talk? Because we'll talk to players all the time, and they're like, "Man, I love playing on the road. I love people being like, oh, you're trash." And you're like, all right.
Yeah. CD talk. You know that he gonna talk his talk.
Right.
GP for sure. Turk. I mean, it might be hard to understand him, but he gonna try to get his funny talk.
Walk me to the line of scrimmage in your eyes. You get to the line of scrimmage and y'all have a play action set up, or you have a run that you're like, this one's gonna. When do you know it's going to open up for you? Do you know before the play, or do you only know once you hit that hole?
Nah, I mean, even today, I'm in my head, I'm like, yeah, it's going to open up sooner or later. I just got to wait for it. I mean, sooner or later, they're going to get the job done. I feel like we got 5 all-pro linemen. I mean, I never seen holes this big, like I said, since college and things like that. But, I mean, it's a testament to everybody around because you gotta know that you got CD and GP and all our receivers, Turk, Speed. Then you got Ferg, Brev, Scooney, I mean, everybody. Then you got Dak on the center. You know he can do whatever he want, anytime he want. Then the running backs, you got me, Blue, Malik, Moff, Izzy, Dom, Hunt. I mean, anybody can get back there and do what we got to do. So, I mean, just a testament to the whole offense. And like you said, Coach Clayton, Shotty, I mean, they putting us in the right position. So, yeah, I mean, I like where it's going.
Is it a lot? We talk about Pickens and CD being that effective for the run game, and you being that effective for them. Mm-hmm. Can you kind of explain what it does whenever those two are on the outside? Is it the safeties having to play back that creates an extra space for you, or is there something else in the defense that they have to do that gives you more space?
I mean, it's just everything. You got to think the whole week their defensive coordinator probably telling them. I mean, you got George Pickens and CD Lamb, so I mean, you got to pick what you want to do, and then I mean, when they do too much with them, I mean, that's when me and Jake gonna come alive and everybody else. So I mean, it's kind of like pick your poison. Not trying to be cocky or anything like that, but we just got great players on. I mean, they put the team together the right way. So then everybody get along with each other. It's not nobody bigger than the other person. I mean, you might think CD would be cocky, but CD probably the most humble person on the team. So I mean, when you got that on your team, the leaders doing like trying to bring everybody else up, I mean, that make a huge difference.
You know, Shotty just said something kind of along those lines before practice. He said this is as close of a team as he's ever been a part of, which is kind of wild to hear given how early it is in the season. But I get the sense that perhaps you're feeling that same way.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I met CD, CD my rookie year in the NFL when I was with Denver.
Yeah.
I met him in Miami, and we was at a party, and he gave me his number. And then when I signed here last year, I'm like, yeah, bro, let me get your number. And I went to go type it in. He like, man, bro, I still got your number from when we was in Miami. I'm like, dang, that junk crazy.
That is awesome.
Yeah,
that kind of speaks to the humbleness that you were just talking about as well. Mm-hmm. You mentioned all the other running backs. I know you're focused on you and your improvement, but do you get the opportunity to watch, and do you feel like you can like drop a tip here or there to kind of help out with the younger guys?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, any way that I can help, I try to help out. Like I said, I don't say too much because I know how it was my rookie year when everybody tried to get in your ear and say this and say that. So I just let everybody play. But, I mean, we definitely got some talent. We got speed. We got power. We got everything you want in the running back room.
working with some bead action here too. You got some on the wrist. I see you're holding those. You got some on the neck. What are these? What are these for you?
Nah, really, I just bought these from the store. I just like how they look. I don't understand what they mean.
I thought it's like a rosary.
Yeah, I didn't know if like a niece gave them to you or something, and you were just like, I got to wear these.
I just like how they look.
All right, now you talked about you got to keep out the outside noise, and we all understand that, but it can be a tough balance to not hear anything. How do you balance, like, hey, I want to connect with my fans versus I don't want to be hearing some of this other stuff that, like, we hear it too on a way lower level, but, like, how do you balance that?
I mean, you can't really run from it playing with the Cowboys. I figured that out quick, but I say you can't get too high when you're doing good. You can't get too low when you're not doing as good as you think. You got to try to stay like right there in the middle. People gonna talk regardless whether you're doing bad or good. You got to understand that, and you just got to remember who you are and the reason that you got here. And I mean, you're talented enough to be in the NFL, so you just got to show it every day.
Can you walk us through that particular drill where kind of, you're pushing your knee forward in the little square one-on-one? Can you walk us through like maybe that or any other drills that help kind of the fan base understand what kind of stuff you're doing out there?
Yeah, the drill you talking about was just like decel. So imagine I'm running towards the sideline, the safety coming at me like I got to stop on a dime and go back the other way. It's kind of like a dead leg. So that's all we were trying to simulate. I mean, it's not going to be the way it is in the game, but you kind of got to train your muscles to be in that position.
And it does feel particularly helpful that you're focused on stopping at a very specific spot, because there's going to be a time in a game that if you're ever going to pivot off of somebody like that, it's going to have to be, like you just said, on a dime. Yeah, absolutely.
It's just that feel, just getting your body in that position, getting low and getting back out of it. Yeah.
What are the ramp-up goals for you in training camp? Because Shotty will talk all about, hey, one practice at a time. What kind of personal goals do you set along the way, or does it just default to that one practice at a time?
Yeah, it's definitely one practice at a time, but the thing that I'm mainly focused on is just my conditioning. I feel like sometimes in games, late last year, I get tired or like just kind of get worn down. So, I mean, just my conditioning and just making sure I'm getting my reads and things like that, because the season coming quick. We only got 4 more weeks, I guess, before the first game. So I mean, you gotta get to it quick and fast. If not, because you don't want to go out there Sunday night and get embarrassed. So I mean,
that bad tape can be for everybody if it happens.
You rather mess up out here than on Sunday. So I'm just trying to make all my mistakes now, so I can go ahead and get them out of the way and go ahead and do what I got to do.
The schedule jumps up pretty quick too. Yeah, red zone. How are we getting you more touchdowns in the red zone this year?
I mean, I don't know. That's just how the cookie crumble. But, I mean, we definitely going to do what we got to do. Whoever scored a touchdown, as long as we got one more point than the other team, I don't care.
Are you one of those kind of people that you're like, hey, good or not good, we can always be better, because it feels like the best of the best are like, hey, that was good, we can do better. Are you one of those people?
Oh, yeah, for sure. There's always room for improvement because, I mean, I feel like I had a couple good runs today, but the only run I remember is the one I felt like I messed up. That's the only one I was talking to my coach about. I'm like, dang, what you see on that? He's like, calm down. We're going to watch on film. Like, no, I need to know. Like, I need an iPad or something. I got to see this. I can't. Yeah.
That's awesome, man. Thank you so much for your time and your openness. We appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen, Javonte Williams right here on The Fan. There you go, Javonte Williams, as I just said, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Super polite fella. Was there to stand up and shake hands, and dude, I need to see that play right now.
I just love that point of like, no, I know something messed up. How do I fix it? I need to fix it now, because once it's fixed, it's fixed. Like that's we keep hearing Shotty talk about Caleb Downs that way.
Yeah.
Once a mistake's been made, he doesn't make it again. And Javonte, kind of the same way, dude. You saw what he did last year. This dude sounds like he's even more comfortable in this offense already, and he's raring to go for this season because he thinks he has something to prove. I love it, dude. You got a bunch of dudes on this team that feel that way.
Absolutely. From the 214 and a shout-out Friday, shout-out to my wife. She is 36 weeks pregnant and still holding it down. Love you. So very nice sentiment right there. Hopefully everything goes well from here on out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus don't live stream your crime. Next on The Fan.
When sports news
injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Where don't forget, don't do it right now though, Corey. We will have not one but two Muse ticket giveaways today.
We're giving away 2 tickets.
No, we are giving away 2 pairs of tickets.
2 pairs.
But right now, okay.
So yeah, 2 tickets at a time. Like
you know what? See, and I was just on your side, Alec. Is this because of the wedding cake joke I made earlier?
Yes, 100%.
Dude, we got somebody that's way behind on the Odyssey app, and they still love that joke. So
yes,
it doesn't matter. Everyone, I mean, as many of thousands and thousands of people out there that it just disheartens them. It's the one text that Kevin sees that he's like, that's the one I'll listen to.
Hell yeah, from the 817. Can I get a shout out from my daughter, Paige? It's her birthday, 24, and in the U.S. Navy. Outstanding. Thank you for that service as well.
Point guard for the Wings.
Yeah, it's different Paige. And by the way, she has avoided a fine for the little video her and Angel Reese put together talking about gambling.
Oh, no.
Which you can see how they've now deleted that video because they're like, whoops. And from the 817, you didn't win Employee of the Month for kicking that guy's window in at Blockbuster. I had one Employee of the Month, not that month, because there were issues in the 2 months after that. Coming up right now, though, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053.
That was a getaway day right there.
Yeah. I could feel that in my soul. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, where you can bring as much energy as Corey Majors to the question of the day. Plus, don't live stream your crime or this is going to happen to you. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But, gentlemen, today... the holiday is one of my favorite brands of stupidity.
I'm sorry. Pause. Alec, I'm so sorry. I want you to know
I'm going to put this up on
that
the
while
fan cam
Corey
real quick.
giveth, he also taketh away. This is his fault. I did not notice this all week. There is a taped up exit sign in our tent. Like, what?
We're in a tent.
Where did they think we were going to know how to exit?
I almost guarantee that's DJ putting it up just as
DJ,
like a
did you
bit.
put that exit sign up?
The one on our tent right here.
Man, DJ might think we're stupid.
It does feel like
really might.
We don't know how to get out of the tent.
I'm sorry, Alec. Back to you. But Corey just pointed out the exit sign is, I don't know, 6 feet away from us, as if we wouldn't know where to leave.
I think someone was just trying to tell you indirectly that they think you're dumb.
It's happened before. Alec, I think I told this on air, but we had a promo person at the time that told us we were going to do one of our broadcasts outdoors, and it was going to be like 42 degrees or something. And I was like, okay, good note. And then she emailed again 3 minutes later, and she was like, so you guys might want to bring a jacket. And I was like, oh, no. Does she think we're stupid and we don't know how temperature works?
Dude, you got to admit, though, sometimes there are hosts that need a little extra.
That's
not necessarily us, but sometimes there are.
Man, Alec, the bar of intelligence that people seem to think on-air people have is very low. Very low indeed.
Yes, that sounds about right.
DJ's just staring me down now.
I would feel kind of offended, not gonna lie. But today's national holiday this is just my brand of stupidity right here. This makes no sense. Today is National Talk in an Elevator Day.
Oh, yeah.
So, the question of the day, this should be fun, especially after last night. If you were stuck in the elevator with one person from 105.3 The Fan, who would you want to be stuck with and why?
What are you even asking? asking right now?
This is the dumbest question after last night.
Man.
I will say this.
asking then?
Alec, listen, man, that drop. Here's exactly what I told Kevin this morning on the drive-in. I said we need that drop for those times whenever we have a fan text that we want to just dig in at, and like that's all we need. We read it and then we play that, and then we don't even have to say anything else. But it's. I do contend this. We've been told many times on our elevator rides that Kevin and I should auction them off for Peace-a-thon. Because
that'd be sweet.
And one of our Tolos, Sean, he replied back on my tweet and was like, "No, I've been on those elevator rides. They're absolutely hilarious." And you know how many times I don't know how it happens. We just are talking to each other, and all of a sudden the girl or the guy on the elevator is like, "I want in on this conversation," or "That was hilarious." And there was one lady that was drinking her water and she spit it out while we were on the elevator. Whoa. So like, it's like there's just so many. So I contend we are the funniest elevator ride that you'll ever have. Just because we are ourselves.
If we ever do Peace-a-thon back at the station, that could be an exhausting way to raise extra money. In the breaks, just run to the elevator, you just go up and down, and raise some more money for charity.
But I do think. I think Chiafalo's a very easy vote here because he's just a casual, easy ride. You know, one of those you can just kind of hang with and just shoot the S with and feel pretty comfortable with. Fred is absolutely at the top of the list too, though. So I'll say it's between Fred and Chiafalo, but I'll vote for Fred.
I am going to vote for one Lucius Alexander.
That's a good vote too, dude.
I got a good chance to talk with him about a whole bunch of stuff when we went to Vegas last year for boxing, and
he's got a broad
you
could pretty much talk about anything with Lucius.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And just to your point, we talked about the usage of warfare and non-warfare with early variations of airplanes in the 19-teens, and so that was one of the conversations that we had. So, yeah, no, I think I might pick him.
That's the most Kevin thing I've heard.
I like to listen to and talk about maybe some would view as bizarre things.
Let's see, from the A12, RJ Choppy is their vote just to hear his tirade.
Man, you should talk if you get that conversation with Choppy, just know he will talk with you about anything.
That's right.
Whether you want it to or not.
I've had some of the most random conversations of my life with RJ Choppy, and they happen in the hallway here in the office whenever he's going to get coffee.
And Alec, don't they start out so normal?
Yes.
And then somehow he turns them into a choppy conversation.
Yes.
You feel like it's just a regular thing, and then he's like, how do I make this me?
Absolutely.
He did that this morning on air because Bobby made a joke about me, and I might have did a bad hand gesture to Bobby. And RJ was describing how I give the bird, and he was like, that's different. He was like, there's usually a sign from that. And we're like, what are you talking about? What does that telegraph? And he's like, well, you know. And we're like, no, we don't. Clearly. So it just took a left turn because he's RJ Choppy. From the 817, they say Bobby Belt. I think that would be my last vote because he would drive me insane. From the
Bobby is a learned and fascinating individual as well. I will readily say that.
Yes, but it depends on what kind of a relationship you have with him at the moment.
Yeah, does he want to troll you?
Yes, because that's all he ever does with me. So, he goes through phases with me where he's either the most helpful person ever or he's trying to make me hate existence. One of the two. But from the 321, anybody but Blake Elliott.
Oh, that's mean. Blake's really fun to talk to.
Feels like the parenting question.
Well, yeah, but there's a specific reason for that.
Okay.
Blake's easy to get along with too.
He is easy to get along with.
Dude, when he came in to tell us about what was going on, that was he was super happy. It's huge smile, so excited. That energy's good. I like Blake.
Man, I was talking to Bobby last night about the Fred and Blake argument on Fan After Dark last night, and Bobby was asking me who is in the blame, and I was like, I'm blaming Blake just because I worked with him on weekends for a couple of years, and he's definitely done that intentionally multiple times to me just to try to draw me off sides, and it's worked. He's very good at what he does. He's rage baiting 100% every single time.
And he knows how to do it.
He's very
really
good at it. He's a talented man. From the 682, Chris Arnold, for all the stories while we wait.
Oh, man. Chris Arnold, like, for every scenario you could throw out there.
You know what?
He's got a story that is applicable.
Dude, I just realized how many people we have at the station that I want to hang out with.
Yeah.
And Chris Arnold has... And what's crazy is the story, like, a lot of us have a story about their friend or something that happened to them. Chris Arnold has a story about Prince. Or Chris Arnold has a story about Janet Jackson. Or Chris Arnold has a story about Shaq. You know, it's not like our stories. Our stories are fun, you know, but his stories are the most famous people of our lifetime. He's been in contact with them, and something wild happened while he was around.
Now, I know you're going to veto this. I just want to point out within the last 10 minutes, we've gotten 2 different requests to retell the wedding joke.
No.
Okay.
Hey, somebody said me because he's never serious, and it would be comforting in a situation like being stuck in an elevator, and I appreciate that.
That's a good point.
I mean, I could feel you starting off with, don't worry, I'm trying really hard not to fart or something, just to, like, make you at ease.
I'm immediately, this isn't a stuck in the elevator situation, but now we're stuck in an elevator. I absolutely am pulling the joke of we have to mark this corner.
Yes.
So with
Either that or I think you would fart, and then you would look at the other person and be like, that was you. And they'd be like, wait, what?
And if it wasn't you, we should all check our pants anyway.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Look, everybody has those situations where it's that bad.
I know, but I don't think you should go into an elevator with one other person and say, let's check our pants. Right?
DJ yesterday said, would it be weird if I took all of those baseballs and shoved them in my pants? And you said, yeah, maybe so. And he goes, so should I take them all out?
So dumb. Oh my gosh!
Because even our engineer is a great elevator ride.
Everybody loves bits. That's for sure. Oh man! And from the 202, all of y'all would be awesome. Also, I miss Reggie, the former producer of this show.
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, Reggie is super duper happy and has really gotten into his groove, both professionally and in the rest of his life in Houston. So he misses us too, for sure, but he is very happy if that helps you out at all.
The 972, Jared Sandler, as I'm exiting the elevator, the doors are closing and he's still talking.
Man, you know who you really, that's messed up. I almost said the other word. You know who you really would want to be in an elevator with is Mike Bassick and Derek Holland at the same time.
That actually is a really fun conversation.
Yeah, just to watch them frenemy each other to death.
They're so kind to each other, but just take digs at each other's careers.
It is the most passive-aggressive conversation you'll ever be in.
Or their golf games.
Dude.
They just go
at it. I want to see if I can recreate that. Oh, yeah, well, guess what, Mike? At least I made it to the World Series. Yeah, how'd that work out for you? And he just, they're ruthless on that.
From the 806, Sean Sharif need to figure out how to get a Wild Forks care package and get invited to his VIP dinners.
Man, his house is nice.
It is a nice house. That is for sure, and they have nice steaks.
I haven't gotten the meat package yet. Come on, Sean. What are we doing?
That's not what I heard.
I think we should play that for Masterpiece of the Week today.
I did too.
You just said, Alec.
I don't know about that. I'm going to tell my story now before I dig a deeper hole. Guys, police in Minnesota are objectively awesome. Aiden is giving me the timeout signal through the window for what I just said. So, police in Minnesota put out a lengthy press release thanking a suspect. Why would you thank a suspect that took you on a 100-plus mile per hour chase up the highway in the middle of the night? Well, it's because he streamed the whole thing on Facebook Live. So they put out a real press release that said, and I quote, "Dear criminal, We just wanted to say thank you. Not for the 100-plus mile per hour midnight tour of the county that you started. That part felt unnecessarily dangerous, the letter began. It all started with a simple traffic stop, just a few lane and equipment violations. Our deputy walked up to your window, and there you were, avoiding eye contact, mumbling, and staring at your phone as if you were plotting an escape plan. And this whole press release is awesome. They continue on saying, you even told your broadcast, you told everybody that we were trying to pit maneuver your vehicle. We weren't. We did, however, introduce your tires to a nice set of stop sticks. Relationships are all about meeting the right people, and your quick escape on the traffic stop kept us from spending more time getting to know you. And so they went on and on. This whole thing is on Facebook. It is awesome. People saying in the comments to the PR person, please never stop being the PR person. Whoever wrote this needs a raise. And I totally agree. This whole story, it feels like a fairy tale story about a 100-mile-an-hour police chase that was live streamed on Facebook.
I think I want to start an OnlyFans page as a criminal and just live stream all my criminal action. Kevin, what would you call an OnlyFans criminal live stream if you had the opportunity? Like I'm gonna pull off capers.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna pull off capers of some sort. I'm gonna do I'm gonna break into a bank and then I'm not robbing it. I'm just breaking in at the middle of the night, you know, and cracking the safe, and then and I'm one of those safe cracker guys.
Okay, so my initial thought, I'll have to edit part of it, but what if it was 2 in the one in the clink?
No.
1 in the clink. You get it? Because that's the jail.
Only fiends is what DJ suggests.
Okay.
Yeah, I like
all right.
this.
And then from the 817, could you give my mom Christina a happy birthday shout out? We call her Old Lady Green Beans. She's turning 41 today. So
I gotta know why. So
I think I know. I looked it up just to make sure that wasn't like Urban Dictionary for something inappropriate. I believe that is a Big Bang Theory reference.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So happy birthday to Old Lady Green Beans for the KNC masterpiece, or maybe because she got them cans. I don't know. We're the KNC masterpiece right here.
Dude, they have some nice jugs out
on
there.
105.3
The jug
Fan.
machines are great. Yeah.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are the excuses over for this marquee quarterback and probably more nonsense and tomfoolery? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G.
Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
McConkey in motion on 3rd and 2. Herbert looking to run. Buying time now. Throws. Caught. Touchdown. Ladd
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Alec, I want to see if you would approve of this for Corey's crime-based OnlyFans. What if he called it misdemeanors? And, so a little nakedness, a little crime stuff.
Oh, that sounds
You get
hot.
it, right?
Yeah.
The KNC Master Thief.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Only scams.
Ooh, I like that.
Only felons.
Yeah.
And then they're like the little what's the thing that explained the summary deck? Doing sexy burglaries, pulling off seductive capers.
Man, I want
Police
all of
are on
that.
their way, mofos.
Yes, that's what it should
it's too
be.
good. We have too much fun.
Right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it off.
And let's... That works both ways. I like it. And let's start with, if you missed the news from a little bit more than an hour ago, Tony Romo has been placed on leave by CBS until, quote, further notice because of his OWI arrest. So we will keep an eye out on that, of course. Chris Olave, he signs a 4-year extension worth $132 million. We've talked a lot about Chris Olave over the last couple of months. I feel like especially good signing for the Saints. We feel comfortable with that money and his health going forward.
Health-wise, I got some questions, but he's a fantastic receiver. Like he's at the top of the line for them. That money's well spent there right now, considering they're still in that phase of rebuilding. They might think, a lot of teams always feel that they're closer than they really are, but they're still in that phase of it. He's a good piece to build around.
Now, let's go from that to Deebo Samuel. He will be back with the 49ers on a 1-year deal that could be worth up to $7 million. Now, I haven't seen any further information, but I know the 49ers have been worried about Ricky Pearsall, and I wonder, some people are saying, is that the kind of transaction to match up with their concern about what, if anything, they're going to see from him this year?
Yeah, and Ayuk still being non-existent.
Yeah.
That would be... and the familiarity, I think, goes along with it, understanding what the offense wants and everything.
Right.
Good player.
Good news, bad news on the injury front. For the Panthers, bad news. Chris Brazzell will undergo season-ending surgery. He tore his LCL during Wednesday's practice, so that is official, out for the year. Good news for the Bengals after Shamar Stewart was carted off. Obviously, we said it doesn't look good. Anytime you're like, hey, they're going to the tent, it could be okay. They're getting the cart, probably a fairly catastrophic injury. It looks like he just suffered a hyperextended knee and is going to have treatment. Source inside the Bengals said there was no ligament damage. So obviously that is a huge positive for them. Now, for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, this continues to be a really interesting saga. Baker Mayfield never one to not speak his mind. He said he was essentially offended across the board by what the Bucs offered him, both from a total number of years, total number of money, and guaranteed money, in an interview that he had with Jeremy Fowler. And I actually saw the interview because I was like, did he really say all that? He did. He said at first the 2-year deal was probably the most disappointing part. He said, you're told you're a franchise quarterback and you're the guy, and then they come back with that. But then he was also disappointed with the average per year. It sounds like
he wants in the $50 million club.
Yeah, it sounds like he thought they were going to start at 50 and go from there, and disappointed with the lack of guaranteed money. And sources say they are, quote, pretty far apart.
I'm interested in this conversation, Kevin, because I want to know how many of those quarterbacks that go from another team, as a top round pick, go to another team and get big contracts like that. Or is it usually you get that big contract with the team you're on because they've seen you the entire time, they know what you are, and then you have a long future with them. Whereas Baker's kind of now a traveled quarterback and just finally came to life a little bit with this team, and they're like, we like you, but you're not everything to us. I wonder if that's the way they feel.
It appears as though, at least to me, the Bucs base this on the Daniel Jones deal. Do you feel like it's safe to say Baker Mayfield is objectively better than Daniel?
Yes.
Okay. So for Daniel Jones, they did 2 for $88, which could be worth upwards of $100 million. So I can't help but wonder if it was something like that.
Which is another quarterback that was on another team, didn't live up to the draft pick. And gets a reasonable contract for not being the franchise guy that started with the franchise.
So I can't help but wonder if that was kind of the template they used, and Baker Mayfield's like, come on, dude, I'm better than that guy.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, you just proved it when you got here.
Yeah, no, I hear you for sure. He does not. All right, are the excuses over for Justin Herbert? So, they've had injuries on the offensive line. For a while, it was coaching. You brought Harbaugh in there. Then it was the offense. You've got Mike McDaniel in there. It feels like all of the pieces are in place for somebody who has all the captivating physical tools in Justin Herbert. I know there's already people who will go after him for not living up to his potential, but do you think this is the last year that he gets any semblance of a pass if he doesn't really do anything?
I feel like the year should have passed already.
Okay, I could see that.
But I am with you with the Mike McDaniel thing. That's a big deal, and the engagement. The big engagement that's important too.
What is that? I mean, I know she's famous. What does that gal do that he's engaged to?
Alec.
What's up?
Madison Beers.
What does she do?
Future
is she like a model? Or
she is a pop singer that maybe 10 people have heard of. No, she is a very big name, and there are streaming numbers that defend that there is a lot of people out there that listen to her, but I can't name a single song.
Yeah, I guess that's just not my demographic of music.
She kind of came up in a different way as being kind of modelly. She was involved in a lot of stuff, and then bam, all of a sudden she has an album, and now she's a pop singer. But I agree with you. For me, I feel like we've seen as much. Now, for me, honestly, I think you have one of the top offensive coordinator options for you. This is a dude I think can really make a quarterback hum. So this should be it. I understand what you're saying.
Back to the NFL Top 100 for the last time this week. Garrett Balls with the Denver Broncos, the offensive tackle at 42. TJ Watt at 41. He fell 30 spots year over year from 11 down to 41. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will continue our cavalcade of awesome interviews today and talk with Dallas Cowboys starting safety, and I'm going to go ahead and say friend of the family, Jalen Thompson, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Jalen Thompson coming up in just a couple of minutes. But
the safety?
Yes.
For the Cowboys?
The safety.
He's
Alex
awesome.
Guy, and the person who we made friends with at least 3 members of his family this week. And, yeah, so wanted to go back to a couple of different things from yesterday, both practice and Shoddy. Are you okay if we start with Shoddy?
Sounds good, yeah.
Well, a couple of the things that Shoddy said yesterday that stuck out to me is he said Caleb does not repeat mistakes.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, no, and I've mentioned that a couple of times. And it was the CeeDee Lamb play that he was talking about. He said there was a play that during camp, and this was from day one, but he said there was a play from camp, like one of the OTAs that CeeDee Lamb had beat him on. And then here in Oxnard, same play they ran, and he said that he gloved him. And that right there, like that, he was like, that's what I'm telling you guys. He doesn't make mistakes. The same mistake twice. And so hearing that, love to hear that about him. And when it comes to Caleb Downs, what we've watched so far, there are a bunch of plays at the line of scrimmage that he moves into the space so quickly and can fill. They're not wearing pads, so they're not tackling.
That starts Monday.
But you can already see like his instincts to get into that space are so good, and whenever he gets even more comfortable in what they're going to be doing in the passing game, dude, I just the sky is still the limit for this kid.
So another rookie mention, Shoddy went out of his way to talk about how Malachi Lawrence has been doing a hell of a job, a quote, hell of a job setting the edge. And man, if you want to talk about a key phrase that has been at the crux of the agitation for this defense the last several years, set the edge, set the edge.
I think Alec can absolutely agree on that for the player too. Well, like that was one of the things was we knew he could do certain things, but if he can do this too, he'll be a defensive end at the top of the starting rotation, not just a dude that's a rotational piece. Can I add something about Shoddy real quick? I'm not sure if you've been observing, but has it seemed as if he can be more of the coach he wants to be this year because of the freedom he kind of has to go. He doesn't have to sit there with his playbook and do all these things.
Yeah.
Clayton Adams running these things.
He's moving from station to station, and it looks like he's having the greatest time of anybody out here, right?
And I think it's like I got to make sure these guys are having a great time too because the work needs to be fun.
Yeah.
The work can still be work. You can get but also have fun doing it. But he has there's a tenacity that he's wanting these guys to attack the work with, and he's doing the same thing. Dude, it's infectious. And I think because he trusts the group that he has to coach this team, he's having a lot more fun with it right now.
I think it was G-Bag who had a segment talking about should there be more tight end and wide receiver blocking work during these practices. I have great news for you.
They did it.
They are working on that a ton, so much so that I wanted to point out one particular interaction I saw at practice today that I thought Camden Brown, again, I realize long shot to make the roster, but Camden Brown he did a heck of a job on one of their blocking drills, a heck of a job. And as soon as he finished holding up his block the entire time, George Pickens came out and congratulated him because he saw on that play what a great job that he did blocking. So I'm not here to say like, hey, look out, here comes Camden Brown for the roster. But George Pickens saw what a good job he did. Then he was a good teammate and buddy. And I thought Camden Brown did a really good job blocking yesterday.
I want to give Pickens even more credit on not only that catch that he got from Dak, where Dak delivered a beautiful pass. Again, I want to tell y'all,
he's been on point.
In 2 days, Dak looks like he's ready to tell a team, guys, let's go.
Yeah.
Again, these are all things that Cowboys fans are like, oh, I see a different Dak than I've seen typically. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
And what I saw with Pickens yesterday, though, involved in everything.
Yeah.
Like he was involved in everything, making sure even the dudes got the football that was just laying around. He's making sure those. But there was a moment, Kevin, yesterday where there was a play, and I don't remember. It was a different play downfield, and he was calling for a flag. Him and Jake Ferguson were like, "What? Hey, hold on, he's tugging on his jersey." That's how into it. They're keeping it, dude. It's 2 days in. Again, 2 days in. Maybe they'll lose a little bit of that, but there's been 2 fun days of practice.
And then I liked,
and very lively practices.
True.
Let me say this. I thought Pickens and CeeDee Lamb's games yesterday looked very professional. They looked like pros that were like, we're here to work.
Yeah.
And we need to get this work in right now. They looked like pros yesterday. I really admired that.
And then Shoddy made sure to mention in the presser that they would love for teams to continue to give them seam plays all season long.
Yes.
So he's like, yeah, if you could make that happen, that would be fantastic. Right now, though, the man, we made friends with his dad, his grandfather, his wife. Let's talk, or I guess we did talk, to Jalen Thompson right here on The Fan. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are here with Jalen Thompson, who at this point you almost feel like a family friend. How many people in your family harassed you into doing this interview?
Oh my gosh, pretty much the whole fam, guys.
Now, do you know the history behind it? Do you know the reasoning here? All right, because I can explain the whole story.
Explain it to me, bro.
All right, so we did some pieces on free agents that we'd like to have on the team during the offseason. Our producer Alec back in Dallas, he was like, he fell in love with you. He was like, this is the one. This is my guy. I want him.
Love it.
I bounced around a little bit, and I finally came back, and I was like, you're right. You're absolutely right. This is the dude that belongs on this team. And then I was like, man, if we could get Caleb Downs and him paired up, this would be, everybody went crazy with the idea. So then as the season went on, you came in. We were excited. We threw a pizza party. It was fun. Well, then during about 2 or 3 weeks ago, we saw a Bleacher Report story that said you were going to be a bust in Dallas, and we
training camp and even started.
We tried to pick a fist fight with this guy, but we couldn't find him. So we defended it and everything. Well, your dad happened to see the clip on Twitter, or he was listening because he came over to our tent and stopped in our tent, and he was like, "You guys are my guy." And so we were like, "Hey, well, we appreciate it. So we're glad you're here because
glad to be here.
We're glad that you're playing safety for the Cowboys.
Yes,
so
sir.
We're looking forward to it." Now, this morning, Coach Shoddy said that you were all over the film yesterday. That you were all over the place. Is that just what we can expect from you?
Oh, 100%. 100%. When I'm on the field, you're going to feel the presence. You're going to feel the presence. So I live by that when I'm on the field. That's my motto. Just, sideline to sideline.
The I don't think interchangeability, adaptability that this safety group should have is the word that I keep using. Do you think that's what Christian Parker kind of sees, is that in plays you all adapt and turn into something else from pre-snap all the way through the end of the play?
Oh, for sure. That's a big thing that we kind of harp on, is just having the versatility to play all over the field. Like I said yesterday, that just makes our team that much better. It makes everybody else's job easier. So,
can you walk us through the mechanics or your thought process, like pre-snap, during the snap, at safety, as opposed to maybe dabbling in some nickel corner and things like that?
Well, really at safety, it's just about getting everybody lined up and getting the communication on point. When you're at nickel, it's kind of just just locking in and doing your job. You know what I mean? So listening to the safeties and trusting what the call that they're going to make.
Now, we just wrapped up practice. I got to know, and I'm sure you get this opportunity plenty, but what's that feeling when you can just make a kid's day? Because they were asking for autographs. I know you had to hustle, and you gave them, was that a headband that you gave?
Yeah, it was a headband.
Okay. How cool is that to, make a little kid's day like that?
Oh, it's amazing, bro. It's amazing. I remember I used to be one of those kids asking for the gloves at the college games and at the NFL games, you know what I mean? So anything to make the kids' day and make them feel special.
What was that one thing that you remember that you got? Did you get one thing that you were like, that's my prized possession?
I remember going to a UCLA camp, got some gloves. I literally wore those gloves every single day at practice, all throughout the season until I got holes in them. So
because it made you a better player.
Oh, for sure.
We all know that.
Felt like I caught the ball better, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Mentally, it made you a better player.
Yes.
Now, you are new to Dallas. What does it mean to already be part of the leadership council that Shoddy was talking about yesterday?
It's huge, man. It's huge. It shows the trust that they have in me. It shows that they believe in me. And basically, I'm just bringing that experience that I've had the past 7 years into this team and hoping that the guys follow.
When you were looking for a team to play with, what was it that was like, I got to play in Dallas?
Obviously, just knowing that CP was going to be here. The scheme that he has was amazing. Just watching it, and obviously, he's won a Super Bowl. So that's my goal at the end of the day, is to win a Super Bowl. That's our team's goal, is to win a Super Bowl. Also, Coach Schmitty came from the Cardinals as well. So, that was a big part in, my decision to come in here.
Okay, hold on now. But speaking of that, we have a little bit of problem. The Cowboys beating Arizona. Can you tell me? Can you assure me that that's not going to be a problem this year?
It should be different this year, bro. It should be different. The energy, bro, the competitiveness that guys are playing at each and every day, it should be a different thing this year.
Who's the dude in front of you, linebacker, defensive lineman, that you're just like, that dude's a beast?
It's a lot of guys. It's a lot of guys. I'm looking at Overshawn, straight leader. I'm looking at D. Winters, leader as well, and I'm looking at Rashawn Gary.
He is humongous, by the way.
Yes, and always running to the ball. Those guys are always flying sideline to sideline, so we can kind of relate in that way. You know what I mean? Just playing sideline to sideline and playing fast every play.
Gary tried to punch the ball out of Pickens' hands earlier, and I was like, he might break Pickens' hand if he does that.
Do you think people realize the velocity at which y'all are punching at that
Probably
ball?
Probably not. I hear a lot of people saying, I could go in there and play running back. No way.
No. Speaking of velocity, Shoddy said yesterday on film, all the secondary players were up to at least 19 miles an hour going after the play. Do you happen to know your top speed?
Not sure, but I'm pretty sure I was up there. I pride myself on being playing fast, you know what I mean? Like I said, so I wouldn't be surprised if I was above the 20 range.
Now, we know that the point of all of these plays is you see the play all the way through, even if it's busted.
For sure.
Are there any plays that you're like, hey, that's great, but we got that behind the line of scrimmage?
Oh, for sure. Okay. You see a lot of that all the time, but it's the offense's job to, finish the play, and that's just practicing good habits.
How often are you guessing when you're out there versus when you know what everything's about to happen?
Not often. I'm not guessing often. You know what I mean? For the most part, I know what's going to happen or have a sense of what's going to happen. That's just the film study over the years. Like I said, this is year 8 for me. I've seen a lot of ball over the years, so nothing really surprises me. It's about getting the young guys on board and hoping that they see what I see.
When you talk about that experience, another thing that I know Shoddy has talked about is when your best players are practicing at a certain level, at a certain way, that sets the tone. That's the secret to success. Has that been, even going back to when you were younger, has that been a trait that you've always noticed?
100%. That's the motto. I kind of looked at some guys when I was younger as well, coming into the league.
Who did you look at?
Obviously, I had Buda Baker to look at. You know what I mean? Just his velocity and how he plays every day. You know what I mean? So I knew that if I could play like that, you know what I mean, guys would follow. So that's my motto. Like I said, playing sideline to sideline. Hopefully, those guys follow along with me.
I know we always hear block out the outside noise, but surely you were aware before you came here, a much maligned defense last year. Is that something that like you or the other defenders kind of take a sense of pride in? Hey, we're going to turn that around, or
for sure. Yeah, definitely take pride in getting the defense on the right page, communicating. You know what I mean? Like I said, having the young guys follow along with us.
What was the first thing that Christian Parker said to you whenever y'all got to chat?
A Super Bowl.
Really?
Super Bowl. It's go time. And I believe that with my heart. You know what I mean? I say that every time. He said happy birthday to me, and my birthday was on July 18th. Nice. And literally he was like Super Bowl again. So you know what I mean? That's the motto. That's the mindset going in. That's what we're striving for, bro.
So it's okay for us to be unreasonably excited about Christian Parker being here, right?
Oh, for sure. Not unreasonably, reasonably excited. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I'm irrationally excited.
Oh, okay.
I absolutely am. Yeah, for sure.
Is it okay to also be irrationally excited about Caleb Downs, or do I just need to calm down a little bit?
For sure. That's a guy that works hard every day, bro. And like I said, the versatility that he brings to the team, the leadership that he brings. He's always the first one in the line doing the drills. He's always asking questions in the meetings. When you get a guy like that, kind of reminds me like myself when I was younger in the league. When you get a guy like that, it's special.
We were watching a play earlier, and Overshown leaned forward, and then I was like, he's about to blitz. Who should be terrified when he starts leaning forward?
All the offensive line. All the offensive line, all the running backs. You know what I mean? That's a guy that plays with his hair on fire every single down.
Ezraku is another one that we've already had when you see him coming off the edge. So what are the next steps? Everyone talks about practice by practice. What's your next focus? Does it just as simple as, hey, we got to focus on the next practice, or do you think bigger along the way when you mention Super Bowl?
Really just taking it one day at a time, getting better one day at a time, and getting taking it one play at a time. time. That's our motto as well. Is don't look into the future, don't look into the past. Let's stay grounded in the now.
And is it any different? I know camp has just been going a few days, but does it feel any different here? Because people talk about that with the Cowboys as opposed to where you've been before.
Yeah, definitely the competitiveness of practice. You know, guys are flying around. Offense is talking trash. Defense is talking trash. And I honestly love it, bro. I love it. That's what I live for.
And are there any questions we need to ask your dad if we interview him? What do we need to know there?
No question. He'll ask you guys all the questions. Trust me. He'll ask you guys all the questions.
All right. I love it, man. Thank you so much for the time.
Guys.
We're all glad you're here.
Yes, sir. It's good to be here. Good to be here.
Jalen Thompson right here on The Fan.
So shout out to Jalen Thompson for being on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat, your number one go-to for meat and seafood. Shout out to Alec Medford for telling us early in the process, this is the guy that you want, this is the guy that you want to fall in love with. And shout out to Jalen Thompson's family. I kind of want to be friends with all of them.
They're
that's
nice
probably
people,
that's probably an overstep, but I would like to be friends with all of them.
They're nice people, and Dad's a Tolo, so I got to love that too. You know
Hell
what?
yeah.
Shout out to me, Kevin. Let's give something away.
877. I did not know where you were going with that. 881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win a pair of tickets to go see Muse at the Dos Equis Pavilion on August 14th. You can go buy those tickets, or you can win them right now. Your time is running out. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. And on a shout-out Friday from the 254, can I get a shout-out to my wife, Delaney? And I apologize if it is Delaney. 48 years young. She's a Tolo, and that is from Tim in Falls County. Maybe Wichita Falls County, but I like just Falls County. So happy birthday to her.
Gorgeous.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Still got Stephen Jones coming up at 1 o'clock. But coming up next, we move into the Expressway, where we might just do another Muse ticket giveaway. But also, it's time for the Combo Platter Fast Food Edition. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what fast food establishment do you not understand how they stay in business? Because you personally never see anybody there. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
time experts.
First and goal at the 4. Play fake, boot to the right. Prescott looking, throwing in the end zone. Span Ford is open. Brevin Span Ford with his first NFL touchdown. This game is back on.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are having too much fun live at Oxnard, and I also
Let me explain
already.
why real quick.
Can I just say I have a question for Stephen Jones that Corey strongly advised I ask off air, and also let me do these shout outs from the I believe 903. Can you give my nephew, I believe it is Mito, a Marine Entolo, or Mito if you're fancy, a congratulations for getting married today. I'm stuck at work and couldn't make it. And from the 817, can I get a shout out to my mom for what would have been her 68th birthday today? I know she is listening from the heavens above. Back to you.
Kevin, first off, I want you to look at that real quick and then just enjoy life.
What the?
Kermit
Is that
the Frog with
overbite
teeth.
Kermit?
Secondly, the reason we came back laughing and saying the things we were, our engineer is DJ Pridemore, who should be
DJ the DJ.
DJ the DJ. He was one of our producers. He's been around with us for many, many years, and so we have a lot of stories from our past that we were involved with, especially when it came to the Wheel of Misfortune, because he was one of the originators of the Wheel of Misfortune. He would help Colby come up with ideas and nasty stuff to put on that thing.
Oh, thanks
like
a lot.
the toenail sandwich and the Sprite banana challenge and all these things. And so he's just reminiscing about the Wheel of Misfortune with us, and I think that's one of the things that happens whenever you have friends together that have been friends for a long time, and you start talking about some of the gross crap.
DJ and I still joke about the fact that we can't remember why, but we both feverishly yelled F you at each other when a segment, like, if this was like the second a segment went off air. I did not need to take a walk like Fred, nor did DJ, but we don't really remember what happened. We just remember that it did happen. From the 817, shout out to my favorite daughter, Ava. She turns 12 on Tuesday, August 4th, and has decided to get baptized on Saturday. We are very proud of her. That is lovely. Congratulations.
Wonderful.
To both of y'all for that. Now, let's go to the combo platter for the day. 877-881-1053. Just your own personal notices. Give us a sports opinion, and then what fast food establishment do you not totally understand personally how they stay in business because you never see anybody there? This was inspired by something my wife said.
So this doesn't mean like you think they're gross or
no.
You're just like every time I drive by, I don't see a car.
Yeah,
but they're always open.
Look, it's like a movie theater that I talk about in Dallas, the Galaxy 10. I think it's great, and nobody is ever there, and I'm amazed they stay in business. I like it.
Galaxy 10?
Yeah.
Was that the old Galaxy 9?
It's been there forever.
When did they add another theater?
Yeah,
so they added a 10?
They added a bootleg screen off to the left side when you walk in there.
Oh.
The most people I've ever seen in there is maybe a theater was half full when we took Noah to Toy Story 5. Hopefully it'll be full for Spider-Man.
That's the theater, Kevin, that I remember there were 2 tents. Outside
Star Wars?
for Star Wars.
Yeah.
And on opening night, I walked past those guys and said, "Hey, I just got my ticket to Star Wars. Y'all been out here for 2 weeks." And they were like, "Yeah, we know." But I loved that theater. Well, I wasn't trying to be rude. I was just trying to let them know you didn't need to waste your time.
With the end goal of what?
Of them like being able to be a productive part of society for 2 weeks instead of sitting out there in a tent.
When the other prequels come out, go like, "Hey, show up on the day of,
yeah,
right,
dude,
buddy?"
I walked in and got a ticket, but I love that theater.
Yeah, no, me too. So again, give us a sports opinion, and then what fast food establishment do you not understand how they're staying in business because you never see anyone there? This is based on something that my wife said about a Burger King they built over by the Planet Fitness we go to. She goes, "I never see anybody at that," and they built, it's like a really nice new one, but she's like, "I never see anybody there." And that's usually the way I drive home, and I will frequently look, and I'm like, "Man, why is nobody ever there?"
So there's a gym over there.
Yes.
And the people that are going into the gym definitely aren't thinking to themselves, "Hey, I need to get me a Burger King before I go in.
Probably
and
not.
And then on the way out, they're thinking to themselves, did I do that extra 30 minutes of cardio to lose? Or did I do it for the burger?
Which is definitely,
did I work out to eat? Sometimes you work out to eat, you know?
Yeah, and I know that's not the way it should be, but that's why I continually fall into the trap I do, because I'm like, well, I worked out, so that means I get to eat more food. And my body's like, well, that's not really the way it works, champ. From the 682, need a shout out from my son, Brandon Jr. We're totaling on the way out to Kansas Wesleyan for his first recruit day. That is super awesome. Would you like to start? You want to go to Alec? You want to go to the fan text? What do we say?
I don't think this is a hot sports opinion. I just want to be very honest about this. But you can go ahead and give me the over on all Dak's numbers this year, based on 2 days of watching him practice. He walked in with the Super Bowl shirt on. I know that's playing up and everything, but
he said he's not going to shy away from it.
I think that dude desperately wants that. I think that dude desperately wants to go ahead and pin his legacy in this Cowboys hall and say, I did something while I was here. I wasn't just one of those dudes where it just fell apart because I got a big contract or whatever. I was one of those dudes that stood up whenever it was the moment, and I was prepared for it. And quite honestly, the dude prepares like a pro. I think you're going to see on that list, Kevin, whenever it gets to Dak Prescott's name, I think he's on it. I think he's up there, and I think the league has respect for him, and they know what he's capable of doing in this offense, and they know what he has around him. He looks right now, Kevin, what I'm watching, he looks as focused and in command of this offense as I've ever seen him before.
And look, winning a Super Bowl would retroactively make everything he's done in his career look better, because now what are you going to have on your resume? He finished runner-up for MVP, holds essentially all the Cowboys passing records, and won them their first Super Bowl in 30, how many every year it turns out to be. Like, if you looked at that, then you'd be like, holy moly, that's an Hall of Fame career, whereas now he's still stuck into the point of if.
And I've been critical every step of the way, but also given him his just whenever it was due. Whenever he did the things right, we gave him that credit. I give him that credit. And there've been times we've walked out here and I've been like, dude, things don't look right now.
Yeah.
2 days into this thing, and the way that he's looked at this offseason, I'll even add in what he went through in his own personal life. Those things can change you sometimes, and you have a different focus about it. But I also think that he understands not every day do you get to walk out onto the football field and have those two receivers. Not every quarterback gets an opportunity to have two receivers at that level all the time. And this might be one of those seasons that he really needs to take advantage of, specifically because he has both of those guys out there, and he needs to be even more prepared. Those times when you're like, this is a paper that's due, and you're like, no, this paper's important.
Yeah.
And this might be one of those that's just a little bit more important. So whatever those numbers are for Dak this year, I was coming in going, I don't know. Look, the way that dude's focused right now, then I'll go ahead and put the over on that. I didn't say anything about playoffs, so I just said, give me those regular season numbers, and we'll see where it goes from there. And then it's Arby's.
That does seem to be a pretty high contender right now.
Yeah, and I can think of two specific locations that they have been there since I was a child, and I would drive by them my entire life and be like, not a single car there.
Right.
But Arby's just kills it, dude. And their stock's doing amazing all the time because they have the meats. So that's the reason why. But yeah, Arby's is one of those that I'm always like, but somehow they just keep doing it.
That does seem to be the leading vote getter thus far from the 214. The Dallas Wings will be a serious playoff threat this season. I'm going to co-sign on that, although they need to figure out how to close out games a little bit better. And it's Arby's. What are we doing here?
Mike submitted his, but he didn't give a sports opinion. He said, I don't have a sports opinion.
Then you don't get to say it.
Nope. Tell Kevin to stop making so many rules.
God.
He knew the rules whenever he was on the show.
And he struggled with the rules then, too. From the 812. Pickens will have a better year than Lamb, and it's Arby's. There's no one in the parking lot or the drive-thru. From the 214, I think the Rangers should keep Seager at short, bring up Walcott at second, and it's Lane's Chicken. Oh, how dare you, those soon-to-be world-famous, I believe it's chicken fingers. I should know that, bad Aggieing. Right.
Are they tenders?
Right there. Tenders. But I thought they called them chicken fingers. I mean, it's the same kind of deal. From the 806, the Rangers.
Yeah, it's chicken fingers.
Will, see? I thought so. Will upset the Yankees in the wild card round and then lose in the ALDS. And they said they personally feel like they are the ones keeping Long John Silver's open. Don't go often, but they're the only one who's ever there. And that's the thing about this is, like, it can be a place that you love, but you're like, I just never see anybody there, and I don't really know.
Like you just did with the Galaxy 10.
Yes, I love the Galaxy 10.
I didn't know it changed from 9 to 10.
Yeah, but there's never anybody there. All right, Mr.
Hey, you know what? Tolos. Let's go revitalize these places.
Yeah, it's the Galaxy.
Let's go show up at the Galaxy 10 and the Arby's.
And the Galaxy 10 also has the Screen X. I saw Project Hail Mary on Screen X where the two sides of the theater have built-in screens ready to roll, and when something really cool happened or they needed to give you like the expansive space view, those screens turned on, and it was super cool.
Really?
And there's like 4 people who go there.
That sounds awesome.
It was awesome. Mr. Medford, would you like to go next?
Sure. Sports opinion. I was actually talking about this with a friend the other day because I had no idea he is a massive fan of the WNBA. I had no clue. So we were just talking ball the other day. And he has the path that I think is actually going to happen. I think the Dallas Wings are a playoff team, for one. But for 2, sure. I think we are going to get a titanic matchup between the Dallas Wings and the Atlanta Dream.
Dude.
So we can finally report on Angel Reese.
We've talked about like 8 million times.
But I'm serious. I do think that the Wings and the Dream would be a fun matchup.
That would be a fun matchup.
Because X's and O's wise, I think they match up in a pretty fun way that favors the Wings slightly. But 2, we can just irritate Kevin for that entire matchup. So, yeah, that whole week is going to be content gold if and when that happens. But I do have probably unreasonably high expectations for the Wings going into the end of the season and the postseason. Because, man, I feel like after Coach Fernandez called him out in Game 3?
Yep.
At the podium.
Stop being so selfish.
They listened. And they are playing some damn good basketball. So I think people might look over the Wings a little bit too much once the playoffs get started here.
Dude,
I love that.
And I think that Alex always been the wind beneath our wings.
That is a good song. It really is. Now,
never know that you're my hero.
You know, Alec, you're everything I always wish that I could be. What is your fast food answer?
I can fly higher than an eagle.
You know, this place...
You are the wind beneath my wings. How did you not know we were going to finish that stanza?
Finish the song.
Come on.
Start it. Back to you, Alec.
He doesn't trust us now.
I really
Either
don't.
You give us your answer or I'll tell another dad joke. That's what I'll say.
Jeez. This is like comparing sins. What I didn't even realize still existed until I drove by it the other day. Like, I know as a brand it exists, but I forgot it was a fast food place, is A&W.
Yeah.
I did not remember because I went there as a kid a bunch because there was one and that might still be out there in Grand Prairie over off of I-20. But went there as a kid. I forgot that was a freestanding place. Like, you see the root beer in stores and stuff, and you're like, yes, household brand, household name. Of course, it makes sense why they're still around. I forgot that it's a freestanding restaurant that you can order a burger at. Like, yeah. I did not remember that, but hey,
beer's good, by the way.
You learn something every day.
It absolutely is.
Kevin from the 903, Jaden Blue and Ryan Flanoy are bus, and Panda Express never has anyone.
So, my wife loves
Panda Express.
Panda Express, but she always calls it Payway.
What?
And I'm like, And she goes, you know what I mean.
No.
And I was like,
tell her no.
I was like, that's a different place. And she goes, but you know what I'm talking about when I say that. And I'm like, they're different places, but that's what she means. When she says payway.
That doesn't make you mad?
It does.
Okay, all right. It
But at
should
least
make you
now
more mad.
sometimes she'll say, what's fake payway? What about that one? And I was like, I mean, I guess. From the 214.
The whole Ryan Flanoy and Jaden Blue thing I disagree with. I just want to let you know. Flanoy looks awesome out here, by the way.
From the 214, the Rangers are activating Seager. That's what she says. To show he's healthy enough to be able to trade him. And the fast food, I have no clue how it's still open. Has to be Long John Silver's. Has to be money laundering. That is their take right there. All right. That is their take, not necessarily my take. And then from the 214, I hate this one. The Astros are going to win this series, and Arby's. They said they like Arby's, but it's always empty of humans. And that's the thing. A lot of these places we've shouted out that we do like. For me,
I do, Kevin. Do you think the government knows the places that are the money laundering places if they're big chains? They're like, yeah, but we're invested.
I told you this when we first moved to our new house. There is a vacuum repair shop that is, I don't know, a mile and a half down the road. That my wife, you cannot convince her that that is not a money laundering place. I don't know, maybe it's because she watched Breaking Bad as well. But, like, she is positive. And I was like, man, that place has been there since I was a kid. And she was like, there's no chance that people are getting their vacuums cleaned, their vacuum cleaners repaired. Yeah, she's convinced it is a money laundering spot. Now, my sports opinion is by the end of the season, maybe even midway through the season, every single person that is a Cowboys fan is going to be pumped that Rashawn Gary is on this team. I was looking at it. ESPN had a list of their top impact moves of the offseason. Number 7 was Caleb Downs. That was the highest of any draft pick on the list. And number 41, which was Rashawn Gary. Jalen Thompson mentioned it. Mickey mentioned it earlier today. I feel like this is somebody, I'm not saying that he's going to be Micah or anything like that, but I think Cowboys fans are going to be happy that he is on this team. And
yeah, dude. I'm right there with you.
Yes.
After watching him around here the last 2 days.
He's ginormous.
That not only that, but like very strong, very powerful, just has the presence of a leader that he wants and desires to be a leader. You know, when you have dudes that really want that role, right? I think that's important too. But he wants to make his name well known around here very quickly, and he's playing at a high level out here.
When he talked about he doesn't want to be a guy who is just in the NFL, he wants a legacy for his kids. I was like, holy moly, I kind of like that. All right, and then my fast food place, as you could probably guess, based on the way we started, is Burger King. But I do have a question for you all on the fast food front, because I saw one of these the other day and I realized they're the forgotten chicken place for me, is Church's.
Oh, really?
Do you guys dabble in a lot of Church's chicken? Because I feel like Popeyes or Golden Chick, depending on if you're going chicken or the tenders, is the way to go, or chicken sandwich at Popeyes is really elite as well. I kind of feel like Church's gets forgotten, but maybe that's just in my limited worldview.
It shouldn't be.
Okay.
And that I go at this as that's my childhood. We went to churches, like we literally would go to churches after church. I don't know if it was my parents just being like, this is just kind of, why wouldn't we?
Yeah.
But we used to go there a couple times a week, actually. We had one around the corner from us. I think what happened was it closed and then we stopped going there. But I just like looked forward to the days when we would go to Church's Chicken. So yeah, I understand what you're saying there. Shouldn't be overlooked, Kevin, in the grand scheme of things.
You know what? Maybe because of that, I will go check out a Church's again.
We should do it as a show. We should have a show trip to a Church's Chicken.
Well, we got time. We could probably figure that out. All right. In the meantime, Mr. Medford, can you go ahead and give me cut number 6 so we can do a little NFL overreaction or reality?
2nd and 10 at the Dallas 47. Smith in the black and silver. In the gun, back to throw. Pressured now. Say goodnight, Gino.
Good night, Gino.
Quentin Williams.
So we'll kick off overreaction or reality, as you might have guessed, with a Quinnen Williams-based statement. Overreaction or reality? Quinnen Williams will be on the Cowboys for at least 3 more years.
Yes. Hearing the discussion about the contract.
I think I agree.
We'll have Stephen Jones on here in about 15 minutes, Kevin. So that's obviously a point of conversation we could have with him if we want to. But I think they like him. I think they love the makeup of the guy, for one. I think that really does matter
Absolutely.
to him. Like a dude that just comes in, he understands work. But I think more than anything else, Kevin, he's looking around going, this is very Brennan Haywood, Karan Butler, showing up to a franchise that actually has a different approach to things. It hasn't been as successful in the playoffs as they wanted to be. But you're like, we're going to be there. We're going to be on the cusp of it. In the Jets, you don't feel like you're that close ever. And so I think that like that idea, that hope that goes along with it, Quinnen Williams likes that and wants to be part of that for sure.
Alec, we go to you. Overreaction or reality? Quinnen Williams will be on the Cowboys for at least 3 more seasons.
100%, because he's a former All-Pro, he's a multi-time Pro Bowler, and he's one of the marquee moves that Jerry went out and made himself. And he backed up his own words when he kept on saying, we need a run stopper, we need better defensive tackles, so he went and got 2 in Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams. So I think there's a sense of pride that will kick in whenever those contract negotiations come up, but also you heard it during the welcome to camp presser when Jerry was like, I think about guys like Quinnen Williams who they're like, playoffs, I've never been there. And people keep on mentioning that. Everybody wants to get to the playoffs this year for guys like Q because he hasn't been there at all, let alone sniff a Super Bowl. So whenever you hear, like, what's the reason for these expectations, everybody keeps on mentioning for guys like Quinnen Williams.
I wanted to do a shout out real quick for KK, aka Cadence. She had drill team competition tryouts for Plano West, made all 3 dance squads that she tried out for.
Congratulations.
She has also babysat Noah.
Go Wildcats.
He loves her. So that is not their mascot, and you know that.
Oh, they're going to be chanting Wolfpack at us. I get it.
Man, overreaction or reality? Josh Allen will be the best quarterback in the NFL in 5 years. So this was a very interesting article.
Overreaction.
Okay, I saw on Bovada, and it goes like this. In 5 years, this is their top 10 quarterbacks. Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels is second, Drake May, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Caleb Williams is 6th.
Dude, did you hear what Ben Johnson said? They're
yes.
the number 1 candidate for regression.
I mean, and he's like, so we're going to fight against it.
And by the way, who was just a candidate for regression? That was Jaden Daniels, who he took a step back after a great rookie year.
They have Cam Ward at 7, Lamar Jackson at 8, Fernando Mendoza at 9, and Patrick Mahomes at 10. So overreaction and reality, although I see the direction this is going, in 5 years, Josh Allen will be the best quarterback in the NFL.
Overreaction. And I just think a natural regression is capable of happening.
Sure.
But also, in the next 5 years, we have no clue which one of these 5 quarterbacks or which one of these 25 quarterbacks could step
Dante
in out of
Moore,
college.
Arch Manning.
Yeah, which one of these dudes
Yeah.
could step in there and just absolutely take over. So I think there's, the next Patrick Mahomes could be still on its way in. The next whatever. So no, I understand. Like he has longevity. He has the arm to play. He still will have to change his game a little bit. But no, I just can't say he's the best or is going to be the best.
Alec, what say you?
I say overreaction, and I have 2 lines of thinking. I think it's either going to be, and I can't believe I'm saying this, I think it's going to be Caleb Williams, or it's going to be somebody who's not in the league yet.
Okay.
I just think that you painted the picture perfectly. Dante Moore, Arch Manning, and then guys who aren't even in college yet that could have 3 years in college, have a great career.
Crazy to think about.
Exactly. So there's somebody slinging the rock here in Texas high school football coming up in a few weeks that could end up being the best quarterback by that point.
Yeah, I'm prepared for you guys to be angry at this next one.
Somebody said Sam Darnold.
Hell yeah. And he's winning all those Super Bowls. Overreaction or reality? Jalen Hurts has the potential to be elite at some point in his career.
Man, it's fascinating because he's taken 2 teams to the Super Bowl.
But it feels like neither.
And won a Super Bowl. And was never considered the better quarterback in either one of those Super Bowls.
Right.
And is always in that. Has he gotten to tier 2?
Not for everybody.
I don't think he's ever been to tier 1 by any means.
Yeah,
but I think he's gotten to tier 2. And there was a stretch of games, Kevin, where he was inevitable. It really did feel like the Eagles were just going to figure a way out to kill you, and you just had to deal with it. What was the question again?
He can be elite at some point in his career.
I don't think elite's it.
Okay.
But I think he can be very good on a very good team.
Alec, we go to you. Overreaction or reality? Jalen Hurts has the potential to be elite at some point in his career.
Absolutely not. Overreaction. I think he had a window and he had a chance because Howie Roseman is incredible at building a roster and helping out a quarterback like him that isn't perfect. And it's okay. There's not many perfect quarterbacks out there to be had. So it's not really a fault of his own. I just think the opportunity for that conversation to even be had has passed. And I think this season is going to show you that he really needs that team to be perfect around him.
Okay. All right. Overreaction or reality? Malachi Lawrence will have a bigger impact for the Cowboys this season than a lot of folks expect.
That's a good question. Based on what Mickey was talking about him working on sealing off the edge yesterday, I think yes. Because that was a question some people were having about him. They were like, look, man, the dude can absolutely get pass rush, catch from behind, but they had questions about that. Malachi Lawrence was asked about that early on. I was like,
right.
Well, I mean, I don't understand what people are saying that for. Watch. And we were like, well, it's going to take a minute for us to be able to watch like you do that in the NFL. And so far out here, he's showing that he can do that. So if he can do that early in the season, Kevin, I think that he'll be, again, more than a rotational piece and more of a, hey, you got to go ahead and find ways to get me on this football field now.
Alec, we toss it to you. Overreaction or reality? Malachi Lawrence will have a bigger impact for the Cowboys this season than a lot of folks expect.
Reality, just because he's going to be kind of in the shadows because Caleb Downs happened. I think the simple reality is a lot of people are going to forget that he is as good of a prospect as he is, and he was warranted of being drafted as high as he went in the first round. So I think people are going to kind of forget about it. Also, there's a lot of talk about how multiple this defense is going to look and whatnot. So I think people are just going to be married to the idea that every pass rusher is going to kind of look the same on paper because there's going to be so much switching and changing of responsibilities.
Overreaction or reality? Jesse Minter and the Ravens is the most interesting head coach and new team combination this season. So you have a ton of options. LaFleur with the Cardinals, Stefanski with the Falcons, Monken with the Browns, Kubiak with the Raiders, Joe Brady, I feel like might be in the mix with the Bills. But overreaction or reality, and there are more.
I think it's an overreaction.
Okay.
I think it's a good one. I do think it's a good one, but I'm going to step in with, I still think the McCarthy thing's very interesting with Aaron Rodgers. Like, it's just a weird combination of things that could explode. But I think that Clint Kubiak, for me, is the one that I'm most interested in this offseason, this season overall, because he's got a lot of things to deal with there. Potentially losing Max Crosby. To some team that might make a trade for him. Who knows? I don't know if that'll ever happen.
Who knows, indeed.
But the rookie quarterback, the quarterback situation there, and then Ashton Genty and getting him the ball. So I think for me, it's Clint Kubiak. I'm going to keep an eye on that.
Alec, we go to you then. Overreaction or reality? Jesse Minter and the Ravens is the most interesting head coach and new team combination this season.
Reality, because for the past few years, everything was going so well for the Ravens, you thought of them as a perennial conference championship team because they were that loaded. They were well respected in terms of how they were led by the head coaching and whatnot until it all fell apart the past couple of years. For different reasons. They go and get a defensive head coach because their defense was terrible, but also it's intriguing just because Jesse Minter has shot up the rankings of the NFL coaching world so fast.
Right.
So I want to see if he lives up to the expectations that are very high from me personally.
All right, do you want?
And don't forget, Kevin, he also was the head coach of the team that gave up on Max Crosby and said he's not healthy enough for us. So I'm just saying.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up.
Let's give something away.
877-881-1053.
Now.
Caller number. Oh, man. We'll win a pair of tickets to go see Muse August 14th at Dos Equis Pavilion. You can go buy tickets or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, though, Steven's running a little bit late. So it's time for Forgiveness Friday. The NCAA, Fanatics, the UFL. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. Let us know. We'll do it next. Live from Oxnard on The Fan.
You've made The Fan DFW's
Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Stephen Jones coming up in just a few minutes. Well, now I'm not going to be able to ask that question off air that I wanted to, so we might have to ask it on air.
No, we might not.
Oh,
we might not have to, Kevin.
Well, we'll kind of see how it goes. We'll play it by ear.
You'll have to ask me for forgiveness.
I will, and I could see why. Right now, it's time for some Forgiveness Friday.
And I'd like to start off Forgiveness Friday, Kevin, with two things. One, forgiveness to my friend Ryan Flooring, whose
It's his birthday.
it is. Happy birthday, Ryan Flooring. I hope you're out there right now drinking whiskey by a swimming pool. Also,
That's
Kevin,
not his real last name either.
his last name is not Flooring, but for his own privacy.
And
'cause
that's how it's in my phone.
He's very famous. But also, Kevin, I want to ask you for forgiveness.
Oh.
Yesterday, I left my charger up here. And I had you waste your time and call DJ and ask him to just pull it aside so he could bring it back to the hotel. And then around 4 o'clock, I asked DJ when he'd be back, and it was so long before he'd be back. It was like an hour later, and then I didn't want to walk to his room to get my charger. So I drove back up here.
What?
To get my charger, and I was just like, screw it. There was nobody here at camp at this point because it was pretty, everybody already left for practice and everything. Broadus was here doing his work and his show, and other than that, it was pretty empty around here. But as I was walking in, Kevin, I heard some cackling going on in the pro shop tents.
I don't know if that's the word I would have used.
And
it was this is going.
It was all of the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders that are out here were shopping in the pro shop over there. And Kevin, I know how much of a fan your wife is of the Dallas Cowboys cheerleader show.
Dallas Cowboys making the team.
And so I'm sorry that I came up here and was able to be privy to that information.
Yeah.
And not you. So
she will be heartbroken.
and not
about
Jess.
that.
Yeah, not Jess, because I know how much she cares about them.
She will be very sad.
Does she know? She knows their names too, huh?
I think when she's watching the season, yes.
She's like, oh, that's Maddie.
We did something, and she was like, oh, she was on season 4 of the old country music television show.
Wow. So yeah.
Does
cheerleaders?
Does the UFL need to ask for forgiveness? They have taken away the Birmingham Stallions, and Jimmy Stevens, the chair of the Jefferson County Commission, he is upset. They said the stadium didn't provide the atmosphere they were seeking and did not fit in their business model. I'm disappointed that their business model did not fit a state-of-the-art brand new stadium which would accommodate whatever they need, including future growth. Ooh. It bothers me.
That's interesting, because isn't that what kind of Jerry was discussing about their stadium at this point too? And then, I think, is it Brad Alberts was discussing that about the new arena that they're going to, no, not
That's
Marv Albert. He was talking about that with the new arena they're going to build, hopefully in Plano, right up the street from me.
Right.
We want to build this thing with the idea of not what we have right now, but whatever is going to come down the road. If we do that, then we don't have to go anywhere. We can just say, let's keep fitting this thing for what the future is going to be. And one of the questions he asked was, is COSM is that an idea that you want to incorporate with your billboards instead? And I was like, oh my gosh, can you imagine a hockey arena where you look up like that and you're just like, oh my gosh, it's part of the arena.
I mean, that would be objectively cool. Does the NCAA need to ask for forgiveness? Again, they have suspended Tennessee linebacker Arian Carter for the first 2 games of the season because he accepted a flight that cost $427 after he declared for the NCAA draft, for the NFL draft. Now, he then withdrew his name from the draft once he got some of the feedback. So he's going to go back to school. He's going to go back and play more college football. But because a flight of $427 was paid for, we have to pretend like college kids don't get paid for stuff all the time. What the hell kind of sense does this make?
I wish somebody would pay for my flight home today,
$344
that extra $344 on
I
seats that aren't even going to be taken. They're going to be empty seats, airline company that we're flying on.
I'm telling you, airline company that we're flying on, we will pay for those seats.
If
but
you reduce
just need
that
to
price,
lower that price.
Yeah, I tell you what, you split that price in half, and we'll pay the difference for you. From the 214, my niece made the DCC squad as a rookie this year. Officially, know a cheerleader.
Oh,
Congratulations!
that is
awesome.
super cool.
That doesn't deserve forgiveness.
Oh, that's just really cool.
Yeah, that's shout out right there.
This one probably is fair, though, from the 469. Please forgive the people that work inside complaining about the weather outside. Yeah, I work outside. I know it's hot. That is true. Like, if you work inside and you're like, oh, it's going to be a hot one today, 102, but you're in an office building a chunk of the day like we are, versus somebody who's like a plumber or whatever else, and they're, or God, an HVAC person who has to be in the attic.
Ooh.
Man, I could see how you would be like, hey.
Or you're working in tunnels underground.
Yes.
Well, those could be cool.
Why don't you
But they're dangerous.
Quiet and don't tell me about how hot it is. All right. Do TikTok fanatics in the NFL need to ask for forgiveness? We talked about potential trouble for PSA earlier. Also, potential trouble for those entities, as there is a lawsuit accusing them of colluding to push independent sports memorabilia sellers off of TikTok's live stream. Oh. I know that Fanatics is essentially... They definitely think they're the boss of all card shops now. So it would not surprise me to know that Fanatics and the NFL together would work with TikTok to be like, hey, let's see if we can do that. Now, they'll have to prove that, but just upon first hearing it, that's not the craziest thing I could imagine.
Is Fanatics kind of like a certain gas station that feels like it can take on other gas stations?
Yes.
Keep them from things because they have a significant amount of money and the other mom and pop places don't.
Indeed.
So Fanatics is like, yeah, that's us too.
Yes, if you did not get a chance to see, I don't know, like the last 10 minutes or so of last week tonight, there is a lot of info about that specific gas station and everything like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I guess Steven's coming up in just a minute.
He's on his way over, I believe.
I know, but how far away is that? I don't know. We're going to go ahead and hit the break real quick. We'll be back with Stephen Jones and probably Masterpiece of the Week. It will be the weirdest juxtaposition you've ever heard next on The Fan.
When it comes to Rangers news, you're in the right place. Your North Texas.
I'm Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now on the Wild Fork Hot Seat, your number one go-to for meat and seafood. We bring to you Dallas Cowboys COO, co-owner. It is Stephen Jones. Good morning / afternoon, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon. Couldn't be a better place to be than Oxnard, and what an amazing day and amazing temperatures. I hate it for our crew back where we're all from.
Right.
Our Dallas people that are there, because I know it's hot, but great being here.
Well, I know we're early in camp, but one of the things that George Pickens already said was the new and improved defense. And he talks about he likes the new look, the new, maybe the scheme, but just kind of echoed Shoddy's iron sharpens iron. I know it's way early, but do you like the newness of the coaches, the players, and everything you see out there defensively?
Absolutely, and that should be the thing. We're 2 days into this thing, which is early, and
you better have your legs.
Nothing in pads, nothing in the way you really ultimately play the game. So everything is early, but I must say, and I've spent a lot of my time sitting in the defensive meeting rooms this camp in terms of really wanting to get a feel for Christian and his staff and how they interact and how they communicate and expectations amongst our players. So it's been really interesting, and like we said, it's early, but I do like what we're doing there. I do think it's creating, from talking to Coach Schottenheimer, talking to Dak a little bit, it's creating challenges for this offense, and obviously our offense is coming off a great year. It's got everything back, and I actually think there's a few pieces that could come to fruition in terms of guys like a Jaden Blue who can, really add something in terms of, the dimension as to why we drafted him, his great juice and speed. And so I really, obviously the expectations for the offense are high, but for them to be commenting that it's a challenge for them. And, they had success pretty much against anybody they went against last year. And I think, they're a great, in my mind, a great group, whether it's Coach Schottenheimer or the offensive guys themselves. As you mentioned, George Pickens, Dak Prescott, who are finding it challenging, when they go up against these guys on defense. And like I said, the interactions in the defensive room have been good. It's not perfect. We got a long ways to go. We got a lot of work to do, a lot of wood to chop. We got a lot of things before we see, what our finished product is going to look like. And I'm sure that product will evolve over the course of the year as well. I mean, we're far from done. I think I mentioned it earlier. We're always looking for ways to be better. Whether that opportunity presents itself, we'll see. But we're always looking to be better.
Last year, it seemed like there was a difficult way to get your foothold in defensive leadership. And at one point, Kevin and I asked Jerry during one of our weeklies with him. We do the weekly with you also on Mondays.
Which is why I'm amazed you agreed to do this interview.
It's a Friday. But Jerry said Dak. And I understand why he said that. Dak encompasses the whole team. But we had a hard time, too, trying to find out who that guy was. Well, right now, you saw the leadership council, and we can point to all those guys and go, we see why. How important was identifying dudes y'all thought could be leaders to add to this team this offseason?
Yeah, I think a lot of times greatness goes hand in hand, not only with skill, with talent, with being a great physical player. I think it also involves leadership. And to me, to be a leader, Michael Irvin used to always say this, to be a leader, you got to be a great player too. I mean, you can't be a great leader and be over there on the sideline, cheering them on.
Right.
That's a coach's job. But to be a leader on the field, you got to be not only, have those substantive qualities, but you also, got to be a dog on the field. And I think that's what we are looking for. That was the identity of some of the great teams, as you had those guys who were not only dogs on the field, but they were leaders and then you can stand up and you can ask people to do things. If you're doing it and doing it at a high level, then you can require others to do it. And certainly, whether it's Quentin Williams, whether it's Rashawn Gary, whether it's Kenny Clark, those are the things that we're looking for on the defensive side of the ball.
There's another person I wanted to ask about kind of in that vein is how important then is it to keep DeMarvion Overshown on the field, because he's somebody who looks like they have some of those traits that could potentially mean leader.
No doubt. I mean, he's got to stay healthy. He knows it. We've had great players through here who've battled that, who have been leaders, who have been great players. Sean Lee comes to mind. He had to battle, staying on the field at times. I think certainly Overshown understands, if he's really going to reach the potential he wants to, which is be a great player,
right.
And then all the good things that come with being a great player,
right.
I.e. the contract, et cetera, then you got to stay on the football field. And he knows that, and he's been unfortunate in terms of a few of the injuries that he's had, but I have a lot of faith that he's gonna stay on that field, and I'm with you. I think once he's on that field, he'll be right there in the same breath as the guys we're talking about, because he's an outstanding individual who does everything the right way, and certainly he deserves some good fortune in terms of his injuries and the things that have kind of held him back a little bit. I see him overcoming that this year and being something special for us.
But there's no like quick answer on him this year, though. And I think, in my opinion, and I can't just say I saw a good training camp or I saw a good 3 games. I feel like I have to see a full season, or I have to see the consistency, longevity. I know the flash is there,
right?
But I feel like, am I wrong about that? There's just no quick answer.
I don't think there is a quick answer. I think he's going to evolve into it. I think those things, on a football team are earned over time. It evolves, and certainly your track record and your history are what play into that. I mean, obviously we've got when you talk about guys who got the it's all out there for him to be, one of those dogs on the field and leaders off is a Caleb Downs. But that's got to evolve. You don't just step in and get anointed. Now, everybody's wanting to with him, and he's doing so far. He doesn't show any signs of guilty. And because he's a special young man, and that's why we picked him where we picked him, and we were so excited to get him there. He's got all the traits. He's got all the things you look for. To be another one of those guys that can step up. And that's why, there's a lot of excitement on the defensive side. Is it do we have the finished product yet? Of course not. I mean, we got a lot of wood to chop, a lot of work to do. Christian will be the first to tell you that. We've just got to keep going to work every day, and I think good things are going to happen for those men over there.
Talk with Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan, and the finished product could look different for a whole lot of reasons. I was kind of thinking about Tuesday and the fallout from the presser. What do you think it is that fans and media consistent interest in players who aren't on the team but could be, as opposed to strictly focusing on the players who are actually here?
I think that's a great thing about anything, professional sports is ultimately what will the finished product look like. And it doesn't matter whether it's basketball, whether it's hockey, whether it's baseball. Everybody's always striving to get especially if you're fortunate enough to get to that level where you have a lot of the pieces, but you might be missing a piece, which is usually the case. With a lot of teams, you can always use that, last 1 or 2 pieces that put you over the top. And certainly we're always looking for that. We're constantly looking for ways to be better. I've always said it, player acquisitions 365 days a year. We need to always be looking for something that makes sense to make the Dallas Cowboys a better football team and give us the opportunity to contend and ultimately win a championship. I mean, that's every team's goal. It's certainly our goal. We certainly know our fans are looking for that. It's been way too long, and we do think, as you mentioned, the offense has checked a lot of boxes in terms of being there, and defensively we we don't know that we've checked all the boxes, but we constantly look to check another box.
Well, I'm really glad that you said it like that, because when I see Dr. Daniel Cooper, who I know is part of the Cowboys, but was also part of the evaluation of a player who did not get traded to the Ravens last year, I start to connect dots and wonder, was that part of a conversation yesterday?
Yeah, we're always looking at things. I mean, that's just part of it. And, you know, we don't need to be talking, putting names.
I was very vague on that. I specifically.
You did better than the reporter the other day.
I heard. Yeah.
I like her. I like Jane, but she's trying to get us in trouble, I think.
We love Jane, too.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, I think, we're always looking at situations, and, I think, we've got several things that we're considering right now. Some of it trade, some of it, signing guys, because a lot of these older players who've still got some tread on the tire.
Maybe play linebacker.
Can come in here and help you. And so, it may come in the form of a trade. It may come in the form of a veteran signing as you move into camp, because a lot of these veteran players a lot of times don't like to go to the first part of training camp. So
it's not tampering if that player is not under contract, right?
No, it's not.
Okay, so if I said, man, I sure do think Bobby Wagner has a lot of tread left on the tires, what would you think about that?
I mean, obviously Bobby Wagner's a great player. There's several others out there who hadn't signed that have a great have a great resume, and they're always guys that we're looking and see how they fit. We're getting a better feel from a personnel standpoint. Will is his staff in terms of the traits we want that they can step in and really make a difference in Christian Parker and his staff's system. So those are all things that we'll continue to look to be better. I'd be surprised if the starting players on this defense, don't change over time.
Right.
And we're always looking to be better. We'll continue to monitor this. You started off the show by saying we're 2 days into this thing, and grays. That's not the way you play football.
Right.
So
no,
we've got
absolutely.
a lot of things to look at, and I've got my fingers crossed. Will does. We got some young guys showing up out there. I know Barham's really starting to show some guys some things. Lawrence, I know we talked about Downs. There's some guys who are already, showing little glimpses of
Lawrence
things.
setting the edge, man.
Yes.
I like it.
So he's there's a lot of things to like out there, but we got a lot of things to see. And then, as I said, we'll constantly be looking to see, if there's an addition or two that as we move forward that we can make happen.
I guess that kind of goes in this conversation. Did you enjoy having Clowney last year, and did you like having him that late after into training camp, after training camp?
I mean, part of that's just the business.
Yeah.
It's the business. That's the way those guys want to do their business. They're obviously not making the money they made in their prime, but they still, as we saw with Clowney last year, did a hell of a job for us.
Yeah.
And did I enjoy having him? Hell yeah, I enjoyed having him. I thought he was a pro. I thought he did things the right way. I think, he came to work every day and did his job, and, he's a guy now. Clowney may fit in one system and not in another. Wagner may fit in one system and not another. I mean, those are all things that you got to sit in there with Christian. You got to sit in there with our linebacking crew and look at the tape and say, hey, is this guy going to fit when we start asking him to do this, this, and this? And you got to get your hands around it. And you got to, we got to produce the tape from a personnel standpoint to the coaches that say, yeah, we think he can do this. And here's examples where he's done it at a high level. Here's what else he brings. And those are the things that we go through when we're looking at a player like we did last year with Clowney.
I love hearing that, listening to those coaches and making sure y'all can figure that out together. You said pros pro. Yesterday, your two wide receivers, your two top dogs, they looked like pros out there. They were doing work, and they like everything about it looks like every step of the way. They don't understand what they're supposed to be doing. And that credit to CeeDee Lamb for we've seen him the entire time, but also that credit to Pickens and I know what he's trying to accomplish this season, but can you kind of talk about that pros pro mentality from those two guys?
I think anytime you're looking at one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL and two outstanding dogs in terms of being the best at what they do, receivers, it can also make you feel inadequate again on defense. So could we really get better? Because you are going against the best of the best. And, and Dak looks locked in right now, too. Dak's locked in, and he's got one thing on his mind. And, those are the things that, you got to look at. And certainly Christian points that out when we're watching film and practice and you see George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb making plays. You go, I've seen this.
Yeah.
I've seen this before, and he does it against the best. They do it against the best corners in this league, and certainly we understand that. But it's certainly great to go against the best. And as we said, as Shotty says, iron sharpens iron. So. We're going to keep getting with it and keep looking for ways to be better.
Jerry said something interesting to me in the presser on Tuesday where he pretty much openly just said, it feels as though to the media, not a lot of you believe that this is going to be like a really great team. How do you balance that? Because all the players say, hey, you got to keep the outside noise out. But do you feel like you're normally aware more or less of what the fan base is kind of feeling during and before a season?
I think we've always been aware of that. You don't necessarily. I think as he moves through 38 years, he just throws it out there. Hey, I don't think y'all think we're going to be very good.
That's pretty much what he said.
And but if you would have said asked the media as a whole around the country, would you think New England and Seattle were going to play in a Super Bowl? True. Everybody would have said not no, but hell no.
Yeah.
And so that's the league we're in right now, and you got to get hot at the right time. I think we got pieces to get hot, but are we there yet? No, I don't think we're there. I think we've got a lot of wood to chop here at camp. We've got to get better, and I think there's still some pieces maybe to be had that we can continue to help. And the more we keep that offense out on the field, the better we're going to be. And if we can get some stops, which was hard for us last year,
sure.
Obviously, it's you are what you. At the end of the day, Bill Parcells used to say, "You are what you are," and our stats kind of said what we were on defense last year, and it's we weren't very good, and we were bad, as a matter of fact.
I was going to say that was a really nice way of putting that.
Yeah, I think that that's where Kevin and I both are. Is we see the seedlings, we see the things that can grow, and we see the fully grown things in Dak, and we see these. We're just waiting for it to be proven. And when it does, I think we'll be I'm not really surprised by the way they put this thing together this year. Y'all, the timing of it all, getting out there. I mean, you see the timing right now, how making sure you had Gary early and these pieces early really did set the tone for these guys hit the ground running out here.
And they're leading, and they know what it takes. Some of these guys, they do know what it takes now. Quentin Williams, on the other hand, I think he said it. He's never been in a playoff game.
Yeah.
So, there's one that you're shocked. Now, he played at a program that won all the time, so he knows how to win. And I know he's hungry for it. He's starved for it. And I know this whole organization is starved to put a championship quality team back on the field.
You mind if I ask you something a little family personal?
Oh, absolutely.
We do see, John Stephen, Shai around. We see them all. Are they as interested in the business as you were whenever you were getting involved when Jerry brought you in?
Absolutely. And Shai's doing a great job. I can really speak for John Stephen because he is my son, and we spent a lot of time together. But as you know, he loves the game. He's a winner, too. Mm-hmm. I mean, he won big time in high school, and you know how hard it is to win in Texas. High school state championships, and he's won as much as anybody, maybe other than Kyler Murray.
We covered high school for years together, so he covered Kyler Murray at Allen.
I think he may be the all-time dominant high school player at quarterback. But no, John Stephen loves this game, and he's got I've got a ton of respect for him and his opinion and what he thinks about football, and he's been tutored the right way between playing in high school, playing in college, and he had a lot of highs in high school, and had some bumps in college that he learned from and taught him School of Hard Knocks. But they love it, and Shabo loves it, and he's like an encyclopedia. He can recite anything, and these boys, they're a pleasure to be around, and they bring great opinions to the table. And you say, well, they're young. Well, there's a lot of young guys around. Christian Parker's not much older than these boys. So, and here he is, defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys, and there he is in his early 30s, and just doing one hell of a job.
Now, the last thing I got for you is I love getting your thoughts about the Cowboys, but also league-wide trends. You've seen a lot of, minority share sales across the NFL. Is that something that you think the Cowboys would ever consider? Because I know there's got to be an endless line of people who would love to get, a minority stake in the team.
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't rule it out, but, we'd also be very particular in who we would bring in as a partner in terms of that. But yes, it was designed when we passed that rule that you could have, private equity involved in the NFL, and you could have minority partners. It made sense for a lot of different reasons, and every owner who chooses to go that path can speak for themselves in terms of why they're doing it, but it does. I think it's a great tool. I think it makes the league stronger personally, and certainly it's not something we would ever totally rule out, but I wouldn't say anything's on the front burner either.
Right, gotcha. Well, Stephen, thank you very much for the time. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next, let's try to do Masterpiece of the Week with the G-Bag Nation right here on The Fan.
Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
Well, I'm doing great, and I hope we make it even more amazing because we would like you fine fellas to participate in some Masterpiece of the Week with us.
List.
Chief, get in here. Gentlemen, welcome. It is time for Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit the wild, wacky, odd, and oftentimes very concerning things said throughout this very program throughout the week.
Alec, can I tell you a fun football note?
I'm scared.
Do you know that sometimes teams will sign a player just to open up cap space and not necessarily to keep that player?
Yes, I've often known that. It's weird how the salary cap works, and
just something to think about.
You know, sometimes guys that lead the league in tackles can get big deals and still be available. Interesting.
I wanted a guy that led the league in tackles to be on this team.
Well, how about a guy that led the league in tackles twice?
I watched a video of him on Film Watchers breaking down why he's so good at it. And
what if I said your dream's not dead?
Then I'll believe you.
Okay. Back to you.
Interesting. Well, we're going to start with a tradition.
Get in here.
We're going to start with the tradition of picking on people who are not here to defend themselves, and that person today is named RJ Choppy. He had this to say, a very astute point during crosstalk today.
Well, woman and man is different.
Okay.
Was that Sean said? Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder how he came up with this idea, this concept. And do you think he abides by it? Do you think he believes that?
Yeah.
All right.
He blurs other lines, but that he seems to buy into pretty well.
I think he figured it out by Corey's method of checking the pants in the elevator, like we were talking about earlier in the show.
Yes.
Yeah, let's see. We have the You Know How Women Are drop for PJ Washington, right?
Mhm.
I think Mickey might have given us a new one.
Because, boys will be boys.
So that's going to go in the bank.
That's true.
And I'm sure we will find a lot of use for that. I will warn you, because we had so much football content this week, I had to go into the vault for the past couple weeks and get some stuff.
No.
So we do have some stuff that you can tell.
Could just not embarrass us.
No. That's my favorite part of the job, if we're being honest.
Yeah, you guys embarrass yourselves.
Exactly.
You guys, at least I was there for crosstalk, Chiafalo.
I'm sorry. You guys usually take this late. This is like prime deuce opportunity before the program.
That's a good point.
Makes a lot of sense.
That is a very good point.
Let's see. Corey also on the choppy line of thinking had a very good point, I guess.
Every stores has things.
That's a good point.
Did I say every's stores has
Yes.
things?
Every stores.
I put S's in all the wrong places except for the beginning of stores.
Okay.
So many women in those stores.
There are so many women.
Let's see.
Everywhere one of them has woman.
Kevin has a question for us.
What is a lady finger?
It's like a
Man, I feel like Corey was about to give us a captivating answer, and Mike sent us pictures. And
Mike sent us a picture of the lady finger that you would get in the food,
right?
And then he also sent a picture of a woman flipping us off. So we got the full spectrum of lady fingers.
And it just feels like it's some lady who walked by and stuck her finger in your food. And you're like, lady finger.
Oh, interesting. I'm glad.
I have another definition. I'll tell you.
No. I'm glad that Eric Chiafalo is involved for this segment today, because this one actually involves him for some reason.
I think Chiafalo's a very easy vote here because he's just a casual, easy ride. Okay, all right.
Oh my goodness!
And this became a thing on the
slutty. That's what I'm writing down.
I was just talking about he's an easy rider. There's an old movie.
Jack Nicholson.
Of Fonda. It was Henry Fonda.
That's right.
And Dennis Hopper. But also at the same time, you're riding an elevator. We're discussing riding an elevator. I think getting on an elevator with Chiafalo is easy conversation.
All right. Well, with that in mind, Chiafalo, what did you think that they meant when they said love in an elevator, living it up while you're going down?
Oh my gosh, this is not something I'm familiar with.
You should check
It's
that
an
song
Aerosmith
up.
song.
Yeah. I don't think they're talking about You Push Floor 1.
I do appreciate the compliment, though, Corey.
Yeah. Well, he's my friend, you know?
Oh.
He's a chill guy.
It's a shame we weren't in Oxnard together this year.
I know, man.
No, I think it's probably for the best.
Those special things.
My God.
Oh, that OnlyFans page you wanted to start, Majors, it could have been off to a great start.
Yeah, only scams.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see.
We do crimes while we're while we're doing OnlyFans.
Wait, the idea that we came up with for the crime OnlyFans for Corey is misdemeanors, and I think we could do something with that.
Let's see. I want to pick on Kevin. We haven't picked on him enough.
Oh.
Let's see. You said this.
I just thought it looked really small, and that's probably the deal with all of these things.
Kevin.
I mean, look. I was not
always said
talking
average.
about a ding dong. I know that's what you're clearly getting at.
I did not say anything. I just hit spacebar and you say words.
It's true.
You pulled the audio.
I did. And because you guys requested, I'll pick on myself a little bit too. I, for some reason, said this earlier. I haven't gotten the meat package yet.
Eric?
That's my winner.
You know what to do.
I have gotten that, by the way.
Please tell me during the break what that experience is like.
I recommend the chimichurri.
Is that when you were being an easy ride?
Oh, and to cap it off, I've got two more. Corey said this.
Eat the sausage, little piggies.
Oh, my goodness. By the way, did you know a great place that you can get all of that food and more is Hurtado's? A little Tex, a little Mex, and a whole lot of damn good barbecue. So, just saying.
I love that barbecue.
Was Corey just trying to get pigs to sort of be cannibals?
Yeah,
it's one of those things.
Great point.
I was talking about whenever like people do demeaning things just to see people like do it.
Oh yeah,
and that was from the show Concession, where the guy who ran the business, he made the like son-in-law and a bunch of other underlings go over to a corner and eat a sausage and made them crawl around on the floor. It was a weird scene. I'm not gonna lie.
And then
Because they were stealing food? Was it like a
because-
punishment? Like
No, he was just trying to make them embarrass themselves because he knew they would because
mean
they were
Succession,
weak.
right?
Succession.
Okay,
Yeah,
I was like, what is concession?
Yeah, not concession.
Coming up on the next episode, popcorn.
Because they were stealing food. Good
Hot
point,
dogs
Dawson. Thank you.
Wednesday night, that means Dollar Dogs coming up next. All right, but this is going to be the last one, and I think, honestly, the best one. Thank you, Kevin.
Are you a man who needs your porn on the go?
There it is. That was the winner. That's my
I don't
winner.
know.
I'm voting
Okay,
for that right there.
Obviously, I'm not going to
Kevin's
vote for
porn.
that, so I'm going to vote for
that AI Hagee?
that.
That is real mouth Kevin.
Yes.
I'm going to vote for what I wrote down as Eric is slutty as my vote for Masterpiece of the Week.
I think Chiafalo's very easy vote here because he's he's just a casual, easy ride.
Man, you besmirched his honor.
Just so all of y'all know.
Golly.
No strings attached, super casual, man.
Very casual.
Majors, who are you voting for?
I'm voting for Kevin's porn.
Oh, my gosh. That's just so direct. Where is it? Here it is.
Are you a man who needs your porn on the go?
I really want to hear this ad now. I want to hear the rest of it.
And it's the way I set it up, like when I did the breaking news. Charizard has been charged with DWI or whatever. I set it up too seriously.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
Hagee wins here.
Yeah, you're voting Hagee as well.
I'm going Hagee.
I'm just surprised he's in some sort of a church leadership position.
Yeah.
I have instructed them not to listen to this program, Gavin Johnson. Yeah. I've instructed them not to listen. What do you? All right, so I won, I guess. Go ahead.
I'm going to vote for Eat the Sausage, Little Piggy, just to get in a vote for that.
Yes.
Eat the sausage, little piggies.
Got into character really nicely.
That is strong. That is strong. I'm going to admit it.
It was from Concession.
Concession stand. That's it.
Alec, did you vote?
I'm going to vote for Kevin.
Are you a man who needs your porn on the go?
I really want some company to hire Kevin as their endorser.
See,
that has to be the first line.
That's the thing. I appreciate these mainstream endorsements I've got. I think I should get way more weird endorsements. What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. It is a Friday, so we'll get a Rangers-Astros silver boot preview from Eric Nadel, along with some trade deadline chatter at 4:40.
All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Want to say thank you again to Best Buy Windows and Siding, Mercedes-Benz of Plano, and, of course, our presenting sponsor, the On-Time Experts, AC, Heating, and Plumbing. And thank you to all of the guests we have had this week, including Nick Harris, John Machota, Mickey Spagnola, Stephen Jones, Jalen Thompson, Joseph Hoyt, Christy Scales, Pat Doney, Javonte Williams, Skip Schumacher, Clay Holstad, Jane Slater, Donovan Ezeraku, and Chicharito. It has been a blast. We'll catch you on Monday back in the Metroplex, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and welcome in on a training camp football Friday. General at your service at ease. Broadus is in Oxnard. He'll have reports throughout the day of what he sees and what he's hearing. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimco over here, Master Control at 75 and 635. Fixing to go 4.5 flawless. Rangers, Astros, Silver Boot is coming up with the pregame at 6:30. First pitch 7:05. Evaldi against Brown. This is again like playoff atmosphere already with 52 games to go, I guess. There's Eric Chiafalo. Wolchuk remains out. He will return next week as we fly to Oxnard. You have Austin Nix coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. So Broadus is watching practice, right? I couldn't tell from the schedule that the Cowboys put out, and they had it on their website, if there was going to be a full practice today or not, but there is. There's another practice.
From what I understand, yes, their first off day is Sunday.
Okay. So they're maxing out before they take a day off. McCarthy'd be like 2 practices, day off.
Oh, yeah.
No pads ever.
No, today's
GPS numbers.
It'd be spa, manicure, pedicure day.
Hey, oh boy, we got to recover and take care of these veterans.
McCarthy's first in line at the massage table.
Yes. Massages and meatball sandwiches all around, guys. We got to get the recovery carbs and protein going here. Stephen Jones joined KNC about 45 minutes ago. That was outstanding. 30 minutes ago, that was outstanding. If you want to go back with the Odyssey app and listen to anything that you may have missed, that is available for you. Massive Fred and Blake fight last night, though. And our own Lucius Alexander witnessed it. He was doing some post-show stuff, and he joins us now for his perspective. How'd it go?
It was out of control, bro. What you mean? Yeah, man.
Yeah, it sounded like it.
Like, not only did they go for 9 minutes on air, I'm not going to get too much behind the scenes, but Fred wasn't finished.
Fred was not finished.
He's
got stamina, man.
I mean, would you describe it as completely unhinged again?
It was, well, knowing what I know about Fred at this point, my man hasn't had nicotine in like 2 weeks or something like that.
Okay.
He was already on edge.
Okay.
Then Blake is just so cool about things. What do you mean? Like everything, his voice goes up as he asks the questions.
Yeah.
So what's going on? What do you mean? Why are you mad? That type of thing.
Hey, he can agitate, man.
Yeah, it sounded like my neighbors when I used to stay in apartments next door when I was hearing them arguing through the walls.
Okay, yes.
I was just waiting for here. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do know what you're saying. It's always a little bit unsettling, but it's riveting at the same time.
Yes.
Were you listening to this on your way back to the house?
Yeah, I was locked in. It was incredible. And then for Fred not to return in the next segment, I'm thinking, oh no, did he just storm out of the building?
Yeah.
But I guess he just needed a little 30-minute cool off there, a little hydration break.
There was a new guy here.
Yeah, we had
Gavin number 3?
Yeah, Gavin 3PO.
He's probably shell shocked right now, bro.
Yeah, like, is this what this is all about?
Yeah, Vietnam flashbacks he probably just had.
Yeah, there's a third Gavin now that works at the station.
Yeah.
Which was, quite I don't know, shocking to me. I mean, I went my entire life never meeting a single Gavin. Right? I'd never met a Gavin.
It's coming back, dude.
And now we got 3, inside these halls, which is interesting.
Okay, I'm getting a Broadus text. We all are. He's on the guest camera.
Okay, that's what I thought. See,
okay.
I thought when I looked at the deal, maybe there was not going to be an afternoon practice. But Broadus will, I guess, be joining us right out of the gates here. Brian, are you there?
I'm here.
Nice.
If you got me up on the guest camp,
Let's
we
go.
good to go?
We got
good?
you. Yeah.
All right. Great to be with you, boys. A lot going on with the Stephen Jones thing. I don't want to interrupt the Blake and Fred thing. If you
could have interrupted it last night. By the way, you couldn't have interrupted it.
Lucius, did it get close to like Fred, like really going off and like physically?
Listen, man, that boy Fred can get extra loud.
Yeah,
I didn't know how loud it reminded me of boot camp, like when somebody made mistakes and I just hear Fred just go, rah, 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 rah. I'm talking about he nonstop. I'm not going to give you too much behind the scenes, but he wasn't finished. He had more in the tank.
And I put Fred in the category of, even though it's at work, he could hit you.
That's what I mean, I hope it never gets to that. I hope it never gets to that.
You think it'd be a hit or a wrestle? I think he might wrestle you a little bit. He might pin you. Good.
Like,
man. Yeah,
pin you
he might be.
like pin you up next to the wall by your throat.
Put you in a cradle hold.
Yeah.
You're in my world now.
Yeah, you got to tell him, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good.
Yeah, I was expecting him to have Blake like by the shirt collar up on the wall and just talking to him.
Yeah,
screaming
that's
at him.
kind of what I was worried about.
I don't know if it's a hit or a grab or a pinning, but I would imagine more escalation is possible in a confrontation with Fred. But apparently, cooler heads prevailed, and I heard maybe you served in a as a minister of peace, Lucius.
I mean, I just did. How many fights have I seen?
Henry Kissinger working now. What are we doing up there?
Are you good? You straight? All right, man. Hey, we can go downstairs, lift some weights, and get it off real quick. No, all right, we straight. All right, baby. Nice. Pat you on the back. You give me a dap, and we good. Yeah. That's pretty much what it is. Checking your temperature.
Sometimes that's all a guy needs in a situation like that.
For sure.
You know, things are out of control. Maybe you're crashing out. Your ego is not your amigo. And, you know, sometimes just a little bit of a check right there can go a long way. So looking forward to, I guess, next week will be our next chance to crosstalk with Fred and Blake.
Yes.
Because tonight we have Rangers pregame. Now, you mentioned Stephen Jones there, Brian, and I was, of course, locked in to the interview with KNC. He was asked about the Dr. Cooper moment, and it was hilarious. Stephen said he does like Jane, but she was trying to get us in trouble a little bit. Right. He said we're always looking at things. He said it may come in the form of a trade or could come in the form of a veteran signing. Yeah. They talked about Bobby Wagner by name. He said he's got a great resume, but he said there are lots of guys out there that might be a fit. So, and then he just said, don't be surprised if the starters on defense don't change. You know, so I think they're preparing us for some level of change, but being a little bit more ambiguous than maybe his dad would. What else have you heard or
I think
seen?
they're going for a bigger fish. I think they're going for a big, and please take the word fish in mind here when I say this, but I think they've got a linebacker in mind, and Chief, help me on this one, okay? The team I think you need to focus on is Miami, and I'm kind of getting some whispers about Miami that maybe Miami realizes that they're not going to be very good. And through the blessing of Stephen Ross, that maybe that they're going to go ahead and absorb a bunch of cap, and they're in some serious cap problems. And Ross has kind of given them a blessing to, hey, if we have to take more of those hits, but we could add draft picks and draft capital, that we're willing to do that. I would keep an eye on Brooks there. And I say that with the thought that I know he signed a contract extension, but this might be Miami's way. They knew they needed to pay the guy. They knew they needed to take care of him. But I'm kind of hearing that there might be some willingness to move on from a lot of their guys, and they'll go ahead and absorb more cap problems in order to spread some things out and be better in the future to kind of clear their cap up.
Well, if the teams that want to trade for Jordan Brooks are up against the cap, then it would make sense that Miami says, hey, we're going to sign him to an extension, get him his big signing bonus, we'll eat all of that. You guys give us a little bit more draft capital. I think keep an eye. I think the Cowboys, yes, Bobby Wagner sounds like something that I would do, because it's a situation where you don't have to pay. You just kind of sign the guy. Honestly, I think this front office is looking for something bigger and better. I do. I just and listen to him talk, and then kind of hearing some other things around not only around the league, but things are starting to kind of line up a little bit on some of this stuff. So. Maybe like I say, I think Miami's about to have a sale of some of their guys, and if they could take the hit, they'll take the hit. But the compensation coming back has to be worth its while for them in order to do that.
Wow.
So they know that they're probably not going to be a very good football team, and that's maybe coming from the blessing from maybe ownership there. So we'll see.
Interesting, man. I wonder when's the last time we saw a guy get a contract extension with a team and then in a matter of weeks? Like, are you thinking before the season even starts here, Broadus?
Yeah.
Or are you okay?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's something to keep an eye on. Stephen Jones is dropping some hints, and so there's some things that I think they're looking bigger than Bobby Wagner. That's what I would tell you guys.
That was the most like playful. I'm dropping breadcrumbs I've heard Steven that I can remember.
Yeah.
Like, usually he's very like, well, we want to protect the deal and don't say anything that could put anything in jeopardy, and we don't want to announce anything until it's done. But it seemed like Steven believes something is going to happen, and Jordan Brooks wouldn't be as impactful as Max Crosby, but that would go a long way to giving you more confidence in this defense, wouldn't it, Eric? I mean, you watch that team pretty closely.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Jordan Brooks he's a three down linebacker for sure, and especially when it comes to him stopping the run and getting off blocks, diagnosing instincts, all that kind of stuff. I mean, he just popped up. He was on the linebacker list, the top 10, with the executives and scouts and coaches, Jeremy Fowler list. He was in that mix, and he's off maybe his best season as a pro. So that would be an instant upgrade, and you immediately go from that being a huge question mark for you to one of the stronger units you have. If you're talking about Brooks, Winters, Overshown, Barham, now you're feeling outstanding about your linebacker room.
And an incredible team tank move if they would pull that off. Signing Jordan Brooks, absorbing the cap hit all this year, and then, taking him off the team. And, I think a lot of people believe in Jacob Rodriguez and some of the other things they've done. The Kyle Lewis draft pick from Pittsburgh, people are kind of excited about. But you take Jordan Brooks off, and now you are in one of the most quarterback-rich drafts that's anticipated at this point in the season that we've had in a while. You are positioning yourself to not even have it close. You're going to have the number one pick. I think this team could go winless.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, and it's funny because it's the Dolphins and the Cardinals that are the two seemingly worst teams in the league, and they have the two most difficult schedules in the league.
Wow.
So, yeah, it could get ugly for both of those teams, but credit to Miami if they're willing to lean into that a little bit and just accept it and eat their vegetables for a year and then give themselves a better opportunity in the draft. And, what would this do from a compensation standpoint in terms of what you have to give up? Because I think most people were thinking about a third-round pick.
I think that's where you have to go. Evidently, and I need to check this on Miami, I think Miami's got a couple of 5s and stuff. I think they've got 8 or 9 picks. But I think the thought was to try and add as many as you can. And so maybe if it was a second or third round pick, then now you're kind of singing the song they want to hear.
Yeah, I mean, if you get Jordan Brooks, I think he would qualify outside of the draft picks because they're not really sure, could Caleb Downs be the best player you got in year one? Maybe. I think that's on the table. But in terms of the veteran guys that you brought in, the Rashawn Garys of the world, the Jalen Thompsons of the world, and I'm super fired up for Thompson, and he was great with the KNC Masterpiece today. I think Jordan Brooks would be your best offseason addition.
Yeah, I think this contract is incredibly valuable for the Cowboys because his base salary for 2026 has been reduced to 1.2. They've already given him a $12 million signing bonus. So you're getting an incredible amount of salary cap savings on this to have Jordan Brooks on your team. I mean, I'm not exactly sure how to do the math, but it's somewhere between 12 and 20 million bucks that they're eating. So I think that would be a 2. And they're probably asking for a 1. Now he's going to turn 29 years old, so I'm saying no. I'm not giving 1s for a guy who might only have 2 really good years left in him.
Sure.
But there's a lot of things that I think would complicate this negotiation and make it very unique. 6:30 pregame tonight. Corey Seager returning after missing 59 of the last 67 games. Josh Young not approaching a return. This is a week since we heard that he could only run 50%, and we were like, oh, geez. And then, last Saturday he went on the shelf, and Skip Schumacher saying yesterday he's not trending in the right direction, has no chance to be activated this week. But Eric Nadell is going to join us coming up at 4:40 to further preview this series. You got to sweep them to take the season series. Houston just needs to win one of these, and they'll win the season series, and along with it, the tiebreaker and all that. But just massive Massive series here. Dodgers beat the Mariners last night to push them to 53 and 57 with 52 games to go. So Seattle is drifting a little bit here in the rear view, hitting their low water mark as the Rangers sitting 1 game over, a half game ahead of Houston still for first place. And then Seattle is 2.5 games back. And going into tonight's action, the Mariners will host the Twins, who pretty decent. They're in the picture as well, sitting there at 55 and 55. We'll have around the bases a little bit later on. We'll give you the latest on the trade deadline, which is coming up Monday at 5 o'clock. Can't wait for that. Of course, Jared Sandler will join us on Monday to recap and talk about what comes next. But coming up next now is the G-Bag of the Day champion, and then Wolchuk's Top 10. Chief, where are you taking us?
Yeah, today's National Talking in Elevator Day. We have the top 10 most awkward places for talking or for small talk next in the nation.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, where last hour Stephen Jones said we've got several things that we're considering right now. Some of it trades, some of it signing guys. So we'll be talking about those stories and more with you throughout the afternoon with Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30. Thanks so much for making us part of your day. This segment here brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, we got top 10 here in just a moment. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has the champ.
All right. Going for 2 today at 5:30. There's a kid that lost a bet to his mom. They were in the front yard just doing regular summertime stuff, having a good time, playing with the robotic quarterback, in which I should say, if you're a dad out there and you got plenty of kids in the crib, or an uncle that has some kids that come over on the weekend, this is a good buy right here. It's an all-pro passer, robotic quarterback, probably costs about $100. Now, your shoulder will get sore from all the pumping you have to do to get that darn thing to work, but it's fun. Anyway, the kid didn't think mom would go out there and catch the ball on her first route, but she did.
King doesn't think I can catch it the first time. Here's our machine. Watch me do.
If it doesn't,
Move.
I'm gonna be better her $10. No, I'm gonna do it.
No, I'm doing it for myself.
That's a lot of work right there.
A lot of work.
That's good.
It's more than a Crossman pump master.
Yeah.
Boom, baby, first time.
God, damn.
How you do it?
I love
How
it.
you do it? Let's see if it caught it on camera.
Yeah, that's how you do it, kid.
Heck, it did, Mom. You know it did.
Yeah, Mom sounds like she was probably an athlete. You know?
Yeah.
Maybe some softball, maybe some basketball.
Oh, yeah, she's ready to talk trash.
Maybe women's flag football. You know, she sounded
Maybe
pretty
WNBA.
tough. Impossible. You know.
Baby, first time.
God dang it. These kids don't believe you could do jack squat. It's coming for you pretty soon. They're going to start doubting you. You're going to have to prove it to them. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
The other day I'm working with Abby in the backyard, and granted, I am totally washed, right? So I'm trying to give her looks on, like, when you're getting pressured, you know, do these moves to get out of pressure and everything. So I'm intentionally getting cooked. And after about 10 minutes or so, she's like, wow, Dad, this is really bad. I'm like, okay, try to score on me. 5 minutes later, she's crying. I'm like, no, I'm going to play real defense on you. You think I'm cooked.
Let's go. You still got it, man.
Yeah, it's basically it's smoke and mirrors at this point. You know, it's just the soccer IQ that's holding it down.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I shut her down. I was talking trash by the time that thing was over.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to just knock their confidence out of their body.
You got to remind them. You know, they have to figure out a way to overcome and build the scars that we had to. My dad never let me win
Ever.
You know,
Never.
Totally just break your heart.
Yeah.
So you're trying to help them out by letting them win, and then they turn on you and start rubbing it in your face.
Right.
So that's when I draw the line, Brian.
Swat the ball until you go get the ball.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, my kids quit on all these games whenever I'm going too hard in them. You know, like we play a little kickball or something, and I'm like, okay, I'm not going to let you guys score. They'll just walk right back into the house. I'm done.
The game's over.
This is not fun. Yeah, I'm like, really? Yeah. I have to let you score in order for us to continue to play?
It's negotiating with terrorists one way or another, I'm finding. Okay, it's time now to kick it over here to Wolchuk's Top 10. Here's Eric with Zach's broadcast responsibilities.
Yes, sir. National Talk in an Elevator Day. Ooh, we have the top 10 most awkward places for talking, forced small talk, that kind of deal. I think the elevator might lead the league here.
No, there's no way.
You don't think so? I mean, the only thing...
Let me give you the one. Let me give you the number one seed right off the rip. The urinal.
Okay, yeah, that's gonna be high on this list.
Yeah, the urinal is the absolute worst place to have any kind of conversation at.
Even with your buddies, even with your boys,
you probably know that person,
right?
You know,
I'm saying though, usually you're by yourself there. Usually you're not. You're not like females like to all go together, that kind of thing. But the guys, you're in there, and I tell you, it happens on these remotes. They're standing in there, and guys are more than welcome to talk to you there.
The urinal.
Oh yeah,
that's not too bad. I mean, you're face to face in some situations. You're right
just
across
trying to
from
do
the guy
your business
sometimes.
and move on. Just do your business and move on.
If you're squatting and talking to me as I'm like washing my hands or something, I'm like, come on, bro.
Oh yeah, you get
You need to lock in right now.
the stall talkers are crazy.
My buddy did that
Nice shoes you got there.
on that last soccer trip we were on.
Is that you?
We were at this team event where you got like a food court. So, I was like, man, I got to go to the bathroom. He's like, oh, me too. Next thing I know, we're side to side stalls. There's a third gentleman we don't know in the next stall over, and my buddy's making conversation with me.
Oh no!
Yeah,
that is.
See, that's an out. That is a big out for me.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I guess it would be even weirder if I don't say anything back to you right now. So I guess we're gonna have a conversation. What we think the formation should be tomorrow.
You guys were talking ball in there.
Yeah,
that's incredible. I do like this from the 469. I tell my son, one day you'll be stronger than me. Today's not that day, and tomorrow's not looking good for you either.
Yeah,
that's a pretty good line right there. The bathroom's going to be high on this list. How would you guys handle I'm assuming Broadus, you've probably got the most experience with the trough style urinating.
Yes,
and like you almost feel like
uncomfortable.
Yeah, do you want
uncomfortable?
Do you want more conversation in those moments, or you want more silence, eyes closed?
If you see the trough situation, you're immediately going for like the stalls. You're immediately going. I'm like, I'm not interested in standing around there across from somebody like that.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Like previous generations wouldn't think twice of it.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, it's totally normal to be naked in front of a bunch of people.
Yeah.
That's just how the greatest generation was raised.
Yeah, I noticed it in the gym locker room.
They never threw away aluminum foil, and they did not mind being naked.
Wow, they were reusing aluminum foil?
Yes,
quite a bit for sandwiches and stuff.
The Depression era.
Oh,
yeah, it's valuable.
You pack that lunch and you better bring that back home from school.
My bag home. Yeah, my brown bag home. I'd bring it back. My mom would reuse it and stuff with the foil and everything.
Going on.
That's incredible. Okay, so National Talk in an Elevator Day, the worst places for awkward conversations. The elevator's going to be high up there. Broadus, your nomination for the urinal is definitely going to be sky high there as well. At 10, we have the Uber rides. The ride share stuff.
I try and create conversation there.
Okay, so you lead that.
I work on that one. Yeah, I work on that one.
I figure that guy has had 10, 20 people in his car that day and we just appreciate the silence.
Yeah, I usually just let the game come to me here. If this guy decides he wants to be a chatterbox, I'll play along. Same in the elevator. Every once in a while you get a chatterbox in the elevator. You've never met him before, but they want to chat with you. And the good thing about the elevator is generally you're talking about 30 seconds, 45 seconds, and so it's quick, but it's just the two of you. You're alone in there,
Yeah. I will. I'll say this about the Uber ride or taxi ride or whatever you want to say. I can't look at my phone because I get motion sickness, so I have to do something. So I have to ask questions.
Okay.
Because if I look at my phone, like the other day riding in with Heggie and them, I mean, I was looking at my phone because those guys were, and then I got sick. And I got like, oh, God, why'd I do that? So I have to do something to combat, being in the back seat of an Uber ride or something like that.
I understand
that's easier than an Uber pool, though. You ever been in an Uber pool or seen those before?
Oh, is that where you with randos?
It's like multiple people are going to the bar that you're going to while you're on vacation, so you all get in this Uber.
Ooh, to save $5.
Yeah. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah, that's bad.
I will do this. I'll do this in an elevator, though. I will always, if someone hits a button, I'll ask, hey, what's going on at 7? I'll ask him, and they'll make him tell me, oh, we're a title company, or, hey, we're doing something. I always ask, what they push by, hey, what do you guys do at 7? And then that kind of this little keeps the awkwardness out of it.
Oh, okay. So you'd rather make the conversation in the elevator than
I don't want to be
silence.
standing there. I don't want to be standing in our building. We now got those. You could get a lot of information off that wall. They've got a lot of they got the stock market up there. They got what's going on in the world kind of things. But you can kind of like put your eyes on that. But if I'm in an elevator with somebody else, I'm like, hey, what's going on 7? Oh yeah, we're a brokerage firm. Oh, okay, cool. And in that way, you're kind of killing a little time. Along the way. So.
No, I respect it. You go on the offense there. I get it. So, yeah, the Uber rides are number 10. At 9, you have the gym locker room. plenty of that kind of stuff going on. Guys, you're changing. You're kind of half naked. You're wearing a towel, and you got somebody that's starting to ask you some questions in there that can get away from you. Number 8, like the doctor's office, the hospital, the waiting room.
That was the one I was going to be the next one. And waiting room is like, please don't talk to me. Please don't talk to me in a waiting room there.
Everybody's sick or hurt. You know,
Exactly,
you have anxiety about whatever it is going on. You're getting impatient. Maybe you've been there for an hour longer than you're supposed to because those things go so slow. So that's a good one. Number 7, the airplane seat next to a chatty stranger.
My goodness. That is so terrible. And I feel for these people in a way. I have sympathy for them because they don't realize how annoying they're being for the people 2 aisles ahead of them and 2 aisles behind. Like, we can all hear it. We want nothing to do with this conversation. But you think you are so freaking interesting that you're going to talk at a normal volume on this plane at 6 o'clock in the morning or anytime. You know? Just try to whisper and wrap that thing up quickly, please.
It's really bad when you have your headphones on too, and they're still trying to get through to you.
Yeah.
Like the headphones are the the tell-all sign of I'm not trying to talk.
Yeah, I guess I will put my hand to my brow and take one out and then look at you very intentionally and be like, okay?
This better be an emergency here. The airplane.
Anybody ever gone to the big book? You pull a book out and it's immediately you tell them, like you're telling people, I don't want to talk to you today. I've got this book I'm going to read.
Yeah, I think the book can invite conversations as well. Oh, what are you reading? Like you got to have the headphones. That's the ultimate play to try and avoid it. And you'll still get some psychos that think that you want to talk despite having headphones on. But the book. Go ahead.
Have you ever thought about telling somebody you're a priest?
Never considered that one, no.
Like they start talking to you like, hey, I'm a priest. If you want to talk, and then you just kind of like, oh, no, we're good. We're good.
That's actually not a bad move right there.
No, you could do that. You could say either that or I'm an insurance salesman, Like, hey, I sell insurance. You want to talk about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to talk about
home,
it?
vehicle.
Yeah, exactly. And then they go,
old are you?
no, man, we're good. We're good. Thanks. Appreciate you.
469 says they wear they have a plain shirt. A shirt that they wear on the plane that reads, I'm uninteresting, don't talk to me. Wow. I like that move right there. Number 6, you have the funeral home, the viewing, the wake, the small talk there at some level of a funeral situation, I guess, is not one that people really enjoy. Number 5 is the sauna.
I'm always awkward around those situations. I know cracking jokes.
See?
Yeah, that's how I deal with things.
Right. Yeah. And then somebody gets offended by
Everybody's not there for it.
No, this is not comedy hour. How about the sauna or the steam room? This is where you get a bunch of sweaty dudes, that are usually just wearing a towel for the most part.
Yeah.
And there is oftentimes tons of conversation going on. And I walked in recently and I was blown away. I walk in, there's 2 guys in the sauna. Okay, they're only wearing towels.
Okay.
And I'm overhearing their conversation. They're like on opposite sides of the sauna. They're just talking to each other. And it sounds like they're best friends. And one guy's getting aggressive with the way that he's talking about how he likes to prank his wife and marriage and all these different things. He's talking about how he's hiking his legs up and showing her things that you would never imagine anybody wanting to see. Okay. So that's not the crazy part. The crazy part is then about 5 seconds later, he goes, oh, yeah, by the way, what's your name, man? And they get up and shake hands. I'm like, dude, you guys just had the most aggressive conversation and you just met each other.
Yeah.
You didn't even know each other's names. You would have thought they were best friends. Number 4, you have the crowded subway or bus situation. I'm sure in other areas where the public transit is maybe a little bit more, but it's just trying to get where they got to go.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden
we're trying not to make eye contact with each other.
No, just looking down.
Things can get off the rails.
I'm just holding onto the pole and I'm looking down. That's what's happening.
Usually when someone's trying to talk to you in one of those environments, it's because they have a mental illness. And you made a mistake of engaging with them.
Yeah. They're unhoused and they're looking for a friend and $1.
I'm looking for central bookings on this list. There's central bookings on this list.
Central bookings? What is? I'm sorry.
When you get taken to the police station before you go to the holding tank, they got to book you in.
Wow.
Yeah, and there's always some people around there. They want to talk to you, ask you questions about how you get in there. Be like, don't worry about it, fam. You in here with me. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, guess what I did?
Yeah, you can't help me out at all.
Maybe Tony
Stop talking to me, bro.
Maybe Tony wants to call the back line now and give us his life experience on that.
Hit us up.
Such a know-it-all, Tony.
number the bad day for Tony Romo. Number 3, the dentist chair. Yeah, I don't understand why they try to talk to you when they're doing stuff in your mouth.
I'm being tortured here, sir.
Yeah.
If you could just give me a stuffed animal and
move
a
on.
Valium,
Yeah.
make things a lot better.
Number 2, you have the public restrooms, the urinal. Broadus, you nailed it. And number 1 on National Talk in an Elevator Day is the elevator, the official champion of the day, the most awkward place for small talk.
Thank you to cell phones for giving us at least something we can awkwardly stare down at and pretend like we're not there. That's not happening. We got the biggest L's and biggest dubs coming up next, though. Chief, where are you taking us?
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you got those personal victories? That's next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we are live in Oxnard. We got all the travel
based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And coming up at 3:20, the C-Note. Krusty's Corner is now just 1 hour away. It's time now for Chiefs Friday Staple. Here's Eric.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Okay, Wolchuk's got a little something cooked up for us here. Of course, he's been taking care of the kids all week.
Yeah.
Right now, Daddy's got an opportunity to go, have himself a nice Friday night.
Let's go.
He's going to the movie theater. Okay.
Well earned.
Oh, no. I'm
Spider-Man?
part of this.
No, he's going to see The Odyssey.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
He's IMAX.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so it's a big movie weekend for Wolchuk. That is his victory, but...
how they did the horse was amazing in that movie.
Yeah?
Because usually, the story's about them, like, rolling it in. Mm-hmm. No, they didn't roll this one in, bro. It was work.
Okay.
It's good stuff. You got to see it. I don't want to spoil it for you. It's a good movie.
Well, I'm excited. I'm excited to catch it at some point. Wolchuk's going to see it tonight, but he's saying this is pretty wild. He's catching an L because he's taking a wheelchair to the movie theater in order to be able to watch this movie. Apparently, the theater was so full that he could only purchase the handicapped seating.
Okay.
And so he brought us. Did he reach out to you for a wheelchair?
I'm an accessory to this situation.
Fraud?
Yeah, I could. Why am I admitting it?
He identifies as handicapped. We all know that about him.
Yeah, why we, so all of a sudden he says, "Hey, do you happen to have?" And I'm like, "I just so happen that I do."
I'm actually okay with this if all the other slots are taken.
Yeah, this is terrible. I feel terrible.
Isn't that like playing with your juju?
Fate.
Yeah.
I told him this. I said, man, you get a pair of crutches, you jump on them, you're going to break your ankle. That kind of, I'm that guy. I was a little worried about doing this, but it's my teammate. I got to try and help him. So
okay, if you were a business owner and you had 10 parking spots, one of them was handicapped in your parking lot, and all 9 of them are filled, and a regular non-handicapped driver shows up, do you want to turn that business away? Or do you want that guy to take what his tax dollars help paid for? I would say in that moment, if all the other spots are taken, whether it's a movie theater or a parking lot, you're well within your ethical boundaries to go ahead and take that spot.
Yeah, you're not taking that spot knowing that there's plenty of other open spots. This is the last opportunity.
This was not the intent of the rule.
Right.
The rule was not to keep people out. It was to save spots.
Sure.
Assuming that there are other spots that a walking person could go take.
I mean, this is...
As a business owner, you're fine with it. As the person doing it, you're testing fate.
Yeah. And he's actually going to have his buddy, wheeling him in... pushing him into the theater in the wheelchair. Yeah. I didn't know the theaters were that stringent on checking your hand, prove your handicap.
Yep.
Let me see what your issue is here.
This is pretty funny.
He says he's got 3 in 1. He's got three spots, and he's got the 3 chairs, and then the spot for the wheelchair. So that's
I wonder
how
if
it's
the Handicap Association or anything is in on us. What is that? The American with Disabilities?
We are about to get in trouble.
Yeah, they're probably weighing in here.
About to get fired.
Somebody's going to show up in a wheelchair and a neck brace, just hoping to see Odyssey. They're going to be like, "Dang, sorry, man, that's already taken up." But Wolchuk's going to be playing the part. I'm hoping we get some video content out of this. I need to see him being wheeled in, and then we just have to cross our fingers that there's not a training camp injury on the horizon here for Wolchuk, as he is testing fate a little bit here. He's not proud of it. I don't think he really wanted me to discuss it, but I told him, dude, we have to talk about this.
I'm concerned that you even brought it up, but here we are.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Not the first or the last time.
By whatever means necessary. It's a man that loves his movies.
He does, man.
Yeah.
And he hasn't had a chance to get there until tonight. So I hope it goes well for him, and I just can't wait to see the videos of his buddies pushing him in.
I think we're hooking disabled people up. We really are. We're saving all these spots for you. Do you really want me to not go?
Oh my God!
Because you want to know that spot is empty just in case a disabled person wants to?
Right.
I mean, I think this is above and beyond. I think the bigger jerk move would be to say, no, you can't use this spot. It needs to stay empty just in case. Once we're down to the last spot, it should be, if you're not first, you're last.
Wow. I just want to say this. We've all traveled together enough, and we've seen this with our own eyes on Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is a miracle flight because the chairs line up getting on that flight, and as we're flying to wherever, there's no chairs on the other end.
Yeah.
So I think some people are.
Thank you.
I think some people are kind of like they're
bending the rules pretty good.
It's like, okay, with people that need extra assistance, we'll let them go. And there's like 30 people that goes rolling in there, and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm number 11 in line here. How did that
make that
just
41?
Happen? Yeah.
I'm going to be one of those guys here if this hip keeps progressing the way it is.
Yeah.
I think I might be less than 2 years away from a hip replacement.
Oh, gosh, dude.
Yeah, that's what ChatGPT told me.
Really?
Yeah.
2 years away?
Yeah.
That's a bummer. Well, we're pulling for Walchuk, man. Hopefully it all goes well for him tonight. The 2-1 for our buddy Woody. Big dub for the weekend. It's SummerSlam weekend. 4 straight nights of WWE.
Wow.
Sure, Hagee's just fully torched for that.
It's a massive win.
Officially 29 days until football. I think he's talking about college football, and he's still going strong off the benzos and the opiates. So shout out to our guy, Woody, catching victories all over the place. We have the 817. Biggest L had to work today, and the wife was definitely in the mood. Biggest dub, I got all weekend to take care of that, plus Spider-Man this weekend. Yeah. I'm seeing quick reviews so far. Spider-Man's coming across like it's pretty impressive. People are liking this thing.
I haven't heard yet.
Okay.
I've been seeing the anticipation for it.
I think from what I've seen on the internet, people are enjoying it. So I haven't seen a Spider-Man movie. I can't even remember the last time. I think it was the Tobey Maguire ones, the last ones I saw.
I've seen them all. I've seen. I just got caught up with the most recent one, which, by the way, Marvel totally went off the rails post Avengers with all of the time travel stuff. Like, I've consumed 12 pieces of Marvel entertainment, whether that's a mini-series, a TV series, or a movie, and they've all been about the space-time continuum, basically. So hopefully Spider-Man has nothing to do with multiversing anymore. I mean, they really played that hand very hard here, probably over the last 5 years. But I'll tell you this: if I like this Spider-Man movie, it'll be the first Spider-Man movie I've ever liked.
You always have beef with the character that is Spider-Man, right? They haven't really hit the right notes on who that guy should be. It's not Tobey Maguire, and it's not these other guys that they've run out there.
It turns into some sad teenage romance stuff, and I just don't understand how guys can be still liking this. I think it is your teenage daughter's superhero movie.
Wow. That's 2 very strong takes here. And biggest L, biggest dub for Gavin Dawson. We have the 469 mark from Terrell. Biggest dub, my son is fully paid and ready for year 3 at UT Austin. Congratulations, bro.
Hook him.
903, Tolo Reginald celebrating his 32nd birthday tomorrow. So happy early birthday to you, Reginald. That is fantastic. 817, biggest L, my dad was hospitalized with the same thing that killed Kyle Busch. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, the sepsis?
Biggest W. He kicked its ass.
Oh, the pneumonia, and then oh, wow.
He's already on the other side of it.
Nice.
Wow, dude, congratulations. Yeah, a lot of Tony Romo L's, as it looks like J.J. Watt might be Wally Pipping him in the booth at CBS. So that is, I mean, it sounded like he was going to get out of there scot-free, but once they found out he had the open container in the car, maybe that was the one that really broke things for him. Because it seemed like everything was moving in the right direction. Just lay low for a little while and everything's going to be all right. Now, we do have a baseball clip here that I want to play for one of the biggest dubs of the week. Okay, this is the Twins, and they are playing the Royals. This is Cody Clemens just added his name directly into the baseball domination conversation with this ultimate grand slam.
The 0-2 from Strom. Clemens in the air to right center field and deep. Back it goes. Deep it goes. And on! Cody Clemens wins it. And the Twins walk off the Royals once again at Target Field. Can you believe it? 4-3 the final. Down to their final strike. Twins win. Twins win. The Twins win it.
They were down 3-0 with 2 outs and an 0-2 count.
Wow.
And Cody Clemens hits the dong. There have been hundreds of thousands of games played throughout the history of Major League Baseball. Before yesterday, only 33 times had a game ended with a grand slam in that moment. But now it's 34 times, and it's the first to ever happen with 2 outs on an 0-2 count.
Wow.
Down to the final strike, you haven't scored a run all game, and you just hit the walk-off granny with 1 strike to go.
Feeling pretty good.
That is next level,
I
dude.
thought that might have been an overcall, considering it's a 500 team with 50 games to go.
Yeah.
But now that you deliver that context,
that's history.
Apropos.
Really, really impressive stuff. So that's your biggest dub of the week. Congratulations, Cody Clemens.
Thank you, Chief. All right, we got 1 down, 3.5 to go. Sounds like Brian's getting ready for a paper fight or maybe folding some paper airplanes. But we got 3.5 to go, including a Friday news dump coming up next. Eric, what's in store?
We got some Oxnard over-unders, courtesy of the morning show and everything you need to know before the weekend next to the nation.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. C-Notes coming up in 20 minutes. That's the Cowboys news of the evening. Krusty's Corner at 3:40. It's time right now for Friday News Dump. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Lots to get to here at the desk right after this.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, Bobby Belt in the morning show came up with some over-unders for our trip to Oxnard this week. And this is a staple that they usually like to bust out. I do think we need to add one here for Bobby in particular. But what about this one? This was number one on the list here. The number of times that the morning show will see the General Gavin Dawson outside of the tennis courts in practice and at the hotel.
You set the over-under for that at 0.5?
They actually set it at 1.
Oh.
I would have done the 0.5 as well.
Okay, so you're probably going to get a push out of that. You're going to get the one appearance probably for the team dinner.
Maybe one team dinner appearance where they will see that you are here in existence.
Yeah, but that's not guaranteed. You know,
that's a coin flip.
Yeah,
I mean, you really are minute to minute on some of these decisions.
I would have set the over under at 0.5. I think there's value in betting the under here, Chief.
Yeah. Okay. I think we need to add how many times Bobby. I mean, what do you think about this, Broadus? How many times Bobby is sort of under the weather and is unable to do anything after practice on any given day? Because it can get up. I was going to set the line at 1.5 on that.
I think 1.5 is very fair. I think that's absolutely, and I know it's going to be 1 for sure, but I'm going to say 1.5. He's like, I'm just not feeling great right now, and it's going to kind of fester a little bit, and it's going to go through the week. But I'm going to go with 1.5. I think that's where you're at.
Yeah. Is this alcohol related or just he gets sick from travel type deal?
I was thinking withdrawals too.
Yeah. It could be the booze. It could be just eating out of. I mean, he eats out of the lobby vending machine.
Yeah.
For every meal.
Okay.
And then waking up at 3 in the morning will do that to you a little bit.
Absolutely.
But he gets it's not even like, oh guys, I'm exhausted. I can't do anything tonight. It's like I don't feel well. My stomach hurts. I need to go to an urgent care, but I'm not. Yeah. I'm just going to rest up in my hotel bed. And he could do that 2 or 3 times in a 5-day span. So they didn't put that on the list, but I wanted to add that to it. And I am excited. I think we're going to hit the Comedy Store in Los Angeles.
Oh,
when we get in town, we might have to figure out a car ride situation. You know, I think maybe Dawson, how comfortable would you be riding back to Oxnard from the airport with Sean and RJ? Just Sean and RJ.
Oh, that's fine.
That'd be totally cool. That'd be totally cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you guys want to go directly from the airport to the Comedy Store?
Yeah,
Bobby's arrive.
It'll be just kind of like prancing around in L.A. for a few hours before a comedy show that Bobby has cooked up. But I figured that would be better than Broadus having to drive to the airport to pick you up, and you could just ride back home with Sean and RJ.
Yeah.
So they were talking about that today, and I guess Sean doesn't like awkward silence.
Oh, so he doesn't want to ride with me.
So he's like a little bit up in the air on how he's like, Dawson will have to ride shotgun next to you, Choppy, and I'll sit in the back because he doesn't like the awkward car rides. I guess that's one of those awkward. Like he wants to talk.
Yeah,
he wants to chat it up.
Yeah,
and I guess he's not thinking he can pull it out of you.
So why can't they just talk together and I'll be silent?
Yeah, you can sit in the back.
I have no
just
problem
eavesdrop on their conversation.
Yeah.
So I think we might have a little LA excursion when we get in town, but otherwise, I cannot wait. How many times have you hit Spencer McKenzie's to this point there, Broadus?
One time.
That's it?
That's it. One time. Yeah, I knew you guys were going to come rolling in. There's a place that me and DJ found called the Black Bear. And it's
the diner.
The breakfast
diner.
place.
Yeah, but they serve like dinner, and it's just down the road from our hotel. I mean, literally, like you could walk to it. And so we've been over there. The food is excellent. We're going to Neptune's the Neptune's net tonight. So that's down towards Malibu. We're going to do that one tonight.
Oh, yeah, that's a good spot. I think we hit that on the way back to the airport a couple of years ago. That's right across the street from the ocean.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
that's fantastic. Okay, so elsewhere here in the news dump, how about this, dude? Giants outfielder done for season after crashing scooter into fire truck that proceeded to run over him.
What now?
This is as wild of a baseball injury as you will find. Okay, so you have the Giants outfielder Harrison Bader. He's in his first season with the Giants. He's 32 years old. He was apparently seen bar hopping on Sunday. It was basically Sunday morning. It's like 2 a.m. and he's intoxicated on his scooter, and he runs into the back of a fire truck, and then somehow the fire truck ends up going in reverse and running over his foot. And now he is going to be out for the season.
So, I mean, drunken adventures gone wrong. This seems like DWI material.
I know.
If you're on one of those scooters hammered.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. And I don't see. I mean, the San Francisco Police Department confirmed some of the details of the account. He suffered non-life-threatening injuries, but his foot got run over in a way that's probably going to cost him his season. A really, really unfortunate disaster. That beats the Terrence Williams scooter incident.
Oh, absolutely.
You ran into the back of a fire truck
in
the middle of the night on your scooter.
Yeah.
And then the truck rolled back over your foot. I've never seen anything like this. And so that's what Harrison Bader's fighting through right now with the San Francisco Giants. This could get real bad for him when it comes to some of the aftermath and what the Giants and what the police department might have to say about this.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible, and 'tis the season for these sort of silly alcohol-related injuries happening. It happened to me. You know, it'll get the best of you, and it is a moment to reconsider your life choices. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
I had that flash into my head right as I jumped off about a 15-foot rock into the water below, which I thought was deep water. It was shin high. I've told you this story before.
Oh.
That was how I ended up with a broken foot.
That is so bad.
Yeah.
But you've never hopped on a scooter or anything like a hammered joyride?
Okay, so me and my buddies used to love, this was in our early 20s, we used to love to crack them all day long, and he had this steep hill out the back of his apartment complex that kind of went down towards the river. And there was very little traffic on this. So we would be hammered riding skateboards down a hill probably at 25 miles an hour or so without helmets on, you know.
You never ate it?
Never ate it. No.
Wow.
No, the trucks came a long way in the skateboard engineering. Became a lot more reliable and like a smooth ride.
Dang, dude, that is a pretty impressive deal to be able to balance.
It was
that.
a lot of fun.
I bet that was
fun. We took razor scooters down there. All sorts of good times.
Okay, how about in New Jersey here at the news desk? We're seeing in New Jersey there is a police officer that has basically put on a ghillie suit to look like a bush, and he's sitting on the sidewalk and he's watching for cars and distracted drivers, and he's busting them for being on their phone.
Oh.
Okay.
Wow.
So he's in one day he got 72 different people and ticketed them.
Ooh.
And he's dressed as a tree, basically.
Okay.
This is a level up. I'm not. I mean, you get the cops sitting in the. You know, they'll be hiding out a little bit in their car. I've never seen something where you have a police officer in a ghillie suit acting like a bush and then popping people at a stop sign.
You know, I suppose this is very important. I assume everybody is texting and doing their stuff while driving these days because you see it everywhere.
It's constant.
And I think we've adapted. You know, it's like people used to put on their makeup and read the newspaper and be drinking coffee and changing the stereo. And I think distracted driving has always been a thing. It's like now they're looking at their phone instead of looking at something else. But I suppose we should be pursuing a reality where there is no distracted driving at all and people are safe. And I think we're going to get there with these in-vehicle cameras. we're seeing in the news these days. I think they're trying to push to have like in-vehicle cameras be the norm. So we're going to be like in a surveilled state, or
So you'd be monitored at all times in your own car?
I don't know if it's going to monitor you or if after an accident they're going to review it to be like, oh, it's your fault.
Gotcha.
I think this is because I think this is costing the insurance companies maybe hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're like, if we could just blame it on the person, instead of just bad luck, then we'll be off the hook for this and make even more money.
Wow. Okay. Yep. Yeah. I mean, I wonder how many people will be offering services of cutting that camera out of your brand new vehicle.
Yeah. And if your vehicle would still work, if it's not recording, would your vehicle still work?
Yeah, that would not be good at all.
Doesn't sound like the America I want to live in.
No, I don't think so either.
Kind of dystopian.
How about, so is today the day that the THC ban takes effect in Texas?
I think see that.
I think today is the day for this. And so now you have all these smoke shops. Everybody's freaking out. It's like half of what they're usually selling is now going to be considered illegal, and they won't be able to sell it anymore. So there's probably a ton of weekend plans that are going awry for Texas individuals who are not going to be able to get whatever it is that they were hoping to get at the local vape shop. So I can only imagine how many people were stocking up over the course of the last couple of weeks, maybe, before they laid the hammer down today. But today is the day that it takes into effect, where you have a statewide ban on certain hemp-derived THC products throughout the state of Texas.
This is wild. I don't even know what this means. Texas will ban several hemp-derived THC cannabis products, including those containing Delta 8 and Delta 10 variants.
And THCA, too, as well. Damn near all of them. And they might hand out felonies for them.
But, okay, so the story I'm reading in the Texas Tribune says, however, Delta 9 THC, the most commonly sold THC product in Texas, will remain legal.
So every time...
So can I just say this is Delta 9 and I'm good?
After they test it.
Okay.
Now you're going to be pulled over sitting on the side of the road on the curb as they test it. Go get a drug dog and a little kit and everything else that goes along with that.
And man, it seems like a lot of work.
Might have
to
take you in to test it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess you just, assume that any THC product is going to get you arrested because, if you're talking about felonies and very significant jail time and fines, seems like it's there's big consequences for it. I thought we were sliding the other direction, like they'd found a loophole basically to give you legal vape pens and edibles.
Yeah, and then the powers that be, I guess, got frustrated by that loophole. Now they're trying to shut things down. So that starts today, ladies and gentlemen. How about the single Texas Rangers fans? Would you be open to this? The Datey, a Dallas-based dating event company, is hosting its first ever singles event at a Rangers game on Sunday, August 9th.
Like the Dodgers games. They do that at Dodgers games.
Yeah, they do.
Do they really? Okay, so they're taking a page out of the Dodgers book here for this one.
Yeah.
I guess they're going to be seated together, Section 236 at Globe Life Field on August 9th. Giving singles a built-in setting to mingle throughout the game. And we could have some Texas Rangers love stories taking place, a year or two from now. Yeah, we met at the Texas Rangers game on singles night.
Very
Which
romantic.
one of our young guys do we need to send to be a part of this to get content?
Ooh, that's a good question. Well, I think we should probably throw Medford in the mix. Medford's a young buck. Always on the prowl.
All our nighttime guys, too. All those guys are single, right?
Yeah, heck, you could get Fred Davis out there.
Fred would be
Fred's
hilarious.
the guy to send.
I think
Fred's absolutely the guy to send. That would be the best one. Yeah.
Get him a little nicotine, get him feeling right.
Yeah.
Head into Globe Life Field and start just totally cleaning up. I do like the idea, though. It's like, you're meeting someone. For the most part, you would think if you're meeting someone there at that game, you already have something in common. Unless, maybe some women would be like, I don't even really like baseball, but let's just go give it a shot. But for the most part, you guys can connect on some sports, and that's a huge win.
If you want your gal to be baseball-minded, sports-minded, this is the play right here. There's not a better chance than fishing in these waters if that's what you're looking for. Now, me, I don't know. I kind of like my sports to be my hobby that's outside of the relationship. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
There's some things we want to be mutually interested in.
Yes.
I think sports is like my, hey, I need a TO type of thing. It's a me night.
more than I want to be talking about this with you.
Yeah, you have the guys over to watch a game, and all of a sudden, wifey's getting too involved. I don't know. I mean, I go back and forth on this, just because I would love for my wife to actually be down and excited when it's like, yeah, babe, we got Monday Night Football on tonight.
Yes,
and I'm going to be watching the game.
Because now you're not battling for control of the TV or control of what the family's about to do.
Exactly.
She's in there with you, and she's recruiting the kids with you. Like, guys, it's Packers-Bears tonight. We can't miss this.
Yes, I believe it becomes a little bit more of the identity of the family. Is like, yeah, we're all sports fans.
We're a
here.
football family.
Yeah, we're a football family. Okay. We're a baseball family. Like, I think the trickle-down effect to the kiddos. Where are you at on this? Lucius, do you want sports chick, or do you want...
I have a sports chick. Yeah, she's an athlete. She played football. She played women's football and everything. College gymnast. Her dad's a coach. She's from Texas.
That's a win, dude.
That's a win, man.
What kind of football was she playing? Is this flag football?
No, she played tackle football. The women's league. Yeah. The one that Blake's mom comes out here and promotes. She did that back in the day.
What position did she play?
Corner.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, so you
got one interception out there.
You were out there. Were you out there?
She'll tell you. If you sit down and talk to her about it, she'll bring that interception up on the conversation.
100%. It's a huge moment.
Yeah.
Were you in the stands wearing her jersey?
No, I didn't wear the jersey, but I was definitely out there with a Dallas Diamond shirt on.
Wow, dude. So was she, tackling? Like, she's down
She's
for all
tough,
that?
bro. She's tough, man.
That is incredible.
Solid. She's solid, bro.
How about you, Broadus? You like a sports chick?
Yeah, I think it makes life easier for you. Yeah. I think the thing, dating Michelle now for 3 years, she understands the season and how it works. So she understands draft. She understands the football season. She understands, the things I'm doing at Crown. So, yeah, it helps to have somebody that kind of understands what you're doing and what you're covering.
Well, let's get some Rangers fans falling in love on August 9th at the ballpark.
Heck yeah. Sounds like a plan to me. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Well, Friday news dump here for you. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got the C-Note coming up next, and the breaking news that Brian hit us on to start the show. If you weren't around for that, it was very interesting as far as what the Cowboys' plans to make something happen with this roster might be at training camp is coming up next year on The Fan. All right, welcome back. It's time for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. It's brought to you by the Frankels. You've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Stephen Jones was on with KNC earlier today, and it was a really good conversation. He seemed more open to the idea of making something happen and willing to talk about it and have fun with it than usual. So I think I can say with strong conviction right now, the Cowboys are going to do something with this roster to try to make it better. It's just a matter of, what they do. And when we were talking to open up the show with it, Brian, you were steering us in the direction of talking about a star player. Are you still there?
Yeah, the thing about it is this is where it's getting hard for me because, like I say, there's some people you're talking to and they're talking to you about hey, they were interested in this guy or look for this guy or, tie us in with this guy and that kind of thing. And then you talk to the other side of things and it's like, nah, that would be the first time that we had that conversation. So, this is getting to the point now where the Dolphins are clearly looking to do something, and the conversations that, that Heggie and Steven and Corey had, you kind of got the understanding that Bobby Wagner is a good player, but we're thinking of something bigger, and then you've got the team, and they had talked about with Jordan Brooks, they had talked about him before, of maybe making it happen. Then the Dolphins extend. I know some people are like on Twitter now going, "Hey, Broadus, they just gave him an extension." Well, it's just I'm hearing some things from Dolphins side of things that they're willing to. They know it could be a really kind of a rough year, and so they're interested in potentially doing things with their cap to make sure that they clear as much as they can, get some picks. If they're bad, they'll use the draft to try and regroup some things.
The extension was so they could retain the asset. And
exactly.
He wouldn't be squeezed into playing with no guarantees on his contract.
Exactly. So, it makes a lot of sense that way. But then, like I say, in the last hour or so, I've had some people reach out to me and say, well, it might not be that. And, but so you're trying to kind of get the bottom line. Steven was hinting around to some things.
He was.
And he was hinting around to some things. And then when you start to talk about the teams around the league, if they're going to add a linebacker and, the things, like I say, where, Steven went off the air and said something to the boys and we're all like looking at each other like, okay, let's do some searching here. Huh. And we came up with, with the team that makes the most sense to do this because of because they've already tried to do this. So we'll see. We'll see how it all plays. I know that we've got it posted up on 105.3 The Fan, and those are some of the things that I heard really initially, about the deal. But it's kind of we're walking on a tightrope.
So you're saying that when he went off of the air, he gave them an off the record hint that kind of steered you into looking at where they could be.
He was Heggie asked a question. And it wasn't on air. Huh. And he didn't say off the record or anything like that. And Heggie said, hey, let me ask you about a player. And Steven goes, think about somebody, and that's when me and Heggie and Corey then started thinking, okay, let's run through what he's trying to lead us. And, hey, maybe Steven is doing what Jerry's doing. Maybe they're just, maybe they're stirring things up. Maybe they're making us think about things.
There's no way it could be Vita Vea, right? The big guy in Tampa?
So. Yeah, I don't think I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't think so. So, yeah, but because like I said, the hint was pretty specific, and so we're all like, okay, we're talking linebackers. So there's only so many few that you can deduct, and that one makes the most sense.
Okay, well, that would be, Jordan Brooks with the Miami Dolphins inside linebacker who just signed 3 years and like $51 million, $54 million, something like that. So he did just get it. But, we were talking about it in the opening segment, and just how it makes sense is, Miami eats a big part of the cap space because the Cowboys can't, and the Dolphins are in team tank mode. Really, the only value for Jordan Brooks on that roster is to be a leader, but you also just used 2 draft picks, including one on Jacob Rodriguez, and those guys, you want to develop them and play them. So it absolutely would make sense in my mind that the Cowboys in Miami could still do a deal, even though they just extended Jordan Brooks.
Yeah, let's see how this all plays. But this is one of those things where, like I say, I don't think Stephen Jones is trying to lead us down a path of, Stephen's a pretty straight shooter on some of the stuff. And again, Heggie asked him a pretty specific question, and he said, think about it this way. And so I'm like, okay, if I'm going to think about it this way, that's how if you're going to give me that, you're going to give me that clue, then I'm thinking about it the way you just described.
And that clue was the fish thing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, no. The clue was the clue was the local player.
Oh, okay, because Jordan Brooks is from Texas.
Yes.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But when Max Crosby's kind of local, what did he spend here?
Yeah, and I was
year
sitting
and a half in high school.
I was sitting there thinking Max. I was wondering if he's thinking of Max Crosby as an outside linebacker.
Yeah,
they're looking for linebacker help. It sounds like just listening to Steven talk when he was on the air with Corey and Kevin.
Well, I mean, linebacker is probably a more bare cupboard right now than edge, but I think you got still 3 pretty significant positions of need if you're planning to contend defensively, and I've been looking today about like, how far away are the Cowboys from actual contending? Because Awful Announcing pointed out this morning that First Take went 5 for 5 this week, debating if the Cowboys are Super Bowl contenders. They did it on every single show.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there was a time before the Myles Garrett trade to the Rams where I thought the Cowboys might have a shot to squeeze in here. I think Garrett tips the scales. So, I would think that if the Cowboys were able to get a Brooks or a Crosby, it would push them closer. I don't know if it would make them close enough to me, though, because the Rams are so good. I think 5-1 is an incredible value. I think they should be at minus 110 to win the Super Bowl. Give me the Rams or the field is the kind of wagering proposition, just to kind of paint the picture on how good I think they are. They don't have a great offensive line. And maybe if they would have a couple of injuries. But, I mean, you look across the rest of this NFC and AFC after them, there just aren't teams in the top 10 that stand to be better than they were last year. And the Cowboys were holding pace with them, at least offensively. So put this defense around top 15, top 12. I could see that, and I think adding Crosby would do that. Adding just Jordan Brooks, I don't know. Would that be enough to make this team's defense above average?
I think it would go a long way for you. Yes, you still have the questions at corner, and in my mind, you still have questions from a pass rush standpoint. But I think you become one of the better run defenses for sure in the league. And that can create a lot of opportunities for Christian Parker. If you got a really good run defense, you can do some other things to mitigate some of the other stuff. So I do think in terms of just setting the bar at average, I think you are a heck of a lot closer there with Jordan Brooks, who's clearly a top 10 linebacker in the league.
I mean, you got Brooks and Overshown now. There's very significant upside. Or, if you made a trade for Jordan Brooks, you would have those 2 guys. Now you're feeling like, hey, as long as we don't have any injury, we are above average at this position group. Now you need to see Ezra Raku come through, and it was great to see him yesterday talk about how much of a disappointment it wasn't to get the sacks last year, and the sacks are what you're drafted as an edge to do. And then if you stay healthy at corner, Bland and Durant, they could be good enough. That's a lot of fingers crossed on players on the margin and health concerns.
Right. Yep. And I'm just trying to rack my brain if the clue he's giving you is something more local. unless it was very specific to it being a trade, it could even be as simple as a Von Miller signing. I mean, that's as local as it gets. That's DeSoto. That's him putting up the Photoshop image on his Instagram of him in a Cowboys uniform a few weeks ago. Is he a linebacker? Is he, technically as an edge rusher?
Technically, he's an edge, but yeah, I mean, he could be. You're looking at probably as an outside linebacker here is what you would do.
Yeah.
And he had a Jadeveon Clowney-ish type of year last year, didn't he, where it was 8 or 9 sacks or something for Washington?
Yeah, 9 sacks,
good.
yeah. Sure did, yeah.
Yeah, I think if he's going the local tie, I think Von Miller would be the first name that I would think of. Unless it is Max Crosby, because that's obviously local as well. With him playing at Colleyville Heritage, that makes sense. I think we would all appreciate that more than Von Miller, but it does. It
sounded like, though, that like with the way that, like I said, we'll get into it. We'll get into it a little bit later on this, I think. But I think that, to me, I think they're looking for a bigger fish. I know Von Miller's Von Miller, but I just wonder if they're looking for a more of a long-term player. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, a good player for now who could be a good player on this team for the foreseeable future. If that's the pond that they're fishing in right now, that would be incredibly exciting. Okay, yep. We got Eric Nadel coming up in just over an hour to help us look at this MLB trade deadline and look at this Silver Boot series. It resumes coming up 6:30 pregame, 7:05 first pitch. Evaldi against Brown. Got a heavyweight matchup there in the pitching department. And speaking of heavyweights, we got Krusty's Corner coming up next. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, let's go through some more of these training camp thoughts that I have with the off day today. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday.
Vine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on the Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I appreciate you playing that as always. No practice today, so that's something we can't talk about. We've kind of last couple of days we've been fortunate to watch some practice. I actually think guys' practices have been pretty good for just having helmets and jerseys. I think that they've off to a pretty good start that way. Tomorrow will be the official opening day of camp for the city of Oxnard. They will come, and 25 years been coming to this place, so they'll probably give Jerry some nice ball or jersey or something like that he could take back to the Star with him and thank him for coming out here and saving us all from having to endure the heat of the Texas summer. I think when we were out in Wichita Falls, we were lucky we didn't have a player die when we were practicing in Wichita Falls. We had some really big players too, Kelvin Garmin and Flozell Adams, Larry Allen, guys like that. So coming out here probably saved the Dallas Cowboys from having to deal with that the weather that they did. As I mentioned, the practices going off, I wanted to kind of run through some of these positions and just through 2 days of practice and kind of talk about what groups are showing up and maybe what groups aren't showing up. Does that work for you guys?
Yeah.
Everybody good with that? You guys are gone on silent mode. Everybody checking their phone? We good?
No, I got you. You got
locked
me?
in. Can you hear me, Mad Dog?
Can we hear you, Mad Dog?
Yeah, okay,
right.
good.
No, we're all good. I'll say this. Just kind of going through the positions with the quarterback situation. I'm interested now. I think this is going to be a little bit. I don't think Joe Milton's going to go silently in this thing with Sam Howell. I think everybody's kind of got Sam Howell penciled in that he might be the guy, that he might be the sec. But I think Joe Milton's coming here with a little bit of chip on his shoulder, and the way that he's practiced the last couple of days. Sam Howell got the work. Milton got the work the first day. Howell got the work the second day. I would give the slight edge to Joe Milton right now. Now, I know Howell's won games and all that, but just for the couple of days of practice that we've seen throwing the ball around and the way he's moving around and the accuracy, I would say Joe Milton's not going to go silently in this thing.
Has incredible tools, Brian. I felt like he either needed to figure out how to play simply in the passing game or run a lot more. It looked wheels off and wild ass, both in practice and in games last year, preseason. What would you say? Does anything look different about the way he's approaching the position?
I'll tell you what. To me, when you watch him, his mechanics, there's times when he'll throw the ball and he'll be arm angles and stuff will be all over the place, and he'll drop down when he doesn't have to. But I'll tell you what, the throws where he's got the strong arm, the thing that gave him trouble was the accuracy. I think he's worked on that. I don't know if maybe need to ask him about working with a coach or in the offseason or something like that, or having a little bit better understanding. But the way that he's throwing the football is with accuracy, I think, is pretty impressive. So that part of it I think is really, really improved for him. So I give him, just through the couple of practices of watching those guys work, I would give him the slight edge over Howell just from those two practices. The running back room, this one might be a difficult one to have to deal with too. And I wonder if we're looking at it as we've seen some stuff from Williams. Of course, he's the starter. I think if I had to give the nod to somebody right now, I'll give it to Phil Maffa over Blue a little bit, even though that Blue's had a couple of nice runs. But I think Phil Maffa is kind of more suited to how Williams plays, and I wonder if they would just say, listen, if there's some kind of fall off here, or if something happens with Williams, would we like to go with the guy who is more like the guy we just lost? And so I would give the slight edge right there to Phil Maffa through a couple of practices there. Just, him catching the football, running the football, the vision, those kinds of things.
So would you say they've both looked pretty good?
I'd say I'd say all the running backs have actually looked pretty good. I mean, in a way of with them and how they've given the opportunity, the early periods, they get to run the ball more. But I think Malik Davis has shown up at times. Bannekan has shown up at times. I think as a whole, this group has actually been a lot better than advertised. But I would give the slight edge to Phil Maffa there. The wide receiver room, I have yet to see. Now we've got Mingo as a guy who's shown up the last couple of days. I would say I would give him the nod over Valdez Scantling, depending on if they which veteran guy you might want to keep. But none of the young guys, the guys that we want, they've tried to get this Cameron Brown involved. He's had a drop. Jordan Hudson, really haven't seen him do anything. Holden, hadn't seen him do much. Anthony Smith, not much. Mims, who we talked about the signing, during the offseason, really hasn't done much. So right now, I think that if you had to say Mingo would be the fourth guy, and then Valdez Scantling, and then after that would be Turpin. But that's kind of as a role of what they were using with him with the jet sweep and stuff like that. None of the tight ends have really stepped up as far as the young ones. The Trig, DJ Rogers, Princeton Fant dropped a ball yesterday. This thing right now is looking like Ferguson, Bevins, Spanford, and Schoonmaker. Haven't seen much. Like I say, tried to throw the ball to Trig yesterday. One of the smallest corners on the roster was covering him step for step yesterday and made it a contested catch, and he couldn't get that done. So I think Trig and Rogers and those guys, at least through a couple of practices, kind of need to step up. But right now, I would say Ferguson, Spanford, Schoonmaker, the three tight ends. They don't have a backup offensive lineman right now other than TJ Bass. And I think we need to see with when they do get the pads on. But overall, Nate Thomas has had some problems with what he's done. Pete, the rookie tackle, really haven't noticed him all that much. Keegan, the guard, haven't noticed him all that much. There's been times this first offensive line has come off the football and created some holes without pads, but able to get guys bodies on bodies, and then has allowed these backs to hit some holes there. I think other than TJ Bass, this group that is through a couple of practices, some of these guys need to find a way to step up a little bit more and get a little notice when given the opportunity. The defensive tackle room, this is another one. It was much like the offensive line room. Probably needing some guys to step up. You notice Quinnen Williams. You notice Kenny Clark. I was expecting more from Jonathan Bullard. Really haven't seen a whole lot of him being very disruptive there. LT Overton, they've moved inside. I mean, he was kind of playing as that 4-eye or head-up guy. That's kind of thought where they did. So they've been throwing him into the mix, but they haven't really shown anything other than those two starters. Maybe when the pads come on again, you'll see a little bit more from Bullard. And I would say that Overton, Jay Toia has just been kind of a guy in these practices. Really haven't noticed all that much from him. The guys at the outside linebacker spot, I think through the two practices, you're clearly noticing Donovan Ezeracco. You're noticing Gary. They're trying to do some things. Sam Williams actually has shown up. I was worried about Sam Williams being disciplined enough to play in the scheme. But he's doing a really good job when he's rushing the passer. He's doing a good job chasing the ball, doing a good job setting the edge. Him, Malachi Lawrence have been those guys. So really it's been Ezeracco, Gary, Sam Williams, and Lawrence. Maris Leofau has got to play in a couple of times, but all he's really done is he's kind of worked with the twos, worked a little with the threes, but he hasn't shown up like maybe he's needed to show up. He is on all the special teams as a starter, so that's kind of where I think they're at. Yesterday was the first time that Justin Barron got some work at the inside linebacker spot. It's been mainly Overshone. It's mainly been Winters. Barham, I haven't, people like Coach was talking about it, and Coach has access to the film. I mentioned the one time where I didn't think Barham had done a very good job, reading the play quick enough. But then I noticed him, though, against the run, when they tried to trap him or kick him out, he was able to stand the ground and play with the power that we thought he could play with. They're going to use him, I think, as a little bit of some pass rush stuff. But this is a group you're kind of waiting behind. Is somebody really going to try and push Overshone? That would be James. That would be Barham. Those two guys through two practices, though, it's been kind of like no one has really stood out more than, say, Overshone and really pushed him that way.
Overshone's moving around nicely, huh?
He is moving around nicely. There's a couple of times where you can clearly see, though, that he needs to develop a little bit better instinct for the position, where guys have been able to get to him and block him, how he reads things. I think there's a lot of things he's kind of seeing for the first time. He doesn't look totally overwhelmed, but there's times where he'll overrun plays and stuff like that. We'll see with the pads how they come on, if he can play with his hands a little bit better, be a little bit more physical there. But nobody's really stepped up behind him and said, okay, well, I deserve more playing time here. It is James. It is Barham. Those guys seem to be, and then Curtis Robinson is getting some work at that spot too. So they're kind of trying to figure some things out, but none of the guys behind Overshone have really stepped up in a couple of practices that we've been able to see. We talked about Caleb Downs yesterday, had his kind of welcome to the NFL moment. I think if you're watching him playing coverage, you got to be mindful. There's going to be some times where he's playing against a guy like a CeeDee Lamb. That's going to be a little bit problematic for him. I think the guy's got he's got the physicality, he's got the toughness and all that, but does he have the quickness to stay with receivers like that in the slot? He's going to play against some receivers that have that, so that had to maybe get their attention a little bit, but I'm going to keep throwing him out there and seeing what happens, playing that nickel cornerback spot. Durant's been getting a lot of work. Carson's been getting a lot of work. Bland has looked pretty good coming off the injury. I think Ravel has had some moments where he's looked good, and there's some moments where there has been some separation there, and guys have been able to get by him and then make some plays. So he's got to tighten up those things.
And who's he matched up against when that's happening?
It's been the guys like Pickens and Lamb and those guys. So it's been the legitimate wide receivers is who it is. So he's getting good work, but he's going to have to kind of work on staying with those guys a little bit more through the practices. Devin Moore, I think, is as a guy that's kind of right now swimming a little bit through the practices. I think that when I say swimming, that he's trying to kind of figure out some things. He's a good-looking guy. He's got the length. He's got everything you want in a player. But it's going to be kind of a little bit of a learning curve for him. Josh Butler was really good yesterday. It was nice to see him get on the field. The safety, the Julius Wood, I mentioned him. Elijah Clark has looked good at safety. They're going to continue to use Hooker and Thompson there at the safeties, but at least you got guys like Wood and Clark that are trying to make it interesting as for some of those backup spots. So that's kind of where I think the team is right now through a couple of practices. We'll have a practice tomorrow. It'll be another one of those helmets and jerseys, and then Monday we'll start with pads, and that way we'll be able to tell a lot more.
Well, thank you, Brian. It's fantastic stuff.
Thank you.
Unload the clip. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the nation. We got football's finest coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Around the NFL camp, observations plus some stats of the day next to the nation.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Got Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral from training camp coming up in 20 minutes. Eric Nadel at 4:40. We'll talk with the Rangers Hall of Fame announcer, preview Rangers Astros, and preview the MLB trade deadline, which will be on Monday's show at 5 o'clock. So not too far away from the trade deadline and all the fun that comes along with that in Major League Baseball. And here's the Chief, your football's finest.
Oh, baby, Broadus is getting the people going on Twitter right now, right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Okay, Broadus is hinting at a potential Jordan Brooks situation with the Miami Dolphins and maybe being able to swing a deal, despite the fact that Jordan Brooks from Texas Tech has signed a 3-year extension with the Dolphins. But with the way that they structured the contract, you have the internet is getting pretty fired up about this. And even guys like our buddy Nate Tice from Yahoo Sports, he saw the clip and he tweeted, "I was getting ready to laugh this off until I saw the contract."
Yeah.
And the way that the Dolphins structured it, which would make it very feasible if they are willing to eat a decent amount of, I guess it'd be $5 million in dead money for them in 2026, and then just under $16 million that the Dolphins would have to eat for 2027. But the Dolphins potentially in full-on tank mode. Going to be one of the worst teams in the league this year, and so I guess we'd have to.
So that's what the hit would be, $21 million for them to deal them. So they're basically buying picks off teams. Like the most consistent refrain from this idea was they just signed him. Why would it make sense, dummies? Well, the reason is so they can trade him to teams that don't have any cap space. The Dolphins are rebuilding. They don't need cap space. They need draft picks. So they're willing to basically take the cap hit for a Jordan Brooks new deal for you, as long as you're willing to give them better draft picks. So, it does make sense. Miami should be considering that. Now, maybe Jordan Brooks is so important to their building that it's a non-starter for them.
Right. I mean, that is definitely something that could be the case, man. I know that from like a leadership, locker room standpoint, all that kind of stuff, like they absolutely adore him. But maybe this was part of the conversation they were having in the beginning. Hey, we're going to take care of you. You know that you're going to get your bag here, and then we are going to leave the door open if a contending team wants to maybe overpay for you from a draft capital standpoint. We'd be willing to eat cap money right now because we're kind of in rebuild mode and we need to get more draft picks. So
if I'm the Dolphins, I'm going to try to create a bidding war because we're sitting on a gold mine right here.
Yeah.
Contending teams that need linebacker. This guy can come onto your books for $1.6 million this year.
Yeah, it is crazy. It is crazy. And I would think it'd be one of the first of its kind where a team signs an extension with a player and then within weeks flips him. It'd be a very unique situation, but I can't totally rule it out.
Back in the day, and gosh, I'm sorry, I can't remember the name, but there was a quarterback, and I think he ended up with the Broncos, but he was with the Houston Texans.
Brock Osweiler?
Was that what was that contract? Was that a sign? Was that an extension, and then you gave him up, or you a second round pick? There was something involved where it was a little bit different, a little bit like something I think is something similar. I might be totally off base on that, but I thought there was something that he ended up. Was it Cleveland that was involved?
Yeah,
but there was something where you traded him to another team to take up the cap space. Like that team had the ability, and then it was like a second round pick or something that was involved. So.
Yeah, it was with Houston when it was a salary dump situation, and that was a little bit unprecedented at the time as well. Not apples to apples, because it wasn't like the Texans signed a huge deal with Osweiler and then flipped them, but it was a similar deal where they didn't like their contract, and Cleveland was basically like, we're willing to pay this crappy contract. You're going to give us Brock Osweiler, and we're going to have to pay him, but you're also, Houston, going to give us a second-round pick for taking on this contract.
There we go.
So, I mean, that is definitely similar, and at the time that was pretty unprecedented as well. So it would be insane, because Jordan Brooks is a stud. His run stop percentage topped all off-ball linebackers last year. 13 tackles for loss, ranked second at the position of linebacker as well. Led the league in tackles. So I mean, he's a dynamite force, and if that ends up being, because you mentioned like Steven's little clue was. To think more local. Yeah. And so there's plenty of guys that fit that bill of local. It could be even Max Crosby, played at Colleyville Heritage. Could be Von Miller. Or it could be Jordan Brooks, who is from Dallas and played at Texas Tech.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be Von Miller. I don't think that's
not young enough. Not good enough?
The questions that I was asking, I just didn't get the feeling it was going to be Von Miller, so...
I mean, and several times in the interview, Steven hinted to defensive playmakers, and maybe, I mean, Von Miller's like situational pass rusher. I get, I mean, he's got a resume of being a playmaker, but I feel like that part of his career ended 3 or 4 years ago. Now he's just like that aging pass rusher that can give you something. Yeah. And I just get the feeling like Steven's kind of giddy. I think even though he said towards the end, there's nothing on the front burner. Again, nothing's imminent, but I think he's in Steven deal making mode. Yeah, and he couldn't help but but fail to hide his excitement.
Yeah, he said with KNC, we've got several things that we're considering right now. Some of it trade, some of it signing guys. A lot of these older players who have still got some tread on the tires.
I think they're going to work out some guys. I think there's some guys that they're. But is it move the needle for them? I don't think that's the case. Workout guys never seem to do that, but if the thing with Brooks, just look at the contract, and if John Eric Sullivan down there is in a mode where, he has assurance from ownership, I don't know, he might not, but if they know they're not going to be good, go ahead and tank that thing up, get as many picks as you can. And then try and rebuild it for 2027.
Yeah, and we know Jerry likes to stir things up, but I don't think Steven's really that guy. Yeah. So for him to come out and say something like, yeah, we're looking at trades, I almost think it holds more water, because he's usually much more close to the vest and generic, we're always looking.
Yeah, he's always playing it, erring on the side of caution, I think. But that quote you had about a minute ago, a lot of these older guys who still have tread on the tires can come in and help you. That actually makes me think against the last thing that I said, that I hope it's a younger player. I mean, maybe it is an older guy. Yeah. And maybe they're looking at multiple older guys. That would be Wagner.
I brought up Bobby Wagner the whole time because I think it's the path to least resistance. It's like you get a veteran guy, you get a guy that still plays at a high level, you get a guy that plays the run well. Those are the kinds of things. You get a leader. That's Bobby Wagner. That's what. But just listening to Steven talk to Heggie and Corey, I just think that he's thinking bigger. I think he's just thinking bigger than Bobby Wagner. And if that's the case, great. I applaud them for trying to do that. For so many years, it's like, sit on their hands and hope for the best. And this is a different crew we're working with right now if they're really trying to do some of this stuff.
But Bobby Wagner is not local, and I would also add he had a ton of tackles last year and made $9.5 million.
Right.
I think, Jordan Brooks, you trade for him, it's $1.6 million. You can fit that under your cap very easily. You would have to do cap gymnastics to get Bobby Wagner under.
Sure.
And at that age, he probably thinks he's around a $10 million linebacker.
Yeah.
Right.
I got a pretty part-time role for him in mind.
Okay, so just looking around the league right now, Deebo Samuel signs with the San Francisco 49ers as they just continue to get hit with the injuries, and Ricky Pearsall maybe not playing at all for them this season. So they have Mike Evans. They drafted Dejon Stribling, but they're dipping back into the well of Deebo Samuel. We'll see how that pays off for him. I mean, they definitely needed something like that. He knows the offense. They know how to use him. He's not the same player at all of what he once was
but he'll
some
probably
years
do better
ago.
than what they had him doing in Washington. I just feel like you get in that San Francisco environment, they know how to use Deebo Samuel. I think that the biggest story out of San Francisco is how is Kyle Shanahan going to be this year, because he's got like the post-concussion syndrome now,
right,
where it's gone on long enough. This thing could take 3 months. It could take a year. Sports fans of me and Brian's age remember the Eric Lindros saga with the concussions. And when these concussions don't clear up in the first week to 10 days or so, that can be a lingering factor. I guess he's really struggling with like bright lights and loud noises.
Yeah.
And the reason he was only at practice is because it's overwhelming. He got to get out of there and get back to some place that's like dark and quiet so his brain can chill.
Yeah, that's a huge question right now for the Niners, and it's been an awful start really to training camp here for them with Kyle Shanahan and some of the injuries that they faced, and now you're depending on Christian McCaffrey, 30 years old, Debo's 30 years old, George Kittle's 32 years old, Mike Evans 33 years old. Like, their playmakers are supposed to be the guys that are making plays for them this year are all over 30 years old.
Yeah, there's a range on this from where like they're a 5-win team or maybe they're an 11-win team. I don't know which one they are.
Yeah, I wouldn't be betting on them right now with just all the chaos that is going on. Happy birthday to DeMarcus Ware, 44 years old, the Hall of Famer. So big tip of the cap to one of our favorite Cowboys of all time, not only on the field but off the field. Still looks like he can go out there and give you 5-6 sacks.
Oh, yeah.
Easily.
Talking about situational pass rushers, line him up.
Tip-top shape he is in. And then you have a little bit of a nobody believes in us mentality coming from two different teams. You had Liam Cohen of the Jaguars. They were like asking him, "Hey, how do you keep your players motivated and stuff like that?" And his quote was, "I look at the NFL website and see if there's anything on the Jaguars. I think I'll see 40 pictures of Caleb Williams and nothing on us." He goes, "It's beautiful. I love it. It's easy to keep my guys motivated." And then the media in Chicago turned around and teed that up for Ben Johnson because he brought up Caleb Williams, and he goes, "Well, we're the number one regression candidate."
Okay.
So I think we've got plenty of motivation ourselves. We've talked about Caleb in the past. He's used to handling a lot of attention, so I'm not worried about that. So a little bit of a back and forth, and who is nobody believes in us. It's a nobody believes in us off, really, between the two coaches right now, trying to keep their team motivated. And I like Ben Johnson bringing that up, though, because it is true.
Yeah.
It is fair. They won a ton of one-score games last year. They got super fortunate with offensive line health, luck last year, and now they got sort of the target on their back in Chicago, but he's actually lending voice to that. Yeah, the turnover luck, that's a great point.
Their defense was objectively bad. They just kept taking the ball away.
They kept falling into turnovers.
But yeah, I think this NFL media is so big, and you have so many different outlets now, from the traditional to the independent to the blogs and everybody. Like, whatever you want to find as a coach to inspire your team, you can go find that. You can find people believing in you, don't eat the cheese. You can find people doubting you. Let's prove them all wrong.
Right. Now, we have Taysom Hill waving goodbye to New Orleans. Taysom Hill made like $68 million with the Saints, dude. What a great bag getting situation that he found himself in, thanks to Sean Payton. And he is one of only 5 players in NFL history to score at least 10 touchdowns, each via rushing, receiving, and passing.
Wow.
So he's only one of 5 players to have 10 rushing touchdowns, 10 receiving touchdowns, and 10 passing touchdowns. How many of these names ring a bell for you, Brian Broaddus? Because these are the guys that are in that category with him.
All right.
Jimmy Conzelman.
No.
Red Grange.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That's an all-timer right there.
Yeah.
Charlie Trippy.
Charlie Trippy, yes.
And Frank Gifford.
Yes, that would be the Monday Night Football famous announcer. Worked with for a lot of years with Howard Cosell, and Don Meredith, and all that. Yeah, he's a Giants legend.
Well, Taysom Hill is going to be done playing football as a Saints legend for sure. Drew Brees FaceTimed your guy Sean Payton to let him know that he wanted him to be his presenter.
How about
Brees wants Peyton to be his presenter at the Hall of Fame, and Sean Payton sitting at the bar, of course, taking the FaceTime call.
I don't have time.
Get a little bit choked up and emotional.
Is he?
He's very excited about the opportunity.
He's already drunk, and then he got a little more emotional.
Emotional hammered.
Really? You really want me to do this? Are you serious? You realize that no one's ever asked me to do anything. I I just can't believe this.
Yeah, we're happy for you, Coach. It's pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah,
I don't. I've always felt like Sean Payton must have resented something about Drew Brees because ever since he had him, he's been trying to prove to the world that he can win with immensely crappy quarterbacks.
I know.
Whether it was Taysom Hill or now Bo Nix in Denver, it's almost like he wants a guy who there's no possible way he'll try to hijack the offense away from me.
Yes, I'm sure that became contentious in the latter years of Brees, and I'm sure Peyton loves the idea of having young quarterbacks that won't go off script so much. Just do what I freaking tell you to do.
Oh, he told me that one time about Dak when Dak first in 2016. He goes, man, I just admire what Scott Linehan and those guys get to do. And I'm like, what way? And he goes, Bill, he's got a quarterback that doesn't change every play that I send in.
Yeah.
And he says, that's the thing with Brees. He goes, Drew, I send in a play, and the next thing I know, Drew's checked it to something else.
Yeah.
He goes, I admire the coaches that call plays, and their quarterback actually runs the play. So,
man, I did like watching Drew Brees back there. Those early 2010s, late 2000s teams.
How about when he used to tilt back in the pocket?
Yeah.
He'd tilt back so he could see down the field. Like that. That was.
And then uncork one with 55 air yards on the money.
Yeah.
To one of his 4 awesome wide receivers that it seemed like he always had there
and those guys,
for his stretch. We got Cowboys Twitter. The public might be letting Tony off the hook, but it does not appear CBS is. We have Eric Nadel as well coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat about D&M leasing with you before we do anything else, because here we are. We made it to
sweet Cowboys dreams here. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Got some Cowboys Twitter here. Let's go to Nicole Hutchinson, DallasCowboys.com. She
does good work.
Yeah, she does. Asked Tyler Booker about his goal to be consistent this year with what exactly. And Booker said, my footwork, the reps that I would win last year, footwork would be sloppy. And I was just making the reps harder than what they had to be. So I really just fine-tuning my technique, my footwork within the run game and the pass game, putting myself in a better position, allowing myself to use my natural strength to my advantage rather than a crutch. What do you see as far as room for improvement with Tyler Booker? You know, Brian, I thought he hit the ground running really well last year, but I guess playing on the move, and if you can get your footwork figured out, maybe that would look more coordinated.
It's always fun for offensive linemen. They're always going to tell you they got to have better footwork. What he needs is better recognition of what's happening in front of him, and that's just time on task. There were times where, you look at Steele, who's a veteran guy playing next to him, who we know still has some physical limitations. Zach Martin was there to pick up the pieces a lot of the time, and kind of when Steele was having trouble. But Steele and Martin worked really well together as run blockers. Steele knew how to fit, where to fit. He knew Zach when he was going to leave him so he would position himself. There just needs to be more time on task. Like, there were some twist stunts last year where early in the season, Booker just didn't see him as cleanly as he needs to see him. I mean, sometimes you get so locked into making sure to secure the down guy that you forget to get the guy who's the looper, and then all of a sudden you're down too far into the block, and then you can't adjust back. So he's going to do a better job with his hands of just like when it's a twist stunt, to be able to punch that guy over to Steele and then get the looper and not be out of position, put himself in better position with his feet and his body to be able to do that. But I think the biggest thing he can improve on was just the recognition of what's happening in front of him.
I see these plays happen, and I'll trust you because you're experienced and you played it. But to me, I wonder, is the natural coordination and reaction time good enough that the experience will allow that to be more consistent?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I mean, he's just, it's a lot of these offensive linemen, they learn how to hold, trip, and clip the older they get.
Yeah.
So, that's when you get opportunities to, that's why some of these guys and I know that Trent Williams and guys like that are rare, but you get these guys that are 10, 12 years in the league, and they know how to play because they kind of seen it all. They've seen the fronts, they've seen the twist, they know the teams they play against, they know against the people they play against or who they play against. I think that kind of helps them going forward. And really, the older you are, it's a position. The older you are, the better you are at the position. So I think that Booker will continue to grow in that way, and I think he'll become more comfortable, playing next to Steele and understanding that he's got to pick up for some of Steele's limitations when given the opportunity.
Stephen was asked today by KNC if they would ever consider selling a minority stake in the team. And Stephen said we wouldn't rule it out, but we'd also be very particular in who we would bring in as a partner in terms of that. But yes, it was designed when we passed that rule that you could have private equity involved in the NFL and you could have minority partners. It made sense for a lot of different reasons. Every owner who chooses to go that path can speak for themselves in terms of why they're doing it, but I think it's a great tool. I think it makes the league stronger personally. Certainly it's not something we would ever totally rule out, but I wouldn't say anything is on the front burner either. So that was, I think a question about strengthening your war chest so you can have the kind of money that the Eagles use to sign up, more contracts than the cap should have held, and it really worked out for them. I would hope if the Cowboys do end up selling a portion of the team, it's to fund additional player contracts to try to win big and not to fund other investments that they want to make off the field. That's the way that it works for fans.
Yeah, you need that money going directly back into the roster, and you're seeing a lot of teams start to do this, even in your own division with the Giants. So I think it's only a matter of time before most teams start getting on board with this.
Yeah, eventually, especially with these valuations right now, it's, if you're selling 10%, you can get $600 million, $700 million. I think the Cowboys would get over $1 billion for selling 10%, wouldn't they? Maybe $1.5 billion. And, that kind of capital put to work can really have some profound impacts on your ability to, do whatever it is that you need to do. So hopefully they would have it in mind, like what Jeffrey Lurie did in Philadelphia, where now we have all this capital, this liquidity to pay up guaranteed contracts into the future. Okay, CBS Sports announced that Tony Romo is on leave from his role until further notice. J.J. Watt's going to replace Romo and work with Jim Nantz and Tracy Wolfson for now. What do you guys think? Did you think this was going to be a fireable offense? It seems like it is headed in that direction now. To me, yesterday I was kind of looking at it more from the perspective of the public is letting Tony Romo off the hook. They're more critical of the way that the officer investigated this traffic stop, and a lot of defense attorneys are weighing in the comments saying this would be an easy slam dunk case. I would definitely defend Tony Romo here because there was no probable cause. Now maybe the probable cause was the open container, but that wasn't included in the original report.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they found that until later. Yeah, maybe after the field sobriety test and everything, when they do a real search of the car or something. So that might have been something that elevated the the punishment on CBS's side. Like, wow, you actually had the open container, because everything to that point just felt like it was kind of real just a guess on whether or not he was even drinking, and if it was probably something pretty small. He didn't look like he was some hammered dude. And then on the heels of it all, you had quotes from people at CBS saying I don't think anything's going to happen here. We'll probably just lay low and everything will be fine. But maybe the powers that be thought, hey, this is our good opportunity here. If we think Tony's been slipping, which has been the narrative over the last few years. I totally think this is what's
about to happen. Yeah, I think they're using this as the hammer to maybe get Tony Romo motivated again. They're using this opportunity to say, hey, Tony, listen, a little bit more study, a little bit less golf, a little bit kind of mailing it in a little bit, when you were the first couple of years, let's not. No, I just kind of feel like that this is a good opportunity to either say, hey, you either can do this like the way we want you to do it, or you could, we're going to take your $15 million and go somewhere else.
Yeah, I think that's the idea.
This could be their get out of jail card, or their get out of jail card is what this could be.
Right. Yeah. We've spent a lot of money, and at the time we did this 10 years ago, it made sense, and you hit the ground running, but your skills have been in decline. And this is a chance now for us to move on and try something else.
We go get somebody else. We go get Greg Olson or somebody like that. Yeah,
and end your contract with cause.
Yep.
You
go. There you go.
So he'll fight that.
Yeah. But I mean, there have been times where it seemed like that maybe he was sipping on something up there. Like the broadcast have been silly. You know. And at times erratic, like it just was not hitting the right chemistry notes with him and Jim Nantz, and kind of seemed like maybe Tony Romo was unprepared.
I would think so.
When you're talking about this is indefinite and we're bringing in J.J. Watt to work with you, it sounds like they're making some pretty substantial plans that go into the season. Now, does Tony deserve to be fired for that? I don't know. Like, there was no slurring. There was no stumbling. I think there are honest mistake DWIs where it's like, okay, technically you are a little bit over the limit, or we don't feel like you passed a field sobriety test enough, so we're going to arrest you for this.
Yeah.
Where, I don't know. That seems to be like an awful tough kind of criteria for just letting a guy go.
Yeah, I think it goes back to just like in football, like we're willing to tolerate things for different players, and when you're really producing your balls off, like if this was year one Tony when he was at the height of his powers, or the first couple of years when they felt like he was a real asset, they probably just sweep this under the rug. But with the way that the narrative around him has really gone down over the last 3 or 4 seasons, this is probably them trying to use this as their easy exit with Romo. And they have J.J. Watt, who's apparently, I haven't really heard him do a ton of games, but the internet's been praising him for J.J. Watt's been awesome at this.
Yeah, and as a major corporation like that, obviously you have to be very sensitive to drinking and driving, and maybe there's just like a zero tolerance policy that if you have a job in the public's eye, we can't be seen endorsing it or forgiving it in any way. But it's not official yet. It's just framed as an indefinite suspension, and we'll see how it plays out from here. But yeah, I wonder if that will change if Romo does get this thrown out or if he's acquitted. Eric Nadell's going to join us for a Friday baseball conversation. Rangers Astros pregame's coming up in under 2 hours now, and we're back with the Hall of Famer here on The Fan.
But first, Tolos, let's go ahead and take control of your financial future.
Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back. #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
All righty, thank you very much. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And time now for our Friday conversation with Eric Nadel, the Eric Nadel Show, brought to you by Kubota and TXU Energy. And a good afternoon, sir. How you feeling down there?
I am feeling great. We are so excited about this series. Everybody is really pumped.
Did you just talk to Skip yet, or?
I just had my visit with Skip Schumacher. He's running around like a chicken without a head today, getting ready for the series, going from hitters meeting, talking to pitchers. You know, there are new people here now. Chase Silseth has arrived to join the bullpen. Corey Seager's off the injured list. Luis Curvelo is back. So there's a lot going on here.
The Astros are playing really well, aren't they?
They have. They've won 8 games out of 9. And it's interesting. I'm not quite sure how they're doing it when you look at it statistically, but they score runs when they need to. They've been outscored this year by 48 runs, and yet they're somehow a 500 club, which basically means they're losing a lot of one-sided games and they're winning a lot of close games.
Yeah, I think that old Pythagorean expectation probably put them 5 or 6 games worse than they are right now with that kind of a run differential. Eric, we talked with you last week. You were fired up about this Mariners series. They win 3 of 4 there. But other than that, they haven't won any series over the last, 4 or 5 series. So how do you feel like the Rangers are really doing right now? How are they playing going into this one?
Well, I think they're playing pretty well. It's just the offense has been kind of erratic. You know, you go to Tampa Bay where they score 6 runs in the 3 games. They pitched really well. They played great defense. They got outscored 7-6 in the 3 games, you know, and they lose a 1-run game on the last day, largely because a guy in right field made 2 incredible plays, you know, one in the first inning on Nimmo and then the one on Evan Carter in the 9th inning. You got to hand it to the Rays. You know, they made the plays. Rangers have been playing tough opposition, and this is going to be a great series. You know, the Rangers have the pitching lined up exactly the way they want it with the guys who've been their 3 top starters, Eovaldi, DeGrom, and Rocker. And Houston's not in that situation. They do have Hunter Brown on the mound, but we're not going to see Framber Valdez. We'll see Ronel Blanco, who's recently off the injured list. Probably see Christian Javier on Sunday, recently off the injured list. So the Astros pitching doesn't appear on paper to match up with the Rangers for this series.
Yeah, it always feels good when you have Evo on the bump, especially in a big game type scenario. The Mariners series felt like it was kind of a playoff series. At least some of the players were echoing that, and Evo went out there and crushed it. So, how many pitchers do you have in line with Evo as guys that you just trust unequivocally in big games?
He's kind of in the class by himself right now. You know, when it comes to that, it's kind of like the analyst guys say there's no such thing as clutch hitting. There's no such thing as a clutch hitter, that it's all random. I don't hear them ever say that about pitching. Why is that? I don't know why they think there's no clutch hitting, but there is clutch pitching. But Evo is a guy who definitely knows how to get himself up for the big games and perform at his best. And, you know, over his last 7 starts, he's 5-1. So I think the best of Nathan Eovaldi is starting to emerge at the most important time of the year.
How would you be coaching him up tonight to approach Yordan Alvarez? I mean, is that just an obvious walk situation every time he's up to bat?
It is for me. I don't understand why people pitch to him. Now, there are certain situations where you really can't walk him, but there are most of the time you can. You know, I would give him the 4 wide ones at least twice a game, maybe 3 times a game, maybe every single time he comes up. You know, he's leading the major leagues in intentional walks with 19. That seems to me to be a really low number for him 2/3 of the way through the season. Ohtani is second with 14, and nobody else even has 10 intentional walks. But I'm really surprised he's only had 19.
It's Eric Nadel here with you on The Fan. Corey Seager back tonight, assuming we don't have a late change to that. I'm not sure anything's 100% right now with Seager until he puts some healthy baseball behind him. But the question I wanted to ask you was, if he can start hitting well like the Corey Seager we know, what would that mean for their chances of accomplishing their goals for the rest of the summer?
It would go a long way. I think it would go a long way toward solving this offensive erraticness if that's the right word for putting erratic into a noun. Erraticity. I'm not sure how you phrase that, but I think they would be much more consistent offensively with Corey in there, not just for his production, but for what it does for the people around him and the better pitches that they'll see and all the rest of that. So hopefully they can do that. I asked Skip today, what the plan is for Corey. Can he play shortstop every day? Does he need a DH? And Skip said, we really don't know. We'll just have to play it on a day-by-day basis because, with Jock Peterson tearing it up, having a great month of July, you don't necessarily want to DH Corey and, have to play Jock in the field someplace. But I guess they will figure that out on a day-to-day basis.
It just doesn't make sense that Seager would, turn bad and stay bad for a long time. And I think Jock Peterson's the perfect example of that. He stayed bad for a year, but then has bounced back in an incredible way this year. Like, you're not concerned that Corey Seager is experiencing an early falling off to not being a good player anymore, are you?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm not concerned. I think it's unlikely, but it's certainly a possibility. It happens to guys.
Okay.
And, even if it is an entire bad year with a possible bounce back next year, that certainly wouldn't serve the Rangers right now.
No.
They need Corey back at something close to what Corey Seager is supposed to do.
So the latest buzz with the deadline I'm seeing is that the Rangers want to trade for a center fielder who can hit lefties and maybe platoon with Evan Carter. Are you hearing anything fun or interesting?
I'm sure they want that. There was a story today that the Rangers have talked to the Dodgers about Alex Call, who's an outfielder who can play center. I guess you'd put him in the same class as Wyatt Langford. He's not really a center fielder, but a guy who could play center field. They'd like to have that. I think that would really be a luxury. And I don't see the Rangers giving up any top prospects in order to get that. For me, the bigger priority is to get another leverage reliever. And maybe that leverage reliever is Cody Bradford. Skip was very non-committal today when I asked him about what the future holds for Bradford after the 4 shutout innings last night on his rehab assignment. I had asked him last week about whether Bradford, might come back as a reliever. He said that remains to be seen. Let's see what happens next time he pitched. Well, now he's pitched again, and Skip said, well, that's a conversation to be had with the front office, which made me think that maybe they are considering, bringing Bradford back as a high leverage reliever.
That would be a very interesting development. Now, other than Bradford, do you think they will do more to add to the bullpen?
I think they will. I think they'll go after another guy you'd be confident putting in a 7th or 8th inning role. Again, the market is so tight for those guys because there are so few teams that are already obviously sellers that the ask for this type of reliever is so high that none of these trades have been made yet. Except for Minter going to the Twins and the Rangers picking up Chase Silseth. But the higher priority guys in that category haven't moved yet. And I think it's because there are so few of them available and the teams that have them are asking for so much.
Well, Eric, is it a situation where there's still teams that do you think there are teams that don't know if they're going to be buyers or sellers even with just a couple of days to go? Or, I mean, could this weekend flip teams and then all of a sudden Monday turns into something crazy because teams now have made the decision that they're going to be buyers or sellers?
I guess they could, but it's hard for me to believe that any team now that's within a game or two of a wild card spot is going to be a seller.
Sure.
They might not be an aggressive buyer, but they're not going to be a seller. So that includes all these National League teams, San Diego, and Washington and Pittsburgh, all these clubs that are hovering around a wild card spot but aren't in one. And the American League, Detroit seems to be a team that people think now is a seller, after a bad week this week. But
sure.
Baltimore and Minnesota and Seattle and Houston and the Rangers, they're not going to be sellers now. I think what will be determined this weekend, Brian, is just how aggressive they will be as buyers, come Sunday and Monday.
Does it make sense to push the deadline back?
Well, it actually does. I think so. And I know that's something that's been discussed. Imagine when I started doing this, the trade deadline was June 15th.
Wow.
Which seems absolutely insane now that we're talking about, August 1st not being late enough. We were actually having to make those decisions on June 15th for many, many years.
What do you think about the chances of Sebastian Walcott coming up, considering how he's swinging it in Double-A?
I'd be surprised. I think the Rangers are always reluctant to do that sort of thing. They were reluctant to do it with Langford, the first year that he came out of college and was tearing things up in the minor leagues. If they didn't do it then, I don't think they're going to do it with Walcott, particularly in light of the fact that it's been an injury-shortened year for him.
Well, it is a Friday night, man. Would love to know what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
I have been drinking iced coffee today. I had a really early flight to Houston. I didn't fly here last night because I went to the Noah Khan concert at Globe Life Field, which was sensational. I'm so glad I got to go to that. I've now been to 2 shows in our stadium, and I'm actually really impressed at how good the sound is in there. I saw the Eagles earlier this summer, and I saw Noah Khan last night, and the opener, Gigi Perez, is fantastic, too, for people who've never heard her. So I had a super early flight today to Houston, so I've been drinking lots of iced coffee, and what I'm thinking is people should just enjoy this pennant race now. Regardless of how it turns out, we are blessed to be in a race with 2 months to go, so let's sit back and enjoy it.
Going to need more of that coffee if we got 52 more games of this intensity remaining, but I cannot wait to take it all in, sir. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll talk to you next Friday.
All right, great to talk to you guys.
There he goes, Eric Nadel, brought to you by Kubota and by TXU Energy. And yes, the Rangers at this deadline, not adding significant payroll. I'd be shocked if that happens. Trying not to give up premier prospects because they want to build for the future like that as well. Maybe the most challenging trade deadline of Chris Young's career. As far as trying to find the kind of pieces that could significantly improve this team's outlook without doing either of those two things. No money, no premium prospects. But we got that deadline coming up now in 72 hours and 4 minutes. Monday at 5 o'clock.
Let's go.
Okay, it's time now for the one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching the buzz. That's right. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Next on The Fan.
But first, I got to let you...
Here we go, Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Load them up at 877-881-1053. We'll take your phone calls here in just a couple of minutes. We can also take your texts, like the 945, drinking an Ozarka water, thinking Chris Young and this new GM have proven so far they can go out and find something for nothing. I agree, man. I believe in Chris Young, and I believe he's got championship aspirations and standards and knows the way home. So I'm excited about Chris Young, but that's not exactly what I'm thinking about. I am drinking a vanilla latte out of the best coffee machine in the history of corporate America.
It's outstanding.
I am thinking, when will the Cowboys do something is part of what's in my head. But more than that, I know they are going to do something. With what Jerry and Steven have been saying,
yeah,
it's clear. So what they've done is effectively they've stopped pretending like average rosters plus Dak Prescott are going to suddenly take them on this unbelievable journey. And that's the lies that maybe they told themselves, but they definitely told Cowboys fans pretty much over the last 8 years, you know?
And 11 years.
After that great 2016 team moved on and Doug Free and Ron Leary were gone, that offensive line was different. And the defense has never been there in a convincing way that you knew they were going to be able to rush the passer, stop the run, and cover. They've never had all three of those things on a team, and they don't have them right now. But at least they've stopped pretending like it's good, and you just have to believe, and we just have to get lucky once we're there. Now they've actually accepted the challenge of building a team that can, under scrutiny, still rise to the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I am crossing my fingers that they got a big plan up their sleeve here. And I hope it's not just something simple off the street, veteran guy, Von Miller, Bobby Wagner. I would like both of those signings, but the way they've hyped it up now, I am really hopeful that they're trying to make a splash.
Now, Brian told us via text it's not going to be Von Miller.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Steven told us himself that Bobby Wagner is of interest to them, but he's farther back in the line than the other people that they're apparently talking about adding. And if it's better than Von Miller and Bobby Wagner, then that would be that would be something worth getting excited about. So we'll stand by, maybe have some breaking news later on today or this weekend or at some point before they come back. There's going to be something, Chief. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Drinking some high-quality coconut water right now, getting hydrated for the weekend.
Hydration.
Thinking about how fired up I am to get to Oxnard, join Broadus, and soak in some Cowboys training camp. And I'm thankful to hear that Eric Nadel appreciates the acoustics at Globe Life Field. I'm taking the kiddos to their first ever concert tomorrow at Globe Life Field, going to see Forrest Frank. So I'm looking forward to that, and knowing that we got the Eric Nadel sign-off that the acoustics at Globe Life Field are getting the job done. See how that goes, man. I think the kids are going to be pumped.
So Forrest Frank, huh?
Forrest Frank, yeah.
Yeah, just looking Forrest Frank up.
Yeah, he's a super popular Christian artist over the last 2 or 3 years. He's popped in a big way. He's a young guy. He's like my age. He's actually from Texas.
He's got a lot of hits.
He's got a lot of hits, man. He's got a lot of hits.
Bumping around in the Chiafalo minivan.
Just belting it out,
jamming
dude.
some Forrest Frank.
We are, dude. We are singing it out.
I'll have to sample that this weekend. Let's see what Broadus is drinking and thinking out there in Oxnard.
Yeah, I'm drinking some Deja Blue water, the official water, I guess, of the Dallas Cowboys. Thank you very much for giving it to us free out here. And what I'm thinking, boys, I think I'm going to get my Twitter account back.
What? Congrats. How'd this come together?
Did you call Elon finally? He picked up the phone?
I'm just telling you, there's some people that have reached out and actually have made some headway where I should be getting a confirmation email back to send. I had to send my driver's license to Twitter X to confirm who I am, and so they said, "Hey, it's." Couple different people sent information back to me and said, look for an email to get your account back. So hopefully this weekend.
Now, you didn't send them your credit card number, too, did you?
No. I just sent them my driver's license. So
right. They needed that routing number as well.
Exactly. So, I just sent them my bank account from Crown Global Media. It was like I'm just waiting for this confirmation email that I have to fill out and then or send back, and then supposedly I'll have my account back. So
wow.
I hope I'm not speaking out of line, but everybody's like, hey, yeah, we're going to get your account back for you. This is what we got going. Da 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 da.
Congratulations.
So, yeah, I hope by the time that we get going on Monday's practice for sure. I don't know what the plan is for, like, we'll say we'll have practice tomorrow, and hopefully I'm on with some of the guys back home. Some of the weekend guys will put me on air and talk a little bit about the practice and stuff. But, I'm excited to get my Twitter X account back. It's been since December 8th was the last time I had my Twitter account. So,
well, congratulations.
But I appreciate people following along on Crown Global Media.
Yeah.
We picked up some followers along the way, but it'd be nice to have the old Brian Broaddus account back.
I just broke down last week when I say all of our handles are in the bio at GBagNation. I gave up on the idea that Broaddus was still going to be there, so I entered the Crown Global Media address in there last week. Sounds like I might be putting Brian Broaddus back in there next week.
I was hopeful. I was like I say, it was just such a frustrating thing, that listen, I have a certain number of followers and I'm a premium customer. I've been a premium customer for a long time, and I just could not get anybody to take the task of get me back online. But
there should be a much easier way to reclaim your account if something like that happens.
I just think it's pretty obvious if you go to my account and everything on it is protected and I have no way of getting that off, that something's wrong with it. Just go look at it. But obviously, it finally got to where it needed to get, and I will let everybody know when I fully am back up and operational. How about that?
Good idea. Let's go into Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander is standing by with what he's drinking and thinking.
Yeah, I'm drinking water, alkaline water. I wish I had something with a little bit more bite on it right now, though. I ain't lying.
I hear you.
Thinking about the Whataburger on 75 and Forest. Is that what that is right there?
Yes.
Have you been to that Whataburger?
No,
I have not.
What's up with that?
They have some amazing customer service over there.
Nice. Oh, do they really?
Yeah, the dude.
Travis Hill will be happy to hear about that.
I don't know who that is. Who?
Travis Hill, the marketing guy.
Yeah, he's a marketing guy.
We go do like Whataburger remotes.
Oh, respectfully.
He'd be happy to hear that, Lucius. Yeah.
Respectfully.
Yeah.
I know people by their faces. Yo, but the dude that took my order, my man was so on point. He encouraged me. I was like, "Can I get a number 8?" He was like, "Oh yeah, that's a good choice right there." Can I get an extra meal? He was like, "Oh yeah, you doing it right." I was like, "What? What am I doing, dog? Did I just order a burger? What's going on?"
Yeah.
And then the lady that handed me my food, she was so sweet to me.
Yeah.
You got everything you need, baby. Yeah. You need anything else, baby? I was like, my old lady don't even talk to me this way. It's like, is this a love connection?
Yeah.
What's happening here? So I can't wait to go back to that Whataburger right there just for the experience. I don't even care about the food at this point.
Lucius, you think the guy knew who you were?
No, they just gave me a good little confidence boost.
Wow, okay.
You need anything else, baby? You good, baby? All right, have a good weekend now.
You must have good energy.
Sweet talk.
Good effervescence coming off you.
I'm looking in the eyes like, are we feeling each other right now?
All righty, it is time now to go out to your phone calls here at 877-881-1053 and find out what you are drinking and thinking here on this Training Camp Football Friday. Lucius, where are we going first?
Let's get it cracking early with Polo and Garland. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
What's going on, people? Hey, I'm up in the bathroom shaving. I'm really not drinking nothing right now. Yeah, I won't give him a drink on right now because I don't want to cut myself shaving.
There you go.
But it's a couple things I'm thinking about. One, I may go up to Hurtado's in a few minutes, go give me a Turkish Twinkie because I got one on my mind. I know I don't supposed to be eating nothing salty, but I got one on my mind. I want to take a Texas Twinkie so bad. Now, Gavin, you're my basketball guy. I want to ask you a quick question. Earlier this week, I had seen that the Mavericks was in talks with Derek Lively on an extension. Why would y'all give this man an extension and he can't even run? I mean, don't get me wrong. He's okay. He's an okay player, but I have not seen him do anything besides dunk and make one 3-pointer when Boston beat us in the doggone in the championship 2 years ago. Gavin, would you re-sign him to that money? And Jill Paulo, I know you're my boy. I don't know what my boy Woodchuck is, but as far as the Cowboys go, I'm not going to say nothing yet because y'all know I'm one of the biggest critics. I'm one of the biggest fans, but I'm not going to say nothing yet. But y'all do need to get a linebacker. And Jerry, I've been saying this for decades. You always talk about Mike, Emmett, and Troy. It was our defense winning the championship, you big dummy. You should have been them built us a doggone defense, dummy. What you got to say about what I said, Gavin? I love y'all. Gotta go. I'm back.
Take care. There he goes. Polo and Garland is back. Have a great weekend. I do not think I would be looking to give Derek Lively a new contract right now. I know it's risky if he blows up and has a healthy year. He could be worth significantly more. But I just think his injury history now is to a point where I put him in like almost the Greg Oden category. This isn't going to work out for you.
I know. It's got to be just an extremely team-friendly deal. Mm-hmm. That's the only way that I'd be willing to do that.
Yeah, and maybe he wants to. Maybe he feels
the security.
Like you guys have invested in me. I've been hurt. I'm willing to do a super team-friendly deal for like 3 years or something. But he was trending in a way because of the way that he plays on ball and team defense. He could be one of the most impactful big men in the league if he stays healthy. And I thought he was trending to a massive $100 million plus payday.
Yeah, we all did.
Yeah.
As a rookie, he's doing well in the postseason.
All righty, where are we going next, Lucius?
Let's see here. Luke in Plano. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Luke?
What's up, fellas? I'm drinking some water. I just got done playing 9 holes. Can't play 18 in the heat, so just staying hydrated. I'm going to Fort Frank as well, sitting in section 101, row 13, seats 26 and 27. Come see me and my wife. I can validate how incredible he is.
Let's go.
And then what I'm thinking, what does it say to the locker room if Jerry does go and trade for Max Crosby? I mean, how impactful is that? You want to talk about all in. I think we wouldn't be able to blame Jerry at all after that. That's all I got. Y'all have a great day.
Yeah, if Jerry does it, I think it's worth celebrating. It would also be worth maybe recognizing how much they've screwed up over the last 25 years. I'll give you a little bit of a grace period after you're through third Super Bowl in 4 years, like you're in a post triplets era and you're figuring things out. But really, over the last 25 years, if it would just kind of confirm that you were running it like an investment and not a team going for the Super Bowl, and you knew it all along. Mm-hmm. So I definitely wouldn't want to let Jerry off the hook. Because still, that is a quarter century of failure and failing to try to hold up the standard that was created.
Yeah, it's not going to be one move that changes everything. It's not going to undo 25 years of borderline incompetence, but it would go a long way for the belief of this team being like, okay, they really think that we can do something here.
Yeah, and I think if you're the offense, you can target, let's be the best offense in the league. I think that's realistic. It's only like 2.5 points more than what you scored last year, so be better in the red zone, not commit as many penalties, and be better in the first quarter, and you could be 32, 33 points per game, I think, with this offense. If the defense is top 10, then I think the locker room would genuinely believe it at that point. And most often players are confident and they think it's possible, but I think that confidence, oftentimes is really just hope. I think this would be belief. If you get Max Crosby and Jordan Brooks, you get one of those two, and I think you're maybe an injury or two away on the Rams. But again, I think the Rams are so far and away better with what they did this offseason that it would probably take multiple moves for me to really believe it. Where are we going next, Lucius?
Edgar and East Dino. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Holmes?
What's up, Holmes? I'm over here drinking a Pacifico Ese. It's one of my favorite beers, Holmes. I want to start out by calling out Polo and Garland, Holmes. I called about a month ago or something, called him out for always trying to talk smack to my boy Broadus. And then Polo called in and made it a racial thing, Holmes. That's not cool, Ese. That wasn't even about that, Holmes. So I would have called sooner, but unlike you, I have a job. Well, actually, I got a business, Ese. So, first of all, don't make it a race issue, Holmes. It's a you and me thing, no longer a you and Broadus, Ese. Also, I want to say, you don't even know ball, Holmes. You don't even know ball. You try to call in with the statement, and Gavin dunked on your dummy. You know the last word. I'm not going to say it. But hell, dumbass.
Ooh.
I guess you are going to say it.
Yeah.
He said, I'm not going to say it. Dumbass. Here we go.
Nice walk-off, man.
Very Jerry Jones of you, Edgar.
Then he hung up.
Who's next?
Tate in Fort Worth. What are you drinking? What are you thinking? Tate!
Some ice cold H2O after a hard work week from FedEx. And I've been to 3 concerts at Globe Life Field, and you won't be disappointed, of course, in the Acoustics Chief. The best show that I've been to as far as those 3 concerts was Linkin Park. Absolutely incredible. The only thing I'm thinking about is what player any of y'all would prefer? Would it be Jordan Brooks or Max Crosby? Have a good weekend, fellas.
Thanks for the call, Tate. It's a good question. Now, we're going to the actual Globe, the indoors? We're doing this concert indoors. It's
Indoor.
not Okay. Interesting. I mean, nice job with the acoustics.
Yeah, I mean, the Eagles played there.
And then, yes, obviously it's Crosby. As good as Jordan Brooks is, like the top linebackers are at $25 million. The top edge rushers are at $50 million.
Yeah.
They're twice as valuable. Maybe if it was just a pass rusher and not a guy who was also going to be top 5 in his position against the run, I would be more leaning towards linebacker, but this guy's the real deal.
Yeah, Crosby's going to help you in the run and when it comes to getting after the quarterback. So, and he's just kind of he's a tone setter. He loves football. He is a menace. He doesn't want to come off the field. I do think just from an overall culture standpoint, it would go a long way having a personality like Crosby.
Who's next? Go ahead, Brian.
I'm sorry, Lucius, real quick. What would Brooks, I mean, Chief, you watch the Dolphins a lot. You don't think Brooks would help this team a ton?
Oh, no, they both would. It's a really good question, but with Crosby being able to help you as a run defender as well as also get after the quarterback,
I got you.
I just think that's too much that Brooks can't really
there you go.
Can't do.
All right.
Rodeo Ron, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, Uncle Ron?
Well, I wasn't going to be drinking anything, but I made it up 3 flights of stairs for this phone call. Now I'm drinking a little Jim Beam with a splash of sweet tea.
There you go.
Okay.
I'm thinking the Rangers get to go down there to Houston and whip those Astros' butt like they're the redheaded stepchildren they are of Texas. Other than that, man, I'm thinking about my mom today. Today she would have turned 68 years old if she was still living with us. And I just want to tell everybody, love the person in front of you. Let's forget all the hate. Let's start loving more. And hug the people that you love, because you never know when they're not going to be here. My mom's been gone 11 years, and I think about her every day of the year, and especially this weekend. It's her birthday today, and it's SummerSlam, baby! And my mama loves her wrestling, so me and my mama, we're going to sit here and watch wrestling all weekend long. And other than that, only thing else we're going to do is Tolo it out, baby. Hey, and I hope Fred and what's his name get their stuff worked out, because hey, they put a preview on last night, didn't they? Anyway, hey, y'all have a great weekend. I love you guys. And remember one thing, if you're not hanging out with Rodeo Ron, drinking Jim Beam, listen to that 105.3 The Fan, where the F-U at, baby!
There he goes, Rodeo Ron. Thank you. Opens the line at 877-881-1053. And I saw Rodeo Ron's tribute to his mother on Facebook earlier.
Oh, did you?
I liked it.
Nice.
I saw Sharif had reacted to it.
Oh, very good.
I look forward to getting those updates every year. Thanks for sharing that with us, Ronnie. Where are we going next, Lucius?
James in Greenville. James, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Well, I was drinking some water. Now I'm drinking some Coors Light. Going to drink some Cabo Wabo tequila. What I'm thinking is the Cowboys are going to make the NFC Championship game, but somehow something's going to happen with Dak, and it's not going to work out. I'm also thinking we should leave Polo alone. He doesn't know any better. Let's just leave him alone. And the best part of my day, I didn't get to make the wedding, but I have 2 Marines in from San Diego area. My nephew got married today. Shout out to Mito. Thank y'all for doing it on the KNC Masterpiece. He's a Tolo. He's living in San Diego on the base right now, but he just got married. We're going to the lake tomorrow. It's going to be a big family day.
Salute.
Y'all have a great weekend.
Thank you, James.
Love it.
You have yourself a great weekend. Sounds like he's already getting started there with the Coors Light and Cabo Wabo tequila.
Yeah, that's our guy from the Red
musician?
Rocker, Sammy Hagar.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that a top shelf one, you think? Is that Sammy Hagar's Van Halen?
Yeah.
Lucius, top shelf rock band. Cabo Wabo tequila, Lucius? You mess with that at all?
I don't know, man.
You don't know?
No, I only mess with a few.
Yeah, I don't think it's the level that Lucius.
I just don't go around trying everybody's tequila, because if it don't work out,
Yeah, I think it's on the shelf. I don't think it's the top shelf. How about that?
Okay. Lucius, who's next?
Ron in Dallas. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Hey, it's Rod here in Dallas. I'm going to go around the world right quick and come back to see why. First off, Lucius, L.A., thank you for your service. Gavin, they had 3 people up there with Gavin's name up there now. Watch out, dude. You'll get blamed for something that you didn't do.
Thank you.
Hagee. Bully, stay strong. What am I drinking? I'm about to go into Taqueria La Ventana downtown by the Perot Museum and start drinking frozen margaritas. Jimmy Buffett's not singing about anything in the rocks. He's talking about a frozen concoction. And then last, I think Corey Seager is going to go down there and shine like the diamond he is and shut everybody up. And lastly, with the Cowboys, I'm going to try to do a little reverse psychology. Instead of thinking the Cowboys are going to win 5 or 6, I'm going to say they're going to tank. This is going to be the worst season. Because if you say it like that, maybe they'll win. But other than that, love you guys. Love the station. That's it. Long-time listener. Been listening since Pugsy and Kelly. And Greg Williams and Tim Calishaw. Have a good one, guys. Love y'all.
There he goes, Rod.
R.I.P. Kel.
All kinds of shout-outs in there. 817 says it's upper mid-shelf, but very smooth. I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
817 also asking a different one. What happened with Fred and Blake? Blake is always poking at Fred. Yes, Blake is an expert troll, and when he realizes Fred is going off the rails, he's really good at just nudging him a little bit more off at a time, And for some reason, Fred doesn't realize when it's happening. So he
lets it work.
I told that man Blake to play with something safe, bro. Play with something safe. It's dangerous right there.
Yeah, M80s are probably relatively safer.
What are you doing, dog? Let's go to Triple M in Dallas. Triple M, what up, player?
Good afternoon, man. I'm drinking anything that has electrolytes. I'm cutting yards, so
nice.
Anything that has electrolytes.
Yeah.
And I'm also thinking, well, man. So I went to both of the games that the Astros played over here in Arlington. Those were some good games, especially that last series we won. But I know that we had to win every single game this weekend in order to win the what is it called? The
tiebreaker? No.
Yes.
No.
And we can't lose a game.
Yep.
I'm going to Round Rock tonight. I'm going to be going to Round Rock a game on Sunday. Man, there's some good games. I don't know if y'all ever been to those games over there in Round Rock. There's pretty good games. I've been to a couple already. But man, I just hope these Rangers take care of business. I mean, it's an off and on day with them. Like sometimes they're doing real good, and sometimes they're doing real bad. You don't know who's going to show up, the good team or the bad team.
You don't. Thanks for the call, Triple M.
Be safe out there, bro.
I've never been to a game at Round Rock. Have you guys?
No.
Have not.
Done Frisco. Dozen times or so.
Done Frisco, yeah.
Always enjoy going to the games up there, but I think I've drove by the stadium once on my way to Training Camp 2010 in San Antonio.
Was that like Dell Diamond? Is that what that place is called in Round Rock?
I don't even know.
Dell, D-E-L-L, Diamond?
I don't know. Any of the calls, Lucius?
Round Rock.
Round
going to Austin?
Yeah, Dell Diamond.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
All right, last one, man. Big Jim. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Well, fellas, it's been a little while since I called in. Been doing a little rehab, and I ain't taking any Tylenol today, so I'm about 3 fingers in the 4 fingers in whiskey, so I'm happy about that. So good. George Broadus doing a good job keeping us all up to date. Still the hardest working man in sports talk radio. So
thank you.
Been wearing my hat proudly.
Thank you, sir.
No, listen, I think we need something. I think somebody said this. Chief, you may have said this. I think we need some crazy with this Cowboys. It's a very serious group of people. I think Christian Parker being in the building, seems like Shotty's been all serious. Jerry's been all serious. And I think we need a little bit of crazy. And I think Max Crosby serve a happy helping the crazy up. And, boy, I tell you what, he sure will get the award for the most tattoos on the team. Give Dak a run for his money.
Yeah.
But, boy, I sure as heck hoping it put a big smile on my face when that beautiful Jane Slater asked that question this week. And so that she knew what she was doing when she did it. But, boy, she let the cat out of the bag with that question. And I like y'all's interview with Hurricane Jane. She's good. So really appreciate everything. I'm ready. I'm ready to get all dialed back in. I'm ready for some post games. I'm ready to go. I told myself I wasn't going to let myself get excited about this season, but man, I tell you what, old dogs can learn new tricks, and Jerry, I think all of them taking their cues from from our defensive coordinator. That guy's as serious as a bottle of poison. So I'm excited and really appreciate you guys. I look forward to the rest of y'all getting out there in Oxnard and hearing what you got to say.
Well, thank you, sir. It's always good to hear from you, and that will conclude another edition of What You Drinking and What You Thinking, and I agree with everything he said. I think this team is more serious about winning. Maybe their demeanor is more serious as well as a result of the Christian Parker addition. And yes, I think you need a crazy guy, and what's more crazy than a guy who leads the league in neck tattoos? Max Crosby?
Yeah, that's right.
Get some of that crazy man energy flying around off that edge.
Defense.
Okay, we got to run. We'll get the Expressway coming up next. G-Bag of the Day, LA Live, and more right around the corner. Rangers pregame coming up at 6:30, looking for a sweep in Houston next on The Fan. It is time now to hit the Expressway. We go commercial-free to the top. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. We're an hour from Rangers pregame. Coming up here at 6 o'clock, we'll talk about what we learned from Stephen Jones, both on The Fan today and then what he told the KNC Masterpiece after that interview, and some of the things Brian Broaddus has learned about the Cowboys' pursuit of some defensive help. We'll do that coming up at 6 o'clock. Here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup with your G-Bag of the Day.
Hey, is Guns N' Roses coming into town?
They are.
Yes, I did hear that ad.
Yeah.
They are.
My sister hit me up like, can you get us some Guns N' Roses tickets?
I think they're playing at the ballpark.
I work at a sports station, lady, first of all. All right, hey, we'll see what I can do. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. Fueled by East Dallas Motor Cars. My name is L.A. Our winner and champ right here is a kid that lost a bet to his mom. They were out there in the front yard playing with a robotic quarterback, the all-pro passer. You can find that at your Walmarts, Targets, Dick's Sporting Goods, whatever. Everybody can play with it. It's a pretty fun item. But mom caught her pass on the first route. Kid didn't think she was going to do it. Betted her $10. Lost it.
King doesn't think I can catch it the first time. Here's our machine. Watch me do.
If it doesn't,
Move.
I'm gonna be betting her $10. No, I'm gonna do it.
No, I'm doing it for myself.
Yeah, you can't do it. I'm doing it. You might not blow it all the way up.
That's good.
Hey!
Boom, baby! First time! God! First time! Damn!
Damn!
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Let's see if it caught it on camera.
Damn! That little last damn.
Damn!
Damn!
So he was counting that $10, dude. He was already at 7-Eleven buying a Slurpee and like 2 candy bars. Yeah. $10.
All right, this clip right here is like a little warning for everybody for the weekend situations. I try to keep you abreast, man. I don't want you to get all caught up out here. We have a cop that approached a shirtless dude out there after he ran from a car accident. It was a hit and run. He ended up getting tased. Rode the lightning.
Don't run from me. You're going to get tased. Turn around. Go to your knees.
What do you want, sir?
You're detained. You ran from that accident.
Ran from what accident?
Face that direction. Get down on your knees, please.
Hold on, man. Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me.
Do what I tell you. You match the description of a suspect.
What was the description?
You match the description. White male.
What is it? White male?
White male, no shirt.
There's 100,000 white males, mother.
Why? Just do what I tell you.
Stop coming to me, taser.
Do what I tell you to do.
Why the are you coming to me with a taser? What the did I do to you?
Why are you stepping up on me?
Because I didn't do thing to you.
You're detained. I need to place your hand so we can figure out.
You want to be detained? Do you? Get back in the goddamn car, mother. Get back in the mother car.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
T23, taser deployed.
Please stop! God, man. Oh my God! What the was that?
Do not resist.
All right. Will you put the handcuffs on me now?
Hey, please.
Yeah, let's just go with the handcuffs here.
Please.
Ready to behave. I'm surprised that guy wasn't intimately familiar with what a taser felt like before that.
Yeah, no kidding, dude.
Sound like a regular occurrence.
Can't be his first rodeo.
That's how I wanted the Romo video to actually be. But yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. From yesterday, let's go to Houston, where there was condoms in the Popeye's chicken somehow. Community activist Quanell X and Dr. Candace Matthews warned people in the drive-through line not to eat this chicken at this particular location.
Ma'am,
condoms in the
bring
chicken.
the video. Ma'am,
Condoms in the chicken.
the young man discovered a fried condom in his chicken.
And he had to
this
go to the
weekend.
emergency room.
A fried condom inside the chicken.
Get your money
So,
back.
The chicken that you eating, be very careful. You don't know what you might be consuming.
That's right.
Look at this freak. There's a freak in the kitchen putting condoms in the chicken.
Chicken strips.
And I mean, this is a whole nother level of choking and stroking the chicken here.
Yeah, it is.
This is a whole nother level.
Whole nother level.
So be very careful if your chicken tastes with some unseasoned, unsavory flavor.
That's right.
You might want to give it back. I wouldn't eat from here.
I wouldn't eat. I'll go on, sis.
Imagine sitting in the drive-thru and somebody walked up and just started telling you that. I'm like, man, thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm bailing.
I was getting ready to get a 4-piece, bro.
Yeah. Can I book you for my bar? Because I need a good comedy routine. This is amazing.
Yeah. She said chicken strips.
I like to get the chicken and eat it in front of them while they're just going off. Just open the box and just start eating the chicken.
Nah, the condom scare me, bro.
No, you're not going to do that?
I'm telling you, I would be thinking like, okay, so what was going on with this condom before it got to me?
Well, sir, is a bone-in chicken.
Shut up.
You said bone-in, didn't you?
Oh, my gosh. All right, let's go to the Fan After Dark.
Oh, jeez.
Fred and Blake.
Here we go.
I'm so excited for this.
Gosh.
Listen, man, this is all I could get. This is all I could get.
It was 15 minutes.
It was 9 whole minutes of an argument. And then more afterwards.
Oh, geez.
Fred had more in the tank, dog.
He's taking that thing to overtime.
Day 2 of Cowboys training camp, and the Fan After Dark is falling apart.
I like Savone Ravel.
Uh-huh.
I took the Ramatha route because everybody else has taken the Jaden Blue route.
Agreed.
So
And
that's
I appreciate you for that. No one's disagreeing. I brought it up and said, your guys are not playing well. And I assumed you would be
so
like,
what
hey,
do you want me to say, Blake?
I think you would defend the guys. Hey, I think he's
And
gonna...
I did. I said it's day 2.
Okay, what a defense. It's day 2. We'll just throw our hands up.
What do you want me to say? I wasn't at camp, Blake.
Yeah, but we're seeing the same videos. It's not like I was at camp either.
Okay, and what are you saying? What's your point? What are you saying about Ravel and Maffa? Maffa fumbled. Okay, great. What's bad about Ravel?
We'll just do that then.
No,
just
tell me. Help me understand. Help me because you clearly had a point when you said it.
I was saying it, hoping you defend your guys. All you said was, "This day 2." That's a blanketed statement you can make about anybody.
So what do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? Get in the weeds? You want me to get into some technical breakdown of them, Blake? Is that what you want?
I thought you defend your guys. I thought wrong.
And I did defend them. It's day 2. There's a lot of football left.
Okay.
We're 2 days into training camp, Blake. That's that's my defense.
Let's give no football takes in. We'll do no football. We'll go back.
Right. Fine.
We'll do no football. If that's going to be your take all day, it's day 2. Could that not work for Dak Prescott? Could that not work for Shoddy?
No, it wouldn't
Could that not work for Ferguson? Could that not work for Caleb Downs? We could all just say, who cares? It's day 2. Good or bad. Don't listen to anything we have to say today on the Fan, guys, because it's day 2. It's day 2. Who cares? Don't listen to G-Bag. Don't listen to Sean and RJ. Don't listen to KNC because it's day 2. There's no takeaways. There's no takeaways.
It is day 2. So guys aren't allowed to have bad days?
They are, Fred. I didn't say the guy should be cut. When did I say that?
So what are you asking then? Because you keep talking in circles, man. Take us to break. Take us to break.
Well, when we come back, we will continue talking about the Dallas Cowboys.
When we come back. When they came back, I will say Blake was driving the bus pretty good for about 3 minutes there. Then he realized Fred's really not coming back.
Wow.
And then you can hear it in his voice like, okay.
All right, I guess they got another 12 minutes to cover here.
He's really not coming back.
Going to need some topics. Let's go ISO, baby. First time in the history of this show. We're going to need a little structure here. How many cuts we got in there, Lucius?
It's just so good. When he screams, when Fred screams, what are you asking me? I imagine all the veins in his neck and face were popping out. And at that point, Blake was probably shaking in his boots. They are, Fred. I didn't say the guy should be cut. When did I say that?
So what are you asking then?
Yeah. I think that's all the rage that's probably been building since his moment with Pete on Westwood 1 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think a lot of this goes back to the nicotine stuff.
No nicotine.
And Blake is like kerosene. I mean, he is just instigating at every turn, trolling his balls off.
I don't know why you're so mad.
Because I get vacation!
Why are you yelling?
That's legendary stuff from those guys.
It was louder during the break than it was on air.
Yeah, I wish
the door closed. The door was closed. I tell you, it sounded like some neighbors from my old apartments. I'm like, should I have to call 911 soon? What do you think?
Yeah, somebody about to get in trouble here.
Did you?
Let me go, Terry. Let me go. Terry's enough.
At any point, did you feel like you were going to have to separate him?
Yeah, I did at one point. But then he walked on out, and I was like, I guess, he separated himself. That's good.
I mean, Fred's got the rage factor, and I think probably got him by 25 pounds or so. But Blake's younger, and I think even though Blake's lean, he was an edge in high school football, wasn't he? So it's not like he's a small guy; he's just a lean guy.
Yeah, I would think that Fred has him by probably 50 pounds.
He ain't got the type of power that Fred's got.
Yeah.
And the disappointment, as an old man, you get disappointment. So you start letting out that anger on other people if they make you mad.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have to do anything what they're doing. I'm beating you up over some stuff that happened to me 4 years ago.
Yeah, no, I would fear for Blake's life. I really would.
We got afternoon baseball Wednesday against the Giants. So we'll have a full Fan After Dark crosstalk Wednesday to follow up on this. So probably be 3 or 4 time champ by then, possibly.
Again.
And then no day Thursday. So back-to-back Fan After Dark. Circle that on your calendar. The most unhinged man in radio. I mean, way more unhinged than Mike used to be. Different.
I don't know. I don't know. Mike could get loose on you. He'll throw something, kick something, slam a door.
Yeah.
Fred is just going to raise his voice to the fullest.
You knew
he's going to hurt himself.
Yes.
Before he hurts you with the
probably.
screaming.
Yeah. Okay, let's vote. Is it all-pro mom catching the ball, our champ? Is it cop approaching shirtless dude after a hit and run? Was that in Florida? Sounded like it was probably in Florida.
It looked like Vegas.
Okay.
But it could have been.
You had condoms in the chicken. Hilarious. And then Fan After Dark there with Fred and Blake. That'll be my vote tonight, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, no question.
Lucius?
They are, Fred. I didn't say the guy should be cut. When did I say that?
So what are you asking then?
What are you asking? Yeah, that right there.
Brian, unanimous?
Yeah, go ahead. Go for it.
What are
That'd
you
be great.
asking, man?
It's 4-0. And Fred is the champ once again. After a very brief rest of not being the champ, he is back there sitting in the number 1 spot. It's time to stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Hey, big shout out to Fred, too. He's in my DMs and everything, sending me all types of G back in the day nominees right now. He's trying to throw some deflections.
The hell of a team player, yeah. This should be good.
How about this one, dog? This is, man, knee slapper right here.
You need help voting?
John Blaze, man.
This is John Blaze, man. All right, let's get into a Feel Good Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Guys, weekend booze, gambling, strippers. Woo! Need advice from the Rolex wearing, jet flying, son of a gun on how to handle all the partying with all the booze, gambling, and the wild women. Just live life, guys. Enjoy every minute.
Yeah.
You never know what tomorrow's going to bring.
Facts.
Have all the fun you can, drink all you can, love all the ladies you can, and enjoy life. God bless you guys.
God, no.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, my goodness. Cue the violin. Thing's over.
Sage wisdom there from a legend. Clearly doing well.
That was not the actual Ric Flair, was it?
That was the actual Ric Flair. Didn't have that same vigor those other ones.
What happened, Rick?
Just drinking and wild
How to handle all the partying, with all the booze, gambling, and the wild women. Just live life, guys.
Yeah, live it up. One day you'll have as much fun as I am.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, this is LA Live for Friday, July 31st, 2026. It is a Feel Good Friday here in LA Live. People, we made it. Must say I had better energy this week. I made it to Friday. I did. Another week of 2026 in the books. People, we are living in a particular time. Years from now, they will study this time that we are living in, make movies and documentaries about it. All the actions, all the inactions. Incredible stuff we're seeing right here, folks. Well, let's enjoy this weekend safely. Avoid the law dogs. Mind your speeds, because that Operation Slowdown is still in full effect, I believe. I believe it is still in full effect. Don't drink and drive. And if you got that Delta and that THCA and all that other good stuff that you can get from the head shops, If you have the pre-roll containers, you might want to throw those away. Any pre-roll container you have in your car, get rid of all the evidence because I think they're giving out felonies, fam.
Yeah, a half year in jail.
Woo!
Yeah.
Oh my
6 to 24 months in jail for these felonies here with these vape pens.
For something they call $6.99.
Yeah.
$6.99 that you can get at your local store right as you fill up your gas. That is just insane stuff right here. So yeah, get those pre-roll containers out of the ride. Keep your emotions in check. You don't want to make permanent decisions on temporary feelings out here, fam. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner or DFW mugshots this weekend. In other words, do not crash out. Here's a weekend warning, yo.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
LA Live is sponsored by Metro Flow Plumbing. Shout out to those blue collar ballers. Speaking of crashing out, Puff Daddy was placed in solitary confinement following a physical altercation with another inmate at Fort Dix in New Jersey.
Dang, okay.
He's in solitary confinement.
Is this for his protection? Or the
probably the other guy.
Protection?
You know,
yeah.
Puff did. Remember he beat up the UCLA strength and conditioning coach?
Oh, that's right.
With a kettlebell?
Yeah, he was throwing kettlebells.
Yeah. He beat up Steve Stout with a champagne bottle. Puff don't play.
That's right.
Puff has a bad attitude. That's where the name Puffy comes from. Because he used to get huffy and puffy when his attitude would peak up.
How much time does he have left? Is he...
I think he's getting out like next year, dog.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I thought El Presidente was going to pardon him there for a while.
Well, Presidente read them receipts and was like, I don't think he likes me. I don't like you either. Yeah, Diddy got 30 days in the hole at Fort Dix. That is crazy. 30 days in the hole.
That's
at Fort Dix.
long 30 days.
That is what he's been waiting for.
Fish sticks. I got January 24th, 2028.
Yeah.
Okay.
Year and a half.
All right, year and a half. Boys, please allow me real quick before we get out of here to empty out the clip, whatever I can get, and serve it to the people so I have to take it over to with me next week, if you don't mind.
You got it.
Let's do some reaching or preaching on a Friday. Oh! Fox Sports Radio, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker. Shut up, fool. And Kelvin Washington. Shut up, bro. That's why you start laughing when I say
Rob Parker's wild, bro.
I know.
Those guys are at Super Bowl, and their show is the only thing in the convention, and they're yelling at